Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-guided human introduction of first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter awakened the darkest curse in wizarding history? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Alone and unwanted, young Harry Potter awakens a living curse within his scar, one that thinks, teaches, and whispers back. As the darkest magic in wizarding history guides him, Harry grows stronger, but every gift comes with a price. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry was so excited that he thought he might burst. A gruesome thought, but an appropriate one nonetheless. This was his first time in Knockturn Alley. Tom had finally decided to take him along with him on one of his mysterious errands. They were currently walking down a shadowy path under dark, looming alley walls, an unevenly cobbled street biting at their feet. Harry could not help but muse that the alley reminded him of an even more sinister, haunted version of Oliver Twist's London, a dark, grey, muted festival of oddities. The shops lining the alley's sides were gloomy, intimidating, and all rather sketchy looking, all seeming to melt in the shadows, as though they had something to hide. They probably did. Dark red and faded green paint was peeling, windows were cracked, dust and rust consumed stone and steel. It was as though someone had gone out of their way to make the alley as creepy as possible. He could not help but think as he nearly tripped over another random object conspicuously lying in the middle of the street. Tom never tripped. Why did Tom never trip? His musings were startled away when Tom stopped short, causing him to do the same. He glanced up curiously, finding himself in front of a fairly large shop, the windows dark and musty, displaying a collection of dubious-looking objects from within, the old, worn sign hanging above spelling the words. Borgin and Burke, established 1863. "Oh, I remember this place," Harry said. "You used to work here." Tom nodded. He was wearing Miss Jenkins again, polka-dotted dress and red pea coat and everything. The woman seemed to really like Harry's cookies, and was happy to let him in when he showed up with them at her door. Harry was starting to worry, though, he didn't know how many more times they could alter her memories before her mind broke. She really was a nice lady, and even if she was a bit dense, she didn't deserve to be turned into a vegetable through Tom's continued use of the memory charm on her. "Try not to touch anything that looks deadly," Tom said wryly, and with that, he pushed the door open, leading Harry inside. The inside of the shop looked exactly as it did in Tom's memories. Very little had changed. Ominous-looking trinkets and obscurely creepy objects littered the place. The walls were invisible behind the shelves that lined them, which were stacked with old books and strange whatsits and somethings. Looming cupboards and cabinets and wardrobes haunted the corners, while shelf upon shelf, case after case lined the floor. "May I help you?" A slippery yet strained voice suddenly came from behind him, and spinning around, Harry saw an old man with stringy white hair in a dusty old suit. It was pinstriped and tattered at the corners, but it looked expensive. When Tom met the man's eye, he immediately recoiled and then bowed deeply. "My lord, I was not aware that." "None of that, Borgin. I would not have you reveal my presence." Instantly, the man's murky blue eyes darted over to Harry, who was staring at him with undisguised fascination. Yes, he remembered this man. He was much, much older than he had been in Harry's, Tom's, memories, but it was most definitely Mr. Borgin. Watching the shift in Mr. Borgin's attention, Tom said, "The boy is with me. He is under my protection and will be treated as such." And with that, Mr. Borgin bowed to him too, as he stared on awkwardly. "Now, I have business to attend to," Tom said, turning to Harry and beginning to recite what was clearly seared into his memory. Those he pointed to a chest in the corner, or bones of various magical creatures, those he pointed to a case close by, or human skulls of varying ages, and those he pointed to a pile of books beside the counter, or uncursed dark magic tomes. "You may touch and examine those things, but nothing else. Do you understand?" Harry nodded mutely. "Good. I will be back. Wait here, and don't talk to anyone who comes in. If possible, stay out of sight." And with that, Tom strode purposefully behind the front counter and disappeared into the room beyond, with Mr. Borgin following behind him. Sighing, Harry went over to look at the human skulls. He'd never seen one up close before. They ranged greatly in size and shape. Some of them looked like they could have belonged to newborn babies, and others were so massive that they looked like they belonged to a man Hagrid's size. Some of the skulls were in perfect condition, and others were cracked or partially crushed. One of the little ones in particular caught his eye. It looked like it belonged once to a child of around 1 year old. What was interesting about it, though, was that it was marked. Numbers and runes were carved into the sides, and tiny holes had been drilled into it. Cautiously, Harry picked it up, holding it up in the meager light that flowed in through the musty windows of the shop. It really was a very curious item. He could not help but muse as he turned it over in his hands. As soon as he placed the little marked one back with the others, he heard shuffling just outside the shop door, and he panicked, looking from side to side. Someone was coming, and Tom said to stay out of sight. He conveniently forgot the try part. Taking a deep breath, he settled on stepping into a black cabinet right behind him. He realized in retrospect that it could have been cursed. Oh well. Seconds later, a bell clanged, and 2 people stepped into the shop, one of whom he immediately recognized through the veiled cracks in the cabinet he was currently inhabiting. It was Draco Malfoy. The man who followed could only be his father. He had the same pale, pointed face and identical cold gray eyes. Looking as though he was very familiar with the shop's layout, Mr. Malfoy briskly crossed the shop floor, stepping over the objects covering the ground with expert ease, glancing lazily at the items on display. Once he crossed the shop, he rang the bell on the counter before turning to his son and saying, "Touch nothing, Draco." Harry could not help but be a little pleased that Tom trusted him more than Malfoy's father trusted his son. Meanwhile, Malfoy, who had reached for the glass eye sitting beside the case of skulls, pouted indignantly and said, "I thought you were going to buy me a present." "I said I would buy you a racing broom," his father corrected him, drumming his fingers on the counter impatiently. "What's the good of that if I'm not in the house team?" Malfoy groused, his voice sulky and annoyed. "Harry Potter got on the team last year. Special permission from Professor Snape and Dumbledore so he could play for the Slytherin team. He's not even that good, it's just because he's famous for having a stupid scar on his forehead." Malfoy bent down to examine the case full of skulls that he himself had been looking at a moment ago. "Everyone thinks he's so smart, wonderful Potter with his scar and his broomstick and his perfect grades. Bloody teacher's pet, if only they knew what their precious Potter was like when he was angry. You have told me this at least a dozen times already," Mr. Malfoy drawled, sending a quelling look at his son, "and I would remind you that it is not prudent to appear less than fond of Harry Potter, not when most of our kind regard him as the hero who made the Dark Lord disappear. As for Mr. Potter's temper, I've told you already." "Ah, Mr. Borgin." Mr. Borgin had reappeared, and was now standing behind the counter. "Mr. Malfoy, what a pleasure to see you again," the elderly man half mumbled, his voice even oilier than before. "Delighted, and young Master Malfoy, too, charmed. How may I be of assistance? I must show you, just in today, and very reasonably priced. I'm not buying today, Borgin, but selling." "Interesting. Ah, I see." The man withered a bit at the answer. "Before attending to that, then, I must finish up some other business." "Boy," he called, "where have you gone off to?" "Oh, that was probably him, wasn't it?" Sheepishly, Harry stepped out of the cabinet. "Potter," Malfoy blurted out, "and Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Borgin both raised an eyebrow, the latter looking pointedly at him in question. "Well, I was told to stay out of sight, if possible," he said by way of explanation. "If you could not say anything about me ducking into a possibly cursed cabinet, I'd really appreciate it." Mr. Borgin looked at him with amusement, while Malfoy continued to gape, and Mr. Malfoy stared at him with undisguised curiosity. Feeling very awkward, Harry nodded toward Malfoy and approached his father, sticking his hand out. "Harry Potter, pleased to meet you, sir." Malfoy had already blown his cover, so to speak, so there was no point in being rude. Mr. Malfoy tentatively shook his hand, and Borgin spoke up again. "Your friend will be occupied for some time still. She is dealing with a mutual business partner." Harry nodded, as though he understood, when really he did not. "She asked that you wait for her at Flourish and Blott's." Harry nodded. This he understood. "All right, I'll be going then." But before you leave, said Borgin, I was asked to give you this, with a message, happy belated birthday. The man picked up an enormous tome from underneath the counter and placed it in Harry's hands. Magic Most Evil. Harry's eyes went almost as wide as Dobby's had been a couple of weeks earlier, his mouth falling open as he gaped shamelessly. Is this, a pre-1857 version? Those were very, very rare. Borgin raised an eyebrow. You know about the 1857 censorship, then? Harry nodded avidly, eyes glimmering with glee. I was very disappointed to find that the one at Hogwarts is from 1912. But this is splendid, he exclaimed, his voice almost trembling with excitement, the best birthday present ever. Meanwhile, both Malfoys were looking at him as if he had grown an extra set of arms and maybe another head or two on top of that. Ignoring them, Harry opened up his red backpack and slid the book inside. Thank you so much, Mr. Borgin. The man raised an eyebrow. It's not from me, but you're welcome all the same. Harry grinned, and was about to leave, but hesitated. Instead, he walked over to the case with the skulls in it and picked up the one with the strange markings. How much for this, Mr. Borgin's thin eyebrows disappeared behind his wiry white fringe. And why would you want to know a thing like that? Harry shrugged. I kind of like it. The old man chuckled. For you, Mr. Potter, I'll part with it for 7 galleons. Harry's grin returned, and after placing the skull in his backpack, he fetched the required sum out of his pocket and handed it over to Mr. Borgin. A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Potter. Harry nodded. Likewise. He looked around. I'll be going then, I guess. He made for the door, but then looked over his shoulders at the 2 baffled Malfoys. Please pretend I was never here. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. He shivered slightly as he left. It felt good to leave the musty shop, not that the air quality in Knockturn Alley was much better. He looked from side to side, suddenly aware of the dubiousness of his surroundings, and the fact that without Tom's presence, he might actually be in danger, given his current location. This was especially evident as he caught the eye of a bedraggled wizard slouching in a crevice between 2 shops. The man stared at him hungrily, and Harry grimaced, making a show of drawing his wand. Immediately, the man looked away, an indecipherable look on his face. What odd behavior, Harry could not help but think. Oh, well, off to Flourish and Blots. Well, that was dreadful. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography. Magical Me. Today, 12:30 p.m. Who would have thought one innocent-looking banner could warn of such great treachery? Never before had any bookshop or library betrayed him so shamelessly. Getting into Flourish and Blots had been no easy task. It was positively overflowing with human clutter, mostly with preening witches of all ages. Honestly, it was ridiculous. Apparently, the man who wrote all of his defense of the dark arts books, of which there were many, Gilderoy Lockhart, was signing copies of his autobiography that day. The whole thing was very annoying, and Harry was scowling the whole time he was picking up his books. He had hoped to enjoy his experience in the bookshop as he always did. He had happily anticipated a casual exploration of the various titles on display, over the course of his pleasurably slow meander through the shop. No such luck. He was grimacing as he handed 14 galleons and 7 sickles over to the shop attendant stationed at the till. Sorry about this, the older boy said, it's been like this since noon. Harry looked at him sympathetically. Don't apologize to me, you're the one who has to put up with this all day. Cameras flashing, witches squealing. I can't wait for it to be over, the boy groused, I didn't sign up for this. Harry smiled weakly. 2 more hours until closing. Thank Merlin for small mercies. He nodded at the clerk and was about to sneak out of the store, when he saw Hermione standing near the front of the store with a group of redheads, and one thing that did not belong. Draco Malfoy. He frowned. Sneak away or break up the impending fight. It would be rather bad taste to just slink off, wouldn't it? Hermione. Ron. He called out, pushing through the crowd toward them. Hermione's face lit up when she saw him, and Ron's scowl turned into a grin. Harry. He grinned at them when he finally made it through the crowd, and Hermione immediately launched herself into his arms. Not really knowing what to do, he patted her awkwardly on the back. It's lovely to see you too, Hermione, he said cautiously, not knowing if it was customary to greet someone before, during, or after a hug. When she finally released him, he smiled politely at Malfoy. Malfoy, fancy seeing you here, he said lightly. I wouldn't have thought to find you in present company. At that, the pale boy went red in the face, and he looked like he was going to snap back, before an interruption arrived. Ron, an older man with bright red hair, dusted only slightly with gray, called over the din, as he struggled over with Fred and George, who beamed and waved at him when they saw him. What are you doing? The man said loudly, it's mad in here, let's go outside. Harry was about to introduce himself when yet another interruption showed up. Well, Arthur Weasley. It was Mr. Malfoy, who'd managed to quietly make his way over to them, placing one gloved hand on his son's shoulder. He'd magically managed to retain his dignity despite their chaotic surroundings. Harry was impressed. Although, the man was a Death Eater, and had no doubt seen many a battle. So maybe it really wasn't that impressive. Lucius, the red-haired man replied in a stiff voice, the red-haired man who was, apparently, Mr. Weasley, nodding coldly. Busy time at the ministry, I hear, Mr. Malfoy continued, his voice deceptively casual. Harry wasn't sure he liked where this was going. All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime. He reached into the youngest Weasley child's cauldron and extracted, from amidst the garishly bright, brand new Gilderoy Lockhart books, a very old, very battered copy of what looked to be a beginner's guide to transfiguration. Obviously not, he said. Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it? Mr. Weasley flushed, his cheeks turning a darker red than his hair. We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy, he said pointedly. Clearly, Mr. Malfoy drawled, his pale eyes straying to the two adults who'd come up with Mr. Weasley to stand beside Hermione. Her parents, he supposed, who were watching the scene apprehensively. Harry couldn't blame them, he was starting to feel a little uneasy himself. The company you keep, Weasley, and I thought your family could sink no lower. Well, that was tactless. Harry disliked Muggles as much as the next wizard, but he'd never say so to their faces. Apparently, Mr. Weasley thought it was rather tactless as well, because a moment later he heard the thud of metal meeting wood as a cauldron went flying. Mr. Weasley was throwing himself at Mr. Malfoy with a furious scowl. Harry could do nothing but gape as dozens of heavy spellbooks came thundering down on their heads. Amidst the thunder there was a yell of, "Get him, Dad!" from Fred or George, or both. In the meantime, a woman who was definitely Mrs. Weasley was shrieking, "No, Arthur, no!" The crowd around them stampeded backwards, knocking more shelves over. Those poor shop attendants. Punches started flying, and Harry wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. It turned out, though, that he didn't need to do anything at all. That is quite enough. A sharp feminine voice cut through the chaos, and Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley were tugged apart by an invisible force. Harry spun around to find Tom's crimson glare flickering between him and the two formerly brawling men in front of him. Tom's, Miss Jenkins, glossy pink lips curled in disgust. Brawling like Muggles, his gaze flickered over to the Grangers for only the slightest moment, in public, with children watching no less. The heads of two pureblood wizarding families. It's shameful, really. Tom turned his glare down to Harry. I told you to stay out of trouble. Harry began. Can't even follow the simplest of instructions, I'm aware. Come, we're leaving. And with that, Tom turned on his shoeless heel and marched out of the shop. Harry looked apologetically at the Malfoys, Weasleys, and Grangers. Who was that? Ron said, eyes wide and a bright blush on his face. Harry grimaced. Friend of my mum's, long story, see you at school. And with that, he ran after Tom. When he caught up, Tom glared at him. You foolish, foolish boy. When you see a Malfoy and a Weasley in the same room, you walk the other way. I'll remember that for next time. See that you do. Harry frowned. Of course, I wouldn't have gotten into trouble in the first place if you hadn't left me. Tom raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. I had business to attend to. And when? Are you going to tell me about this business? Tom didn't bother replying. Take my hand. Harry obeyed, and a moment later they apparated into Miss Jenkins' living room. Used to Tom's sudden apparitions by now, Harry only blinked. Wait, didn't we still have things to do? Impatiently, Tom drew his attention to the small bag in his hand. I don't want to be walking around London with this. Harry frowned at the inconspicuous-looking bag. What's that? Tom emptied the bag on the couch. It had contained a small tiara, a gleaming golden cup, a bejeweled locket, a ring, and a small book that looked a lot like Harry's diary. He recognized the items immediately and gaped. Your other Horcruxes. Tom shook his head. No. Replicas. Replicas. Yes. As soon as we believe Dumbledore might have an idea of what you are, our first move will be to replace all my Horcruxes before he goes looking for them. These are exact replicas, I commissioned them last year, that have been infused with my own magic and warded the same way my Horcruxes are. Dumbledore won't be able to tell the difference. Harry's eyes glimmered. Brilliant. Yes, I thought so too. Wait, though, if they were commissioned, that means that someone else made them, right? Tom quirked an eyebrow. That is what commissioned meant, last I checked. You trusted someone with your fake Horcruxes? Harry asked incredulously. It was a goblin who was interested in making some, less than legal investments. I placed him under the Imperious Curse to be safe. But, you can't keep him like that forever, right? It would have been draining your magic, all this time, Harry said, suddenly feeling a bit bad for Tom. That's why I killed him once he was finished. Harry grimaced. He didn't feel bad for Tom anymore. Anyway, are we going to replace them now? No, doing so will expend a significant amount of our time and energy, and may needlessly draw attention to the locations my Horcruxes are hidden in. There is also the issue of where to re-hide my Horcruxes once we replace them. We will not perform the switch until it is necessary, preferably after we have the chance to inform my Master Soul of the change. So, what are we going to do with them in the meantime? Hide them, here. We'll place them in inconspicuous places around Miss Jenkins's house. They are charmed to repel Muggles, but I will compel her to stay away from them nonetheless. And what if she moves, or something? Do you think me incapable of persuading a Muggle to stay in one place, Harry? Right. So, where do we hide them? Tom sat down on the couch beside his fake Horcruxes. I'll leave that to you. Harry's eyes bugged out. Me? You want me to hide them? Tom glared at him impatiently. That's what I just said. Harry nodded dumbly. Well, get to it. Harry frowned. Where does one hide fake Horcruxes? Somewhere inconspicuous, he supposed. The diary was easy, he just placed it at the back of one of Miss Jenkins's bookshelves. The others, though, they would take some thought. Cautiously, he picked up the cup and headed toward the kitchen. Cups belong in kitchens, right? He just had to find the other cups. Harry knew from experience that people only put cups in the cupboards above the counters, not the ones below, so he wasted no time in pulling up a chair to the kitchen counter so he could climb up and start looking for the cups. After a few moments of searching, he finally found the shelf with all the wine glasses. Carefully, he pulled 4 of them out, shoving the replica of Hufflepuff's cup to the back and replacing the wine glasses in front of it. Having finished hiding the cup, he made his way back to the den to find Tom still sitting on the couch, reading Harry's new copy of Magic Most Evil. I hid it behind the wine glasses, Harry commented as he picked up Slytherin's locket and Tom's family ring. Harry rolled his eyes and went off to find Miss Jenkins's bedroom, which ended up being at the end of the hall opposite to the kitchen. He knew exactly what to look for, Miss Jenkins's jewelry box. Jewelry boxes, Harry had learned while cleaning Aunt Petunia's bedroom when he was 6, were where women kept their small and shiny possessions, namely, jewelry and cigarettes they weren't supposed to be smoking. Like Aunt Petunia's jewelry box, Miss Jenkins's was filled with earrings and rings and necklaces, and Harry placed the ring and the locket at the very bottom, where they, hopefully, wouldn't be disturbed by Miss Jenkins. Satisfied with his work, Harry trotted back into the den, where Tom was still reading his birthday present. I need to hide the diadem now, Harry said. I don't know where to hide it, though. It's rather conspicuous, don't you think? Tom blatantly ignored him. Harry huffed, picking up the diadem, freezing for a moment to relish the way the dark magic it was infused with licked at his fingers. Where does one hide a diadem in a school teacher's house? Harry wasn't even close to shore. He pursed his lips as he entered Miss Jenkins's bedroom once again, and started searching. He tried the closet, first, but only found more polka-dotted dresses and silky dress shirts. He tried the bedside table too, and under the bed and the bookshelf. No luck, no ideas. Starting to get frustrated, he turned his attention to the dresser, and began to search it top to bottom. The first drawer that he searched was full of thin, lacy clothing, which, Harry realized upon further inspection, were actually underclothes. Miss Jenkins's bras and beeps, if he understood correctly. Harry imagined that Miss Jenkins probably used this drawer regularly, so that was out of the question. The next one was filled with socks, and the one after that with shirts, and the one after that with pants. By the time he reached the last drawer, he was starting to feel rather desperate. Luckily, fifth time was the charm. When he opened the drawer, it took him a moment to realize what it was he had found. Upon closer inspection of the mass of glittery, sequined clothing shoved in the drawer, though, he realized what they were: costumes. Perfect, he thought. A diadem is just the sort of thing someone would expect to find in a costume. When he returned to the den, he had a victorious look on his face. I've successfully hidden all of the Horcruxes. He didn't get a chance to finish his sentence, though, before he fell to his knees, letting out a muffled shriek as he saw Miss Jenkins's form go limp on the couch. Honestly, this is how Tom repays him for his efforts. Sometimes he felt so unappreciated. The Penned Promise. The Penned Promise is one of the most basic of magical oaths, and is the basis of many anti-cheating and anti-plagiarism spells. This oath entails the written recording of a statement by a secret sharer along with the names of the secret keepers. The recorded statement, and any grammatical variations thereof, see Chapter 2, Section 5, degrees of variation, are rendered unfeasible for written reproduction by the secret keepers. The oath is nullified with the destruction of the recording device and/or the nullification of intent, detailed below. The three elements of the Penned Promise are as follows. 1. The incantation, non-scriber. No wand movements necessary. 2. The instrument of execution. Formerly, a blood quill was used to execute the oath. As per the Ministry of Magic's decree for the banning of dark artifacts Part 8 Article 27, the authors of this text no longer recommend this course of action. The non-scriber supplemental incantation is detailed in Appendix B, and is to be applied to a replacement writing utensil. 3. The intent. In order for a statement to qualify as a valid secret, the secret sharer must desire the statement to be kept secret. The oath will be rendered ineffective should the secret sharer no longer wish to keep said secret. Formerly, the oath was, as mentioned above, executed with a blood quill. The secret sharer would record the secret on a predesignated medium, and the secret keepers would sign their names underneath the secret. The incantation, non-scriber, would finalize the oath. In compliance with the Ministry of Magic's restriction of dark artifacts, the oath must be as of the published date of this edition executed with a writing utensil spelled with the supplemental incantation. The spell lasts precisely 2 minutes. Harry snapped his book shut when Hermione opened the door of his compartment, slipping inside. Harry. He stood up, embracing her warmly. Since their awkward hug in Flourish and Blots, Harry had put some thought into proper hugging technique. He didn't have much experience with that sort of thing, so it had taken a bit of contemplation before he really felt comfortable with it. He'd even practiced multiple times with his pillow. After a week of strategizing and practice, however, he thought he had it down. "I'm so happy to see you," he said honestly as he squeezed her shoulders. "It's been a long summer." Hermione nodded avidly. "I've missed you so much. I mean, it was nice seeing all my cousins in France, but it just wasn't the same. I had no one to chat with about spells or potions or Hogwarts." He smiled warmly at her, and his smile grew even wider when she gasped, noticing the book he'd placed on his seat when he rose to greet her. "The Magical Oaths text," she exclaimed. "How is it? Have you read it yet?" "I tried taking a look, but I'll need to do some background reading before I really understand most of it. You must let me borrow it when you're finished reading it." Harry nodded, grinning. "It's really rather brilliant. I've skimmed the whole thing, and I'm reading over it in more detail now. I'm nearly a quarter way in. A lot of it's really advanced magic, though. I think this should keep me busy for some time to come. I really can't thank you enough. I have a feeling it will really come in handy." His friend grinned. "Glad to hear it. Anything you're planning on trying out anytime soon?" "Yes, as a matter of fact. Oh, here he is, good." Just at that moment, Theo opened the compartment door. Immediately, Harry stepped over and offered his hand. "Good to see you again, Theo. I missed you." Theo blinked in surprise, but grasped his hand warmly a moment later. "Likewise, Harry. It's good to see you too." He glanced over at Hermione and nodded. Granger. She smiled, clearly glad to be acknowledged. Not. As Harry sat down and Theo sat in the chair beside him, Harry spoke up. I'd like to call the second official meeting of you-know-what. His two friends looked surprised at the abruptness of his comment, but nodded, and Hermione preemptively went over to lock the compartment door before sitting down across from the boys. Smiling at her, Harry held out his right hand into the void between them, and the other two followed suit, placing their hands upon his. I'll keep your secrets if you keep mine. I'll keep your secrets if you keep mine. I'll keep your secrets if you keep mine. Harry nodded. I suppose you both know that I've been researching magical oaths all summer. Yes, Theo drawled, that and potions. You've done little else, or at least, that's what your letters would have me believe. Harry smiled sheepishly. Yes, well, I've rather enjoyed it, and potions are a necessity, really. Anyway, I would like us to conduct an experiment. Both his companions looked at him in surprise. You've mastered one of the spells already. Hermione exclaimed, unable to completely keep the envy out of her voice. Well, that's what we're about to find out. There's not really anything to master, though, it's really quite a simple spell, provided you have the correct instruments. He paused. Muffaliato. Responding to their puzzled looks as he stood up to close the curtains of the compartment, he said by way of explanation, privacy charm. Theo frowned. You cast that every night before you go to sleep. Yes, well, I do like my privacy while I'm unconscious. Meanwhile, Hermione looked very excited. Will you teach me? Harry smiled. Sure, but another time. Right now. Theo, do you have it? Reluctantly, Theo nodded, and reached into his bag, pulling out a small black box. Linnea, he said, and it snapped open, revealing a small black quill. Hermione looked on in puzzlement. A quill. Theo nodded. It's called a blood quill. It's an illegal dark artifact, Harry put in. Hermione's eyes snapped open wide. Harry James Potter. Hermione, it's just for an experiment, Harry interrupted firmly. All it does is use some of your blood to write something. That's literally all it does. And yes, I'm sure that's all it does. I've done my research. Then, why is it illegal? She asked, frowning. It doesn't sound all too horrible to me. It's not like you need a magical object to write in blood. A knife and regular quill could do the same, right? Is writing in blood illegal in the wizarding world or something? That's rather silly, if you ask me. Theo snorted. You know, Granger, the more I get to know you, the more I like you. She scowled at him. It's not illegal to write in blood, or at least, I don't think so. He looked at Theo, who shook his head, but for some reason it's called a dark artifact. It's probably because it's technically cursed. So, it's illegal because of a technicality. Hermione asked incredulously. Yes, Theo said, that's the Ministry of Magic, for you. Anyway, Harry said, having one of these really simplifies the whole magical oath process. This way we don't need to waste time and magic on long incantations and complicated wand movements, foolish wand waving, as Professor Snape might say. Hermione nodded slowly. That makes sense. And Theo was kind enough to let us borrow this. You can keep it, Theo offered, think of it as a late birthday present. Harry's eyes widened, and he threw his arms around Theo with practiced precision, while his friend went stiff in his arms. Thank you so much. Theo awkwardly patted Harry on the back, and Harry could not help but be a little disappointed that the hug was still awkward even after all his practicing. It's no problem, really. It was just collecting dust in my father's study. Does he know you took it? Harry asked curiously. No. Indeed. Anyway, Harry began, if you're both up for it. Seeing their nods, he continued, I'd like to try something called a pen promise. Apparently, it's the basis for some anti-cheating spells and the like. The idea is that someone writes down a secret on a piece of paper, and the secret keepers sign their names underneath, and after the secret sharer says an incantation, the secret keepers are prevented from being able to write that sentence or a grammatical variation of it, like, changed around prepositions, or change in tense, introduction of adjectives and adverbs, stuff like that. How does it prevent you from writing something? Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. Like with most similar oaths, apparently you're physically incapable of it. I figure that can be part of the experiment. Anyway, if we use the blood quill, the incantation is pretty simple, and we can cast it right here. The other two nodded slowly. So, Theo said, "What, do we all just think of a secret to share, and take turns?" Harry nodded, and pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket. "You know my diary. It has something called a protean charm on it. I can rip out pages, and what I write on the ripped out pages appears in the diary." Hermione gasped. "That's brilliant. When did you learn to cast that?" Well, I actually got the diary with it already cast on it. Apparently it's a newt level charm, so a bit above my skill level." Hermione deflated at that. "Oh, I'm working on it though." Hermione smiled hopefully. "Anyway, we can write the secrets on this paper, and it will be transferred to my diary for safekeeping. To nullify the spell, I just have to find the right page in my diary and burn it out." The other two nodded, leaving him feeling quite relieved. He had been hoping that neither one of them would insist on caring for the written oaths themselves, because while he trusted them, he didn't want any of his secrets at the bottom of one of their trunks. "So, shall I go first?" When the other two nodded eagerly, he picked up the blood quill and wrote, "Harry Potter is a Parselmouth." Trying not to wince from the sharp pain in his skull, he handed the page over to Hermione, whose jaw dropped. "You are." Harry nodded. Curiously, Theo looked over at the page, and smirked smugly. "I already knew that." Hermione scowled at him. "But how, Harry? I thought only the descendants of Salazar Slytherin can speak Parseltongue. Or, are you?" "Maybe," Harry said, "it's kind of hard to know, what with the time lapse, and everything. But yes, I can speak to snakes. And it's a secret, so don't go telling people. I could be in a lot of trouble if you do." Hermione frowned. "Why? A lot of people would get the wrong idea, Hermione." Voldemort. Theo flinched. Was a Parselmouth too, and a lot of people make incorrect assumptions about the skill. The oath will keep you from writing anything, but you have to swear you won't say anything about it either. Her face softened. "Of course, Harry." Without hesitation, she signed her name below the page, wincing a bit at the pain. She handed the paper and quill to Theo, who did the same and handed it to Harry. Harry drew his wand, non-scriber. And with that, the red scripted promise faded into nothing. "It's still there, well, rather, in one of the pages of my diary. Now," Harry said, "a simple Revelio charm will reveal it, but only if I, the secret sharer, cast it." "Your turn, Theo." Theo hesitated before taking the paper and the quill, but steeling himself, he resolutely wrote down his secret. Theo Knott's father, Thaddeus Knott, was a Death Eater. Upon seeing it, Hermione gasped. "Malfoy's father was too," Theo said defensively. "Besides, it's not like I agree with him or anything. I'm friends with the bloody boy who lived, after all." Hermione seemed satisfied with that, but seemed uneasy when it came to her turn. "I don't really have any secrets." Theo scowled at her. "You can't back out now, Granger." "We won't judge," Harry said softly. "This is an exercise in trust, all of this is. If we can't trust each other, who can we trust? That's the point of all this. That's the point of our pledge." Hermione nodded, resolved, and took a deep breath as she scribbled down. "Hermione Granger has a crush on Kayla Martins." Harry's eyebrows went up when he saw the statement. "The waitress. Oh, I suppose that explains, right? She's pretty, I guess." Meanwhile, Theo scowled. "That's a muggle, isn't it? You have a crush on a muggle." Hermione looked at him, outraged. "That's what you're upset over. Look, Granger, I don't care if you fancy girls. I happen to fancy girls too, and unless Harry's over here's queer, then we've all got that in common. But muggles," he scoffed. Hermione was gaping as he signed his name. Harry stifled a laugh as he signed his name and handed the page back to Hermione, who performed the spell. Meanwhile, Harry took the blood quill back and placed it in its little black box. "Can I change the password?" he asked curiously. Theo nodded, and tapped the box twice. "When you're ready." Grinning, Harry hissed, "Open." The box clicked, and he looked up to see his friends staring at him with undisguised fascination. "Oh, it sounds brilliant," squealed Hermione. "Go on, then, say something else. Something like this." She was grinning stupidly at this point, and Theo, despite looking slightly uneasy, seemed to be quite excited by the sound as well. "How does it work? Do the snakes just understand you?" Harry nodded. "I don't really know how it works, though. Do you have to learn new words?" Harry shook his head. "I just know it. It's hard to explain, but it's more natural than speaking English, even. It just kind of flows. Hermione looked incredibly happy. Oh, you'll have to show me so much more. I want to see you talk to a real snake. Ooh, can you cast spells in Parseltongue? I don't know, actually. I'll have to try sometime. Hermione nodded avidly, and he took the piece of paper from her, folding it and placing it between the pages of his diary. He hesitated before placing it in the pocket of his robe. I know you're putting a lot of trust in me by letting me be the one to keep it. We trust you, they both said at once. Harry smiled bashfully. I'm honored to have your trust, really, I am. The other two looked a bit awkward, at his sincere confession. Oblivious to the awkwardness of his words, he asked, now, who wants to try breaking the oath? Hermione and Theo looked at each other reluctantly. Right, Harry said a moment later, I guess that leaves me. He retrieved a regular quill from his bag, and a plain piece of parchment and began to write Hermione's secret. Well, Hermione asked excitedly. I can't do it, Harry said, amazed. I try to move my hand to write the words, and it doesn't work, my hand just goes stiff and feels a bit numb. Hermione's eyes were sparkling with an excitement. Excellent. Theo nodded with her. I'm impressed. Harry nodded, satisfied. Now, onto our second order of business, shall we finalize our plans for the year? The other two nodded in agreement, and Hermione spoke up first. I certainly think we should focus on finishing the occlumency training. Harry smiled. Finishing what we started, I like the sound of that. I trust you both have been practicing over the summer. Hermione nodded avidly, but Theo looked at them sheepishly. Sporadically. It's okay, Theo, we'll be patient, Harry said kindly, even if you need to catch up a bit, though, by my estimates, we really only need another month or two of practicing together. As long as you keep practicing on your own, I think you'll both be able to say that you occlude quite effectively. His two friends looked very pleased, and Hermione had retrieved a notebook and was beginning to write things down. So, by November, you think? Harry nodded. And on the subject of meditating, Theo spoke up, I was thinking it might be worthwhile to look at researching human transfiguration. Hermione looked excited at that. You mean, to become Animagi? Precisely. From what I know, meditation is a big part of the early stages. And I've heard it can take years, so why not start early? That could be fun, Harry said thoughtfully. We should start that right after we finish working on our occlumency together. Hermione, do you think you could do a bit of research ahead of time? She grinned. Of course. Also, Harry said, I have a list of spells I want to teach you, and we should continue dueling practice, at least once a week, I should think. The other two nodded. I'll join you, Hermione said, but on the condition that you do more than blow each other up. Honestly, it's ridiculous. You say you want to learn dark magic, but practically all you've done is learn how to make things explode. Theo grinned, and Harry looked bashful, yet thoughtful. I have a couple of bone-breaking curses. Not that you need those, Theo snarked. And slashing curses on my list, a couple of defingering curses too, he said contemplatively. His friends looked a bit green at that. But, he amended, we probably shouldn't use those in duels. That's probably for the best, Theo said with a slight shiver. Where did you even get spells like that? Hermione asked with a frown. That's definitely not in any of our school books. Harry grinned subtly. I may have gotten my hands on a copy of Magic Most Evil. Hermione looked shocked, while Theo looked incredibly jealous. Harry, isn't it illegal to own a personal copy of it? Harry laughed lightly. Kind of like it's illegal to own a blood quill. Hermione grimaced. Seriously, though, how did you manage that? Theo asked. I got it at Borgin and Burke's. Theo gaped at him. You've been to Borgin and Burke's? Well, yes. It's quite an exciting place. I rather liked it. I hope I can return next summer. Hermione glanced rapidly between them. What's Borgin and Burke's? Magical black market storefront, Theo said casually, leaving Hermione to gape. Meanwhile, Harry blinked. Oh, so that's what it is. Theo looked at him in amusement. You didn't even know what it was. Nope. Merlin, Harry, you really do have a death wish. Hermione scowled. I agree, Harry. You shouldn't go wandering into shady places like that. It's not good for your health. We worry about you enough as it is. Harry waved them off. I was perfectly safe, it's fine. Oh, and I got something else too. He reached into his bag and pulled out the skull he had purchased. It's kind of cute, right? I named it Billy. Theo stared at him in pure bewilderment, and something between incredulity and disgust had crawled onto Hermione's face. Is that a skull? Harry nodded avidly. With mysterious markings all over it. I found it in a display case at Borgin and Burke's. A human skull. Yep. A baby skull. Probably, given the size. And, why would you buy something like that? Hermione asked very slowly. Well, it's rather neat, I think. Besides, I've always wanted to meet someone named Billy, now I have. Hermione grimaced. Well, yes, you can put it away now. Harry obeyed contritely. Theo cleared his throat, trying to dispel the awkwardness. So, you've started reading Magic Most Evil, then? A look of excitement came over Harry's face. Oh yes, and I discovered these two curses that have mysteriously similar wand movements but drastically different incantations. I'd have though it would be the opposite, because one pulls out your fingernails, and the other dissolves them. And the incantations are polar opposite. Completely different grammatical structure. Isn't that interesting? There was no reply. Harry grinned sheepishly. I'm just really interested in the interaction between wand movements and incantations in spellcrafting. Hermione was gaping at him at this point. But Theo just shook his head. You're so weird. I know. Poor Hermione looked like she might burst into tears. Now, Theo said abruptly, coming to Hermione's rescue, what's this about house elves? Harry started. Oh, yes, Dobby, the Malfoys, house elf, came to visit me this summer. Theo stared at him, bewildered, while Hermione's shock turned into a frown. What's a house elf? A South Avenue, basically, Harry said bluntly. Hermione gaped at him. They're little creatures, about 2 or 3 feet tall, who are bound to a wizard family. They cook and clean and stuff. Hermione looked aghast. And this is common. Who do you think cooks all the food at Hogwarts? Theo asked with a raised eyebrow. Avs do. They're not really Avs, Theo put in, they just don't get paid. That's Avery. They like it, if that makes you feel any better. How can they like it? Both Harry and Theo shrugged, causing Hermione's face to twist into an expression of outrage. That's horrible. Horrible. Anyway, Theo said, what's this about Dobby visiting you? Hermione scowled at him. Well, Harry said delicately, he claimed that terrible things are going to happen at Hogwarts this year. You mean, more terrible than last year, Theo said humorously. Apparently, Harry said, causing Theo's mouth to fall open. You did say Malfoy visited you a few times this summer, and that means your fathers were visiting, right? So I was wondering, maybe they had something to talk about. I think this might be part of it, maybe. Or it could be completely unrelated. That too. Well, what sort of things are going to happen? Hermione interjected. Well, that's the thing, he didn't really say. I just figure he overheard something. The Malfoys might have nothing to do with it, but they know someone who does, and Dobby thought it sounded dangerous enough that he needed to warn me. Hermione scowled. You just can't stay out of trouble, can you, Harry? Apparently not. Hermione's scowl deepened. Now, last order of business, Harry said, eagerly changing the topic, names. Names. Yes, names. Don't you think it's high time you two started calling each other by your proper names, now? What with all the covert operations and secret society and everything? Both of his friends looked thoughtful at that. Theo. Hermione tried. Hermione, Theo agreed. Harry. Harry chirped, earning exasperated eye rolls. Harry smiled brightly at Hortense Roland, who was walking past him as he sat down at the Slytherin table beside Theo. Congratulations on making head girl, he said happily. The brunette came to a halt and smiled back at him. Why, thank you, Harry. How was your summer? Oh, terribly dull, he said, I'm glad it's over. The prefect looked amused at that. You might be missing it in a few weeks' time. Harry's smile tightened. I doubt it. The older girl rolled her eyes. You stay out of trouble. Yes, ma'am. Terribly dull, Terrence Higgs spoke up from the other side of the table. I hope you didn't slack off, because the rest of us were practicing all summer. Harry smiled sheepishly. I don't own a broom, Higgs. The other boy gaped at him. You don't own a broom. You're the bloody boy who lived. How can the boy who lived, youngest seeker in a century, not have his own broom? Harry's smile turned wry. My guardians aren't too keen on them. Ooh, your mysterious guardians, Davis said as she also sat down on his left side. Who did you say they were again? I didn't. Parkinson scoffed at him. Come on, Potter, don't you think this mysterious act is getting a bit old? It's not an act, Harry said earnestly, I just don't want to talk about it. It's really quite simple. Well, I think mysterious works for you, Greengrass put in. Parkinson scowled. You would. Maybe you should come clean, Potter, Davis said, people might get the wrong impression. Like you have something to hide. Lay off him, will you? Theo spoke up with a scowl. If he's hiding something he has a good reason for it. Davis's eyebrows went up. You know something we don't, Theo. Wouldn't you like to know? I would. Well, I, personally, would rather know where Potter spends his leisure time, in the summer. It was Draco Malfoy who spoke, drawing everyone's immensely surprised stares to him. This was the first time they'd seen him engage Harry in conversation, even if only indirectly, since last October. I wonder what kind of company he keeps, what kind of places he visits, Malfoy drawled with a glint in his eye. Harry looked him in the eye, his face blank. Oh yes, and while we're at it, we can talk about where your father's been running his errands. Selling, did he say? Malfoy went white at that, and he looked away, clearly realizing his mistake. Davis sighed dramatically. I feel like we've just witnessed some masterful blackmailing, everyone. Perhaps we owe Harry an applause. Malfoy glared at her. Harry laughed uneasily. You owe me nothing of the sort. No blackmail going on here, just trying to stay out of trouble, is all. Parkinson scoffed at him. You, stay out of trouble. Harry frowned, recalling Hermione's words. Why is that so hard to believe? Says the youngest Seeker in a century, Davis pointed out. How did that happen, again? Catching Longbottom's remember all, was it? Let's not forget the Mudblood and the Troll incident, Zabini said under his breath. Parkinson scowled darkly. Who could forget that? And then, Davis said with a grin, there was the Philosopher's Stone. With that, Parkinson set her infamously prissy glare on Harry. What was that anyway, Potter? You never did explain yourself. Why in Merlin's name would you care if a stupid stone got stolen? Awfully Gryffindorish, if you ask me. I didn't, Harry said quietly. What? He rolled his eyes. I didn't go after the stone, he said, that's the cover story Professor Dumbledore made up. Everyone's eyes went wide. Cover story. Greengrass said with relish. Davis rose an eyebrow. Then what were you up to? Professor Quirrell, Harry said simply. I wanted to speak with Professor Quirrell. Everyone went silent at that, suddenly understanding the implication. So you weren't being brave, Parkinson finally said, you were being stupid. Harry smiled. Perhaps. You really are an idiot, Potter, the girl continued derisively. A moment later she was hit in the face by a spoonful of peas. Theo. Harry sighed. I'm surprised I don't have a headache. Oh, I would have thought you'd be upset about my decision to come clean about the Philosopher's Stone to the Slytherins. Tom quirked an eyebrow. And you did it anyway. Harry had the decency to look ashamed at that. Dumbledore already knows. There's no point in keeping it a secret at the expense of your reputation. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. However, don't think I've forgotten your little oath. Harry Potter is a Parselmouth. You stupid, stupid child. Harry grimaced. Theo already knew. But the Mudblood didn't. Hermione won't tell anyone, Tom. His friends scowled at him. And how could you possibly know that? If she didn't say anything about the Dursleys, she won't say anything about this. How does that follow? They're completely unrelated. His reflection hissed at him. That's not the point. Then enlighten me, Harry, Tom said sarcastically, what is the point? The point is that Hermione has no reason to betray me. She also has no reason not to betray you. That's not true. She values my trust. You're what? Tom said incredulously. I trust Hermione, Tom. She's done nothing to earn our trust. Tom said angrily, and Harry could feel his scar starting to burn. He rubbed his scar. Except keeping my secrets, except being my friend. Neither of which should earn her your trust. Harry frowned. What else could I possibly ask of her? Tom narrowed his eyes. Would she be willing to kill for you? Die for you? Harry's eyes widened, and he sputtered for a moment. I don't want her to do either of those things. Tom stared at him, eyes cold. A time will come, Harry, when you will require that kind of loyalty, and nothing less than that kind of loyalty should win your trust. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I don't want anyone to be killed because of me. I don't want anyone to die for me, he said quietly. That will change. Does it really have to? Tom's red eyes flickered. Yes. Harry stared at the girl standing behind him, in front of the Slytherin table, a first-year Ravenclaw with dazed blue eyes and dishwater owned hair. You're remarkably Raxpert-free, she was saying in a soft, sparrow-like voice. Despite her mellifluous tone, he had to frown at that. He really had no idea what it meant. Is that a good thing? Oh, yes, quite. Well, that was a relief. Oh, all right then. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. I'm Luna, by the way, Luna Lovegood. It's a pleasure to meet you, Luna. I'm Harry Potter. Oh, I know. He blinked. Oh, farewell, Harry Potter. May we meet again. He blinked again. Well, seeing as we're both Hogwarts students, I'd say that's pretty likely. Quite. And with that, the girl skipped off, a dreamy smile on her face. Well, Theo said, swallowing a piece of bacon, that one makes you look sane. Harry frowned. I am sane. He wasn't he? In response, Theo patted him on the back. You keep telling yourself that. Harry sighed as he placed some apple slices on his plate. For less than 2 minutes was he allowed to eat in peace. Harry. Theo said, you've got another one. Curiously, Harry turned around and saw a tiny, mousy-haired boy who he'd seen trying on the Sorting Hat the night before, staring at him as though transfixed by his very presence. He was clutching what looked to be a Muggle camera in his trembling hands, and the moment Harry looked at him, his face went bright red. All right, Harry. I'm Colin Creevey, he said breathlessly, taking a tentative step forward. I'm in Gryffindor, it's my first year. Do you think, would it be all right if, can I have a picture? He said, raising the camera hopefully. A picture. Harry echoed blankly. So I can prove I've met you, Creevey eagerly explained, edging further forwards as he gained some confidence from Harry's acknowledgement of his presence. I know all about you. Everyone's told me. About how you survived when you know who tried to kill you and how he disappeared and everything and how you've still got a lightning scar on your forehead. His eyes shamelessly swept across Harry's hairline. And a boy in my dormitory said if I develop the film in the right potion, the pictures'll move. Creevey then drew a shuddering breath of excitement as a shiver racked his frame, and kept on going, it's brilliant here, isn't it? I never knew all the odd stuff I could do was magic till I got the letter from Hogwarts. My dad's a milkman, he couldn't believe it either. So I'm taking loads of pictures to send home to him. And it'd be really good if I had one of you. He looked imploringly at Harry. Maybe your friend could take it and I could stand next to you. And then, could you sign it? Harry glanced at Theo, who stuck his nose up in the air. Not a chance. Meanwhile, the girls were doing a very poor job of covertly scoffing at the boy. Parkinson might have coughed, mudblood, under her breath. Harry sighed. I'm afraid, Creevey, that there's been a misunderstanding. There's nothing particularly special about me. Not yet, anyway. Your scar was given to me when my parents were murdered. I don't particularly like it. Creevey's face fell, at that. If you want a picture of someone, why don't you try Professor Dumbledore? He's got his own chocolate frog card, you know. Creevey's eyes went wide. Really? Or smiled mischievously, you know. Professor Snape has actually invented quite a few potions. He's rather famous in his own right. Creevey's eyes went even wider. Really? Harry nodded with a smile. Don't tell him I said that, though. I'm afraid he'll be very embarrassed. Okay, thanks Harry. Harry blinked as the tiny boy ran off toward the staff table. He turned back to the table to see a number of wicked grins. Greengrass was nearly cackling. You're evil, she breathed. Davis snickered beside her. Honestly, you're a terrible person. Harry scowled. Just this once, someone else can suffer for bothering me. He looked over his shoulder to find Creevey being shooed away from the staff table by an irate Professor McGonagall. Professor Snape, in the meantime, was boring holes into the boy with his trademark death glare. Better be careful, Potter, Parkinson snarked, you're starting to act like a Slytherin. He frowned. I am a Slytherin. That's what you think. I think this is the first time I've seen you screw with anyone, Potter. Harry pursed his lips. Yes, and I'm starting to feel a bit bad about it. Parkinson made a great show of rolling her eyes, and Greengrass looked at him fiercely. He had it coming to him, Harry, the little twit. Theo nodded absently, he makes you look sane too, he pointed out. I guess this year got all the crazies. Harry's frown deepened. Do you really think I'm crazy? Theo sobered a bit, at that. No, I'm just teasing you. You're not crazy, you're just a little odd. Well, I think you're crazy, Parkinson said from across the table. Theo scowled at her. Nobody asked you, Parkinson. HMPH, she said daintily, sticking her nose in the air. Harry plopped one last grape in his mouth. We should get going, or we'll be late for herbology. Greengrass scowled darkly as she rose to her feet. I swear, if I break a nail my first day again. Harry frowned. If you don't want them to break, then you should trim them shorter, Greengrass. Greengrass's expression did a 180 and she smiled sweetly at Harry. Call me Daphne, Harry. Right, she'd said that before, he just kept forgetting. Theo smirked. Yeah, Daphne, maybe you should just trim your nails. She scoffed at him. That's Greengrass to you, Theo, if you're going to be an ass. Whatever you say, Daphne. Daphne Greengrass hated herbology, and was very vocal about it. Herbology wasn't Harry's favorite subject, either. Not even close, actually. Professor Sprout was a lovely woman, of course, but the subject reminded Harry a bit too much of gardening, which was fine at the Dursleys, but he wasn't too keen on doing it at Hogwarts. He had better things to do. And at least Aunt Petunia's plants never screamed at him. Still, the mandrake roots were kind of cute, in their own frightening way. Predictably, though, the lesson ended with points lost for Slytherin. 7 hells. My F. King Nail. Miss Greengrass. I will not have language like that in my class. 5 points from Slytherin. Yeah, suffice it to say herbology wasn't what he'd been looking forward to all summer. No, what Harry was really looking forward to was Transfiguration, the single most challenging subject taught at Hogwarts, second perhaps only to potions. Harry loved Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall had a lot to do with this. The woman was stern, tough, and did not tolerate nonsense, but Harry appreciated that, and he thought the Scottish Transfiguration professor had a soft spot for him. The theory behind this exercise is exceedingly complex. I will not be testing you on it, but I do expect you to do the readings. And speaking of complex theory, I trust you have all had the chance to look over the readings I assigned at the beginning of the summer. The first spell we are learning is a direct consequence of Thriver's theory of base animate transfiguration and the related methods outlined in section 4 of chapter 1. This spell, simply put, transforms beetles into buttons. Now, perhaps a demonstration is in order. Mr. Potter, I trust you have already attempted this spell. Harry stifled a grin. Yes, Professor. Excellent. Why don't you demonstrate for the class? Like Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall liked to call on him in class, often to answer questions and demonstrate spells that they had yet to learn. Unlike Professor Snape, however, she did so without the desire to trip Harry up. After a few classes, the professor had taken notice of Harry's interest in her subject, and seemed quite pleased by it. She'd also noticed Harry's propensity for working ahead of the class, and Harry could swear that sometimes she called on him just to give him a chance to show off. Despite the fact that he'd never failed her, she congratulated him on every success, which made him feel very pleased. Tom never bothered to congratulate him when he expected him to succeed, well, ever, really. Impeccable as always, Mr. Potter. Well done. 5 points to Slytherin. Now, wands out everyone. We will practice the wand movements first. I can't believe I'm friends with a teacher's pet, Theo whispered to him when he sat down. Harry smiled shyly. Truth be told, he didn't mind being a teacher's pet, if it was for Professor McGonagall. Theo frowned as he practiced the wand movement. How do you hold your wrist again? Harry reached over and seized Theo's hand, turning it over and bending the wrist at just the right angle. Like that. Harry, can you help me with my wrist too? Daphne whispered, voice saccharine, behind him. Daphne. Parkinson hissed at her. What? He could hear the pout in the bee-owned girl's voice. Yes. Theo whispered hoarsely beside him, having accomplished a partially successful transfiguration. A small black button with short, stubby legs was skittering over the top of his desk. Harry was about to congratulate him, when a small explosion sounded across the classroom. Again, Mr. Finnegan. Sorry, ma'am. As Harry looked over their schedule for the day, he vaguely registered Theo shoveling more food onto his plate. For a Slytherin, the boy wasn't very subtle sometimes. So, what do we have next? Defense against the dark arts. With Professor Lockhart, Bulstrode said dreamily beside him. He heard Zabini scoff at her from the other side of the table. Parkinson glared at him. Do you have something to say, Zabini? Instead of answering her, he turned to Harry. I assume you've already done the readings, Potter. Harry looked up from his timetable. Yes, a couple of weeks ago. The other boy raised an eyebrow. And Harry folded his timetable and placed it in between the pages of the fourth-year potions text he had in his other hand, which was promptly plucked out of his hand by Theo. Eat. Harry nodded in acquiescence, before turning back to Zabini. I read all the assigned books, so I feel like I have a fairly solid impression of the material. And Zabini said impatiently. And it's, well, rubbish, I suppose you could say, he said as he obediently started to clean off his plate. Rubbish. Parkinson nearly shrieked. Harry swallowed the apple slice in his mouth. Yeah, you know, rubbish, claptrap, codswallop, hogwash, nonsense. Zabini pointedly ignored the girl's sounds of protest and looked smugly at Harry. What makes you say that? They're children's books, not textbooks. I read them, of course, but they really weren't worth my time. I don't plan on looking at them again, he concluded simply. Zabini smirked at him, seemingly pleased by his answer. Harry suddenly got the feeling that he'd just been used to prove a point. Meanwhile, Bulstrode was staring at him, face-stricken. How can you say something like that? Harry shrugged. Quite easily, I assure you. Self-important half-blood, Parkinson was muttering under her breath. Harry sighed. Just you wait. You'll agree. I give it a week, tops. Not bloody likely. Malfoy, who was sitting beside her, was looking at her in annoyance. Anyway, Davis said beside him, sounding a little bit irritated herself, class is in 5 minutes, let's go. Harry was a bit apprehensive about the whole thing, to be honest. He was fairly certain that Professor Lockhart wasn't possessed by Voldemort or anything, but just looking at the man made him feel a bit queasy. There was something about the bee-owned, constantly smiling professor that rubbed him the wrong way, though he wasn't quite sure why. Tom seemed to think that the man was just a fraud, and just last night had been cursing Dumbledore for hiring yet another incompetent fool, a veritable muggle with magic, to teach them. Harry was reserving judgment for now, but that didn't mean he wasn't worried about the whole thing. Professor Lockhart was waiting for them when they arrived at the classroom, and once the whole class was seated, the bee-owned man, dressed in silk, periwinkle blue robes, cleared his throat loudly and yet delicately, and the entire classroom was hushed at once. He reached forward, picked up Neville Longbottom's copy of Travels with Trolls and held it up to show his own, winking portrait on the front. Me, he said, pointing at it and winking as well. Harry figured that they were supposed to be impressed by this. Unfortunately, it would take a bit more than a picture on a book to impress him. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League and 5 times winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her. He waited for them to laugh. A few people smiled weakly. Harry was not one of them. He looked pointedly over at Parkinson, who scowled at him. I see you've all bought a complete set of my books, well done. Excellent. So far, they were being appreciated for their ability to read their book list and go shopping. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in. While he spoke, he made his way along the columns of desks, placing test papers on everyone's desks as he did. Once he finished, he returned to the front of the class and said with a flourish, "You have 30 minutes. Start now." Harry looked down at his paper and started to read. He almost wished he hadn't. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? On and on it went, over 3 sides of paper, right down to 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Now, Harry was faced with an impossible decision here. Would he sink to the level of answering these inane questions, with the answers that had been unfortunately burned into his memory? Or would he have a bit of self-respect, and refuse to participate in this rubbish? His perfect record or his self-respect? In the end, he decided on a mixture of the two. 1. Professor Lockhart's favorite color is lilac. 2. If I wrote it down, it wouldn't be secret. I believe writing down other people's secrets is morally questionable, and therefore I'll refrain from doing so out of respect for Professor Lockhart. 3. Accepting a teaching post at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. All the way down to 54. Gilderoy Lockhart was born January 26, 1964 and desires what everyone do, happiness. I think that happiness would be an ideal gift for anyone. This way, well, he probably wouldn't fail, but he still was not stooping quite as low as was possible. Half an hour later, Professor Lockhart collected in the papers and sat down at his desk, crossing his legs as he began to rifle through the written tests. Tut, tut, hardly any of you remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I say so in year with a Yeti. And a few of you need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully. I clearly state in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift would be harmony between all magic and non-magic peoples. Harry almost snorted at that. Yes, that was likely. He could feel Tom scoffing in the back of his mind. Though I wouldn't say no to a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. The B-owned man gave them another roguish wink. So their professor was a ditz and an alcoholic. Harry glanced around the classroom. Theo was staring at the professor with a glint in his eye that could only be interpreted as horror by one who knew him well. In fact, all the male Slytherins were staring at him with some degree of disgust, though most of them were doing a good job of tempering it. The girls, however, seemed unfazed. The Gryffindors were not doing so well, though. Ron was now staring at Lockhart with an unmistakable expression of disbelief on his face. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, who were sitting in the front of the classroom, were shaking with silent laughter. Hermione, on the other hand, was listening to Lockhart with rapt attention, and gave a start when he mentioned her name. But Miss Hermione Granger knew my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and market my own range of hair care potions, good girl. In fact, he flipped her paper over, full marks. Where is Miss Hermione Granger? Hermione raised a trembling hand. Meanwhile, Harry looked on in abject horror. How could Hermione Granger, the most reasonable, clever witch he'd ever met, be taken in by this buffoon? What sort of dark magic was this? For a dunderheaded ditz to so easily deceive every witch in the room, how was it possible? Surely they weren't all stupid. He knew that wasn't true. Some sort of ephemeral confundus charm that only worked on females. Excellent, beamed Lockhart. Quite excellent. Take 10 points for Gryffindor. And so, to business. Finally, he bent down behind his desk and lifted a large, covered cage onto it. Now, be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm. In spite of himself, Harry leaned around his pile of books for a better look at the cage. Professor Lockhart placed a hand on the cover. Thomas and Finnegan had stopped laughing now, and Neville was cowering in his front row seat. His fellow Slytherin boys looked mildly amused and somewhat interested at this point. I must ask you not to scream, their professor whispered in a low voice. It might provoke them. As the whole class, well, half the class, held its breath, Professor Lockhart whipped off the cover with a flourish. Yes, he said dramatically. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Malfoy looked like he was having a lot of trouble not making a sound, but Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter which even Professor Lockhart couldn't mistake for a shriek of terror. Yes, he smiled at the boy, his smile looking somewhat strained. Well, they're not very dangerous, are they? Finnegan choked out. Don't be so sure, said Lockhart, waggling a finger annoyingly at Finnegan. Devilishly tricky little blighters they can be. The pixies were a bright blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a crowd of angry mice arguing. The moment the cover had been removed, they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and pulling bizarre faces at the people nearest to them. Right then, Lockhart said loudly, "Let's see what you make of them." Harry didn't have time to react before the idiot at the front of the room opened the cage. It was dreadful, absolutely dreadful. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets on New Year's Eve. 2 of them seized Neville by the ears and lifted him into the air, while several others shot straight through the window, showering the back row with broken glass. The rest proceeded to wreak havoc on their innocent classroom, which really hadn't done anything wrong. The poor thing was being practically ripped to shreds. They grabbed ink bottles and sprayed the class with them, shredded books and test papers, tore pictures from the walls, knocked the waste bin over, grabbed bags and books and threw them out of the smashed window. Within minutes, half the class had crawled under their desks while poor Neville swung from the candelabra in the ceiling. "Come on now, round them up, they're only pixies," Professor Lockhart shouted merrily. Harry scowled viciously. Oblivious to his glare, the professor rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand and bellowed, "Pescipixie Pesternoni." Predictably, the spell had absolutely no effect, and one of the pixies proceeded to seize Lockhart's wand and threw it out of the window, to boot. Disarmed by a pixie, Professor Lockhart gulped and dived under his own desk, narrowly avoiding being squashed by Neville, who fell a second later as the candelabra gave way. Then, thank all that is holy, the bell rang and there was a mad rush towards the exit. Ron Weasley decisively slammed the door shut behind him once everyone had managed to escape. "Can you believe him?" the redhead roared. "He just wants to give us some hands-on experience," said Hermione snippily, nearly causing Harry to fall over in horror. "Hermione, he didn't have a clue what he was doing," Harry tried. "Rubbish," Hermione retorted. "You've read his books, look at all those amazing things he's done." Harry nearly gaped. Pansy Parkinson was nodding in agreement. "He says he's done," Ron muttered. And as much as his fellow Slytherins disliked Ron, he knew they were all agreeing. Well, all the males were. Greenger Daphne, at the very least, looked conflicted. Meanwhile, Harry could not quite keep the scowl off his face. "Did it at all occur to you that his books are exactly what they look like?" "And what's that?" "Fiction." Hermione glared at him, along with the other girls in the group. "You're just jealous he didn't compliment your work in class." That might have been the first time Parkinson was truly happy about Hermione beating Harry at anything. Harry grimaced, and could not help but feel a bit disappointed at her response. "Is that really what you think, Hermione?" She faltered a bit, at that. Harry sighed and turned to the boys standing behind him. "Well, I've been thoroughly traumatized. I'll be in the library for the next 3 hours, if anyone needs me." And with that, he marched off, eager to restore some order back into his life. "Wait," he heard Theo calling as he ran after him. "I'll come with." Harry blinked in surprise. "Okay. Can you believe that man?" Theo was saying as he fell into step with Harry, unleashing a cage full of pixies. "What did he expect us to do with them anyway?" Harry shrugged. "I honestly doubt he thought through it that far." Theo scoffed. "Incompetent. Even worse than Quirrell." "Well, Professor Quirrell wasn't actually incompetent, he was just pretending to be." "You think?" "Oh, definitely, you should have seen him down in the dungeons, he made a fine villain, actually." "Huh, you don't say." "Oh, I do indeed." At that moment, a flash of red flew past them, running into Harry and causing a pile of books to tumble down to his feet. Once he'd steadied himself, Harry looked down to find the youngest Weasley child shakily rising to her feet, hair bright red and frazzled. He reached down to pick up her books. Ginny Weasley, right, Ron's sister. Her eyes were wide and she was staring at him like a deer caught in headlights. "It's nice too." He paused when he noticed one of the books she had dropped, a ratty old diary that looked suspiciously like his own, suspiciously like Tom's replica. He frowned. "Where did you get that diary? It looks an awful lot like one I have." At that, she paled drastically, ripping the book out of his hands and running off. "I'm telling you," Theo said beside him, "this year got all the crazy ones." Harry tried not to show his discomfort. "Yeah, you may be right." Thankfully, the rest of the walk to the library passed without incident. Once they got there, Theo immediately turned to Harry. "So, what are we looking for?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know yet. All I know is that if I read any more potions my brain is going to either shrivel up or spontaneously combust." "Fair enough. Any ideas?" "Well, next year we choose electives, perhaps we should do some research concerning what we plan on taking." "I've heard divination is an easy O," Theo commented as he followed Harry into the stacks. "Indefinitely I won't be taking it." "What? Why?" Harry scowled. "Because it's complete nonsense. And if you have any sense at all you won't take it either." Theo's eyebrows rose. "All right then. I take it you're planning on ancient runes and arithmancy. Harry nodded. You should at the very least take ancient runes as well. It's a crucial ingredient in studying fields like warding or spellcrafting. He paused, and then chuckled a bit. Ingredients. I really have been reading too much potions. Theo rolled his eyes, before squinting and reaching to a shelf far above Harry's head. A broad introduction to runology with emphasis on Norse, Greek, Hebrew, and Sanskrit. Harry's eyes sparkled as he took the book out of Theo's hand. See, Theo said with a smirk, this is why you have to eat more. You need to grow big and tall so you can find the books meant for upper years. Harry scowled at him. You're not very subtle. I'm not trying to be. He brushed past Theo, sweeping down another aisle. I have a bad feeling about it, Harry said into Tom's mirror. Tom raised an eyebrow. About what? Ginny Weasley's diary. It looked an awful lot like yours. It was eerie. Tom's eyes glinted. Maybe it is. Mine. Harry frowned. I think I would have known if it was a Horcrux. Tom raised an eyebrow. It's very old, and has been dormant for a very long time. It's probably quite weak. You think it would be so weak it wouldn't even register as another Horcrux. You've never reacted to the Horcrux in the Room of Hidden Things. Wait, there's a Horcrux in there. Ravenclaw's lost diadem. It's hiding in there somewhere. It has been for the last 40 years. So, I might not be able to feel Horcruxes that haven't had any human contact for several decades. Perhaps. It's also possible that the shock from your encounter with my Master Soul left you temporarily less sensitive to my other Horcruxes. Then how do I know if the diary is actually your Horcrux? Tom smirked. Give it a few weeks. My younger self had a fairly one-track mind. Harry paled at that. You think he'd open the Chamber of Secrets? Oh, there is no doubt in my mind. If Ginny Weasley is in possession of my old diary, the Chamber of Secrets will be opened in due time. And then what? Harry asked cautiously. Well, we sit back and enjoy the show, I suppose. Harry grimaced, his stomach squirming. Harry stared on awkwardly as Wood and Flint argued. Flint. Wood bellowed at the Slytherin team captain. This is our practice time. We booked the pitch specially. You can clear off now. Plenty of room for all of us on this fine Saturday afternoon, Wood. Harry sighed. This was the part of Quidditch that he hated. The competitiveness, the testosterone. It was just so tedious. He had to feel a bit bad for the three girls on the Gryffindor team, what with all the male bravado they had to put up with. The Slytherin girls were constantly scoffing at the boys, well, the boys they didn't fancy, anyway, as though they were offended by their very existence. Harry couldn't imagine what Pansy Parkinson would be like if she had to participate in Quidditch practice. He shivered at the thought. I booked it. Ah, Flint said smugly, but I've got a specially signed note here from Professor Snape. He held up the note, flourishing it dramatically. I, Professor S. Snape, give the Slytherin team permission to practice today on the Quidditch pitch, owing to the need to train their new chaser. You've got a new chaser? Wood asked, frowning. Where? In response, Draco Malfoy sauntered pompously up to the much larger Gryffindor captain with his chin up and a smug smirk on his face. Aren't you Lucius Malfoy's son? Fred Weasley said warily, looking at Malfoy with dislike. Funny you should mention Draco's father, said Flint, as he and Malfoy grinned at each other conspiratorially. Several other players smirked along with them. Harry didn't smile. He resisted groaning out loud, though. This was going to turn out so well. Let me show you the generous gift he's made to the Slytherin team. Flint proudly held out his broomstick, and gestured to the others. 7 highly polished, brand new handles and 7 sets of fine gold lettering spelling the words, Nimbus 2001, graced the hands of the Slytherin team. Harry was honestly surprised that Mr. Malfoy had bought him a broom too, considering that he'd broken his son's leg last year. Actually, a year ago to date. It was Halloween, and the 3 o'clock air was crisp and tasting just a little bit bitter, perhaps owing to present company. Very latest model. Only came out last month, Flint was drawling carelessly, flicking a non-existent speck of dust from the end of his broom. I believe it outstrips the old 2000 series by a considerable amount. As for the old clean sweeps, he smiled nastily at Fred and George, who were both clutching clean sweep 5s, sweeps the board with them. It was getting really hard to not smother his face in his hands shamefully, and the more uncomfortable Harry got, the more Malfoy smirked. At this point he was smirking so broadly his gray eyes were reduced to slits. "Oh look," Flint commented suddenly, glancing to their right. "A pitch invasion." Sure enough, Ron and Hermione, who'd no doubt been watching Ron's brothers practice, were traipsing over the field to see what was going on. "What's happening?" Ron asked his brothers, glancing at Harry. "Why aren't you playing? And what's he doing here?" He was looking at Malfoy now, taking in his Slytherin Quidditch robes with a scowl. "I'm the new Slytherin chaser, Weasley," Malfoy returned self-importantly. "Everyone's just been admiring the brooms my father's bought our team." Ron gaped, open-mouthed, at the 7 superb-looking broomsticks in front of him. "Good, aren't they?" Malfoy said. "But perhaps the Gryffindor team will be able to raise some gold and get new brooms, too. You could raffle off those clean sweep 5s, I expect a museum would bid for them." Flint, Pusey, and Bull chuckled quite loudly at that. "At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in," Hermione retorted sharply. "They got in on pure talent." The self-satisfied smirk on Malfoy's face flickered away. "No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood," he spat at her nastily. "Excellent, just excellent. Just what they needed." Predictably, there was an instant uproar at his words. Flint had to dive in front of Malfoy to stop Fred and George jumping on him, while one of the Gryffindor girls shrieked, "How dare you!" Meanwhile, with a furious look on his face, Ron plunged his hand into his robes, pulled out his wand, yelling, "You'll pay for that one, Malfoy." As he pointed it fiercely under Flint's arm at Malfoy's face. "Eat." Immediately, Harry moved, panic fluttering in his chest as he rushed over to Ron and seized his wrist tightly with his hand. The redhead looked at him with betrayal in his eyes. Harry glanced over at Hermione, who was just looking rather puzzled and worried. Good, he thought to himself, she didn't know. Hexing him won't help anything, Ron, Harry said. You're just going to start a fight, someone could get hurt, like Hermione. He narrowed his eyes at Malfoy, who had paled a few shades. You don't have to worry about it, he said lowly, I'll talk to Malfoy later. We'll have a nice long chat. The Slytherin team, who still remembered Harry's display in the common room a year ago, was silent, and Higgs sent a pitying look Malfoy's way, while the own boy all but cowered behind Flint. The Gryffindors obviously didn't know what was happening, but reading the atmosphere, they stayed silent as well. Ron nodded curtly. Pleased that he had successfully diffused the situation, Harry let go of Ron's wrist and walked over to Hermione, pulling her into an embrace. Mudblood, he said loudly, means dirty blood. It's a vile, unkind term for muggle-born witches and wizards, a word that's tossed around far too much in my house. Malfoy was wrong to call you that, especially to your face. It was uncouth, cruel, and in poor taste, and I apologize on his behalf. With that, he abruptly turned on his heel. Flint, I don't need to be here for Malfoy's training, so I'm going to head back to the dungeons, and wait for you there. Flint quirked an eyebrow, looking very amused. Whatever you say, Potter. Harry nodded curtly and walked off, face pulled into a dark scowl. Stupid, cruel Malfoy, running his stupid, cruel mouth off. Harry, he heard Hermione calling from behind him. He slowed his pace so she could catch up with him. Thanks, she said breathlessly. Thanks for stopping Ron from doing something stupid. Since their argument on the first day of classes, they'd made up, and agreed to disagree on the subject of Gilderoy Lockhart. In the beginning, Harry had been worried that their unpleasant exchange outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom would put a damper on their plans. After all, Hermione really hadn't seemed too pleased with him, and he had been rather disappointed in her. However, after several days of curt, distant greetings and glares mingled with pleading looks, Theo had dragged them both into the room of requirement. I'm going to the kitchens to fetch some hot chocolate. By the time I get back, this he made a disgusted gesture toward them, had better be fixed. They'd wasted a good minute and a half glowering at each other, before Harry had spoken up. I don't say sorry for things I'm not sorry for. He's our professor, Hermione had hissed out in response. Like Quirrell. Remember him? Hermione had faltered at that. This is different, Harry. You've read the books, you know all the amazing things he'd done. I don't believe the books, Harry had interrupted. Books can lie. Hermione had looked aghast at the prospect. Look, we're clearly not going to agree on this. You like Professor Lockhart, I don't. Can that just be the end of it? She had hesitated, but had eventually offered him a small smile. Maybe that's for the best. And that was the end of it. When all was said and done, the two best friends weren't able to stay upset at each other, and the third official meeting of You-Know-What went exactly as planned. They'd successfully compiled a list of spells to learn and established a schedule for weekly meetings, one for occlumency, and one for dueling. There was even some talk of putting together some potions recipes to experiment with. All in all, things were going well. Harry, drawn out of his musings by the concerned tone of Hermione's voice, he looked at her sharply. I would have let him do it, if I thought it wouldn't have started a full-on fight. Hermione frowned at him. Was it really so bad? What Malfoy said. Harry nodded jerkily. It's one of the most unkind things a witch or wizard can say to another witch or wizard. Oh, blood matters in our world, Hermione, especially to people like the Malfoys. Him saying your blood is tainted is one of the greatest disrespects he could pay you, Harry said harshly. Hermione sighed shakily. I think I understand. I think. Harry doubted it, but nodded absently nonetheless, his eyes far away. But Harry, Hermione began, you can't hurt him. He started. Who? Malfoy. Harry could feel his entire face twitch. I know you're angry, I can tell. Ishe paused. Well, I've never seen you like this, Harry, she said, and I figure this must be you. Angry, but I can't let you hurt him, because of me. He's not allowed to say things like that, Hermione. He's not allowed to insult you to your face, especially not in front of me. It was incredibly stupid of him. Incredibly, he drew a shuddering breath. If you understood what he said, Hermione, you'd be hurt by it. You're my friend. I can't just let you be hurt, right in front of me. Harry, I'm not hurt, she said unconvincingly. I know that people like Malfoy look down on me, because I'm Muggleborn. I already knew that. That doesn't make it okay. He hissed. You're one of the most brilliant witches he'll ever meet, and he owes you his respect. Hermione didn't really know what to say to that. Just promise me you won't hurt him. Please Harry, please. Fine. Hurt was such a vague term, after all. He could do a lot of things to Draco Malfoy without hurting him. Maybe you should go for a walk, or read a book, cool off a bit before you see him again. Harry sighed, knowing that, about that, she was right. I know. I'll go do that. I'll talk to you later. Petrificus Totalis. Harry pointed his wand at Malfoy and wordlessly cast the body bind curse on him as soon as the B-own boy entered their dorm room, listening with no small sense of satisfaction to the thud of Malfoy's stiff body hitting the stone floor. Hopping off his bed, he went to close the door behind him, catching Marcus Flint's eye down the hall as he did. The older boy looked very amused. Let me know if you need help hiding the body, the older boy called cheerfully down the hall. He raised an eyebrow as he shoved the door shut. Then, looking down at Malfoy, he sighed. Wingardium Leviosa. After levitating the boy onto his own bed, Harry turned around to stare at him indecisively for a few moments. He sighed again. Stay put. I still need some time to calm down. And with that, he walked back over to his bed, picking up a structural analysis of magical contracts as he sat down, and refinding his place in Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Circumventing Contracts. It is possible, in some cases, to circumvent the terms of a magical contract. This could be called, in layman's terms, the art of manipulating loopholes. In this section we will discuss the definition of a point of circumvention, the difference between limitations in scope and ambiguity, and methods for locating, exploiting, and repairing points of circumvention. Points of circumvention. There are two angles from which we will consider the concept of a point of circumvention: linguistics and spellcrafting. When constructing a magical contract, grammatical and etymological precision are of the utmost importance. Even the subtlest of adjustments can dramatically change the nature of a contract. This fact demands that we choose our tools carefully. For instance, certain contracts are by necessity constructed in Latin, owing to the precise nature of the language's grammatical structure, while others are actually better served by more grammatically ambiguous English incantations. It was about 2 hours later when Harry finally closed his book. He looked over at Malfoy. Sorry about the wait, he said as he stood up, and walked to the other's bed, sitting down beside him with a pensive look on his face. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. You don't deserve an apology from me, not this time. He stared into Malfoy's gray eyes, looking for traces of fear or anger. They were there, much to his only barely guilty satisfaction. I was pretty angry earlier, to be honest, Harry said slowly. In retrospect, though, it's good I had the chance to cool off before talking to you. Hermione insists that I don't hurt you. You owe a lot to her, you know, including an apology, which I fully expect you to deliver with the utmost sincerity. If you don't, well, what Hermione doesn't know won't hurt her. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't want to be angry with you, Malfoy. I don't like the way things are between us, and despite the fact that you're an immature, selfish prat, I would have liked to have been your friend. Friends are a valuable commodity, after all. Is it too late for that? I really don't know. I'm still kind of new to all this. When we met, I lied to you, I know. I just didn't want people to know who I was just yet. I wanted to get my first look at Hogwarts as just some first year, not as the famous boy who lived. I didn't grow up famous, you see. I wasn't sure how to deal with it. So I lied. It was the simplest choice, at the time. It wasn't disrespect. I just didn't trust you and Ron to treat me like a regular Hogwarts student if you knew who I was. It wasn't complicated, I just didn't trust you, and in the end, you proved me right. You proved that I could entrust you to be patient and thoughtful. You were petty and cruel, Malfoy. I don't like you. But I never wanted to hurt you. Last Halloween was an accident. I'd nearly been killed by a troll, and had a frustrating discussion with Madame Pomfrey, and I took out my frustration on you. That was wrong of me. That's why I fixed your leg and apologized. Because I was wrong. But this time, I want to hurt you. I want to see you suffer for what you said to Hermione. She's my friend, you see. I think she's brilliant, and I care about her. She deserves respect and kindness, not the disdain and cruelty you showed her. You lot, you, Parkinson, Zabini, you call her a mudblood all the time, and I'm not going to go around telling you how to speak. That's not my right or my responsibility. It is my responsibility to make sure she's treated with respect, though. She's my friend, and I can't have people calling her terrible things to her face, right in front of me. I can't watch her be hurt and do nothing. That's why I'm giving you a warning. I'm not going to do anything, this time, because I'm a pretty decent person, I'd say. Well, compared to Malfoy, anyway. And like I said, Hermione practically begged me not to do anything, begged me, Malfoy. Because I respect her, I'm listening, this time, but if you speak to her like that again, well, like I said, what she doesn't know won't hurt her, and you've seen my copy of Magic Most Evil. I trust you're smart enough to know that it's not just for decoration. I'll curse you, Malfoy. It won't leave a mark, but it will hurt, I can promise you that. So, don't hurt my friends. Hermione and Theo. I care about them. Even Ron, Fred, George, Terry, and Michael, they're off limits. I really hope you understand. Because if you don't, well, that will be very unfortunate for you indeed. He looked Malfoy in the eye. I really don't like hurting people. He stood up, and pointed his wand at Malfoy. Finite. Malfoy gasped, but didn't move, he stared at him, still frozen. The Halloween feast will have already started, a while ago, actually, we should get going. Malfoy nodded mutely, and followed him cautiously out of the room. Malfoy was silent beside him as they walked to the Halloween feast. Harry didn't blame him, he didn't think he'd have much to say were he in the other boy's position either. Harry didn't really know what to say either, so he kept quiet as well. Suffice it to say he was looking forward to the Halloween feast. Theo would be there to sweep all the awkwardness under the proverbial rug, as usual. Yes, the feast would be good. Parkinson would snap at them for being late, Bulstrode will look at them with concern, and Davis would ask questions. Zabini would pretend not to care, but subtly ask about it later, and Daphne, she'd make one of those faces Harry didn't understand. Hortense would look at him with a raised eyebrow, rather pointedly. Flint would crack a joke and would be hit over the head by Rosier. Higgs would try to talk about Quidditch, but would be ultimately ignored in favor of everyone's favorite gossip topic, Harry himself. Theo would stick up for him, shooing away the questions and putting down criticisms. Meanwhile, he'd sit there quietly, awkwardly, enjoying every moment of it. He smiled, caught up in the hypothetical scenario his mind had cooked up, but then he heard it. Rip, tear, kill. It was a cold, thin voice, a sinister hiss. He started, stumbling to a halt and then looking around. No one was there. Rip, tear, kill. The walls, he realized, it was coming from the walls. Running over to the side of the passageway they were in, he pressed his ear to the clammy stone wall. Potter, what are you? He looked at Malfoy, who seemed exceedingly puzzled, and a little disturbed. Didn't you hear? The words died in his mouth as it all clicked into place. A voice that only he could hear. In the walls. So hungry, for so long. He stifled a shiver. Potter. IHI's mouth was suddenly dry. Kill, time to kill. I've got to go, he said, his voice only tenuously even. Go do something. He looked at Malfoy sharply. Go to the feast, and tell Theo not to come looking for me. And with that he spun on his heel and stalked off, and once he had rounded a corner, he sped urgently toward the voice, which was growing fainter. Harry was sure it was moving away, moving upwards. His heart leapt in his chest. It was making its way upward through the walls. As it grew further and further away, he began to run, up the stairs, into the entrance hall, following the sound through the walls. No, through the pipes. If Tom's younger self had opened the Chamber of Secrets, maybe, if he got there in time, he could do something. Damage control, that's what Tom would call it, right? Distantly, from the floor above, and growing fainter still, he heard the voice. I smell blood. I smell blood. His stomach lurched as he ran up the next flight of steps 3 at a time, trying to listen over his own pounding footsteps. If the basilisk had attacked someone, an investigation would surely be launched, and if the diary was found. Harry sped across the second floor, not stopping until he'd nearly made a full circle, finding himself in the deserted passage branching out from the one he'd started. Looked around, and he could have sworn that, for a moment, his heart stopped. He approached, slowly, squinting through the darkness. Foot-high words had been daubed on the wall between 2 windows, shimmering an ominous crimson in the flickering golden light cast by the fire dancing in the surrounding torches. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. He stared on, stunned, first out of fear, and then out of exasperation. Of course he had to go and bloody announce it. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry spun around, going cold when he found Malfoy standing behind him. He didn't know whether to be terrified or enraged, so he just stared at Malfoy blankly. What's that thing, hanging underneath? Malfoy suddenly asked uneasily, a slight quiver in his voice. Harry turned back to the wall, and edging just a little nearer, he recognized the strangely shaped furry object hanging from the wall above them, and leapt backwards with a splash. Mrs. Norris, Argus Filch's cat, was hanging by her tail from the nearest torch bracket. She was stiff as though frozen, her eyes wide and staring. For a few seconds, they stared on in shock, not daring to move. Then Harry whispered, "Let's get out of here." Malfoy nodded mutely. But it was too late. A rumble, as though of distant thunder, told them that the feast had just ended. From either end of the corridor where they stood came the sound of hundreds of feet climbing the stairs and the loud, happy chattering of their classmates. In just a moment, students were crashing into the passage from both ends. The clamor, in Harry's ears, was like raging static, and nearly deafening. However, the chatter, the bustle, the noise died suddenly as the people in front spotted the cat hanging there, and the words ominously painted on the walls. What's going on here? What's going on? Argus Filch suddenly came shouldering his way through the crowd, his signature scowl plastered across his face. But then he saw Mrs. Norris and stumbled backwards, clutching his face in horror. My cat! My cat! What's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked. And his wide, frightened eyes fell on Harry and Malfoy. You! He screeched. You've murdered my cat. You've killed her. I'll kill you. Argus. Now Professor Dumbledore had arrived on the scene, followed by the other teachers, who were no doubt leaving the feast as well. Upon seeing the wall, the elderly headmaster stopped short, though only for a moment. Harry didn't think he'd been able to imagine a shocked look on Albus Dumbledore's face before then. Immediately, he swept past Harry and Malfoy and detached Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Come with me, Argus, he said to Mr. Filch. You too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy. Professor Lockhart stepped forward eagerly. My office is nearest, Headmaster, just upstairs, please feel free. Thank you, Gilderoy, said Professor Dumbledore briskly, brushing past the babbling man at once and paying no attention to the silent crowd which parted to let them pass. Professor Lockhart, looking proud and like Christmas had come early, hurried after the headmaster, so did Professors McGonagall and Snape, Harry and Malfoy following meekly behind. As they entered Professor Lockhart's darkened office there was a flurry of movement across the walls. Harry saw several of the Lockharts in the pictures dodging out of sight, their hair in rollers. He never knew paintings used hair rollers. He thought only Aunt Petunia did that. The real Lockhart lit the candles on his desk and stood back as the headmaster laid Mrs. Norris on the polished surface and began to examine her. The tip of Professor Dumbledore's long, crooked nose was barely an inch from Mrs. Norris's fur as he scrutinized her closely through his half-moon spectacles, his weathered fingers gently prodding and poking the bristled fur in front of him. Professor McGonagall was bent almost as close, her eyes narrowed, whilst Professor Snape loomed behind them, half in shadow, wearing a most peculiar expression on his face. It was as though he was trying hard not to smile. Harry realized that his head of house was probably quite amused by the whole thing. To the best of his knowledge, Mr. Filch had been the caretaker for the last 30 years, which meant that he was around when Professor Snape went to school too, which meant the potions professor probably shared in most of the students' ambient dislike for the ill-mannered man. In the meantime, Lockhart was hovering around all of them, buzzing like a bee, making suggestions. It was definitely a curse that killed her, probably the transmigrifian torture. I've seen it used many times, so unlucky I wasn't there. I know the very counter curse that would have saved her. Lockhart's comments were punctuated by the unfortunate Mr. Filch's dry, racking sobs. He was slumped in a chair by the desk, unable to look at Mrs. Norris, his face in his hands. Harry disliked the caretaker as much as the next person, but unlike Professor Snape, he could not help but feel a bit bad for the man. He was, especially now, incredibly pathetic. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was muttering strange words under his breath which were not quite Latin, and tapping Mrs. Norris with his wand, but nothing happened. I remember something very similar happening in Ouagadougou, Professor Lockhart was saying absently, still talking, a series of attacks, the full story's in my autobiography, he said, grinning to himself, a bit. I was able to provide the townsfolk with various amulets which cleared the matter up at once. The photographs of Lockhart on the walls were all nodding in agreement as he talked. One of them had forgotten to remove his hairnet. After what seemed like an eternity of listening to Lockhart's chatter, the headmaster straightened up. "She's not dead, Argus," he said softly. Lockhart stopped, abruptly in the middle of counting the number of murders he had prevented. "Not dead," Filch choked out, looking through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. "But why's she all stiff and frozen? She has been petrified." "Ah, I thought so," said Lockhart. Harry almost scoffed, but that would have been quite inappropriate, given the situation. "But how, I cannot say. Ask them," Filch shrieked, turning his blotched and tear-stained face to Harry and Malfoy, who were still standing awkwardly in the doorway. "No second year could have done this," Professor Dumbledore concluded firmly, and Harry could not help but feel a little offended that Professor Dumbledore was so ready to dismiss him. Sure, it would take some research, but he dare say he'd be able to petrify a cat as well as any basilisk, with a bit of practice. It would take dark magic of the most advanced. They did it. Filch spat obliviously, his patchy face purpling. "You saw what they wrote on the wall." "Professor," Harry said softly, glancing at Professor Dumbledore. "I didn't touch her. We found her, Malfoy and I, seconds before the others showed up," he said, uncomfortably aware of everyone looking at him, including all the Lockharts on the walls. "If I might speak, Headmaster," Professor Snape commented from the shadows, and Harry suddenly felt very anxious. Would his head of house help him, or screw him over? "Potter and Malfoy may have simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time," he said, a slight sneer curling his mouth as though he really doubted it. Harry nearly gaped at his professor's charitable answer. "But we do have a set of suspicious circumstances here. Why were they in the upstairs corridor at all? Why weren't they at the Halloween feast?" Harry resisted fidgeting. "We'd just finished Quidditch practice, Malfoy wanted to get some rest before coming to the feast, and I decided to do the same." Professor Snape quirked an eyebrow at him. "I suggest, Headmaster, that Potter is not being entirely truthful." "It's true," Malfoy spoke out suddenly, "it was my first Quidditch practice. I was really tired. Harry bit the inside of his cheek to keep a relieved smile, seasoned with a satisfied smirk, from coming over his face. And just as well, because Professor Dumbledore was giving Harry a searching look. His twinkling light blue gaze was boring into Harry's own, and Harry suddenly was made aware of the slight tugging sensation on his occlumency shields. Carefully he pushed thoughts to the forefront of his mind, chaotic thoughts of shock, fear, bewilderment, and anxiety. The elderly man's eyes rose only slightly, and he then turned to Malfoy, and Harry suddenly realized his mistake. Malfoy probably couldn't keep the headmaster out, and would no doubt alert the man to their lie. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, the headmaster said suddenly, shocking Harry. In the meantime, Mr. Filch looked absolutely furious. My cat has been petrified. He shrieked, eyes wild. I want to see some punishment. We will be able to cure her, Argus, Professor Dumbledore replied patiently. Professor Sprout recently managed to procure some mandrakes. As soon as they have reached their full size, I will have a potion made which will revive Mrs. Norris. I'll make it, Lockhart butted in. I must have done it 100 times. I could whip up a mandrake restorative draft in my sleep. Excuse me, Professor Snape cut in, voice frigid, but I believe I am the potions master at this school. There was a very awkward pause. You may go, Dumbledore said to Harry and Malfoy. The two were silent as they left Professor Lockhart's office. Neither of them said a word on the way back to the common room, where they were greeted with great enthusiasm. We didn't do anything, Harry said immediately, pushing through the crowd. Everyone looked quite skeptical, but let them pass nonetheless, which Harry was immensely thankful for. He had to talk to Tom. We have to stop it, Harry said as soon as he cast the Muffaliato charm. Tom quirked an eyebrow, looking to be in an excellent mood. When the fun's just beginning. Harry scowled. Tom, they'll close the school. I'll have to return to the Dursleys. There are some errands I've been meaning to run, Tom said carelessly. Harry grit his teeth. And if Professor Dumbledore catches Ginny Weasley? If he finds the diary? If he figures out what it is? Tom paused. That would be very unfortunate indeed. I'm going to put a stop to this, Harry said firmly. Tom sighed. Yes, that would be for the best. Wait, really? A bit of petty amusement isn't worth our life. You are correct in your assumption that the longer my diary is left to wreak havoc on this school, the more likely it is that it will be found. And if my younger self manages to regain corporeal form. Harry grimaced. One Lord Voldemort out of our control is enough. Harry nodded resolutely. Couldn't agree more, Tom. It was Sunday, November 1st, and Harry was waiting for his friends in their designated clubroom, the room of requirement. It was Sunday, so they would be meeting to practice occlumency at 10 a.m. in the room of hot chocolate, but Harry had arrived a little after dawn, eager to avoid the questions that would have no doubt followed him to the breakfast table. A few strawberries and apple slices and some jam and toast were a small price to pay for a few hours of peace and quiet. He was sure Theo would have something to say about it later, but now, seated on a plush couch before a warmly fluttering fire, he was quite content to sit, read, and forget the suspicious stares that were no doubt going to follow him around for the next few weeks. Back to square one. Again. Harry, are you the heir of Slytherin? He hadn't even heard the door open. When he heard Hermione's concerned voice, he froze, his book snapping shut. He looked at her with wide, startled eyes for a moment, before saying slowly, Hermione, where is this coming from? You can speak to snakes, Harry, Slytherin could too. I did some research last month, and it's something that's passed down in the same family. Genetics. People in Gryffindor think Malfoy's the one who did it, that he's the heir. But I know better, I know what you're the one descended from Slytherin. So tell me the truth, did you attack Filch's cat? No, Harry exclaimed. Of course I didn't. I don't know who did it. Malfoy and I just stumbled across it on our way to the welcoming feast. She frowned. Then how did you end up in the corridor? That's not between the dungeons and the Great Hall. I heard a voice, he said honestly, saying something about blood. It was in the walls, I think. Hermione looked uneasy about that. So we followed it, and found Mrs. Norris. She was already hanging there, the words were already on the wall. Whoever did it, it wasn't me or Malfoy. You're right. I guess I am technically the heir of Slytherin, but it's not me who's done this. I don't know who it was, we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, he concluded, quoting Professor Snape. She nodded. I just had to be sure, you understand. I know you wouldn't do something like that, but Malfoy would, and I thought maybe if he coerced you into. Harry smirked as he said, I don't think Malfoy can coerce me into doing anything, Hermione. She smirked back at him. I guess you're right. She frowned. Why were you so late to the feast anyway? Harry shifted uneasily on his feet. I may have petrified him and left him on his bed for a few hours. Harry, he was wrong to call you a mudblood. Harry all but growled at her. He deserved to be punished. By a teacher, maybe, but not you. Look, Hermione, what's done is done. I'm sorry. I didn't even think to go to a teacher. IHE paused, here, trying to think of the most diplomatic thing to say. I'm used to doing these things on my own. Hermione's face softened. Oh, Harry, I know you meant well, but don't go around petrifying people because of me, especially not now. Harry smiled weakly. I'll do my best. Hermione sniffed. That's all I ask. Anyway, I needed to ask you a favor. You do? Yeah, I need to talk to Ginny Weasley for me. Hermione frowned. About what? She has this diary. An old one from 1942. I need you to find out where she keeps it and steal it for me. Hermione grew alarmed at that. Steal it? Why on earth would you want to steal an 11-year-old girl's diary? Harry hesitated. I sensed dark magic around it. I think it might be a dark artifact, and I think I might know what it does. Hermione frowned. Then why don't you talk to her yourself? Harry shook his head. It has to be stolen. If it is what I think it is, then she won't want to give it up, and me talking to her might scare her enough that she'll do something stupid. She already knows I've seen her with the diary, and when I asked her about it she ran off. But you're her housemate, you can talk to her when she's calm, alone, somewhere she feels safe. But Harry, I can't just steal a diary because you think it might be some sort of dark artifact. Please, Hermione, he begged, please. This is really, really important. It has to be done. She scowled at him. Then explain to me what the diary is, and why it's so dangerous. I can't. You can't, Hermione echoed him, sounding very unimpressed. I will, Harry said hastily, but only after I'm convinced you're skilled enough at occlumency, or I have another way to ensure that no one can pick it out of your head. Hermione's eyes widened. You're that concerned about someone finding out. Harry nodded slowly. This is really, really important, Hermione. I wish I could give you more, but I can't right now. She nodded back at him. All right. I'll do it. You will. If it's really that important to you. He breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. Now, Hermione said, where's Theo? At that moment, the doors opened once again, Theo emerging this time. You skipped breakfast, he greeted disapprovingly, then paused, reading the atmosphere. We were just talking about what happened last night, Harry said by way of explanation. Theo nodded slowly. Do you know anything about what happened last night? Hermione asked. Nope, I'm just as confused as everyone else, he said. He sat down across from them. Although, were you telling the truth, Harry? Do you really not know anything? I mean, you're technically the heir of Slytherin, aren't you? That's what I was just telling Hermione, I have no idea who was behind it. Whoever it was had already gone by the time Malfoy and I got there. Speaking of which, what were you doing with Draco anyway? Hermione scowled. Threatening him. Harry looked at her, puzzled. I never said I threatened anyone. You didn't have to. I'm not stupid, Harry. Did you curse him? Theo asked eagerly. Hermione directed her scowl at him. Don't encourage him. Theo smirked. What did my childhood friend do to earn the wrath of Harry Potter this time? He called her a filthy mudblood, Harry all but spat out. Right to her face, in front of the Slytherin and Gryffindor Quidditch teams. Theo froze, no doubt recalling how close he'd been to calling Hermione a mudblood in front of Harry less than a year ago. Harry knew he'd never consider now, but he looked pointedly at Theo nonetheless. Oh, sorry to hear that, he stumbled over his words a bit. Hermione smiled weakly. I'm over it. Theo nodded, looking pleased with her answer. Anyway, what's the plan for today? Harry glanced over at Hermione briefly. I think we planned on finishing our occlumency studies at the beginning of November. Seeing as it's November 1st, I figured I could test you. Hermione looked thrilled at the idea of a test, and Theo just shrugged. All right, then, who wants to go first? Hermione's hand immediately shot up into the air, but a moment later she realized where she was, and sheepishly placed it back on her lap as Theo snickered at her, causing her to glare at him. "Well, I suppose you're going first, Hermione. Are you ready?" He looked searchingly in her eyes. Hermione nodded, a determined look on her face. He pointed his wand at her. Legilimens. Immediately, Harry felt his awareness being cut into the dark hues of Hermione's eyes. A moment later, he found himself, as always, standing at the edge of one of the many moving stairwells that zigzagged across Hogwarts Castle. This was Hermione's entrance, a chamber, the reflexive defense system she had put in place that separated the suggestible part of the mind that could be invaded easily and the parts that actually contained information of value. The defense itself was a security measure that snapped into place at the earliest sign of intrusion, and was an obfuscation of surface thoughts, given stable form by hours of long practice, and it was not unless this mini-world was broken through that the intruder could access memories or deeper thoughts of any kind. Hermione had been very keen on building herself a unique, challenging defense. She'd settled on organizing her surface thoughts according to the path up to Gryffindor Tower. Although, this mental version was much more treacherous than the actual thing. Every time Harry thought he was getting somewhere, the stairs would change direction, and every time he tried to run, the foundations of the castle would tremble violently. After arriving, he walked around a bit, and patted some of his surroundings lightly. A few railings buckled slightly under the pressure he was applying, most of it was very sturdy. Satisfied, he reluctantly distanced himself from Hermione's incredible mind palace, and slowly and carefully withdrew from her mind. She was staring at him expectantly. "It's great, like always," he said. She scowled. But I think you still need to strengthen your foundations a bit. I'm still nervous when I enter and exit. I don't want to knock anything around too much, but other people who enter your mind won't be so careful." She nodded, satisfied with his answer. He turned to look at Theo, who seemed a bit nervous. "Don't worry," Harry said with a smile. "You'll do fine." Theo nodded curtly. Legilimens. Theo's defenses were much more typical, an enormous stone wall that Harry was too afraid to try to break down, lest he shatter his friend's mind. He went along, poking and prodding and kicking, looking for any cracks or weaknesses. When he was satisfied that there were no obvious structural issues, he withdrew. "See, it was fine. Just keep practicing so that they stay strong." Harry really couldn't give much better advice than that, because his own shields were so different from theirs. If an attacker was to enter Harry's mind, catching him off guard, they'd find themselves in darkness. Nothing but black formlessness. Harry's trick was to wrap the attacker in a ball of blackness that behaved a lot like how most people would imagine nothingness, and follow them around, shrouding the attacker's path until he was able to lead the attacker out of his mind. However, he felt this wouldn't be necessary anymore, not very often at least. After starting to practice Legilimency, Harry got a better idea of how the mind worked, and what sorts of things you see when you scan someone's mind. As a result, he was starting to teach himself the skill of tricking an intruder into believing they had successfully penetrated his mind, which he'd attempted to employ when Professor Dumbledore scanned his mind the night before. "Well," Hermione said, startling him out of his musings, "what do you think?" Harry nodded. "I'll test you again sometime next term, but I don't think I need to teach you anything else. I think you'll do just fine on your own." Theo and Hermione looked quite proud of themselves. "And, that's it, really. Now, weren't we going to look into becoming animagi next?" Harry asked, looking at Hermione expectantly. She started when she noticed both boys staring at her. "Oh, yes." She pulled out of the bag she had with her a small book entitled The Art of the Animagus and 3 Small Leaves. These, she pointed down at the leaves in her hand, are mandrake leaves. "I stole them from Greenhouse 3 a couple of nights ago. Apparently the first step to becoming an animagus is keeping these in your mouth for a month." Harry's eyes widened. "A month?" Hermione nodded. "Strange, I know. Apparently they secrete some kind of chemical that slowly gives you the ability to find your spirit animal." "Your spirit animal?" Theo said with a laugh. Hermione glared at him. In many ancient pagan traditions, every witch and wizard has an animal counterpart. Becoming an animagus is supposed to entail becoming one with this counterpart. The first step is to dream about it. That's where the mandrake leaves come in. Harry nodded, plucking a leaf out of her hand. He plopped it in his mouth and then grimaced. Not exactly a culinary delight, he commented. Hermione rolled her eyes and did the same, grimacing as well a moment later. Theo took the last leaf and placed it in his mouth. Ah, Merlin. It tastes like hippogriff piss. Harry's eyes widened. You know what hippogriff piss tastes like. His friends rolled their eyes. It's an expression, they said simultaneously. Oh, okay. What next, then? Hermione shook her head. We just have to wait. There's nothing else we can do, for now. In about a month we should start dreaming about our animal forms, but if it takes too long for us to figure out what we are, there's a potion we can brew to speed along the process. Speaking of potions, Harry said, we should brew some. Theo raised an eyebrow. Don't you think we get enough of potions every week with Professor Snape? No, I agree with Harry, Hermione said. Practical potion making is an important skill, and it really wouldn't hurt to have our own ready supply of pepper-up potions or healing salves, especially with all the dangerous spell work and dueling we do. That, Harry added, and I've come across some really interesting potions that we probably won't get to make in class for quite some time still, if at all. Hermione's eyes glimmered. Oh, like what? Well, I was reading about this potion called Polyjuice Potion. Theo frowned. That sounds kind of familiar. What does it do? Harry grinned. It lets you turn into someone else for a short amount of time. His friends gaped at him. What do you mean lets you turn into someone else? Hermione exclaimed. Well, Harry replied, it literally changes your body into someone else's. You just brew the potion, and mix a few hairs or toenails or whatnot in, and poof. Instant transformation into anyone you want. That could be incredibly useful, Hermione said thoughtfully. Theo smirked. Yeah, we could cause all sorts of trouble. Hermione smacked him on the arm. Honestly, Theo. Honestly, Hermione. Shall I get us a list of ingredients to gather, then? Yes. Excellent. It looks hard, really hard, but I think if we start practicing with smaller things, we'll be able to do it. It'll make a good long-term project. Now, how about a duel to celebrate your graduation? Hermione frowned. Graduation. From the esteemed Harry Potter Institute of the Mind Arts, Harry said cheekily. His friends rolled their eyes. Fine. 2 against 1. You're on. Hermione's hand was raised high in the air, disturbing Professor Binns' very boring lecture on the formation of Wizengamot. The elderly ghost stopped short when he saw her, staring at Hermione in wonderment. Miss Granger, Professor. I was wondering if you could tell us anything about the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione requested in a loud, firm voice. Dean Thomas, who had been sitting with his mouth hanging open, gazing out of the window, jerked out of his trance. Crabbe and Goyle, who'd been asleep a minute ago, blinked awake, and Neville's elbow slipped off his desk. Meanwhile, Harry sighed. He'd been quite happy to forget the whole thing, but his schoolmates weren't making it easy. He believed the current theory was that Malfoy was responsible for the whole thing, and Harry had valiantly tried to stop him, but the whole thing was being covered up by the teachers. Let it never be said that Quidditch was the only sport played at Hogwarts. Rumor mongering was quite popular as well. Professor Binns blinked. My subject is history of magic, he said in his dry, wheezy voice. I deal with facts, Miss Granger, not myths and legends. He cleared his throat raspily and continued, in September of that year, a subcommittee of Sardinian sorcerers. He stuttered to a halt. Hermione's hand was waving in the air again. Miss Grant. Malfoy was snickering slightly, causing Ron to look over and glare at him. Please, sir, don't legends always have a basis in fact? Professor Binns was looking at her in utter amazement. Well, said elderly ghost said slowly, yes, one could argue that, I suppose. He peered at Hermione as though he was looking at her for the first time. However, the legend of which you speak is such a very sensational, even ludicrous tale. He looked like he wanted to leave it at that, but now the whole class was hanging on Professor his every word. He looked dully around the classroom, eyes twitching as he did. Harry could tell he was completely thrown by such an unusual show of interest in what he had to say. Hermione was probably the only one in at least 20 years who cared what Professor Binns had to say in general, and this was probably the first time he'd ever held a whole class's attention. Oh, very well, he said slowly, giving in. Let me see, the Chamber of Secrets. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago, the precise date is uncertain, by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the age. The 4 school houses are named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin. They built this castle together, far from prying Muggle eyes, for it was an age when magic was feared by common people, and witches and wizards suffered much persecution. He paused, gazing blearily around the room, before he continued. For a few years, the founders worked in harmony together, seeking out youngsters who showed signs of magic and bringing them to the castle to be educated. But eventually, disagreements sprang up between them. A rift began to grow between Slytherin and the others. Slytherin wished to be more selective about the students admitted to Hogwarts. He believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families. He disliked taking students of Muggle parentage, believing them to be untrustworthy. After a while, there was a serious argument on the subject between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Slytherin left the school. Professor Binns paused again, pursing his lips, looking like a wrinkled old tortoise. Reliable historical sources tell us this much, he said, but these honest facts have been obscured by the fanciful legend of the Chamber of Secrets. The story goes that Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in the castle, of which the other founders knew nothing. Slytherin, according to the legend, sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that none would be able to open it until his own true heir arrived at the school. The heir alone would be able to unseal the Chamber of Secrets, unleash the horror within, and use it to purge the school of all who were unworthy to study magic. There was a bated silence as he finished telling the story, but it wasn't the usual, sleepy silence that filled Professor Binns's classes. There was unease in the air as everyone continued to watch him, hoping for more. Professor Binns looked faintly annoyed. The whole thing is errant nonsense, of course, he remarked with a scowl. Naturally, the school has been searched for evidence of such a chamber, many times, by the most learned witches and wizards. It does not exist. A tale told to frighten the gullible. Hermione's hand was back in the air. Sir, what exactly do you mean by the horror within the chamber? That is believed to be some sort of monster, which the heir of Slytherin alone can control, Professor Binns wheezed out. The entire class exchanged nervous looks, except Harry, who was trying to avoid eye contact with everyone, deep in thought, curiously mulling over Professor Binns's story in his mind. I tell you, the thing does not exist, huffed Professor Binns, shuffling his notes. There is no chamber and no monster. But, sir, said Seamus Finnegan suddenly, if the chamber can only be opened by Slytherin's true heir, no one else would be able to find it, would they? Exactly, he wanted to point out. Nonsense, O'Flaherty, said Professor Binns in an aggravated tone. If a long succession of Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses haven't found the thing. But, Professor, Parvati Patil piped up, you'd probably have to use dark magic to open it. Harry scowled at her openly. Just because it was built by Slytherin, they thought it had to be dark magic. Harry knew for a fact that that wasn't the case. Just because a wizard doesn't use dark magic, doesn't mean he can't, Miss Pennyfeather, Professor Binns snapped at her. I repeat, if the likes of Dumbledore. But maybe you've got to be related to Slytherin, so Dumbledore couldn't, began Dean Thomas, but Professor Binns had had enough. That will do, he said sharply. It is a myth. It does not exist. There is not a shred of evidence that Slytherin ever built so much as a secret broom cupboard. I regret telling you such a foolish story. We will return, if you please, to history, to solid, believable, verifiable fact. Harry then put up his hand, a little surprised at himself as he did. Maybe this would be a good time to make a point. Professor Binns sighed wearily. Yes, Mr. He squinted, Potter. Sir, I could not help but notice a discrepancy between the history and the legend. The professor looked somewhat more interested now. Oh, you mentioned that Slytherin was suspicious of Muggleborns, that he didn't trust students with Muggle parents, which lines up with the history of the period. Lynchings of alleged witches and wizards were common enough that the subject of witch burning was discussed as an issue during several councils held by the Catholic Church, where laws were put in place to minimize the damage done to wizarding families by the common folk, who blamed them for sickness, drought, and famine. However, in the 10th and 11th centuries, the Church had little influence in England, and secular rulers made the persecution of witches and wizards even worse by creating laws that allowed those suspected of doing magic to be held and tortured for information. Professor Binns was looking absolutely gobsmacked at this point. Yes, go on. Then it makes sense why Slytherin would have been mistrustful of students with Muggle families. Perhaps his suspicions were misplaced, but they made sense. So why is it that the legend tells us that Slytherin left a monster here to eradicate those unworthy of studying magic, when the history you told us about says nothing about unworthiness at all? Worthiness doesn't necessarily have anything to do with trustworthiness, after all. The whole class was staring at him now with bewildered looks on their faces. He wasn't sure why. It was a very reasonable question, he was surprised no one had asked it yet. In the meantime, Professor Binns looked quite pleased. Too right you are, Mr. Potter. There is no evidence that Salazar Slytherin believed in blood purity at all. He simply mistrusted witches and wizards that had too much contact with muggles. This, see, is why the entire legend is nonsense, filled with hundreds of years' worth of prejudices and sensationalism. Now, as I was saying before Miss Grant's interruption, and within 5 minutes, the class had sunk back into its usual torpor, though Harry could sense puzzled looks still being thrown his way by Slytherins, Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and Hufflepuffs alike. The class passed quickly, and as always, people were quick to leave after. Harry slipped away before his housemates could start questioning him, and tried to find Hermione. Hermione, he called, running up to her. She looked at him strangely. What was that about? He blinked. What about? Your question, about Slytherin's views on blood purity. It was a valid question. Slytherin might have been misguided, but the history makes it sound like his heart was in the right place. Hermione was opening her mouth to argue, so he continued. Besides, it doesn't really matter anymore. There hasn't been a witch burning in centuries, so his concerns are obsolete. Well, maybe not, but he wasn't about to start that conversation. That's not what I wanted to talk to you about though. I want to talk about what you said. She frowned. What are you talking about? You shouldn't be looking into the chamber, Hermione. She looked outraged. Why? Harry huffed. Honestly, Hermione could be a bit dense, sometimes. No matter what Slytherin's views were, whoever's claimed to open the chamber probably hates Muggleborns, and if they think you're getting too inquisitive, what if you were next? Hermione looked upset. But Harry, someone has to look into it. The teachers can do it. Besides, this might be a one-off thing. Maybe someone's bad idea of a Halloween prank. The determined look on her face faltered. I guess so. Harry smiled slightly. Just focus on your classes, and keeping these nasty mandrake leaves in our mouths. She giggled a bit. Did you see Theo the other day during lunch, when we had tomato soup? He looked like he was going to be sick. Harry chuckled, but then frowned. Have you seen his voice dropped to a whisper, Ginny Weasley yet? Hermione froze for a half-second, and then shook her head slowly. I haven't had the chance. Yet. Harry grimaced. All right, let me know when you do. Harry. He turned around to see Michael Corner and Terry Boot heading toward them. Hermione, Michael greeted, while Terry just blushed. Hi, Harry said confusedly, what's up? We were just wondering where you learned all that about the witch burnings in the 11th century, Michael explained as they caught up to them. Hermione frowned. I'm curious about that too. I didn't realize that the Catholic Church was actually against witch burnings at any point. Actually, Harry commented, the Catholic Church worked with the Council of Uppsala during the Dark Ages. Terry's eyes went wide. Seriously? Harry nodded happily. Pope Alexander IV actually decreed that the Church wasn't supposed to investigate accusations of witchcraft. There were periods when Rome actively helped sweep incidents with Muggles under the rug. His friends were gaping at him. No way. Yeah, it wasn't really until the beginnings of the Protestant Reformation that things really started to fall apart. I can recommend some books from the library, if you like. Oh, you simply must, now, Michael said with a raised eyebrow. Well, the best one is probably A History of Magical and Muggle Cooperation, Volume 2. There's only one copy though. He blinked, and suddenly they were gone. He sighed. They didn't even let him finish. He could have easily recommended a book to each of them, but no, they had to run off at the words. Only one copy, True Words of Doom when associating with Ravenclaws, as it turned out. Now boys, look sharp, shake hands, Madam Hooch said sternly. Flint and Wood obeyed, giving each other threatening stares and haphazardly trying to break the other's hand as they exchanged a tense greeting. On my whistle, said Madam Hooch, 3, 2, 1. As Harry's broom rose into the air like everyone else's, nervousness fluttered in his chest. Last year, his first Quidditch match of the year hadn't gone very well. In fact, he'd nearly died. He felt Tom's apprehension in the back of his mind, and couldn't help but feel a little of his own. "Keep an eye out," Tom was saying in his head. Harry was about to mumble a reply when a heavy black bludger came pelting towards him. He avoided it so narrowly that he felt it ruffle his hair as it passed. "Close one, Harry," Lucian Bull crowed humorously as he swooshed past him, club in hand. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when Bull gave the bludger powerful whack in the direction of Angelina Johnson, but the bludger changed direction in midair and shot straight for Harry again. Harry dropped quickly to avoid it, and Bull managed to hit it away again, this time in the direction of one of the Weasley twins. Once again, the bludger swerved like a boomerang and shot at Harry's head. Eyes widening, Harry burst forward and zoomed towards the other end of the pitch. He could hear the bludger whistling along behind him. What was going on? Bludgers never concentrated on one player like this. It was their job to try and unseat as many people as possible. Derek waited for him at the other end of the pitch, and once Harry swooshed past him, he hit the bludger with all his might in the opposite direction. "That's done it," he shouted with a smirk, but he was wrong. As though it was magnetically attracted towards Harry, the bludger pelted after him once more and Harry was forced to fly off at full speed. Left, right, and down hadn't worked, so he decided to try up. Higher and higher Harry climbed. He looped and swooped, spiraled, zigzagged and rolled. Slightly dizzy, he nevertheless kept his eyes wide open. Rain was speckling his glasses and ran up his nostrils as he hung upside down, avoiding another fierce dive from the bludger. He could hear laughter from the crowd. He knew he must look very silly, whirling and spinning in the air, but he wasn't about to get hit by a bludger because he was too embarrassed to dodge. It followed him relentlessly, never veering too far off course, but thankfully it was heavy and couldn't change direction as quickly as he could, allowing him to dodge quite effectively. He began a kind of roller coaster ride around the edges of the stadium, squinting through raindrops at the Slytherin goalposts, where Adrian Pusey was. Then he caught sight of it, the snitch. He changed course, but he took just a bit too long. The bludger had hit him at last, smashed into his elbow, and Harry felt his arm break. He let out a small shout, but didn't allow himself to be unseated. Not yet. Not when the snitch was so close by. Dimly, dazed by the searing pain in his arm, he slid sideways on his rain-drenched broom, one knee still crooked over it, his right arm dangling useless at his side. The bludger came pelting back for a second attack, this time aiming at his face. He barely dodged, and came to a decision. Damn the bludger, he needed to get the snitch and end the game. Ducking down close to his broom, he sped forward, toward the bludger, which was careening over to him once again. He picked up speed, and at the last moment, dodged it, grabbing for the snitch seconds after he did. He took his remaining good hand off his broom and made a wild snatching motion, and a moment later he felt his fingers close on the cold snitch, but he was now only gripping the broom with his legs, and there was a yell from the crowd below as he flipped over and was thrown straight for the ground. Blinking, he tried hard not to pass out as, with a splattering thud, he hit the mud and rolled off his broom. Completely overcome with pain, which was a completely different kind of pain from the pain Tom released on him, he heard, as though from a distance, a good deal of whistling and shouting. He focused on the snitch clutched in his good hand, and breathed a sigh of relief that the game was finally over. It had only been 15 minutes, but it felt like an eternity to him. Exhausted, he blacked out for a moment, and when he next came round, rain was stinging his face, and he was still lying on the pitch, with someone leaning over him. He saw a glitter of perfect white teeth. "Oh no, not you," he moaned. Ned, unable to help himself. "Doesn't know what he's saying," said Lockhart loudly, to the anxious crowd of students pressing in around them. "I know exactly what I'm saying," he hissed through his teeth. "Not to worry, Harry. I'm about to fix your arm." "No, that's quite all right, it's fine, Harry sputtered. He tried to sit up, but the pain was terrible. He heard a familiar clicking noise nearby. "Creevy," he moaned. "Ned, go take pictures of raindrops or something." "Lie back, Harry," said Lockhart soothingly. "It's a simple charm I've used countless times." "Yes, and that's lovely." Cerie winced, "but Madame Pomfrey likes to take care of these things herself," he said through clenched teeth. "He's right," Flint put in firmly, pushing through the crowd with a grin. "Good work, Potter. Made a bloody good spectacle of yourself, but we sure won." Harry nodded weakly. Through the thicket of legs around him, Harry spotted Fred and George Weasley, wrestling the rogue bludger into a box. It was still putting up a terrific fight. "Stand back," said Lockhart grandly, rolling up his jade green sleeves. "No, no, please," Harry whimpered, not caring how undignified he sounded at this point. Lockhart was twirling his wand and a second later had directed it straight at Harry's arm. Brachium emendo. A strange and unpleasant sensation started at Harry's shoulder and spread all the way down to his fingertips. It felt as though his arm was being deflated. He couldn't say for sure what was happening, though, because he didn't dare sneak a peek at what was going on. He had shut his eyes, his face turned desperately away from his arm, but his worst fears were realized as the people above him gasped and Colin Creevey began clicking away madly. Harry didn't think it was at the raindrops. His arm didn't hurt anymore, but it didn't feel remotely like an arm either. "Ah," Lockhart said uneasily, "yes. Well, that can sometimes happen. But the point is, the bones are no longer broken. That's the thing to bear in mind. So, Harry, just toddle up to the hospital wing. Mr. Flint, Mr. Higgs, would you escort him, and Madame Pomfrey will be able to, tidy you up a bit." As Harry got to his feet, he felt strangely lopsided. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his right side. What he saw nearly made him pass out again. Poking out of the end of his robes was what looked like a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He tried to move his fingers. Nothing happened. Lockhart hadn't mended Harry's bones. He had removed them. Why did these things always happen to him? Predictably, Madame Pomfrey wasn't at all pleased. "You should have come straight to me," she raged, holding up the sad, limp remainder of what, half an hour before, had been a perfectly functioning arm. "I can mend bones in a second, but growing them back. That is something you can do though, right?" Harry asked with no small amount of panic in his voice. "I'll be able to, certainly, but it will be painful," said Madame Pomfrey grimly, throwing Harry a pair of pajamas. "You'll have to stay the night." This was okay, though. Sleepless, pain-filled nights were not that unfamiliar to him, after all. Once he'd changed into his pajamas, he removed the curtain to find Hermione and Theo standing there in front of him. Hermione looked outraged and Theo had a great scowl upon his face. "Bloody Lockhart. How could he?" Hermione was basically screeching. "He vanished your bones. Of all the incompetent." "Hermione." Both of the boys were gaping at her. "What?" she spat out. "You're not going to defend him?" Theo asked, bewildered. "He vanished Harry's bones," Hermione hissed out in response. Harry lay back in his bed, a relieved smile on his face. Finally. At least something good had come from the whole debacle. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey came around the curtain, holding a large bottle of something labeled, Skella Grow. "You're in for a rough night," she said, pouring out a steaming beaker full and handing it to him. Regrowing bones is a nasty business. So was taking the Skella Grow, as it turned out. It burned Harry's mouth and throat as it went down, the same way fire whiskey did in Tom's memories, although the taste was even more unpleasant, making him cough and splutter. Still ranting about dangerous sports and inept teachers, Madame Pomfrey retreated, leaving Theo and Hermione to help Harry gulp down some water. "We won, though," Theo commented, a grin breaking across his face. Flint was thrilled. Hermione scowled at him, and Harry looked unimpressed. "I'm sure he was." Soon after, Higgs and Pusey showed up with a pile of chocolate. "Figured you deserved it," Higgs said, "having broken your arm so we could win the game." Harry smiled wryly. "I suppose I'll have to do it more often, then." "Oh no you won't," Madame Pomfrey said, scurrying back into the room to place several potions near Harry's bedside. "This boy needs rest, he's got 33 bones to regrow." Out. And Harry was left alone, with nothing to distract him from the stabbing pains in his limp arm. Hours later, he wasn't sure when, Harry woke quite suddenly in the pitch blackness of midnight and gave a small yelp of pain. His arm now felt like it was full of large splinters. For a second, he thought it was that sensation which had woken him. Then, with the stabbing sensation of utter horror, he realized that someone was sponging his forehead in the dark. "No," he hissed, a panicked voice, waving his good arm. Get off me," he hissed, panicking frantically. But as his eyes adjusted, he paused and gasped. Dobby. The house elf's goggling tennis ball eyes were peering at Harry through the darkness. A single tear was running down his long, pointed nose. Harry Potter came back to school, he whispered miserably. Well, yes, what did you expect me to do? He asked frankly. Dobby warned Harry Potter. Ah, sir, why didn't you heed Dobby? He looked very distraught, and was rocking backwards and forwards, shaking his oversized head. Dobby was so shocked when he heard Harry Potter was back at Hogwarts, he let his master's dinner burn. Such a flogging Dobby never had, sir. Harry felt horrible at that, and shrank back under his covers, feeling rather guilty. Meanwhile, Dobby mopped his bulging eyes and said suddenly, Harry Potter must go home. Harry Potter is in grave, grave danger. Harry grimaced. You know, you might be right, just today I almost got killed by this mad bludger. Dobby's goggling eyes grew even wider, and he let out a sob, looking incredibly guilty, before he whispered, Dobby thought his bludger would be enough to make. Your bludger? Harry exclaimed incredulously, what do you mean, your bludger? You made that bludger try and kill me. Tom was hissing something furiously in the back of his mind. Not kill you, sir, never kill you, said Dobby, seemingly shocked to the core. Dobby wants to save Harry Potter's life. Better sent home, grievously injured, than remain here, sir. Dobby only wanted Harry Potter hurt enough to be sent home. Harry chuckled darkly. Oh, is that all? And I suppose you still won't tell me why you want me sent home in pieces. Ah, if Harry Potter only knew. Dobby groaned, more tears dripping onto his ragged pillowcase dress. If he knew what he means to us, to the lowly, the ends, avenued, as dregs of the magical world. Dobby remembers how it was when he who must not be named was at the height of his powers, sir. We house elves were treated like vermin, sir. Of course, Dobby is still treated like that, sir, he admitted, drying his face on the pillowcase. But mostly, sir, life has improved for my kind since you triumphed over he who must not be named. Harry Potter survived, and the Dark Lord's power was broken, and it was a new dawn, sir, and Harry Potter shone like a beacon of hope for those of us who thought the dark days would never end, sir. And now, at Hogwarts, terrible things are to happen, or perhaps happening already, and Dobby cannot let Harry Potter stay here now that history is to repeat itself, now that the Chamber of Secrets is open once more. Dobby froze, horror-struck, then grabbed Harry's water jug from his bedside table and cracked it over his own head, toppling out of sight. A second later, he crawled back onto the bed, cross-eyed, muttering, bad Dobby, very bad Dobby. Harry frowned. You know about the chamber. But I'm not a Muggle-born, how can I be in danger from the chamber? Ah, sir, ask no more of poor Dobby, stammered the elf, his eyes huge and tearing in the dark. Dark deeds are planned in this place, but Harry Potter must not be here when they happen. Go home, Harry Potter. Go home. Harry Potter must not meddle in this, sir, 'tis too dangerous. Dobby, Harry said sternly, is it your master's? Is it your master? That's opened up the Chamber of Secrets. Lucius Malfoy originally had the diary. Harry and Tom initially thought he'd lost it, but Lucius Malfoy had been in direct contact with Ginny Weasley in Flourish and Blots at the end of August. And once again, Lucius Malfoy's house elf was warning him about the opening of the chamber. Could this all be, on purpose? Some convoluted plot conjured up by Lucius Malfoy to accomplish, well, he didn't know what the man was trying to accomplish. Dobby can't, sir, Dobby can't, Dobby mustn't tell. The elf squealed. Go home, Harry Potter, go home. Harry grit his teeth. You want me to leave while my friends are in danger? Run away. Harry Potter risks his own life for his friends. Ned Dobby, in a kind of miserable ecstasy. So noble, so valiant, but he must save himself, he must, Harry Potter must not. Dobby suddenly froze, his pointed ears quivering. Harry heard it, too. There were footsteps coming down the passageway outside. Dobby must go, breathed the elf, terrified. There was a loud crack as the elf popped away. Harry slumped back into his bed, his eyes on the dark doorway to the hospital wing as the footsteps drew nearer. In a moment's time, Professor Dumbledore was backing into the hospital wing, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying its feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. "Get Madame Pomfrey," Professor Dumbledore whispered, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Harry's bed and out of sight. Harry pretended to be asleep, his eyes were half closed, but still fixed on the bed across the room. A moment later he heard urgent voices, and then Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. He heard her sharp intake of breath. What happened? The matron whispered to Professor Dumbledore, bending over the statue on the bed. Another attack. Minerva found him on the stairs. There were a bunch of grapes next to him. We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Potter. Harry blinked, squinting. Sure enough, it was Colin Creevey, a camera in his frozen hands, lying in the hospital bed across the room. Petrified, whispered Madame Pomfrey. Yes, but I shudder to think, if Albus hadn't been on his way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have. He saw Professor Dumbledore slowly and carefully trying to pry the camera out of Creevey's hands. You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker? That would be fortuitous indeed, the elderly man said. A moment later, there was a loud pop before a jet of steam hissed out of the camera. Harry caught the smell of burnt plastic. Good gracious. Melted, Madame Pomfrey said in amazement, all melted. What does this mean, Albus? There was an uneasy pause. It means that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open once again. So you're telling me, Ginny Weasley lost the diary? Hermione shook her head. No, she threw it away. Harry nearly gaped at her. Someone threw away Tom's Horcrux. She threw it away. His head was pounding, and Tom was audibly ranting. Worthless blood traitor Quim. Shish, she threw it away. Where? He asked, maybe a bit too eagerly. Hermione frowned at him. One of the girls' bathrooms. Harry's eyes widened. But I already checked, Hermione said quickly, it wasn't there. Someone took it. Harry stared at her. She was fidgeting. There was something in her voice, something on her face. She knew something she wasn't telling him. Something wasn't right. You're sure? She reddened a little in the face. Of course. Harry's fingers twitched, suddenly overcome by the urge to cast the spell he knew would give him his answers. Legilimens, is what he wanted to say. But he couldn't. He wouldn't do that to his friend. Suddenly, a wave of irritated frustration washed over him, alerting him to the fact that the thought had surely come from Tom. Alright, said slowly. Thanks anyway. Hermione nodded quickly. Of course. I've got to go now. There's another book on Animagi I've been meaning to check out. After all, we should start having dreams about our animagus forms soon. Harry nodded. I think I've already started having them, actually. Hermione, apparently having forgotten the awkwardness of the preceding conversation, suddenly looked very excited. I think I might have seen something too. Last night, I had a dream where I was sitting out in the sun. I could feel fur on my body. What did you see? I was in a tree, Harry said, not sure exactly what it meant, but I've seen it a few times. Being in a tree, I figure I'm either something that can fly or something that can climb. Hermione peered at him thoughtfully. You'll have to ask Theo if he's seen anything. He said he had a dream where he was running on all fours, but nothing else. So I have fur, you climb, and Theo runs. Harry nodded. Curious, isn't it? Hermione smiled. Curious indeed. He froze, catching sight of something unexpected as they walked off. What? She asked. He pointed to a sheet pinned to the wall behind her, on the notice board. She spun around, and gasped a moment later. They're starting a dueling club. Harry nodded with a grin. We should go. Show off a bit. Hermione smirked a little at that. Hermione would have never smirked at anything when he first met her, but apparently spending so much time around Theo broadened her range of facial expressions. Yes, let's. I'll meet you and Theo there, in less than an hour, I suppose. Yeah, I'll go fetch him. When Harry entered the Slytherin common room, he headed straight for Theo, who was playing Exploding Snap on the floor near the fireplace with Tracy Davis and Daphne. He smiled as he plopped down beside Theo. Daphne, Davis, he greeted. Davis scowled at him. How come you call her Daphne but I'm still Davis? Harry blinked. He hadn't really thought about that. Well, you've never corrected me, I guess. The girl huffed. Fine, then call me Tracy. Harry smiled brightly. All right, Tracy. She rolled her eyes. Now is there a reason you're interrupting our game? Harry can interrupt whatever he wants. Daphne said passionately. Tracy rolled her eyes again. Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, Harry smiled bashfully. Yeah, sorry about that, there's dueling club tonight, though. Theo dropped his cards. There's what? Dueling club, Harry repeated. I'm assuming it's a club where you duel. Yeah, no kidding, Tracy snarked with a snort. We should go, Harry said happily, it could be fun. I'd love to watch you duel, Harry, Daphne purred. Well, you should probably duel too, Harry corrected. Oh, yes, of course. When does it start? Theo asked. About 40 minutes. Enough time to finish our game, Tracy said with a shrug. You can help out Theo, Harry. He needs all the help he can get. Hey. When they reached the Great Hall, they found that the long dining tables had vanished and a golden stage had been erected, and was stretched out a long wall, glittering in the light of the thousands of candles floating far above their heads. The ceiling was velvety black once more, reflecting the tranquil night far above, and most of the school seemed to be packed beneath it, all holding their wands in their hands and looking very eager and excited. As soon as Harry saw Hermione, he waved at her, and she came running over. Harry, Theo, and, Greengrass and Davis, right. Tracy gave her a half smile. That's right. Oh, we know who you are, Daphne said with a scowl. Harry talks about you all the time. You do. Harry smiled bashfully. Not all the time. I wonder who'll be teaching us, Hermione wondered, ignoring the unproductive turn that conversation was taking, standing on the tips of her toes to peer over the crowd. Someone told me Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was young. Maybe it will be him. It hardly matters, Harry said, as long as it's not. At that moment, Gilderoy Lockhart burst into the room, bright purple robes flowing behind him, with his signature self-satisfied smirk on his face. Theo purposefully stepped on his foot. You bloody jinxed it. Harry hung his head ashamedly. I'm sorry. Did you just step on his foot? Daphne hissed. If I did, he deserved it. Hermione and Tracy were wearing identical expressions. Lockhart dramatically waved an arm to call for silence and called, gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all up in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. See my published works, it was Ron, mimicking mockingly in a mumble. He'd come up to stand beside Hermione. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Harry nearly choked on thin air. Professor Snape was no one's assistant. Sure enough, the man looked silently furious, as he usually did while being forced to look at Lockhart. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself. He knows more than a tiny little bit, Tom whispered in his mind grouchily, apparently unimpressed with the whole affair. And has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. Wouldn't it be good if they finished each other off? Ron whispered. Theo quirked an eyebrow and Tracy and Daphne glared at him. Hermione rolled her eyes and tutted scoldingly. Meanwhile, Professor Snape's upper lip was curling in disgust. Lockhart, of course, was completely oblivious. As you can see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position, Lockhart explained. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course the man winked. Something stirred inside Harry, and it took him a moment to realize that part of him actually hoped Professor Snape would accidentally eradicate Lockhart, blast him from the face of the earth, if possible. Great, now he was feeling homicidal and had to feel even more terrible about himself. Bloody Lockhart. 1, 2, 3. Both of them swung their wands up and over their shoulders. Immediately, Professor Snape cried out, Expelliarmus. The spell was so forceful that Lockhart was blasted off his feet. He flew backwards of the stage, smashing into the wall and sliding down it to sprawl on the floor. Harry smiled broadly, and Theo was cackling quietly beside him. Ron looked like Christmas had come early, and Hermione was staring on with cold satisfaction. Meanwhile, Tracy was trying to look over the crowd of students. Do you think he's all right? She asked casually. Who cares? Ron exclaimed. She rolled her eyes. In the meantime, Lockhart rose unsteadily to his feet. Well, there you have it. He shouted, tottering back onto the platform. That was the disarming charm. As you see, I've lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. Wouldn't it have been great if someone accidentally stepped on it? Theo said under his breath. Ron grinned at that. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind me saying so. Harry was pretty sure Professor Snape minded everything Lockhart said. It was pretty obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see. Snape was looking at him murderously, and evidently Lockhart finally noticed, because he sobered a bit, and said, enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put all of you who don't have partners yet into pairs. Professor Snape, if you'd like to help me. Hermione and Theo instantly turned to each other. Dibs, they said simultaneously. On what? The others asked confusedly. Harry, Hermione said by way of explanation. Harry frowned. Yes, I suppose pairs are 2 people, not 3. By definition, Theo said blandly. Perhaps Ron would benefit from your instruction, Harry commented looking over at Hermione. None of the others would want to duel with Ron, and he didn't want him to feel left out. Hermione sighed and immediately looked over at Ron. Come on, she said with a glance at Harry and Theo, I'll teach you the disarming charm. Ron grinned. Wicked. Theo looked at the remaining 2 girls. Neither of you get Harry. Tracy rolled her eyes. Whatever. Come on, Daphne. But I want to watch. Come on. Harry looked at Theo with a small smirk. Do you think you can manage a couple of spells wordlessly? Theo grinned smugly. Well, as long as you don't throw anything at me too fast, Protega, probably. Good enough. Harry put some distance between them as Lockhart called, face your partners. Harry looked at Theo, who seemed quite excited. Wands at the ready. Lockhart shouted. When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponent, only to disarm them, we wouldn't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Theo immediately cast with a shout, Expelliarmus. Harry instantly brought up a wordless, Protega, and went on to cast the same charm at Theo, wordlessly. His friend, used to Harry's wordless charms, blocked easily. Neither of them were trying very hard. Their usual dueling techniques could get a bit messy, and something told Harry that collateral damage was not acceptable in dueling club. Theo cast Stupefy, and Harry blocked once again, wordlessly responding with a weak Bombarda. I said disarm only. He heard Lockhart call in alarm over the crowd of students. Harry held up his hand to signal to Theo that they were stopping, and then looked around, observing the chaos around him. Neville and Finch Fletchley were lying on the floor panting. Ron was looking quite frazzled whilst Hermione suppressed a smirk, holding his wand in her left hand. Several other students had fallen over. Some of the duels looked like they had actually devolved into brawls. Meanwhile, several people had abandoned their duels altogether to ogle at Harry and Theo in wonderment. Michael and Terry were grinning and giving them thumbs up. Dear, Lockhart said, skittering through the crowd. Up you get, Macmillan, careful there, Miss Fawcett, pinch it hard, it will stop bleeding in a second. He sighed. I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells, he said, standing flustered in the midst of the hall. He glanced at Professor Snape, whose black eyes glinted menacingly, and looked quickly away. Let's have a volunteer pair, Longbottom and Finch Fletchley, how about you? A bad idea, Professor Lockhart, Professor Snape cut in, gliding over. Longbottom causes devastation. With the simplest spells, we'll be sending what's left of Finch Fletchley up to the hospital wing in a matchbox. Finch Fletchley went pale as Neville went rather red in the face. How about Malfoy and Potter? He concluded with a twisted smile. Harry nearly groaned. Theo snickered. This will be entertaining. I really doubt it. Excellent idea. Lockhart exclaimed, gesturing to Harry and Malfoy. Now Harry, Lockhart said, when Draco points his wand at you, do this. He raised his own wand, attempted a complicated sort of wiggling action and dropped it as Professor Snape smirked. Whoops, my wand is a little overexcited. Actually, Professor, Harry said respectfully, I already know the shielding charm. I'm quite alright. Lockhart blinked. Oh, alright then. Harry looked over at Malfoy, who was listening to something Professor Snape was saying as he glanced covertly Harry's way with a terrified look on his face. Cautiously, Malfoy approached him. 1, 2, 3, go. Lockhart cried out. Harry did nothing. He just watched Malfoy, curious about what the other boy would do. Malfoy froze at first, but a moment later, a strange look came over his face, as though he was resolved, and he cried out, Expelliarmus. Protega, Harry said quietly. Professor Snape looked a bit disappointed but nodded curtly. But before he could step in to end the duel, Malfoy exclaimed, Serpensortia. The end of his wand exploded, and Harry watched in horror as a long black snake shot out of it, falling heavily onto the floor with a thud between them, ready to strike. Fearful screams filled the air, and the crowd backed off. Harry could feel Tom's fury and panic, and took a deep breath. What's this? What's this? The snake was saying angrily. Two-legged ones everywhere, everywhere. Harry panicked, knowing how close the snake was to lashing out violently. What could he do? He couldn't calm the snake down by talking to it, that would expose him, so he did the next best thing. He held his hand out to it, thinking furiously in Parseltongue, just hissing in his mind over and over again, Shish, it's okay. He didn't dare even open his mouth. The snake seemed surprised by the gesture, and stared at him for a long moment. Slowly, Harry knelt down in front of the snake, reaching out further until he was nearly touching its skin. Then the snake leaned into his touch. You're a speaker, aren't you? Harry nodded subtly. Very well then. He sighed in relief. Crisis averted. Meanwhile, everyone was staring at him, dumbstruck. He looked around, trying very hard to forget about the snake, lest he slip into Parseltongue, and put on his most innocent, charming face. What? Animals love me. Several girls were looked at him with adoring faces. Daphne was blushing something fierce. Seemingly stirring from the shock, Professor Snape stepped forward, waving his wand so that the snake vanished in a small puff of smoke. Harry could not help the disappointed look that came over his face as he looked up to Professor Snape, who had a very strange look in his eye, before he turned to glare at Malfoy, who had stepped back nervously. Well then, Lockhart exclaimed, another pair, perhaps. Immediately after Theo and Ron were called up to the stage, Harry brushed through the crowd, ignoring Hermione's call after him. He needed to think, or something. Bloody Malfoy, he'd set him up. He suspected him. But how? How could the bee-owned menace possibly know he was a Parselmouth? He went pale. Malfoy knew he heard the voice, Halloween night, and must have deduced what everyone seemed to be missing. That Slytherin's monster had to have been some sort of snake, that's why only the air could control it. And since Harry had stupidly blurted out that he heard something, Malfoy had guessed that he might be able to speak to snakes. Stupid. So stupid. That proved it, though. Draco Malfoy was a lot of things, but he wasn't actually stupid. Arrogant, cruel, annoying, and ignorant, but not stupid. Incompetent, foolish, weak, cowardly, arrogant, fool. Would they know? Would they find out? The headmaster would hear about it, surely. Would he figure it out? Would he come to understand what Harry was? How much time did he have left? He couldn't die, not yet. No, this was all wrong. Harry grit his teeth as he marched up stairwell after stairwell until he reached the 7th floor corridor. Just a big empty room, he thought furiously as he paced, and a moment later, a door appeared. As soon as he entered the room of requirement. He took a deep breath and glowered at the wall. He was numb all over, he couldn't think, his brain had turned to sawdust, and his thoughts were splayed all over the place in a mess. He breathed, over, and over, and over, his breaths shallow, panicked, and ragged. Something fearful and hot and cold was building inside him, swirling like a burning tempest, and soon he couldn't contain it any longer. He gripped his wand until his knuckles went white, as he thrust it toward the blank wall before him. Bombarda Maxima. He screamed violently, voice cracking and breaking under the weight of his words, Reducto. Expulso. Confringo. 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 When Harry returned that evening after having dusted all the disintegrated rock out of his hair, the other boys were already in the dorm room. Crabbe and Goyle playing Exploding Snap with Malfoy on the floor, and Zabini and Theo both on their beds reading. When he entered the room, all eyes fell on him, and sensing the anger that was still emanating from his body, everyone froze. Harry took a few steps forward, eyes resting on Malfoy, who had gotten to his feet defensively. Theo, lock the door. Harry, do it now. Harry hissed, eyes narrow and trained on Malfoy, who was starting to look very uneasy. Meanwhile, Theo hurried off his bed to lock the door, and Crabbe and Goyle backed up against the wall at the other side of the room, eyes wide and gazes unsure. "Take out your wand. Potter, I don't know what you—" "Take out your wand, Malfoy." Gritting his teeth angrily, indignance written all over his face, the boy did just that. "What, aren't you going to draw yours, Potter?" "I don't need it," Harry said, and Malfoy bristled. "Now, cast the spell." Malfoy's eyes flashed, and suddenly he started to look afraid. "What, aren't you curious anymore, Malfoy?" Harry asked sweetly. "We'd hate to have that. After all, Draco Malfoy gets what Draco Malfoy wants, isn't that right? So cast the spell." Malfoy didn't move. "Cast the spell," Harry snarled. Serpensortia. Nothing happened. Harry smirked coldly. "You have to mean it, Draco." The Malfoy heir did his best to steel himself, drawing up all the shaky confidence he had left in him. Serpensortia. And with that, a medium-sized black snake burst forth from his wand, landing on the floor with an ominous thud. Furious, it recoiled as it stared at Harry, and was poised to strike, when— "I mean you no harm, please, don't attack me." The snake froze, as did everyone else in the room. Crabbe and Goyle were standing slack-jawed in the back of the room, and Zabini's book had clapped shut. And as Theo stared on, eyes alight with fascination, Draco Malfoy went white as a ghost. "You speak," the snake said curiously, tilting his head to the side. "I do. And I apologize that you have been brought here so rudely." "Not at all, if the speaker summoned me." "I didn't summon you. That boy behind you did." The snake turned around to look at Malfoy, who was vibrating with nervous energy, now, something akin to pure terror on his face. "Why don't you scare him a bit?" Harry suggested, and the snake lunged forward, causing Malfoy to give a shout and stumble backward and fall against his bed. "That's enough," Harry said, with a small smirk. "I think he's learned his lesson." "Of course, Speaker. Now, come to me, and hide under my robe. I must attend to things here, but I will find a way to get you outside and set you free soon." "Can I not stay? We will both be in danger, if you do. It's best that you leave." "As you wish." Bowing slightly in acquiescence, the snake slithered toward Harry, up his arm and under his robes. Feeling the snake coiling around his arms, Harry relaxed into the touch, his temper starting to ebb away, leaving an eerie calm behind. "Now," Harry said softly, "I believe that this will do away with any need for idle speculation and rumor spreading." Zabini had risen to his feet. "Do you mean to say that you're the heir of Slytherin?" Harry pursed his lips. "I am." Draco was still gaping at him. "Then you are the one behind the attacks." Theo scowled at him. "No, Draco, you stupid, presumptuous little twit." Theo, it's all right," Harry said. "No, I'm not the one behind the attacks. Someone's using my name to attack people at Hogwarts." Zabini looked a little disappointed. "Then you're not the one trying to rid the school of mudbloods." Harry scowled. "No, of course not. Hermione Granger is one of my best friends. Why would I want to rid Hogwarts of muggleborns like her?" he snapped. Zabini looked appropriately chastised. "No," Harry continued, "somebody's randomly attacking people, and, cats, using my name. And I need to find out who that is before they accidentally expose me. That's where you four come in." They all looked confused at that. "You don't really think I told you my secret to assuage your curiosity, did you?" No one said a word, and Harry burst out laughing, making 4 of the 6 people in the room very uneasy. Theo, on the other hand, was used to Harry's mood swings by now. "You did." "Oh no, I'm sorry, I truly am, but my intentions weren't so benevolent." The boys looked even more uneasy now. "I've done some research, and the chamber was opened back in 1943. I have reason to believe a dark artifact was behind it." Theo gaped at him. Harry had conveniently forgotten to mention that to him before then. Zabini frowned. "A dark artifact?" Harry nodded. "A small book. A diary, with the year 1942 printed on it. I believe there's a spirit inside that's possessing people and making them open the chamber. This is why I need your help. I can't go looking for it. I can't be drawing attention to myself right now. But you 4, no one would suspect anything of me. You barely ever talk to me." Crabbe and Goyle still looked completely confused and dumbstruck, but Zabini and Malfoy were now scowling at him. "And why should we help you, Potter?" Malfoy said shakily. Because, Theo spoke up from behind him, he's the heir of Slytherin, Malfoy. You're Slytherins, would you really abandon Salazar Slytherin's heir when he needs your assistance? Also, Harry put in, as Malfoy knows, I've got a copy of Magic Most Evil, and I've already practiced all the spells from the first chapter. My favorites are the ones that don't leave a mark. He smiled candidly. The four boys paled a few shades, at that. So, he continued, have we reached an accord? Slowly, the four other boys nodded, and he felt Theo relax behind him. Now, I can't let any of you leave this room until you swear not to tell anyone what I've said to you. Four frantic nods. Well, I'm glad you agree, but that's not good enough. He reached into the bag sitting on his bed, and withdrew a familiar piece of parchment. He drew his wand, performing a set of complex wand movements before placing the tip of his wand on the page. The events that have taken place in this room are not to be spoken of, written about, or symbolically portrayed in any way, shape, or form in the presence of a person not among Harry Potter, Theodore Nott, Draco Malfoy, Blaise Zabini, Gregory Goyle, and Vincent Crabbe. Seal thy lips lest they be sealed, stay thy hands lest they be stayed, from birth of unfaithfulness to death of shame. With that, he withdrew his wand, and handed the parchment to Theo with the blood quill. Knowing immediately what was expected of him, Theo performed the task without a second thought, handing the paper next to Zabini, who took it with great reluctance. What will it do? Harry smiled. It's rather ingenious magic, actually. It binds a sequence of events in a specific time interval, 15 minutes to be precise. Should you attempt to reproduce them in any way, you will literally be unable to talk or move until I explicitly perform the counter curse and forgive you. Really, you have nothing to fear if you keep your word. Besides, if you don't take the oath, I'll just obliviate you, and I've never actually obliviated anyone before, and you can imagine how that might go over. So, it's probably best to just sign your name. Zabini grimaced and signed his name, before passing it to Malfoy, who also reluctantly signed, after which Crabbe and Goyle did the same. Harry smiled as he took the page from Goyle, and placed it back in his trunk. Now, he said, firstly, the oath has now been transferred to a secure location, so don't bother trying to burn the page, it won't do anything. Secondly, you obviously can't go talking to people about what was said here, what you can do is keep an eye out for anyone writing in a black diary. Ginny Weasley had it first, but I don't think she has it anymore. Zabini, Malfoy, I trust you might be able to find a way to subtly inquire about it, but Crabbe and Goyle, I think you'd better just keep an eye out. So, have we reached an understanding? There were several unsteady nods. Harry beamed at them. Brilliant. Now, I'm going to go take my lovely new friend outside where she'll be safe. Thank you all for your patience. And with that, he turned on his heel and left. Draco was in a daze. Did that really just happen? Yup, Theo said, popping the pea as he sat down on his bed, opening his Transfiguration book again. Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. Yup, you knew. Theo smirked. That my best friend is a powerful dark wizard in training who can speak to snakes. Yeah, I knew. I'm a Slytherin, Draco. I choose my friends wisely. I'd suggest you do the same. Draco nodded slowly. Did that really just happen? Yup, but did it really? Honestly, Draco, if you were any slower, you'd be going backwards. He stared down his nose at Neville Longbottom, a Gryffindor so pathetic he almost felt bad about tormenting him. Almost, lips curling into a sort of terrible grimace-laden smirk, reflecting the mixture of disgust and amusement coiling inside him. Longbottom, he said slowly, relishing the way the boy's face paled several shades as soon as he opened his mouth, did I not say to dice the toad eyes? Why yes sir. And what are you doing? I don't know sir. Well then, Longbottom, since you clearly don't have the mental capacity to grasp your own actions, let me enlighten you, you are mincing the toad eyes. The boy let out a whimper. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Draco Malfoy snickering and whispering something to Vincent Crabbe. Now, Longbottom, since you are clearly not able to grasp the very actions you take, I suppose I am right in assuming that you cannot possibly even begin to conceive of their consequences. Why yes sir. His gaze snapped instantly from the quivering boy in front of him to his least favorite Slytherin to have ever existed. Potter. He barked out, enjoying the way the boy started and went a little stiff. That never got old. What would have happened had Longbottom added his minced toad eyes to an infusion of peppermint oil and shredded adder's fang? The boy's eyes widened, and he could almost see the rapidly turning cogs of the boy's tangled mess of a brain gearing into overdrive. They would have instantly reacted with the excess acid left over from the reaction between the peppermint oil and the adder's fang, sir. The boy's voice was mechanical, grating to his ears. And, he drawled, in best-case scenario the compound would have doubled its acidity, expanded, and boiled over. And worst case, it would have exploded, sir, the boy said stiffly, sparing a hopeful glance at him. He almost scoffed. The boy seemed intent on winning his approval, despite the utter disdain he showed towards him on a regular basis. He knew for a fact that Harry Potter was reading at least 2 years ahead of everyone else, and not out of interest. No, the Potter boy was determined to answer every single rigged, unfair question he launched at him. Usually, the boy was quite successful in catching whatever he threw at him, which made his own victories all the sweeter. And what would have happened, Potter, had the toad eyes been added after the essence of oregano was mixed in? The cogs turned even faster, and the boy's eyes widened with every half-second he failed to supply an answer. His mouth opened and closed, words forming on his lips before dying away a moment later. I don't know. The boy, while still composed, had a faint look of devastation in his eyes. There it was. Jackpot. He allowed himself a small sneer. Absolutely nothing. The boy's mouth slowly formed an O shape. Yes, thank you, sir. Sneering again, he turned back to Longbottom, who was shaking in his seat, now. Suffice it to say, Longbottom, that you have just been spared a trip to the hospital wing. Pity for the rest of us. He scanned the classroom. Well, what are you all waiting for? You have 24 minutes left to brew. He swept back to his desk and stood behind it, folding his arms as his eyes traveled from student to student. The first thing he observed was not patting Potter on the shoulder consolingly, whispering in his ear. It was rather ironic. Theodore Nott, a Death Eater's son, was nearly inseparable from the boy who lived, and made a habit of following Potter around and policing his eating habits, which were still appalling. The child subsisted mostly off of fruit and small sandwiches, and still never showed up to meals without a book. Indeed, Nott and Potter seemed to be the best of friends. Sometimes he could not help but wonder what Nott Sr. thought of this. He was, after all, a very opinionated man. Suffice it to say he'd been relieved when Theodore Nott arrived at Hogwarts as a relatively sane, normal, 11-year-old boy, as he had been with the Rosier girl and the Caro twins. The four of them, despite having sadistic blood purists as parents, seemed generally well-adjusted, unlike Muggle-raised Harry Potter, who was, frankly, a piece of work. The boy was unusually polite, unnaturally consistent. Every day he showed up to breakfast looking exactly the same. Every time he greeted his housemates and friends, his face remained constant, and it had occurred to him many times now that it might all be practiced. Through his interactions with Potter and his casual observations of the boy's interactions with others, he'd come to the realization that the boy was utterly socially inept, which he was only somewhat successful at hiding. But hide it he did, and he was successful where it counted. His colleagues still loved the boy, and like his father before him, Harry Potter was confident in the knowledge that he had the entirety of the Hogwarts faculty under his thumb. When they looked at him, they saw a model Hogwarts student, a kind, polite boy with an eagerness to learn and talent on top of that. When he looked at Potter, however, he saw who he really was. Potter had a carefully crafted persona which no one seemed to see through, save him. The boy had perfect control of his reputation, top of his class, star Quidditch player, friendly face, and clearly valued that control, hence the masked aloofness and the measured amicability so prominent in his behavior. He knew he was in control, and he liked it. Clearly, his father's arrogance was starting to shine through. Unlike his father, however, Potter was smart. He knew better than to make a spectacle of himself. He knew how to maintain control. He was truly a Slytherin, which, despite the boy's uniform, virtually everyone seemed to forget. Yes, everyone conveniently overlooked the fact that Potter had all the makings of a perfect little sociopath. Whether he actually was one, was another question. Oh well. It was too easy to get caught up in over-analyzing Harry Potter's behavior, because loath as he was to admit it, he had yet to figure the boy out. His eyes next traveled to Davis and Greengrass, who was, as usual, casting longing glances at Potter every 2 minutes, which the boys seemed oblivious to, as always. In front of them Granger was attempting to salvage the Weasley boys' attempts at brewing a half-decent potion, looking rather frazzled. Malfoy was, as usual, successfully going through the motions of his current assignment, while Crabbe sat back and did nothing, much like Goyle was doing beside Bulstrode, who looked like she wanted to be anywhere but there. Finnegan and Thomas sat behind them, chattering constantly. Actually, they looked much too satisfied with themselves, he thought as he swept over to them, to smack them over their heads with the textbook in his hands. Focus. Properly chastised, the boys attempted to do just that. Slowly stalking back to the head of the classroom, he observed with no small amount of smugness as students cowered in his wake. He hated children. He hated teaching. But he could not deny it, it was satisfying. "Headmaster," Severus said as he and Minerva followed the elderly man from Lockhart's office, "those boys are lying." The old man chuckled. "Oh, I know Severus, I know. Then what is it you think happened, Albus?" Minerva asked, concern evident in her voice. "Surely they couldn't have been behind the petrification. That is, Minerva, a mystery to me. All that is for certain is that Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter did indeed arrive at the scene of the crime after the perpetrator had escaped. And yet, Headmaster, we have yet to explain why the boys were so far from both the Great Hall and the Slytherin common room." "Ah, well, that is quite simple." Harry heard a voice, and went running after it. "Albus," Minerva exclaimed reproachfully, "you didn't. Only briefly, Minerva, to ascertain their innocence. Then you learned nothing," Severus interjected. "I did not say that," the headmaster said with a slight smile. "I did indeed learn something I did not expect to learn." "Which is?" Minerva asked impatiently. "Young Harry is quite an accomplished Occlumens." Severus had to keep himself from gaping. "Potter, an Occlumens? How was that even possible?" "Headmaster," he said sharply, "are you saying that you encountered a mental shield when you examined Potter's mind?" "Oh, no, I found something far more interesting," the old man replied, sounding quite pleased. "You see, when I said that Harry is an accomplished Occlumens, I meant just that. When I took a peek inside his mind, I met not a shield, but rather a barrage of false memories and emotions. It was a fair bit obvious, but still, impressive." Severus could not help it, he was gaping at this point. Minerva wasn't doing much better. "But how's that possible, Albus?" the old woman said frantically. "The boy's only been at Hogwarts for a year." "Ah, but you forget, Minerva, that Harry is, in fact, a very clever boy. With the right motivation, I have no doubt he would find himself most adept at the mind arts." "But what motivation could a 12-year-old boy possibly have to learn occlumency in such a short amount of time?" Severus said nothing, but he was thinking the same thing. His interest in occlumency did not make itself known until he was in his 4th year, and he was not at the level Potter had apparently reached until the summer before his Newt year, and all this was because of his fervent desire to protect his mind from his associates at the time. So why would Potter have become so obviously interested in the complex subject at the young age of 11? Did the child have something to hide? Some shocking secret? But then again, knowing the quirky boy, that might not be it at all. The headmaster smiled grimly. "We all have things to hide, Minerva. Some of us more than others. But Albus, what could a boy of 12 have to hide?" "Well, Minerva, I dare say young Harry has done a good enough job of hiding that will remain a mystery until he wishes otherwise. But this could be important, Albus." "It could, but perhaps not. His personality does suggest the possibility for obsessive or paranoid behavior, Headmaster," he spoke up. It was true. The boy was socially inept, and yet clearly intent on controlling his interactions with others, suggesting he valued order and control to an unnatural extent. Again, budding sociopath, he couldn't help but think. But he daren't express his opinion with Minerva standing there. The headmaster smiled. "Well, there you have it, Minerva." She scowled at both of them. "A boy was petrified last night," Minerva commented as she sat down beside him at the staff table. "One of my Gryffindors, Colin Creevey." "I heard," Severus said neutrally. He wasn't particularly fond of the timid Gryffindor, especially after he came asking for a picture on the first day of classes. Honestly, the nerve of these Gryffindors. "And Mr. Potter," the woman continued looking very troubled, "almost killed at the first Quidditch game of the season, again." He raised an eyebrow. I would think you'd be relieved. After all, Gryffindor might start winning Quidditch games if Potter had been seriously maimed or killed. Minerva gasped. Severus, don't joke like that, this is a student's life we're talking about. A Slytherin, no less. He huffed. Potter's life. She scowled at him. I don't know why you're still so antagonistic toward the boy, Severus. He's studious, quiet, and polite, a model student. Nothing like his father. Word has it, Minerva, that you are biased. I have heard that he does exceptionally well in your class, like his father. Just like he does exceptionally well in charms, like his mother, the woman said pointedly. Severus grimaced. Only because he studies obsessively. The boy has no sense of moderation, like his father. And keen mind and sweet demeanor, like his mother. Severus rolled his eyes. Not as sweet as he might seem, Minerva. I assure you that at least half of it's feigned. And how could you possibly know something like that? I do my job. I watch the boy. And I don't like what I see. The woman rolled her eyes. Of course, you wouldn't. Headmaster, he said slowly as he entered his employer's cluttered office. You wished to see me. Yes, Severus come. The dueling club last night, what happened? He blinked, caught off guard by the man's abruptness. Gathering himself, he sneered. It was a disaster, as I expected it to be. Lockhart was completely incompetent, as usual, but were there any fights? The headmaster interrupted, leaving him a little stunned again. Between the older students? No. Aside from some mulish brawling, there was nothing of note. The man frowned. And did anything else happen? Anything at all? He paused. There was one incident. Draco Malfoy cast Serpensortia at Potter. The headmaster's gaze snapped toward him. Was he bitten? No. Yes, Severus. He tamed the creature. The headmaster narrowed his eyes. Elaborate. Severus grimaced, recalling the tenseness of the atmosphere when the large snake had shot out of Draco Malfoy's wand, belligerently slithering forward to glare at the students. At first he looked frightened, aghast, even, but then he went to his knees, and held his hand out. And the snake allowed him to pet it. The headmaster's gaze pierced him relentlessly. He was able to calm the snake. Did he explain the creature's behavior? At all. Severus's grimace grew. He claimed that, and I quote, animals love him. The elderly man's face had gone a shade lighter. I can make animals do what I want without training them, the man whispered. Headmaster. He snapped out of his reverie. Yes, Severus, that is curious indeed. Very curious. Headmaster, he said with a frown, why? Why did you believe there had been an altercation between older students? The old man's face was grim. I felt dark magic last night, Severus. A burst of crude, powerful dark magic. His eyes widened. You believe it was a student? The man's eyebrows rose. Who else could it be? It was surely none of the staff. He quirked an eyebrow. Unless you have something to tell me, Severus. He could not help it, he scoffed. I dare say my magic has not been crude in quite some time. Indeed, but that still leaves the question of whose magic it was. He nodded. Do you believe it was the heir of Slytherin, perhaps? I fear that may be the case. I had hoped you might have noticed something at the dueling club, but if there were not any incidences. We still have no suspects. We do not. The heir of Slytherin, whoever it might be, has successfully covered their tracks yet again. And have you at all been enlightened, Headmaster, of how we should approach this problem? I'm afraid not, Severus. I can only hope that some evidence may turn up before another attack occurs. Severus grimaced. A futile hope, most likely. Indeed, but there is not much we can do besides wait. So wait they would. The day after, incident number 3, as Harry now referred to it, Justin Finch Fletchley was petrified, leaving Harry very unhappy indeed. Apparently someone else had picked up the diary, and Tom Riddle, the younger, had acted quickly, leaving yet another of his classmates in the hospital wing. This time nearly headless Nick had been petrified as well, making it clear to Harry why no one had been killed yet. Mrs. Norris had looked at the basilisk's reflection in a puddle, Colin Creevey had seen it through his camera lens, and Finch Fletchley met the creature's eyes through the wispy form of the Gryffindor Tower ghost. Clearly, it was all, as Professor McGonagall might say, sheer dumb luck, which had Harry thinking that by the time the next person was petrified, all the luck might have run out. The whole thing had him very anxious, and it was starting to affect his sleep. It took him an hour, sometimes more, to fall asleep these days, and on particularly bad nights, he only got a few hours. He'd actually fallen asleep in History of Magic a couple of times, leaving him so mortified that he was sure it would never happen again. Hopefully. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Harry found out a couple of days after the attack that Hermione had fallen ill, and had been taken to the hospital wing with a fever after she collapsed in the Gryffindor common room. He and Theo visited her, but she hadn't really been up for talking. She left to visit her parents a day later, just as Theo left him as well. And once again, as Christmas came and went, he was alone. He spent a lot of time reading, of course, enjoying the silence of the empty Slytherin common room, but that was not the highlight of his Christmas. No, the highlight was Tom's lessons. Tom had Harry request from the Room of Requirement a large room filled with mirrors, so that he could begin teaching Harry a charm called Placo Ignis, the only known spell that could extinguish fiendfire. After Harry's rather magnificent destruction of the Room of Requirement after Incident Number 3, Tom had concluded that Harry had more aptitude for the dark arts than he initially realized, and insisted that Harry learn some serious dark magic over the holidays, when he didn't have children running around distracting him from the important things in life, like the dark arts. The presence of these insects here, Harry had sighed, has distracted us long enough. Human lives are fickle and frail, Harry, but the dark arts, ever-changing and everlasting, will be your companion for all of eternity. Okay. Harry, as always, was a little uneasy about the whole thing. Some of the curses Tom was teaching him were really awful. Sure, bone breaking and defingering and fingernail expelling were all very interesting to Harry, but they didn't hold a candle to what Tom wanted to teach him. Evoco Pavor was known to make a person so scared they'd scratch their own eyes out, and Excorium was a skin-flaying curse. Venter Fervo boiled the contents of a person's stomach. He, of course, hadn't mastered these difficult curses yet, but he had to wonder when something like that would ever come in handy. He'd hate to flay someone, it sounded like a really mean thing to do. He'd said as much, and had been ridiculed. Your simple-mindedness is astounding. None of the curses Tom tried to teach him, however, scared him as much as the prospect of casting fiendfire. Notoriously hard to control and extremely dangerous, fiendfire was relatively easy to cast but nearly impossible to tame, and many a dark witch or wizard had met their end at the hands of their own miscast cursed fire. Harry didn't really have enough confidence in himself to even begin to go about conjuring cursed fire, though Tom seemed to be very blasé about the whole thing. Fiendfire is essential in any skilled dark wizard's arsenal, you'll have to learn it eventually. We might as well start early. But, what if I burn down Hogwarts or something? Tom had not dignified that with an answer. And that wasn't to say they weren't taking precautions. Indeed, Harry was supposed to be able to cast Placo Ignis in his sleep before he even attempted to conjure fiendfire, but the whole thing still made him very nervous. Aside from giving the chance to dedicate more time to his dark arts training, Christmas also gave Harry and Tom the time they needed to work out what they were going to do about Tom's diary. To be fair, they already had decided that the diary was a problem, but the extra time to consider the whole affair truly solidified their intentions. So what you're saying is, we can't have all three of us running around, Harry said, Voldemort 1.0, and Diary Tom, someone's going to mess something up. Correct, and it will no doubt be my 16-year-old self. I was impatient, rash, and far too passionate and idealistic back then. He will not sit quietly and let things unfold, which is an essential strategy at this point. My master soul must regain its body on its own, and the Horcruxes must remain hidden in secret, away from prying eyes and meddling hands. Harry sighed. I don't know what else I can do. I can't start asking around about the diary, and I can't have Hermione or Theo do it either, it will draw too much attention. Tom shook his head. There is nothing to be done for now. Putting more effort into this will not serve us in the long run. Our own safety and secrecy is crucial. The diary will resurface on its own eventually. But what if it remains lost forever? As much as it troubles me to not know the location of one of my Horcruxes, we can at least be comforted in the knowledge that if it is lost it is safe, but it will not come to that. Why not? I was foolish, in my youth. When I created my first Horcrux, I designed a magical object that would carry out my will as an extension of myself, when I should have forged it with the sole purpose of hiding it. But the damage has already been done. Damage. It will not remain hidden, it wants to be found, Harry. Like the ring, I assure you the ring is very well hidden, and is content to remain that way. No, oh, never mind. Tom raised an eyebrow. As I said, it wants to be found. It wants to be opened, confided in, and fed. Believe me, we have not seen the last of it. Harry grimaced. Too bad. Indeed. Wait for someone to find the diary, have someone else steal it for him, and then lock it away. That's all they had to do, right? It was one of their simpler plans, all things considered. What could go wrong? Have you had any more dreams yet, about your animal forms? Hermione asked, somewhat faintly. She was still recovering from her fever, and still seemed a little sickly. My dreams are always in the dark. I have fur, but that's all I know. Harry shook his head. Still just the tree. I can tell that I either have long fur or feathers, but I don't know anything else, yet. You, Theo. He shook his head. Running through the grass. That's just about it. Hermione huffed, frustrated. It's already been a month since we got rid of the mandrake leaves, and still no luck. I think we give it another 2 months, and if we still have nothing, we should brew the potion. Harry shrugged. You've done the most reading, so it's your call. How long does the potion take to brew? About 4 weeks, and then it needs to be drunk once a day for 3 weeks. Theo heaved a great sigh. This takes so long. Why don't we just brew the potion now, just in case? Hermione glared at him. You're the one who said this could take years. And we'll hold off on making the potion as long as we can. Why? Because if we want to brew it, we'll have to steal potion's ingredients from Professor Snape. I already checked. We only have access to a few of them. Both boys blanched, at that. Well, then, Theo concluded. That's it then. We can go duel now. Actually, Harry said, there's one more thing I wanted to talk about. Which is, expanding our study group. Theo raised an eyebrow. Don't you think we should have a name first? I agree, Hermione said blandly. Harry shook his head. I don't mean right now. But in the future. Theo shook his head. Why can't it just be the 3 of us? No, I agree with Harry, Hermione said. It could actually good, having more people. More people means more people to come up with ideas, do research. Plus, I rather like the idea of teaching our classmates how to protect themselves better. I think it's the right thing to do. Theo snorted. Teaching Hogwarts students the dark arts, it's the right thing to do, a quote by Hermione Granger. She huffed, annoyed. You know what I mean. Theo shrugged. It's not like they're learning anything in defense against the dark arts, after all. Exactly. So glad you agree with me. Hermione ignored him and started to rant. Honestly, there must be something Professor Lockhart can teach us, as incompetent as he might be. I mean, all those books, they can't be all completely made up. There's got to be something. Then why doesn't he get on with it already? Her scowl deepened, and Harry put his head in his hands, not wanting to devote much thought to the aberration that was Gilderoy Lockhart. Can we get back to what we were talking about? The other 2 nodded reluctantly. I think, Harry began, that anyone who wants to join our group needs to learn occlumency first. Sounds reasonable, Theo said. We had to do the same. Hermione frowned. That will exclude a lot of people. Harry nodded. But the whole point of our group is to keep each other's secrets. If someone can't do that, they don't really belong here, do they? Hermione pursed her lips. Isn't there some kind of contract you could get them to sign? Something that would prevent them from giving anything away. Harry shook his head. If there is, I'm not skilled enough to craft it yet. What about that oath you made Draco and the others swear? Hermione blinked. You made Malfoy swear an oath. Harry nodded slowly, not really liking the direction of the conversation. It won't prevent someone from picking the events out of their heads if they know what to look for. Plus, it's a really restrictive and not very useful when it comes to more general things. Wait, why did you make Malfoy swear an oath? There's this diary he has them looking for. Hermione's eyes snapped toward Harry. You mean the, it. If by it you mean the diary, Harry said, then yes. Wait, the diary. Theo exclaimed, does everyone know about this thing but me? Harry sighed. It's a dark artifact. I think it's responsible for opening the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione's eyes widened and she paled drastically. Are you sure? Harry nodded. Pretty sure. Again, I can't share details until I know you two can protect your minds well enough, but there's a spirit, I think, possessing the diary, that makes people open the chamber. It was opened 50 years ago, you see. 50 years ago, 1943, Hermione breathed. Harry nodded. What I don't get is how you know this, Theo stated. Harry looked between them uneasily. Well, that's the thing, that's the big secret. That's what I can't have anyone finding out. I'll tell you, but not now. Please, don't ask. Please. His friends nodded slowly. When you're ready to share your secret, though, Hermione said softly, we'll be here. You keep our secrets, Theo agreed, so we'll keep yours. Harry was starting to get very nervous. The first attack had been on Halloween, Filch's cat. The next attack followed a little more than a week later, but this time it was a person petrified, Colin Creevey. Then, a little more than a month later, a second student had been petrified. And it was just going to get worse. Tom Riddle would get excited, impatient, and would start engineering more attacks at a faster pace. Harry was convinced that things would begin to escalate, there would be another attack within a month. Except there wasn't. Malfoy, Zabini, Crabbe, and Goyle were all coming up short in their search for the diary, but at the same time, there were no attacks, prompting Harry to believe that the diary really was lost, now. He would have been convinced of this, were it not for the fact that one attack occurred after Hermione said it had been lost. Had someone successfully resisted the urge to write in the diary? Had someone figured out what it did? Was someone hiding it? Or was it thrown away again? Suffice it to say, Harry was both relieved and concerned when no attacks occurred within the following 2 months. Tom was only concerned. Lucius Malfoy will pay for getting my Horcrux lost, he'd hissed angrily multiple times now. Harry had no objection to this. Honestly, what was the man thinking? He planted a dark artifact given to him by Lord Voldemort himself on one of the Weasley children, to let it wreak havoc at the school where his son was attending. Surely he knew how risky it was, surely he was aware of how much could go wrong. And go wrong it had. There was no sign of the diary and no attacks. January and February passed quietly. Well, almost, anyway. February 14th was by no means quiet. It started like any other day. Harry woke before all the other boys in his dorm, sought out the bathroom, showered, and went about the hopeless task of taming his wild jet black locks while looking at Tom's incredibly bored face in the mirror. Once he was semi-satisfied with his hair, he got dressed, tied his tie, and headed back to his dorm room to find the other 5 boys rolling out of bed. Good morning, he greeted cheerily, like he did every morning. Good morning yourself, Theo growled as he searched for a missing sock. Zabini and Malfoy were glaring at him, as usual, and Crabbe and Goyle weren't awake yet. Well, were more asleep than usual, he supposed he could say. They left their room between 7:45 and 8:12, as usual, took the same route to their breakfast table, as usual, but what was not at all usual was the decor of the Great Hall. The walls were plastered with enormous, garishly pink flowers, and heart-shaped confetti was falling from the sky above them. What's going on? Harry asked, freezing in the doorway of the Great Hall, panic fluttering in his chest. He didn't know why, but he had a very bad feeling about all the pink. Don't you know? It's Valentine's Day, Theo said. But, this didn't happen last year. No, it did not. A galleon says it's the own terror's doing. The other boys snorted at Theo's comment. Harry glanced at the staff table. Sure enough, Lockhart looked thrilled with himself, and Professor Dumbledore looked very amused, but everyone else was far from pleased. Professor McGonagall's face was twitching, and Professor Snape, well, he looked positively murderous, which wasn't all that unusual these days. Harry did pity whoever had double potions that day, though. Harry was cautious as he sat down at the Slytherin table, having brushed off his seat first. He plucked confetti out of his hair as he lamented the fact that the bowl of strawberries he purposefully sat across from every morning was polluted with pink pieces of paper. Once the Great Hall had mostly filled itself with bewildered and/or giddy students, Lockhart stood up at the staff table, bellowing happily, "Happy Valentine's Day. And may I thank the 46 people who have so far sent me cards. Yes, I have taken the liberty of arranging this little surprise for you all, and it doesn't end here." The man clapped his hands, and through the doors marched a dozen or so dwarfs, all of them wearing gaudy gold wings and carrying harps. My friendly, card-carrying cupids. The man beamed, clearly very proud of himself. They will be roving around the school today delivering your valentines. And the fun doesn't stop here. I'm sure my colleagues will want to enter the spirit of the occasion. Why not ask Professor Snape to show you how to whip up a love potion? The entire Great Hall paled a few shades at that. And while you're at it, Professor Flitwick knows more about entrancing enchantments than any wizard I've ever met, the sly old dog. Harry couldn't help it. He gaped. The pink, the dwarves, the love potions and enchantments and the valentines, it was all too much. He didn't care what Tom said, there was true evil in the world, and this is what it looked like. Harry didn't understand it, and he didn't want to. All he knew is that all of this stuff filled him with a sense of inexplicable dread, and unexplained, fervent dread is always what Harry imagined evil might be like. Tom clearly crafted his famous words before ever hearing the name Gilderoy Lockhart. "Harry, mate, you okay?" It was Theo, questioning him in between bites of bacon. "No," he whispered. "I feel like I've discovered something new about human nature that I would have rather remained ignorant of." Theo's eyebrows had disappeared above his fringe. "Yeah, that sounds like a definite no to me. Come on, it'll be okay. Look, I'll help you dust off some of your strawberries. Not hungry. Perhaps I can change your mind." Harry spun around to find Daphne standing behind him, extending a red heart-shaped box toward him. "Valentine's Day chocolate," she said sweetly. "You're making it worse," Theo hissed. Daphne glared at him. "It's chocolate. How can that make anything worse?" she snapped. Harry looked at her warily. "You do realize that this is a religious holiday in honor of a man that got beaten to the brink of death and then beheaded, right?" Daphne rolled her eyes. "Just take the chocolates, Harry." "Seriously," Theo put in, "if you don't, I will." "You will not," Daphne snapped at him. Harry cautiously took the box, and did his very best to offer a gracious smile. "Thank you, Daphne, for the gift. I apologize that I didn't get you anything in return. My understanding is that gifts given on holidays are supposed to be reciprocated." Daphne blushed vividly, and Theo's head was in his hands. The rest of the day was at least as dreadful as breakfast. Dwarves kept bursting into their classrooms to deliver valentines, trying everyone's patience. Even Professor McGonagall lost her composure eventually. "That's it. Out, out, or I'll transfigure all of you into toads." Harry was terribly irritated about the whole thing, but he thought he would make it through, until one of the dwarves found him. "Oi, you, Harry Potter. I've got a musical message to deliver to Harry Potter in person," he croaked out, twanging his harp ominously. Harry froze, mouth agape. Taking his silence as acceptance, the dwarf said, "Right, here is your singing valentine. His eyes are as green as stupefy." Harry had acted on pure instinct, but he felt some relief when the gold-gilded dwarf hit the ground like a sack of bricks. He didn't know whether to be pleased with himself for quick thinking or disappointed over his loss of control. He didn't feel bad about it, though. Not one bit. The dwarf was an agent of evil, after all. What's going on here? It was Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother. Upon seeing the odd scene before him, he stopped short. "He just fell over," Harry stated matter-of-factly. "It's true," Theo piped up from behind him, "just had a fit or something." Percy looked at the other students, who, clearly feeling fed up with the whole singing dwarf thing, nodded in confirmation. "Well then," the prefect said, looking quite flustered, "off you go then, I'll take care of this." Harry breathed a sigh of relief, and escaped as soon as he could. "That was brilliant," Ron Weasley said as he passed him in the corridor. Harry was glad someone was pleased. So, yes, after that day as Harry had taken to calling it, nothing much had happened, no attacks, petrifications, or deaths of any sort. It was peaceful. Classes went on as usual, and you know what met for their weekly duels. Animagus training, unfortunately, was put on hold again, because Hermione insisted they try the mandrake leaves again. She really didn't want to brew that potion. "It's extraordinarily complex," she'd said, flustered, "and we can't afford to waste ingredients, if we're stealing them from Professor Snape." Luckily, they had a lot of other things to keep them busy. Hermione insisted on having them prepared for exams by mid-April, which Theo grudgingly agreed to, and Harry had loads of spells he wanted to teach them. Nonstatera was a hex that caused people to lose their balance, which Harry was eager to add to their arsenal, because unlike Executor the slicing curse, and Proto-Digita the defingering curse, they could afford to use it in duels without fear of causing serious harm. Still, as they started to brew more healing potions, well, the few they had the skills to brew, anyway, their dueling techniques grew more and more reckless, which Harry was both pleased with and worried about. Sure, it was much more fun not having to aim curses at the ground in front of someone instead of straight at them, and using a wider variety of curses made dueling much more interesting, but he didn't want to explain lost appendages or serious burns to Madame Pomfrey. In the end though, the harsher their duels, the quicker Hermione and Theo would learn, so all in all, he supposed it was for the best. The excitement of dueling practice and the absence of any attacks made March and April fly by quickly, and Harry and his classmates were happy to forget about the petrifications, the Chamber of Secrets, and Slytherin's Moster. Until May 8, Harry had been on his way to the Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff Quidditch match, the fifth-year potions text in his hand and Ron and Theo by his side. Ron had coaxed them into cheering for Gryffindor. Harry was pretty sure that Theo was going to betray Ron and cheer for Hufflepuff, but either way, it promised to be an amusing affair. They were about to find a seat, when Professor McGonagall came half marching, half running across the pitch, carrying a huge purple megaphone. "The match has been cancelled," the woman announced, completely ignoring the boos and shouts. Oliver Wood and the Weasley twins looked absolutely devastated. All students are to make their way back to their house common rooms, where their heads of houses will give them further information. "As quickly as you can, please." The woman lowered the megaphone, and Harry's stomach dropped as she walked over to them. "Potter, not Weasley, I think you'd better come with me." Weaving in between the disappointed and concerned students, Harry, Theo, and Ron followed behind the professor with puzzled looks on their faces. "This will be a bit of a shock," the professor said gently. "There has been another attack, a double attack." All the breath escaped Harry's lungs. A double attack? Why did it escalate so quickly? After 4 months of nothing. Theo looked at him concernedly. When they arrived at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was bending over an older girl with own curly hair, who Harry only barely recognized, and he had to wonder why Professor McGonagall had thought to alert them specifically. But then his eyes traveled slowly to the left. "Hermione." Ron gasped out beside him. Harry went cold. "Hermione. No. No. She's alive, right?" he cried out frantically, not at all caring how pathetic he sounded. Professor McGonagall looked at him with pity in her eyes. "Yes, Mr. Potter, she's alive, only petrified. They were found near the library." She held out a small object, a small, circular mirror. "I don't suppose any of you can explain this." It was on the floor next to them. Harry's heart leapt. Hermione, his brilliant friend. She'd figured it out. "We also found a note in her hand." Professor McGonagall held out a small letter. "But it's gibberish." Harry stared at the piece of paper. "I'll take it," he said instantly. Professor McGonagall frowned at him, but handed it to him nonetheless. "I will escort you back to your common rooms, now." Theo looked over his shoulder. "Do you think it means anything?" Harry scowled. "Of course it means something. Look at the second word." "IBSSZ." Theo asked, puzzled. Harry said impatiently. "It's my name." Theo just looked bewildered. "Whatever you say, mate." Harry sighed. "It's a simple substitution cipher. It will be easy to decrypt. I'll do it in the morning." Of course, he didn't. As soon as his dorm mates fell asleep, he cast a Lumos and began to translate the letter. It didn't take long, seeing as the key was 1. Harry honestly expected something more from Hermione, maybe a polyalphabetic cipher or something, which left him with an uneasy feeling that the letter was written under duress. His fears were confirmed when he began translating. "Dear Harry, I'm ashamed it took me this long to figure this out, especially given how my best friend is obsessed with magical oaths. There's something I've been meaning to tell you, for several months now, but I haven't found a way how, until now. I found the diary. It was created by a Hogwarts student named Tom Riddle, and he has been using the diary to coerce students into opening the Chamber of Secrets. I was one of these students. I made the mistake of writing in the diary. It was the strangest thing, I just couldn't think about anything else until I did so, and before I knew it, I wanted to keep it to myself longer, just a little longer, and delay giving it to you, so I told you that I couldn't find it. I lied, and I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I don't think I was in my right mind. Anyway, soon after I met Tom, who wrote back when I wrote in the diary, the chamber was opened once more, and I had a huge blank in my memory. When I figured out what happened, I asked Tom about it, and threatened to hand the book over to the teachers. He dared me to try, and I did, and then I tried to tell you. I failed. Every time I tried to talk to someone, I found myself not wanting to anymore, and every time I started to write the words I wanted to say down, my hand would seize up. It was maddening. Tom Riddle is very persuasive, and tricked me into writing my whole name in the diary. I haven't been able to talk or write about it since, so I think some sort of oath was woven into the diary's spell work. But just last night I figured it out. If I write in code, I can write anything I want. A silly loophole, I know. I've tried to find a way to destroy it, but I haven't had any luck, so I did the next best thing. I kept it in the bottom of my trunk all term. Tom was no doubt very unhappy about this, and I suspect he was the one who caused my illness in December, somehow. Despite that, it worked. I resisted the urge to write, and the attack stopped. Unfortunately, I took it out just the other day to bring with me to you-know-where so I could do some tests, and Ginny Weasley saw it. I believe she's stolen it back. The Chamber of Secrets will be opened once again. Please tell a teacher, before someone else gets hurt. Hermione. Please tell a teacher, before someone else gets hurt, Harry whispered. Stupid Gryffindor. He furiously rubbed his stinging eyes, gritting his teeth angrily as the note wrinkled between his quivering fingers. Hermione, all this time, had been suffering for months, alone. Suffering, because she did the job he gave her. Suffering, because of Lucius Malfoy's stupid plot. Suffering, but really, there was only one person to blame. It was all Tom Riddle's fault. He's going to pay, Harry hissed into Tom's mirror after he'd translated the message. He's never getting out of that diary. Tom only shrugged. Do what you will. It matters not to me. He's caused far too much trouble. Truth be told, Harry was never too fond of the teenage Tom Riddle he saw in his memories. He wasn't as straightforward as his younger self, not as caught up in his awe at the wonders of magic, but he didn't have the power, dignity, and well-earned respect that Lord Voldemort had. He was just an arrogant boy in the awkward stages of transforming into a most terrifying man that was Lord Voldemort. No, Harry had never been particularly fond of 16-year-old Tom Riddle, but he'd never thought much of it. He'd never really had the opportunity to dislike the boy his best friend once was. But now, he was quite sure that he never wanted to meet him, and would be perfectly happy throwing the diary in a deep pit, never to see the light of day or feel the touch of a human ever again. And somehow, given how irritated Tom had gradually become with his younger self, he didn't think his best friend would mind. The next morning, Theo wasted no time in inquiring about Hermione's letter. Do you know what it says? He asked Lily on their way to breakfast. Harry nodded subtly. Ginny Weasley has the diary, most likely. Theo grimaced. The Weasley girl. Do you want me to? Harry shook his head quickly. I'm taking matters into my own hands. I'll watch her for a couple of days, and find a time to catch her when she's alone. Bloody hell, Harry, you make it sound like you're going to murder her. Well, that's certainly not the plan, Harry said as they entered the Great Hall. Let's hope not. Harry smiled a bit, eyes scanning the Great Hall as they approached the Slytherin table. But upon looking around, he noticed an event, or rather lack of an event, that had never occurred before. Professor Dumbledore had not shown up for breakfast. I wonder where he is. Who? Theo said through a mouthful of bacon, as he dutifully piled strawberries onto Harry's plate. Professor Dumbledore. Haven't you heard? Parkinson was smirking across the table. Draco's father had him suspended as headmaster. Malfoy looked very smug, at that. Harry blinked. Why? Well, he hasn't exactly done much to stop these attacks, has he? Tracy pointed out. Harry frowned. You can't know that. It's not like we're told everything the teachers are up to. Well, I say good riddance, Parkinson said loudly. Theo raised an eyebrow. Nobody cares what you say, pansy. And you know what else? Parkinson continued, ignoring Theo. They took that oaf, Hagrid away too. Locked him up in Azkaban. Apparently this wasn't the first time these attacks took place, and last time, it was that half-giant who did it. Surprised glances flickered across the table, and Harry paled a few shades. Poor Hagrid, framed not once, but twice. First Hermione petrified, then the headmaster removed, then Hagrid in Azkaban. Things were devolving quickly. Despite all that, though, everything else was strangely normal. Classes continued as usual, with the main difference being that after every class their professor would escort them to their next lesson, which was a bit tedious but made sense and was a relatively insignificant inconvenience nonetheless. The regular escorts, however, made it very difficult to contact Ginny Weasley. The students weren't allowed much time alone, only a couple hours in the courtyard and the library daily. Fortunately, Harry quickly noticed that the ginger-haired girl was spending her afternoons in the library, and was, despite the mannerisms of her older brothers, actually quite solitary. Though Tom Riddle probably had something to do with this, so he figured one such afternoon spent in the library would be the optimal time to approach her. So, on Thursday afternoon, he found her diligently searching between shelves. When he saw the panicked look on her face, his heart sunk. Ginny Weasley. She spun around, eyes wide and face pale. Are you all right? She nodded almost imperceptibly. Have you lost something? She shook her head frantically. Do you need help? Her eyes went even wider, but she didn't dare make a sound. He grimaced. This was going nowhere. Perhaps he needed to be more blunt. Did you lose it? She flinched, but said nothing, so he continued. The diary, you stole it back from Hermione. Did you lose it? Her lips were moving, but no sound was coming out. It's okay. He tried to sound comforting. I know about it, about Tom. I know what he made you do. She was hyperventilating now, and looked to be on the verge of tears. It's okay, he said quickly, I understand. I'm not going to tell anyone. I promise. Really? She whispered. He nodded. Really? It's okay, Ginny. You can trust me. How did you know? She mumbled. It's a long story. But I need to find that diary, and when I find it, I can get rid of it, for good. Tom will never hurt you again. Tears were running down her cheeks at this point, and if Harry was being perfectly honest, he'd have to admit it was making him rather uncomfortable. Please. I'm sorry. I didn't mean any of it. Still feeling very awkward, rather like when he had been trying to get Dobby to calm down, he took a deep breath and took her hand in his, causing her face to light up in a bright red blush. It's okay. It wasn't your fault, he said with the most sympathetic smile he could muster. It wasn't your fault, but I need the diary, Ginny, so I can get rid of it. So it can never hurt anyone else ever again. She shook her head. I don't know where it went, she sobbed. I left it in my book bag, and when I got back, it was gone. I've been looking for it for days now. Harry fought to keep a sigh of frustration down. Do you have any idea where it went? I think someone stole it. Do you know who? He could tell he asked just a bit too quickly, because she flinched, and shook her head mutely. Are you sure? She nodded. He nodded back, slowly. I see. All right, well, tell me if you find it. I'll look as well. She sniffled and nodded again. It'll be okay, he said, half to himself, I'll find it and get rid of it. Thank you, she whispered. Of course. He looked her in the eye sternly. I'll keep your secret, Ginny, but you must keep mine as well. She nodded frantically. So you swear that you will relay to no one, in spoken or written word, gesture, or otherwise, the contents of this conversation. Another frantic nod. All right. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and tapped it with his wand twice. He'd spelled the page the day before. It had been a tiring and complicated spell, to circumvent the need for his blood quill, but he managed it in the end, leaving him feeling quite accomplished and self-satisfied. Then can you sign your name on this piece of paper? It just makes sure we keep each other's secrets. Without hesitation, she took a quill out of her bag and signed it. He smiled at her. Thank you. Everything will be all right. So he was back to square one. The diary was lost, its owner unknown, and he was stuck relying on Malfoy, Zabini, Crabbe, and Goyle to look for it for him. Perfect. Harry looked on with a frown as Professor Snape swept into the common room with a scowl that was oddly frazzled, almost afraid, if Harry didn't know better, and stalked over to Hortense, who proceeded to go speak to the other prefects. His frown deepened when they began to call roll. Had something happened? Had someone gone missing? As soon as his name was called, he wasted no time in running to his dorm room and pulling his invisibility cloak out of his trunk. Throwing it over himself and placing his spare wand, Tom's wand, in his pocket, he sprinted back into the common room, slipping out the portrait hole just as Professor Snape was leaving. Nearly holding his breath, he was perfectly silent as he followed Professor Snape up a multitude of staircases, trying to stay as far behind as possible without losing the professor down one of the many corridors that branched off to the sides. Eventually, they slowed down as they came toward what Harry recognized as the staff room, where all the other faculty members were gathered, with fidgeting hands and ashen faces. "It has happened," Professor McGonagall was announcing as soon as Professor Snape entered. "A student has been taken by the monster. Right into the chamber itself." The reaction was instantaneous. Gasps and moans filled the room, and Harry could swear the temperature dropped a few degrees. "The heir of Slytherin," Professor McGonagall continued, her face deathly pale, left another message. "Right underneath the first one, his skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Poor Professor Flitwick burst into tears at that. "Who is it?" Madame Hooch said, slumped in her chair. "Which student? I'm not. I checked the Slytherin dormitories. As soon as you contacted me," Professor Snape cut in softly, his face almost serene. It was almost eerie, after having seen him looking so irate just a few minutes before. "Draco Malfoy is missing." Harry's eyes widened as gasps filled the room once again. "Malfoy?" Professor McGonagall asked, shocked. "But he's a pureblood, and a Slytherin, no less. Monsters tend to care less and less about blood and houses as time wears on," Professor Snape said pointedly, a dark look on his face. Harry still couldn't believe it. The irony was incredible. After all of Lucius Malfoy's scheming, it was his son who became the final victim. Lucius Malfoy had unwittingly sacrificed his only son's life to bring Voldemort, a weaker, younger, more foolish Voldemort, back to life. It was almost poetic in a way. He could not help but think as his heart beat quickly in his chest. Malfoy was a lot of things, but he didn't deserve to die. Harry couldn't let that happen, not when he was the reason the other boy sought out the diary. Yes, Draco Malfoy was a lot of things, but he deserved a chance to be so much more than that. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall sighed shakily. "We shall have to send all the students home tomorrow," she said. "This is the end of Hogwarts." Dumbledore always said. At that moment, the staff room door was thrown open, and Lockhart came bustling through with a brilliant grin on his face. "So sorry, dozed off. What have I missed?" He was, as usual, completely oblivious to the hateful glares being directed his way, which were much more baleful than usual. No one said anything, until Professor Snape stepped forward, a cruel look in his eye. "Just the man, the very man. One of my students," Professor Snape said the words with venom in his voice, "has been snatched by the monster, Lockhart. Taken into the Chamber of Secrets itself. Your moment has come at last." The bee-owned man blanched instantly. "That's right, Gilderoy," Professor Sprout chipped in. "Weren't you just saying last night that you've known all along where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is?" Harry's eyes widened. No, he couldn't possibly. Yes, didn't you tell me you were sure you knew what was inside it?" Professor Flitwick asked innocently. Harry could feel panic stirring inside his chest. Professor Lockhart was a Ravenclaw. Was it possible he'd figured it out? Did I? I don't recall. Well, he didn't seem very sure of himself, but still. "I certainly remember you saying you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at the monster before Hagrid was arrested," Professor Snape said lowly. "Didn't you say that the whole affair had been bungled, and that you should have been given free rein from the first?" Lockhart's eyes whipped from stony face to stony face. I really never, you may have misunderstood. We'll leave it to you, then, Gilderoy," Professor McGonagall said briskly. "Tonight will be an excellent time to do it. We'll make sure everyone's out of your way. You'll be able to tackle the monster all by yourself. A free rein at last." Lockhart continued to send panicked glances from teacher to teacher, but no one was about to come to his rescue. His bottom lip was trembling at this point. Very well," he stuttered out. I'll be in my office, getting ready." Heart frantically thrumming in his chest, Harry nervously followed him out of the room, trailing behind him as he headed back to his office near the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. If Professor Lockhart knew where the chamber was, he'd need to persuade him to stay silent, somehow. He couldn't afford to let someone reach the diary before him. As Harry approached the office, he heard scrapes and thumps coming from inside, and could not help but wonder what kind of getting ready Lockhart was doing. Pulling off his cloak, he rapped on the door twice. A moment later, the door opened to the tiniest crack, and he was met with one of Lockhart's panicked blue eyes. "Oh, Harry, I'm rather busy at the moment. If you would be quick." Harry put on his best concerned face. "Professor," he began shakily, willing his voice to quiver slightly, "I heard that one of my friends has been taken into the Chamber of Secrets, and that you were going to rescue him, and I think I might have some information that could help you." Well, it's not terribly," the man sputtered for a moment. "I mean, well, all right." He opened the door and Harry slipped in. He had been packing. He raised an eyebrow, absently dropping his worried demeanor as a wave of disgust washed over him. "Going somewhere?" Well, yes," the man said as he removed paintings from the wall. "Urgent call, unavoidable, got to go." Realization dawned on Harry, and suddenly he felt very stupid. "You're not rescuing anyone, are you?" "Well, as to that, most unfortunate," he said faintly, avoiding Harry's eyes, "no one regrets more than I." "You're running away," Harry stated bluntly. His eyes narrowed. "Don't you think this might make a good story, Professor Lockhart? For another one of your books. You know, the books where you did all those great, brave things." "Books can be misleading," the quivering man said delicately. "Ah, I see," Harry said. "Well, you can't leave now, you know. Everyone will know that you ran away when you were needed most. That will damage your credibility, won't it?" "Well, now, Harry, I have a much better idea, actually. Why don't you calm yourself down, disappear for an hour, and then go to Professor McGonagall and tell her that the entrance to the chamber wasn't where you thought it was after all. I mean, you can't help it if you just don't know where it is, right? It was an honest mistake. It could happen to anyone, couldn't it?" Lockhart blinked. "Well, yes, I suppose. Well, then, that's it, isn't it? That's all there is to it." Yes. And I swear I won't say anything, Professor. My lips are sealed. You'll just owe me, that's all. You'll owe me one." The man was speechless. "Now, you go disappear for an hour, and I'll head back to my common room." The man was gaping now. "I'll see you later, Professor." He turned to leave. "But Harry." The man seemed to have regained his composure. "I can't just let you leave. Not after you've seen me like this, Obliv." Harry spun around, casting a wordless Expelliarmus. The man's wand flew into his hand. "None of that, now, Professor." He glanced at the wand in his hand. "I'll leave this on one of the desks on my way out." He turned to leave once again, but looked over his shoulder. "But remember, you owe me one, and I was never here." He then swept out of the room, leaving an utterly shocked Gilderoy Lockhart behind him. Seeing Malfoy's prone form discarded in a puddle, lying limp in the middle of the Chamber of Secrets, Harry ran forward, sliding to his knees and immediately placing his fingers on the boy's carotid artery, checking for a pulse. It was there, but only barely. Absently, Harry placed his wand on the ground beside him and began to check his housemate over for injuries. His skin was pale, nearly a deathly white, and cold, but he seemed to be in one piece. That was something, at least. "He won't wake," a soft voice spoke up from behind him. Harry snatched up his wand and leapt to his feet, spinning around and stepping back a few paces. It was a teenage Tom Riddle, leaning against the nearest pillar, watching him with no small amount of curiosity, his dark eyes glittering hungrily. He wasn't yet alive, Harry could tell. The image of him was muted and blurred around the edges, and he flickered slightly in the dim light that crawled between the chamber's vast stone pillars, but he was almost there. Just a few more minutes was all he would need. He was too late. Tom's Horcrux had almost created a body of his own. Now all he could do was convince him to give it up, if only out of spite. "He's not dead," Harry said quietly, mind nervously flitting through all the ways he could fix this in a manner that was remotely plausible. So far he had nothing. "No, he's alive, but only just." Harry nodded slowly. "Aren't you going to ask who I am?" Tom Riddle said with a slight edge in his voice, obviously displeased with being apparently overlooked. "I imagine I would have gotten around to it eventually," Harry replied nervously. Tom Riddle sneered at him. "Eventually. While you waste time with eventualities, your housemate lay dying." Harry, still deep in thought, nodded absently, frowning as his eyes flickered between Malfoy and Tom. I noticed you haven't asked who I am either, he pointed out. Tom quirked an eyebrow at him. Harry Potter, he enunciated slowly, sauntering toward Harry, causing him to back away further. A pleasant surprise, to say the least. Oh, so you already know. Oh yes, I know all about you. The boy who lived. The Potter that ended up in Slytherin. Kind, brave, Harry Potter. The little boy who made the Dark Lord go away, tragically orphaned on the day he became a hero. Ginny Weasley had so much to say, but not as much as Hermione Granger. Sweet, brave Harry Potter, misled but meaning well, abused, but so strong, so brave. Brilliant, inquisitive, and powerful. A polite boy with something dangerous sleeping underneath. But neither of them had as much to say as young Draco Malfoy, here. He prodded Malfoy's cold body with his shoe, much like he'd done to Amy Benson, many years before. Famous Harry Potter. Special Harry Potter. Thinks he's so clever. Thinks he knows everything. Thinks he can do whatever he wants. If only everyone knew what he really was. If only everyone knew that their favorite lion in snake's clothing was, in fact, a snake through and through. If only everyone knew that brave, kind, Harry Potter had a darkness inside him, a darkness he couldn't quite keep silent. A darkness that made him strong, untouchable, everything dear Draco wished he was. Power, he envied your power, but he couldn't figure out how to take it for his own. He couldn't quite figure you out, and he hated you for it. And I admit, I do understand the sentiment. Harry glanced between Malfoy and Tom, still racking his brain for an idea, any way to end this before it was too late. What could he do now? How could he possibly convince Tom to return to the diary? Still, he had nothing. Tom was smiling broadly now, lips curling into a pleased smirk. And that's why it's him, lying here, and no one else. For it was he who truly offered up his soul, his fears, insecurities, and believe me, there were many. Tom paused, noticing the distracted look on Harry's face with a scowl. Do you not care? Harry blinked, stirred from his flustered musings. About Malfoy. I really don't want him to die, if that's what you mean. He will die, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. He has forfeit his soul, to me. Harry just stared, still unsure of what to say. Tom seemed to be gloating, and Harry wasn't quite sure how he was supposed to react to that. Tom's scowl deepened. You don't look surprised at all, why's that? Aren't you curious? About who I am. About how I'm here. About who the heir of Slytherin is. I think I can work it out on my own, actually, Harry said honestly, glancing down at Malfoy's deathly white face and suddenly finding himself not willing to waste any more time. He needed to stop Tom Riddle, and what's more, he needed to save Malfoy, because even after everything the other boy had done, Harry knew that he didn't deserve to die. Especially not because of Harry's carelessness. No, Draco Malfoy deserved the same thing as any other child, the chance to grow up, to better himself and become a stronger person. Draco Malfoy wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a bad one either. He was still innocent, naive, and he deserved a chance to know and understand the world before he left it, right? And even if not, he wasn't about to let Tom Riddle claim another victim. He wasn't about to let someone die for his and Tom's mistake. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle sneered at him. Is that so? Then tell me, great, wise Harry Potter, who am I? What are we doing here, in Slytherin's hidden chamber? Well, you're the heir of Slytherin, one of them. What's left of you, anyway? Tom narrowed his eyes. What's left of me? He hissed, clearly taking offense at Harry's phrasing. So he tried to correct himself. You're like a ghost, a memory of someone who opened the chamber a long time ago, 50 years ago, to be precise. His eyes narrowed, and he could not keep the smallest traces of venom from leaking into his voice. And you've been possessing my classmates, having them open the chamber for you so you can set your pet basilisk on unsuspecting muggleborns, and cats. Tom glowered at him menacingly. How, he spat, could you possibly know that? Reining in his own ire, Harry shook his head, raising his arms in a placating motion. Tom, oops, how do you know my name? Tom cried, alarmed, before opening his hand and snapping, Accio wand. Harry was caught off guard, and his wand was wrenched from his grip, shooting into Tom's hand. I don't know what you think you're playing at, Harry Potter, but you clearly know too much. Too much to be kept alive. And with that, he spun on his heel to face the statue behind him. Speak to me, S. Eyes widening in panic, Harry plunged his hand into his pocket, pulling out the backup wand which he'd taken along with him, Tom's 13-inch UN Phoenix feather, and pointing it at Tom Riddle. Expelliarmus. Tom instantly spun back around to face him, erecting a wordless shielding charm. His eyes widened in horror as he took in the sight of the wand in Harry's hand. "Where," he said, his voice low and quivering in fury, "did you get that?" "Godric's Hollow," Harry said, forcing himself to stay calm as his heart beat frantically in his chest, "where you killed my parents." There was a wild look in Tom's eyes, and he barked out a laugh. "Then you know exactly who I am." "I do." The boy in front of him laughed gleefully, eyes alight with some sort of crazed amusement. "And who am I, Harry Potter?" "Lord Voldemort." Glee twisted into frenzied anger. How can you know? How could you possibly know?" "Well, might as well just get this over with. I know your diary is a Horcrux." Tom's face became even more furious, if that was possible. "Just like me." Tom faltered, his face paling as he stepped back in shock. "What? A fragment of a soul, preserved in some object, or in my case, a person. Tom Riddle trapped you in a diary 50 years ago, back in your 6th year, just like a piece of his soul came to live inside me 10 years ago." Harry's wand, gripped tightly between Tom's fingers, was quivering. "That's not possible." "Yeah, that puzzled the piece of you that's inside me too." He's still not quite sure what happened, I think. He thinks my mother did something, apparently she was quite adept at soul magic as well. Tom scowled as Harry compared him to a Muggle-born witch. "That mudblood was brilliant," Harry interjected. "She engineered your defeat, after all." Tom was breathing heavily, eyes alight with something between fear and hope. "Prove it." Harry shook his head. "I don't have to. How else could I know all this, if you hadn't told me yourself? I can tell you more, if you really want me to. You were born December 31, 1926. Your mother was Merope Gaunt and your father was a Muggle, Tom Riddle. You grew up in Wool's orphanage, raised by an annoying, nasty old woman named Mrs. Cole. Your first and only friend was named Cece, and she abandoned you only months after you first met her. You killed Billy Stubbs's rabbit and hung it from the rafters when you were 9. A year later you scared Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop so badly that they never spoke again after they left that cave. Professor Dumbledore gave you your Hogwarts letter when you were 11 years old, and you thought he was a doctor from the asylum." "Enough," Tom hissed, "enough. I believe you." He breathed deep, hoarse breaths, clearly trying very hard to calm himself down. "I believe you. So you're not here to stop me, then?" He took another deep breath, nodding to himself. "No. You're here to help, not to stop me." Harry shook his head, doing his very best to look apologetic, when he really wasn't at all. "I'm afraid I have to." Tom's eyes flashed. "What? I have to stop you?" Harry repeated cautiously. Tom narrowed his eyes. "And why would you have to do that? Why did he have to do that?" He couldn't tell Tom Riddle that Tom had no intention of giving him a body, that his older self thought he would cause more trouble than he was worth, and he certainly couldn't say that he just didn't like him and was feeling a bit vindictive after Hermione's petrification. And Tom Riddle obviously didn't care about Malfoy's life. Which meant, well, he'd have to make something up on the spot, he supposed. We can't have you running off and messing things up. The other Horcruxes are hidden well, but Professor Dumbledore already knows that your Master Soul is still alive, and if you escape the diary now and Malfoy dies, you risk people realizing that there's more than one Tom Riddle, and then finding out about the Horcruxes. You'll be putting us all in danger. You already have. You've been endangering us, all of us, all year. You have to return to the diary. For now, at least." Harry stifled a smile, quite satisfied by his mostly true evaluation of their situation. "No. What do you mean, no?" Harry asked, puzzled. "I mean no, I'm not going back," Tom said lowly. "What?" Harry asked, a little taken aback. He hadn't expected Tom to be pleased about it, but he figured that if he explained that his life was in danger, he'd at least be open to the idea of letting this whole rebuilding a body thing go for a while. He thought his reasoning, while certainly a bit shaky and contrived, what with all the bits he left out, would be sound enough to make Tom at least consider it. "I'm not going back." "But Tom, you need to." "No, I'm not going back," Tom bellowed suddenly, his voice echoing sharply off the damp stone pillars surrounding them. Harry frowned, trying to control the anxiety he felt steadily building up inside of him. It really is for the best. No, it's not. Tom, think about this carefully. No, I'm not going back. I'm not going back to that darkness, to being trapped between parchment pages, cursed to live in silence, unable to see, hear, taste, touch, act. I won't go back. Not now, not when I can see with my own eyes, feel with my own hands, taste the air. I won't go back. Unbidden, pity swelled in Harry's chest. It was exactly like he thought. The other Horcruxes were like his Tom, able to think and feel, but trapped in cold, lifeless objects. Tom may have murdered a fellow student to create this Horcrux, he may have voluntarily trapped himself inside, but did he really deserve 50 years of sensory deprivation and loneliness? He might have petrified Hermione, but did that justify years of torment with no end in sight? Suddenly, Harry felt very unsure of himself. He was sentencing a piece of his best friend's soul to years, possibly decades, centuries, or millennia, of torture. He knew it was for the best, he knew that ultimately, it was the right call to make. But still, it felt so wrong. Harry. Tom's thoughts cut through his mind, and suddenly he remembered. Draco Malfoy was lying at his feet, at the brink of death, and one of his best friends was lying in the hospital wing, petrified. His own life and the life of his oldest and dearest friend were at risk. He couldn't afford to empathize with Tom, he had a job to do. He had to be convincing, and to do that, he had to be convinced by his own words. Tom, I understand that it's difficult, Harry began slowly, his voice sympathetic. Crucio. Tom suddenly shrieked out, and half a moment later, a wretched scream tore through Harry's throat as he fell to his knees. Shock penetrated his entire being as white-hot knives sliced through his skin, tearing through his muscles over and over again, while electricity burned through him right to the bone. Every jolt of pain was all-consuming, and every moment he was sure that he couldn't endure anymore, it had to end. But it didn't. As moments turned into seconds, stretching into long minutes and taking on the appearance of hours, he could feel himself slowly losing control of his body as he convulsed on the floor. Through the pain, he realized that the longer this went on, the weaker he'd become. So steeling himself, he gripped Tom's wand tightly, calling out, "Be Bombarda." Tom stumbled backward at the weak explosion, and Harry used the distraction to scramble behind one of the pillars across from the one Tom had been leaning against earlier. Harry Potter. He heard Tom growl out, "You're not making me go back. Either help me regain my body or die here, with Draco Malfoy, in the Chamber of Secrets." Harry's eyes widened. "Tom, if you kill me, you're killing part of yourself." "I don't care." Harry could feel panic seizing him. He hadn't expected this to be easy, but he hadn't expected it to be impossible. Tom was clearly beyond reason. But then again, being trapped in a diary for 50 years could do that to you, he supposed. "Come out, Harry Tilda," the other voice sang, his voice sweet, contrasting violently with the furious bellowing that had preceded it. Tom chuckled softly to himself, "I want to see it again, the pain in your eyes, the agony written all over your face." Harry cringed, stomach lurching, but taking a deep breath he spun around, leaping out from behind the pillar. Stupefy. The stunning charm. Tom barked out a laugh, his voice harsh again, "Really?" He took a deep breath. Crucio. Harry managed to dodge this time. Expulso. Interfodio. Harry's widened at the unfamiliar curse. Protega. Reducto. He cast in quick succession. Lacero. Tom exclaimed after erecting a wordless shielding charm. Protega. Defindo. Tom sneered at him. Cute. Spina discutio. Harry dodged. Aguamenti. Apugno. Water droplets formed in the air, and flew into Tom's face, sharp enough to cut. Confringo. Tom cackled as he erected another wordless shielding charm, dispelling the water into a mist and deflecting the curse back at Harry, who narrowly dodged it. Very good, Harry Potter. Harry could not contain a small satisfied smirk. He was quite proud of himself for thinking up that one on the fly. Perhaps I'm underestimating you. Aguamenti. Glacius. Apugno. Expulso. Of course, Tom had to one-up him. Shards of ice darted toward him, the Expulso following in their wake. Protega. He successfully blocked Tom's curses, but found himself thrown backward by the force of the Expulso hammering against his shield. Confringo. Tom shouted before Harry managed to call out another curse. Harry dodged this time, crying out simultaneously. Expulso! Eviscero! Harry gasped and stumbled out of the way, narrowly dodging the disemboling curse. Crucio! The time it took for Tom to cast the unforgivable gave Harry the chance to prepare to unleash two particularly nasty curses in quick succession while he dodged, Evoco Pavor. Exscorio! Tom grinned amusedly as Harry took a deep breath. Furfacio! Exscorio! Protega! Eviscero! Protega! Reducto! The curse flew right past Tom, hitting the pillar behind him, causing the sides to crumble to dust. Externo! Evoco Pavor! Harry threw himself out of the way again, stumbling as he pointed at the dust at Tom's feet, casting, Apugno. A cloud of dust swirled to life between him and Tom, giving him the chance to, as Tom dispelled the dust, cast, Sectum Sempra. The cutting curse narrowly missed Tom, who deflected it only at the last moment, after taking a moment to stare at it admiringly, before glaring at Harry, clearly unhappy about almost being hit by a curse he didn't know. He paused, and Harry followed suit, breathing heavily. Tom's wordless shielding charms were impeccable, and he didn't really have to dodge, unlike Harry, who was starting to feel very worn down. Sectum Sempra. Tom cast without warning, and Harry couldn't dodge fast enough. The curse caught him on his arm, and he let out a yelp of pain, casting a panicked glance at Tom, who was still glaring at him, but gave no indication of further movement. A few seconds passed, and Tom's stare turned critical, as though he was solemnly considering something. A moment later, he cried out, Avada Kedavra. Harry's eyes widened, and, in a fit of panic, he threw himself out of the way with such force that he collapsed on the stone floor, bruising his side. You tried to kill me. He blurted out as he stumbled to his feet. That. Tom grinned viciously. That was just saying hello. Avada Kedavra. He took a deep breath. Avada Kedavra. Terrified, Harry scrambled back behind the pillar, breathing heavily. A fellow Horcrux was trying to kill him. Tom was trying to kill him. Again. Come out, Harry Potter. I want to look at you when I kill you. I want to see the light leave your eyes, a beautiful light, filled with terror. Come out. You're only delaying what is to come. Tom chuckled cruelly. You can't hide forever. You're going to die, Harry Potter. I'm going to kill you and I'm going to enjoy every moment of it. Harry could feel tears running down his cheeks, thin and barely there, but burning his skin. His breaths were hoarse, sharp and biting in his chest, and a cold sweat was dripping down his face. His skin was throbbing, electrified by adrenaline and still burning with the fire of the Cruciatus curse. Tom was right. He was losing energy and his movements were getting sloppy. Never before had he been so exhilarated, so nervous, or so terrified. A part of him felt better than he had ever felt before. A part of him was vibrating with excitement, but this part of him was being quickly eclipsed by the shadow of despair creeping over his mind. He couldn't do this. He knew when he was beat. He had lost. He was going to die, alone, in the Chamber of Secrets. He was going to die. Except he wasn't. He wasn't alone. Not really. Suddenly, he remembered Tom's words, 5 long years ago. Know this, Harry, you are never alone. He couldn't beat Tom Riddle, but Lord Voldemort could. Tom, help me, he hissed miserably. A moment later, his wish was granted. The sensation of being drawn into himself seized him, and suddenly, his fingers went stiff and it wasn't him holding the wand in his hand anymore. He blinked his eyes and he could feel them burning as they flickered to crimson, and he realized it wasn't him blinking, breathing anymore. Unbidden, his muscles flexed and he rolled his head from shoulder to shoulder, cracking his neck. He wasn't Harry Potter anymore. And now, he was going to win. Crucio, his Tom whispered as he stepped out from behind the pillar, causing Diary Tom to jump out of the way. Unforgivables, Harry. I'm impressed, Diary Tom snarled. Harry felt his face stretch into a grin. Unfortunately, young Harry here does not yet have the capacity to cast the Cruciatus curse. All in due time, though. Diary Tom's eyes widened, and Harry watched him pale with some smugness. You're Lord Voldemort. Diary Tom scowled. I'm Lord Voldemort. Harry felt his grin turn wry. Yes, of course, his Tom said patronizingly. Crucio. Gracefully stepping to the side, Tom wordlessly cast the Cruciatus curse right back at his counterpart, watching with no small amount of amusement as he narrowly dodged it. Expulso. Confringo. Eviscero. His Tom effortlessly blocked every curse his younger self cast at him, punctuating his shielding charms with strange bursts of light that Harry did not recognize, each one tasting deliciously dark in the air around him. Interfodio. Lacero. Again his Tom blocked effortlessly, carelessly casting spell after spell in turn, dark amusement growing as Diary Tom's movements became shaky and frenzied. It was not long before one of his wordless Cruciatus curses hit Diary Tom, and the boy fell to his knees, eyes widening in shock. This was probably the only time Tom Riddle would ever feel that curse, he guessed. Diary Tom refused to collapse or cry out, but remained on his knees, frozen as the torture curse burned through him. Harry, through the dark magic-induced elation he felt while Tom continued to torment his younger self, found himself slightly disappointed by Diary Tom's silence. Meanwhile, he could feel his legs moving, and his body was slowly walking toward Tom's younger counterpart. As he drew closer, he felt Tom release the curse, and the ecstasy faded into a hollow buzz. "Give up. You cannot defeat me." Diary Tom bristled. "Don't count on it. You're in the body of a child, your magic is limited. I only have to outlast you," he said shakily, trying to rise to his feet. His Tom chuckled ominously, and feeling surge of cruel amusement electrifying his brain, Harry was suddenly thankful that this Tom was on his side. "Ah, to be young and ignorant. You foolish boy, have you not felt this one's magic? I have access to as much magic as I could possibly need," his Tom bluffed. Harry knew that Tom could only use so much of his magic before it began to hurt him. Diary Tom didn't care, though. Avada Kedavra. Crucio. Diary Tom fell to his knees once again, and Harry could see he was biting his lip so hard that blood was dribbling down his chin. Eventually, he collapsed entirely, and began writhing on the floor. Holding the curse, his Tom continued his advance on the Slytherin prefect, only releasing it when he knelt down in front of him, gently placing a hand on his cheek. "Why are you doing this?" Diary Tom growled hoarsely. "You are a loose end, a weakness," his Tom said simply, "a weakness I do not wish to account for. And such weaknesses are best kept locked away where they cannot become liabilities." Harry could see Diary Tom's muscles straining, as though against an invisible force, and Harry noticed that his Tom's wand was still pointed at him, no doubt pushing an immense weight on the younger Dark Lord, forcing him to stay down. "It's too late," Diary Tom hissed, something smug and yet desperate shining in his eyes. "The boy is about to die. In a few moments he will be dead, and I will have a body of my own." "No," Harry cried out in his mind. He couldn't let Malfoy die, he couldn't let Tom Riddle win. "Please, Tom, no." But his Tom smiled. "There is so much that you don't know. What has been done can be undone." Suddenly, Tom gripped his younger self's head tightly, causing the boy to cry out, startled. "What are you?" Wisdom allows us to recognize our weaknesses, but power, true power, is what grants us the ability to turn our weaknesses into strengths. Wah! The soul is a curious thing, his Tom continued. We can tear it apart as many times as we wish, but the pieces will always yearn to be together again. Harry felt his eyes close and his lungs fill, and for a moment, he felt extraordinarily lightheaded, blissful even, but only for a moment. That's when the pain started. His head felt as though it was splitting in two, and while Tom remained silent in his suffering, Diary Tom was screaming wretchedly, just as Harry was, buried deep in his mind. Harry could feel something burning his skin, and when his Tom opened Harry's eyes again he saw black blood escaping Diary Tom's mouth, nose, eyes, and crawling up Harry's arm, sneaking under his fingernails and absorbing itself into his skin. Soon his veins went black, as they crawled and rippled under his skin like tiny worms eating at his flesh. It was a horrible feeling, disgusting and agonizing all at once. He could feel his breaths grow shallow and hollow, and the pain only intensified as he watched, before him, Diary Tom's skin blister and burn, and crumble away, black blood seeping from the cracks, and that horrifying image was the last thing he saw before it all went dark, before the pain grew far away. The screams grew distant, and everything faded to a painless, pensive black. It was a strange combination of soft and coarse cotton. It was wet, and it felt so good on his feverish skin. That's when he realized that it was water, a thin layer of cold water dabbed clumsily onto his face. He opened his eyes to find Draco Malfoy leaning over him with a wet piece of stained white cloth in his hand. His eyes traveled to the boy's uniform, from which a piece had been torn off. "Are you washing my face with your shirt?" Harry asked confusedly. Malfoy blushed. "You were covered in ink. You looked so dreadful I couldn't stand it anymore," he snapped. Harry chuckled and sat up, doing his best to ignore the pounding in his head. "Ink?" Malfoy nodded, grimacing. "Black ink, all over your arms and face." Harry nodded slowly, feeling quite puzzled. "Ink. Black ink." Unbidden, images flashed in front of his eyes, of flashing lights, black blood, not ink, blood, and the gruesome crumbling of skin, a face melting before him, and then they just slipped away, leaving an eerie, empty calm in their wake. He shivered. "How long have I been out?" Malfoy raised an eyebrow. "Not sure. It's not like there's a way to tell time down here." "A really long time, I guess," Ohei said, feeling a bit stupid. Neither of them said anything for a few moments, their soft breaths echoing off the walls of the chamber, reverberating as they collided with stone and water. Harry couldn't help but frown as he tried very hard to remember what happened. He went down to the Chamber of Secrets, jeweled Tom Riddle, and then he let Tom take over, and then, he didn't know. His mind was a murky mess, and he could barely concentrate enough to form coherent sentences. Every thought he had just seemed to melt away whenever he got too close. The headache wasn't helping. "Thank you," Malfoy blurted out suddenly. Harry blinked. "For what?" "For, you followed me down here, and I've just got this feeling that I wouldn't be alive if you hadn't." Harry nodded. That was true. "May I ask, what happened?" Harry looked at him for a long moment, surprised to hear Malfoy sounding so contrite. "Well, contrite for him, anyway. You were possessed by that." He pointed to the diary, which was lying limply in a puddle on the chamber floor a few feet away. "When I found out you went missing, yes, I came looking for you here, in the Chamber of Secrets." "And Tom Riddle." Hearing the name, Harry's mind sharpened, and he looked at his companion with narrowed eyes. "Did he tell you who he was?" Malfoy let out a shuddering breath. "Just before I lost consciousness, he said to me, 'Lord,' he winced, 'V. Voldemort thanks you for your service, Draco Malfoy.'" Harry nodded, internally cursing Tom. Now he had much more to explain. "He's gone now, he can't ever hurt you again." Malfoy's eyes went wide. You got rid of him, again." "It's a long story." "I'm listening," Malfoy said, making it sound like an order. Harry supposed he probably couldn't help it. Harry shook his head, trying to convey regret. "Listen, Malfoy. Draco." Harry stared at the hand Malfoy was holding out between them. "You saved my life, even after everything. I understand if you don't want it, but I want to offer you an apology for, well, everything. For trying to hex you all those times, for ignoring you, for calling Granger a mudblood, for nearly letting everyone know you're a Parselmouth, for not giving you the diary, for everything." The words sounded a little stilted and pained, but they were sincere. Harry's eyes were wide. Malfoy was apologizing. Sure, he had expected a thank you, but never had he considered he'd receive such a thorough apology from the arrogant boy. He hesitated only for a moment before he decidedly grasped Draco's hand. "Of course, I forgive you." Draco nodded curtly. "Good. I owe you my life, so I figured the least I could do is apologize." Harry smiled weakly. "So, the Dark Lord, what happened to him?" Draco asked cautiously, clearly still somewhat shaken by the memory of Tom Riddle standing over his dying body. "He's gone, Draco, don't worry. You're free." Draco heaved a sigh of relief. "But how?" "I'd tell you, but there are people who can't know about this, Draco. In fact, people can't even know we were here at all. I don't want other people wandering around down here." "I wouldn't tell anyone," Draco said quickly, indignantly. "I know." He really didn't, but there was no point in arguing. "But still," he said, "I'm going to need you to sign this." He fished his quill, ink, and diary out of his pocket, and nearly sighed in relief when he found Tom's wand hidden away deep inside. "You keep a quill in your pocket?" Draco asked incredulously. "In my diary. Never know when I might need to take notes." "Nerd," he heard Draco huff under his breath. "Draco," he said sternly. Yeah, I know, sign the oath, same deal as before, right?" "Not quite. It prevents you from finding the chamber again." Draco raised an eyebrow. Right, because I'd actually want to come down here again. I'm not suicidal. Harry rolled his eyes. Just sign it, he said with a sigh, shoving the book and quill into Draco's hand. After he found out that Ginny Weasley had lost the diary, he took it upon himself to construct a very specific contract, just in case things went terribly awry, which they had. The oath guaranteed that whoever, didn't matter who, found the Chamber of Secrets would not be able to return to it or relay its location to anyone. He had hoped to tie in a clause about not being able to talk about what happened in it either, but even just this took him over 6 hours to outline and write, and when he finally got around to actually casting the spell, he was left dizzy and overwhelmed. Now will you tell me what happened? Draco asked impatiently as he handed the diary and quill back to Harry, who pocketed them. The oath won't prevent you from relaying any information I share with you. I could use the spell I used on you, Zabini, Crabbe, and Goyle back in December, but I need my blood quill for that, and I obviously don't walk around school with a dark artifact in my pocket. Draco huffed. I said I won't tell anyone. Yes, but even if I believe you, you might not have to. Might not have to what? Might not have to tell someone. Draco frowned. What do you mean? I mean, do you know what legilimency is? Draco sniffed. Of course I do. Well, Professor Dumbledore is a legilimens, and so is Professor Snape. Draco gaped at him. Seriously. Harry nodded. So, anything I tell you, they might be able to pick out of your head. Unless you claim to be an accomplished occlumens, Harry added unskeptically. Draco scowled. I thought so. So you see, I really can't say anything, for both our sakes. Draco nodded slowly. No, that's okay. I Gesh said begrudgingly. But to be safe, don't look anyone in the eye when we get back. Better safe than sorry. Draco nodded again, looking a bit confused. Which reminds me, we need to decide what to tell people. Tell people. Well yes, people will wonder where we were, and we can't tell them we were here. As I said, I don't want people snooping around down here. He paused. It is my chamber after all, he said imperiously. Right, of course. How did you even find this place anyways? I can't risk anyone picking that out of your head, either. Draco huffed. Fine. Rising to his knees, Harry crawled over and picked up the diary, frowning. It certainly didn't feel like a Horcrux, or anything remotely magical at all, but better safe than sorry. So removing his quill from his pocket, along with his ink, he dipped his quill in the inkwell and wrote in the diary, Tom. What are you doing? Making sure it's empty. If you don't answer, I'm going to destroy this. Don't think I don't know how, he bluffed. Tom actually had never trusted him with the knowledge of how to destroy Horcruxes. No answer. Apparently Tom had succeeded at, well, whatever he had been trying to do. Well, Harry blotted out his messages and put his quill away. He hesitated before putting away his inkwell, though. Suddenly struck by an idea, he dumped the ink all over the diary, drenching the pages in black. That would explain why he was covered in ink. It's empty. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Harry knew it was too soon to be relieved. He couldn't return empty-handed, he needed some explanation for the attacks. He could claim it was some sort of spirit possessing students and leading them into the chamber, but then he'd have to explain how he exorcised it, which he didn't know how to do. He would also have to explain how he figured it out. He pursed his lips. No, it was better to stick closer to the truth. He would use the diary as a scapegoat, he knew just the spell. Harry didn't claim to have much knowledge on the subject, but he knew that not much could destroy a Horcrux. Creating them was a complicated process that involved binding a soul to an object, and the only way to get rid of it would be to utterly and completely destroy the object, to completely break down the matter itself, chemically or magically. So if Harry cast a spell that would explain how he divested it of its powers, something powerful enough to cleanse a dark artifact but weak enough that it would never be able to destroy a Horcrux, he could provide a plausible explanation without leaving the possibility of someone discovering it was a Horcrux in the first place. Shakily, Harry rose to his feet and walked over to his wand, picking it up. Anathema Purgo. His herd skipped a beat, and for a moment he doubled over in pain, as a bright light enveloped the diary. Stumbling, he fell to his knees as something pulled desperately at his magic, causing him to cry out in surprise. He thought that the spell wouldn't have much of an effect on him, seeing as the diary was empty. Apparently he was wrong. What was that? Draco asked, alarmed. An purification curse, Harry said absently, straightening himself with a deep breath. A what? It casts pure dark magic so potent that it overwrites most curses placed on a dark artifact. Where did you learn a spell like that? Harry raised an eyebrow. The restricted section. Draco's eyes bugged out. The restricted section. Can you teach me? Harry sighed. I can't go around teaching you dark magic if you can't keep people out of your head. Draco looked thoughtful at that. So if I learned occlumency? Harry paused. Maybe. Draco's eyes glinted, but then he frowned. I thought you said the diary was empty. It is, but I want to be able to explain what happened, and I need an alibi if someone decides to check my wand for the last spell cast. And you still can't tell me how you really got rid of the Dark Lord. Afraid not. Draco pouted a little. So what? We say you cast that curse, and then the Dark Lord was defeated. Harry shook his head. We say that Lord Voldemort cursed the diary, and I erased the curse. Isn't that what I just said? Draco sounded a bit irritated. No, what you said makes it seem like Lord Voldemort was really here. Wasn't he? No. Draco gave him a look that clearly said didn't believe him. Not really, he amended. Draco rolled his eyes. Fine, but they'll still ask where you found me, and you'll have to tell them. Harry frowned. Yes, that is a problem. But, there must be another entrance somewhere, something that leads outside. How do you know that? Think about it, the monster has to eat somehow. Oh, right. Harry nodded. We just need to find the other exit. And, how do we do that? Harry put his finger in his mouth and then lifted it up. A moment later, he announced, that way, pointing down one of the tunnels. How do you know that? There's a draft, Harry said by way of explanation. Of course, there were many possible causes for a draft, but considering that he was alive and in one piece, Harry was feeling like, for the first time in a while, he had luck on his side. It took them at least a half hour, probably closer to an hour, actually, to traverse the long, dark, dank tunnel. Eventually though, they did reach an opening, through which they were met by the bright noon sun shining through, attacking their eyes mercilessly. However, they hit an invisible wall when they tried to leave. Bloody hell! Draco exclaimed when he was thrown backwards. Harry frowned. Some sort of force field. There had to be a way to get past, though, the basilisk had to get outside somehow. Open. He reached forward, and sure enough, his hand went through. Come on, it just needed a password. Draco raised an eyebrow, dusting himself off and trying to regain some of his dignity. What was it? Open. Open. Draco repeated incredulously. Open, Harry confirmed. Draco opened his mouth to say something, but it ended up falling open in shock. Where did it go? Harry turned around and blinked, frowning slightly. The hole they had emerged from had disappeared entirely, leaving an unassuming mound of grass behind. Huh, I wonder, is it like the Room of Requirement? Harry asked himself thoughtfully. Room of Requirement? What's the Room of Requirement? Harry hesitated. Learn occlumency, and maybe I'll show you. Draco looked a bit put off, but nodded determinedly. Anyway, we should get going. It's going to be a long walk. Draco groaned. When they arrived at Professor Snape's office, they were met by 4 very worried faces, Dumbledore's, Professor Snape's, and Draco's parents. Well, to be fair, Professor Snape looked more angry and exhausted than worried. Actually, it was really hard to imagine an expression anywhere close to worry on Professor Snape's usually stern, hard face. When they entered after knocking a few times, all 4 adults gaped at them for a solid 5 seconds. They must have made quite the sight, standing there covered in water, ink, and mud. Harry's glasses cracked. Professor Snape was the first to snap out of his shock. Where have you been? He hissed. Harry and Draco looked at each other. The Forbidden Forest, Draco said shakily and shamefully, eyes falling to the floor. Harry had to admire his new friend's acting skills. Immediately as he opened his mouth, his mother ran forward and threw her arms around him. Harry stepped back, a little alarmed by the woman's behavior. And why, pray tell, were you there? Professor Snape sounded incredibly irate, pointedly ignoring Mrs. Malfoy's tearful embracing of her son, who she was now showering with Key.S. Harry held up the diary, which he'd purposefully rubbed all over with dirt, for added effect, and watched with concealed glee as Mr. Malfoy paled drastically. It was this diary, it was possessing Draco. Oh, my poor, sweet Draco. Draco grimaced, but didn't look surprised. Was this normal behavior for a mother? Meanwhile, Dumbledore stepped forward. May I, Harry? He dared not hesitate when he handed the diary over. Of course, sir. Professor Dumbledore's usually serene face was pressed into a concerned frown as he looked over the unassuming object. It belonged to someone named T.M. Riddle. I think he might have cursed it, and I think it's what's been opening the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Dumbledore paled a few shades at the name Riddle. Professor Snape looked like he was about to yell at him, but the headmaster held up a hand. Perhaps you had better explain from the beginning, Harry, the elderly man said softly. Harry nodded and steeled himself. Draco had been acting strangely, lately, looking pale and nervous, disappearing sometimes, and I'd noticed, he'd been writing in a diary, which wasn't something he used to do. And then, was it yesterday? He had mentioned that he had to go somewhere, and he told me to make sure no one followed him. I asked him where he was going, and he said, the forest. He had the diary with him. I let him go, but then Professor Snape came to the common room, and had the prefect's call roll, and I had this terrible feeling that something had gone wrong, so I fetched my invisibility cloak, and went to the Forbidden Forest. The headmaster nodded encouragingly. When I found him, I called out to him, but he didn't respond at first, so I ran after him. As soon as I got close, though, I knew something wasn't right, he wasn't acting like himself. He kept saying he had to find the entrance. I told him to come back to the common room with me, but then he spun around and tried to curse me. I managed to disarm him, and then stun him, and then I really didn't know what else to do, so I used this spell I found the other day to break the curse on the diary. It knocked me unconscious for a while. I only woke up a couple of hours ago. Everyone was staring at him in shock, except Draco, who knew the rehearsed story by heart at this point. Professor Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. And what spell, Harry, managed to do that? Harry made a big show of hesitating, and looking at his feet shamefully. Anathema Purgo. Most of the people in the room looked puzzled, except Dumbledore, who was staring at him grimly. And where would you have found a spell like Anathema Purgo, Harry? The library. The elderly professor quirked an eyebrow. That is rare dark magic, Harry, very rare indeed, and not only rare, but dangerous as well. It requires a great deal of magic to cast, and witches and wizards who have used it have been known to meet unfortunate ends. You are lucky to be alive. Yes, well. And it should also be noted that the only place you would find a book containing such magic is the restricted section, which you have not acquired any passes to. Harry looked at him sheepishly. No. I'm sorry. I was curious, is all. There are so many interesting books there, and it was for the best, wasn't it? This time, Harry, this time. The headmaster sounded resigned. Meanwhile, Professor Snape looked furious. But do not be deceived, Potter, he said venomously, despite the heroism he spat the word, of your disregard for the rules, you will be in detention until the end of term. Harry hung his head, truly upset now. Yes sir. Come, Severus. It was Mrs. Malfoy speaking, looking at Professor Snape sternly. Look at the poor boy, hasn't he been punished enough? Professor Snape looked even more furious. Now see here, Narcissa, Potter's disregard. No, you see here, Severus, the woman snapped, spinning around to face him, straightening. For a slender woman, she was really quite imposing. This boy risked his life to save my son. I don't care if he cast the killing curse to do it. He will not be punished. Harry and Draco gaped at her, and Professor Snape looked like he had just swallowed something very bitter. Now, Mrs. Malfoy, Professor Dumbledore said consolingly, Harry will not be punished here. He looked pointedly at Harry, this time. The woman nodded curtly. Now, I'm sure that you will be wanting to take your son home with you. Mr. Malfoy nodded stiffly, still looking very uneasy. That's correct, sir, Harry said cautiously. May I be excused as well? The old man nodded. Yes, Harry, why don't you go see Madame Pomfrey? She will want to check you over for injuries. You may return to your dormitory after you have seen her. He nodded. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Professor Snape. He was about to leave when Mrs. Malfoy made her opinion known once again. Surely the boy should be allowed to spend some time with his family, she said, looking at the old man indignantly, casting a worried glance over at Harry. The headmaster raised an eyebrow. Would you like to return home for a couple of days, Harry? The old man asked in a voice that suggested that he had a good guess what the answer might be. Harry shook his head. I am home. The headmaster smiled sadly. Mrs. Malfoy opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Harry clarified. Hogwarts is my home. There's nowhere I'd rather be. The woman wasn't appeased by that, though. She turned back to Professor Dumbledore. Then he'll return to the manor with us, she said decisively. Harry gaped at her, and the headmaster raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, Mr. Potter nearly died saving my son, and you want to shoo him off to his dormitory? The woman asked incredulously. I cannot let that stand. If he will not return to his family, I must insist that he remains a guest at Malfoy Manor until he and Draco have recovered. Mr. Malfoy looked like he wanted to argue, and Professor Snape looked disgusted by the woman's kindness, while Professor Dumbledore looked like Christmas has come early. Harry just continued to gape. Well, Professor Dumbledore said cheerily, sounding delighted, if Harry wishes to take you up on your hospitality, Mrs. Malfoy, I certainly have no qualms with it. Everyone in the room was now looking at him, again, and suddenly his brain lurched to a halt. He and Mal Draco had become friends all of an hour ago, maybe two now, and now his mother was inviting him over to their manor, to stay over until he recovered from what he didn't know. He knew that this was not entirely uncommon. Dudley had spent the night with a couple of his friends, over the years, and he often overheard girls talking about something they called slumber parties, but he had never actually expected to have this opportunity presented to him, of all people, by Draco's mother, no less. Well, it would be rude to say no, wouldn't it? That's how these things went, right? It would be rude to say no. If it's no trouble. Excellent, Mrs. Malfoy said briskly, brushing past everyone toward the fireplace. Severus, your flow powder. Still looking very sour, Professor Snape removed a small box from the mantel and opened the lid. Come, Draco, Mr. Potter, we're leaving. The two boys immediately obeyed, and Draco took a handful of the powder, scattering it into the fireplace before stepping in and calling out, Malfoy Manor. A green fire stirred in the hearth, and a moment later, Draco was gone. Mrs. Malfoy now looked at him expectantly, and he timidly took a handful of the powder. He hesitated. What's the probability that I get lost? He said uneasily. Professor Snape just sneered at him, but Mrs. Malfoy looked at him encouragingly and said, just speak clearly. Grimacing, he scattered the powder in the fireplace and stepped in, carefully enunciating, Malfoy Manor. A moment later, he was being tugged away, down giant drain in a whirl of green flame. The sensation of being flushed through a dry wind tunnel lasted far too long, and yet not long enough, because as soon as the sensation abandoned him, he was unceremoniously dropped into the Malfoy's hearth, where he tumbled out and landed on his face. Draco was laughing at him. Ha ha, Harry, ha, you'd think you'd never traveled by flow before. Harry stumbled to his feet, feeling somewhat disgruntled. I haven't. Draco gaped at him. You haven't? No. How do you get around? The other boy asked, puzzled. Night bus, mostly. The what? At that moment, the fireplace roared again, and Mrs. Malfoy stepped out, elegant and composed, and Harry couldn't help but feel very jealous of her poise. Half a beat later, Mr. Malfoy stepped out as well, still looking a bit ashen in the face. Tiffy. Mrs. Malfoy called out immediately, not even batting an eye at Harry's bedraggled appearance. Well, even more bedraggled than before, that is, and a small elf popped into existence between them. Yes, mistress. Show our guest, Mr. Potter, to the first guest room, and have some of Draco's clothes readied for him, a set of pajamas, and some casual wear. Yes, mistress. The excitable elf turned to Harry with a big smile. Come with me, Master Potter. Harry nodded dazedly, still somewhat frazzled by his mini-adventure with the Flow Network, and made to follow the elf, but Mrs. Malfoy stopped him, a soft smile on her face. Sleep for a few hours, you'll feel better. I'll send for you when dinner has been prepared, she said kindly. Harry froze, awareness snapping into place as he was chilled to the bone by her kind words. The woman was tall, imposing, and frighteningly elegant, and yet, there was softness in her black eyes, a kindness in her regal voice as she spoke. When she looked at him, he felt safe. He felt like everything was going to be fine. Is this what it's like, he had to wonder, to have a mother? Stirring from his silent shock, he smiled back at Mrs. Malfoy. Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy. He was smiling to himself as he let Tiffy lead him out of the room with the fireplace. Immediately, it opened up into a cavernous entrance hall, the floor patterned with black and white marble. The floor, the doorways, the pillars, the stairs, they all shone, as if newly polished, glistening slightly under the gold and crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. This way, Master Potter. Harry's wide eyes blinked and he followed Tiffy up the large staircase that rose from the end of the hall, opposite to the dark oak doors behind him, which branched out to the left and right after the 13th step. Tiffy led him up the stairwell to his right, and soon they were in a long hallway, tastefully decorated by the odd painting here and there, all of which were staring bemusedly at Harry, who did his best to ignore the suspicious stares, a skill that was quite well honed, at this point. Eventually, they reached a large white door near the end of the hallway, which clicked open when Tiffy snapped her fingers. Inside the room was a large bed, lavishly decorated with a fluffy blue duvet and far more pillows than anyone could possibly need. A modest-sized wardrobe sat in the corner, and a table and a mirror stood across from the bed, a velvet-upholstered chair in front of them. In the corner was another doorway, cracked open only slightly. Harry could see a bathroom inside. Tiffy looked up at him with a bright smile. "If Master Potter, you can call me Harry," Harry put in. Tiffy's already massive smile grew. "If Master Harry will be waiting a moment, Tiffy will fetch some pajamas for Master Harry." Harry nodded, and the elf popped away. He sighed and looked down at what was once his Hogwarts uniform. His shirt was rumpled and torn up, stained all over with black ink and dried blood, his woolen vest in a similar state. His robes suffered the same maladies as his shirt and jumper, with the added ornamentation of mud caking the edges. His pants had rips in them and were also stained all over in black, and his tie had clearly been caught by one of Tom's curses. He sighed again, and started by peeling off his soaking wet shoes, then sliding his muddy outer robe off his shoulders. Tiffy then reappeared, with some neatly folded pajamas in her hand, which she placed at the foot of the bed. "Tiffy will come back to collect Master Harry's clothing once he's showered and asleep." Tiffy exclaimed happily, clearly not at all fazed by Harry's appearance, and Harry smiled weakly back at her. "Thank you, Tiffy." Tiffy's eyes widened drastically, and her mouth hung open for a moment, but only for a moment. "Master Harry, thanks Tiffy." Harry cringed, not wanting another Dobby incident. "Yes, you can go now." Seemingly snapping out of her wonderment, Tiffy nodded vehemently, wiping some tears out of her eyes. "Of course, Master Harry. Tiffy will wake Master Harry when supper be ready." Harry just nodded mutely, and the elf smiled and disappeared with a snap of her long bony fingers. Once she left, he stumbled out of his clothes and into the shower, and had what was probably the best shower he'd ever had in his life. The water felt incredibly smooth and refreshing on his skin, which really wasn't in good shape at this point, and suffice it to say, he was reluctant to step out. When he did, though, he dried off and changed into the clean, silky pajamas which were probably the most expensive thing he'd ever worn Tiffy had supplied him with, and then proceeded to collapse into the abnormally soft bed. There had to be some sort of spell on it, Harry thought, falling into what should have been a peaceful slumber a few moments later. But his dreams were not peaceful. "Ah, Harry, how good of you to join me." "Ah, Harry, how good of you to join me. What did you do with Tom?" Harry asked accusingly. The Slytherin prefect raised one dark eyebrow in an annoyingly elegant fashion, crossing his legs as he sat back in the couch, Harry's couch, across from where Harry was standing. "I am Tom." He said the name with no small amount of disgust in his voice, just like his Tom did whenever he was forced to say his own name. "You're the wrong Tom," Harry ground out. The so-called Tom sighed. "We thought you might react like this." Harry faltered. Yes, we. Are you aware, Harry, of what happened, down in the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry smirked, despite himself. "Tom wiped the floor with you, of course." The boy in front of him sighed exasperatedly. "After that. No. Well, Then let me enlighten you, the Horcruxes, you and the diary, merged. Harry's eyes widened. We, merged. How? What does that mean? Despite the spontaneity of the event, the soul fragment inside you was able to infiltrate the occlumency shields of the specter of Tom Riddle entirely, forcefully collapsing them as it dug into the other fragment's consciousness until it reached its very core. Tom Riddle drawled casually, conspicuously in the way his Tom often explained things to him. It was thereafter able to mutilate the roots binding the fragment to its spectral form, moving on to further destabilize the already tempestuous magical essence the diary's soul fragment was imbued with. It then created a pathway between the two soul fragments, and when the unstable magic began leaking into this pathway, your own magic recognized it and took hold, allowing the soul fragment inside you to latch on, subsuming it and with it the fragment which once rested in the diary. A few moments of silence passed. I don't know what that means, Harry said finally, not really knowing what Tom Riddle was going on about. Tom Riddle looked at him disdainfully. It means that what were once two separate pieces of Lord Voldemort's soul have now become one. I don't understand. The other boy glared impatiently. Then think harder. What were once two pieces were now one. The piece of Tom in the diary was gone, clearly, that's what this Tom was trying to get across to him, but that also meant. Harry stepped backward, stumbling as an icy wave of shock starkly washed over him. You mean, Tom is dead? Tom Riddle scowled at him. No, you stupid little boy. I'm Tom, but not my Tom. Not the same. Harry couldn't finish his sentence, tears were falling down his cheeks, and he felt something horrible twist in his chest. His best friend, his only true friend, the only one who really knew him, the only one who took care of him, was gone. And it was all his fault. All because he wanted to stop Diary Tom from killing Draco, all because he wanted to win, all because he was angry, all because, once again, he wanted to play the hero his best friend was. He sunk to his knees, stifling sobs. Tom wasn't gone. He couldn't be. He couldn't be. Without Tom, what was there? What did he have without Tom? What would he do without Tom? What? Oh, for pity's sake, child, pull yourself together. You killed him, Harry whispered hoarsely, feeling something soft and tender crumbling to pieces deep within his chest. In the meantime, Tom Riddle just raised an eyebrow, looking utterly and unmistakably bored. No one's died, I assure you, you stupid little boy, and if you'd manage to compose yourself for a moment you'd realize this. Realize what? Harry said hopelessly. That the Lord Voldemort you knew hasn't gone anywhere. We are one and the same, only I am more. You don't look like him, Harry said dully. Tom Riddle looked at him incredulously. You preferred my old face. Yes, Harry bit out stubbornly. But Tom Riddle scoffed at him. Well, that's a pity, it really is, because I find myself rather fond of this skin. I had forgotten what it is to feel young. Well, I liked Tom the way he was, Harry snapped, a brief torrent of anger erupting in his chest, causing the walls to shiver violently around them. Tom looked almost alarmed for a brief moment, as cracks appeared in the walls, but as soon as the shivering stopped, he leaned forward and fixed Harry with a glare that flickered from brown to blazing crimson. That is quite enough. You will cease this ridiculously maudlin display and accept what I have told you, before you bring these walls down on us. I am Lord Voldemort, and I won't be questioned. Most certainly not by a sniveling, inept little boy with nothing better to do than sob over his delusional, self-imposed grief for the Dark Lord, no less. I knew you were starved for affection, Harry, but must you really be so pathetic? Harry's face contorted into something furious, and he rose to his feet, while the stone walls started to tremble once again, cracks spidering across them. Only Tom is allowed to talk to me like that, Harry hissed. Tom Riddle rose to his feet as well. And I am Tom, your ire is unfounded. Calm yourself, now. Tom is dead. Stop this, now, Tom Riddle cut in harshly, red eyes flickering from one cracked wall to another. If this place collapses, both your consciousness and mine will be trapped in the rubble. A bitter smile crawled over Harry's lips. I don't care. Eyes widening, some undecipherable expression flitted across Tom Riddle's face, before it twisted into one of fury. With one smooth movement, he stepped forward and gripped Harry's head with his hands. Harry had no chance to jerk away before the pain started. It was a familiar pain, the sharp pain Tom often doled out to him when he earned his ire, but this was worse, far worse. Instantly he was weakened and his anger drained away as a fever burned through him and nausea bubbled up in his stomach. Images flashed before his eyes, at first too fast to track, but soon they blurred into focus. Harry, Hermione, and Theo dueling in the room of requirement, faces shimmering with a thin layer of sweat. The mirror of Arised, Hogwarts, glistening in the starlight. Stepping into Diagon Alley for the first time, overwhelmed by the foreign sensations. Watching passively as Tom cast the Cruciatus Curse on Professor Snape. Standing over his parents' grave with a bleeding finger. Those first moments he spent in his new bedroom, tainted by the feeling of guilty victory. Threatening Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia with an exploding cup. Staring into a mirror in the darkness of his cupboard, eyes alight with wonderment. A bloodied face staring back at him in the mirror with crimson eyes and unnerving smile. We are together, Harry, always. I live vicariously through you, just as in your dreams, you live vicariously through me. Magic has bound us together, and nothing can tear us apart. Harry gasped desperately for air when the pain suddenly disappeared, and he fell to the floor, coughing wretchedly. A moment later, he dared to look up, and before him was not Tom Riddle, the Slytherin prefect, it was Lord Voldemort, skin white and face serpentine, draped in black. Who but I knows of your past, your silent history you hide from the eyes of all? Who but I knows you? No one, you foolish little boy. Tom, Harry whispered. Better, Tom said flatly. Harry moved his mouth, but no sounds came out. I'll take that as a yes. Did you really think that a fragment of my 16-year-old self's soul could best me? Do you think me weak, Harry? And no. Never. He took a deep breath, and a moment later he felt completely rejuvenated. Perks of being in his own mind, he supposed. Tom sat back down on the couch, a bored look having reappeared on his face. Are you, really my Tom? Tom didn't dignify that with an answer. We have much to discuss. Come, sit. Slowly, Harry took small steps toward the couch, withering slightly under Tom's irritated crimson glare. After about half a minute, he managed to convince his body to sit down at the very edge of the couch, as far away from his supposed best friend as he could. Are you quite done? Harry shifted in his seat. I think so. There has been a change in plans. Harry blinked. Which plans? All of them. Harry gaped. All of them. Yes, Harry, all of them, Tom said patronizingly. Oh, okay, Harry said, not really knowing what else to say. We will not be allying ourselves with my master soul. Harry was gaping again. We won't. Tom glared at him. Yes, Harry, I believe that's what I just said. But, why? Merging with the soul of my younger self has reminded me. Reminded you of what? Don't interrupt. It has reminded me of who I was, of what I set out to do, of the path to greatness I had laid before me. The man who I have become, has strayed from this path to greatness. It has been quite some time since I looked at my feet, to discern what path I am on, and it has been even longer since I have looked in the mirror. But as of now, I have been given the chance to do just that. And seeing what I have, I admit, Harry, I have erred. Harry's eyes widened. Tom rarely ever confessed to being wrong about anything. Of course, Tom was rarely ever wrong, so his figures were a bit skewed. I was once a young man such as yourself, Harry, with aspirations to prove myself a powerful wizard, and I made for myself many ambitions, to decimate and rebuild the Ministry of Magic, to rule the wizarding world, to push the boundaries of magical possibility, to render myself immortal, all worthy desires. But still, while I have undoubtedly dwarfed all those who came before me in power and skill, I have failed to accomplish these goals. Yes, Lord Voldemort is feared and revered above all others, but that is not enough. It will never be enough. I have been deprived of that which I am destined for. Even so, I have never thought to ask myself why, a folly on my part. Harry's eyes widened even further. Merging with my younger self has allowed me the luxury of the clarity of youth while maintaining the knowledge and experience my many years have allowed me, and I understand now. Understand what? Harry asked, unable to keep the wonderment out of his voice. Tom no doubt noticed his rapt attention, and allowed himself a ghostly semblance of a smile, somewhat smug. I have wronged myself, Harry, this fact is undeniable when I consider my master soul, as it drifts aimlessly from host to host, clinging to life, the scars of my errors have not healed in him. They have been ripped open again, and with each trauma they grow deeper, mutilating the very nature of his soul. My soul. Looking in the mirror, I can see what I have become, what he has become, and what I see. I do not like. But while I have the tools at my disposal to correct the errors in my ways, to find my way back to the true power I once sought, my master soul does not. Indeed, I believe him to be beyond help. I have come to believe that my master soul will never achieve the greatness that we have so longed for. He is incapable, whereas I am not. And knowing this, I must ask myself, why? Why do I endeavor to aid a being lesser than myself, to help him achieve my birthright? It is not he who deserves to bear the title of Lord Voldemort, it is I, and I alone. Harry's heart leapt in his chest, and he realized that these were words he had been waiting to hear for a long time now. He was not fond of the Master Soul, no, that was an understatement. He despised him. All Harry knew of Tom's Master Soul was recklessness and uncontrollable rage, and Tom was so much more than that. Tom was powerful, wise, and he knew so much. He had so much to give to the wizarding world. No longer will we work to aid my Master Soul, instead, I have crafted a new ambition for myself. And the crux of it is this: we will find a way to transfer ownership of Lord Voldemort's soul to myself, and I will be the one to create a new body and with it rule the wizarding world. Harry didn't know what came over him, but whatever it was caused him to throw his arms around Tom and grip his black robes as tightly as he could. I knew it, he heard himself saying, I knew it. I knew you could do it, Tom. He didn't care if he didn't make sense. He didn't care that Tom might crucio him. He didn't care how much a fool he looked. His wish had come true. His best friend had seen the truth, and now, they could truly work together, set on achieving the same goal, becoming the greatest wizards to ever live. Are you done? He heard a moment later. With an enormous blush on his cheeks, he released Tom and plopped back onto his side of the couch. Sorry. I'm just happy. Obviously. Tom snapped his fingers, and before him once again was Tom Riddle, the Slytherin prefect, sitting beside him. Perhaps you will be less inclined to indulge your disgustingly sentimental tics when I'm in this form. Yes, Tom, Harry said contritely. Strange face or not, he was now completely convinced that this was his Tom, just, with a more positive outlook on life. Now, if you've cured yourself of whatever idiocy seized you so thoroughly, we can move on. To what? Harry felt like the conversation had already climaxed. He didn't really feel like discussing anything else, he just wanted to revel in what he considered to be a great success. To our plan. Right, so what's the plan? Control, Harry. I admit myself to be ignorant of the methods required to transfer ownership of a soul, but physical control ownership is not absolute. Our first move will be to monopolize as much of Lord Voldemort's soul as possible. How do we do that? Tom just quirked an eyebrow. We're going to rehide the Horcruxes. So your Master Soul can't find them. Very good, Harry. We will replace all the Horcruxes with fakes. So we're going to need to go to Miss Jenkins's house, and then the cave, your grandfather's house, the room of hidden things, and where's the cup? My vault. Oh, that's easy then. So, where are we going to hide them? The diadem will go to the Chamber of Secrets, and the cup we will switch from my vault to yours. Not your trust fund, the Potter family vault. Harry frowned. I thought that was locked. Tom rolled his eyes. You can still make deposits if the account is locked. Oh. After we have switched those two, I have not yet decided where we will place the ring and the locket. It will be somewhere my Master Soul will not think to look for them. Alright, and what then? Research. We must find a way to transfer ownership of Lord Voldemort's soul to me. We will begin in the Hogwarts library, and work from there. Harry frowned. But the Hogwarts library doesn't actually have anything on Horcruxes, does it? I thought you had to figure a lot of the process out on your own. I did, but I am not convinced that the Hogwarts library is devoid of useful information. After all, the magic of the soul is not inherently dark. We may not locate any mention of Horcruxes, but we may find relevant information. Nonetheless. But, it still won't be enough, Harry pointed out. Almost certainly. After searching Hogwarts, we will consider other sources, but information might prove scarce here. In Britain, my travels have taught me that other magical traditions tend to have closer ties to ritualistic magic, and the magic of the spirit and soul. If I recall correctly, Japan and India had a fairly rich history of soul magic, and German wizards authored some fascinating books on the subject. Harry's eyes lit up. Tom glanced at him. Yes, I thought you might like that. He frowned. Someone is trying to wake you. Harry started. Oh, it must be Tiffy. I guess dinner's ready. Tom nodded curtly. We will speak later. And with that, everything went black, but only for a moment, until he blinked his eyes open. Tiffy was standing beside his bed. Master Harry Potter, sir. Tiffy has come to tell Master Harry that dinner is being ready, sir. And clothes. Tiffy has brought clothes for Master Harry. The elf avidly gestured toward a pile of clothes folded at the foot of the bed. Master Draco's clothes that Tiffy has resized specially for Master Harry Potter. Harry couldn't help but smile. The elf's energy was infectious, and now that he had had some sleep in a proper bed, he was feeling rather invigorated. In fact, now that he thought about it, he was feeling extraordinarily pleasant. Actually, it was a bit odd. Somehow, he felt like he left something behind, or brought something back, from his dream. Maybe. He shook his head. He was thinking nonsense now. The thought almost made him laugh. Thank you, Tiffy, he said cheerily, before realizing his mistake. The poor elf's eyes bugged out, and she made a strangled sobbing sound. Master Harry, thanks, Tiffy, she grunted, and then pulled on her ears so hard it had to be painful. Oh, sir. Tiffy knows not what to do with Master Harry's thanks. Tiffy, tears started running down her cheeks. Tiffy. Harry cringed and patted her awkwardly on the head. It's okay, Tiffy. I just like you, is all. But then she began bawling. Master Harry likes Tiffy. Harry almost wanted to start crying himself. These poor creatures. Tom called him starved for affection, but he had nothing on Tiffy and Dobby. Realizing that he wasn't going to be able to do anything to remedy the situation, he decided it was time to put an end to this, and cleared his throat. Yes, well, you're welcome, Tiffy. I'm glad I could, make you happy, but I've got to get dressed now. Tiffy wiped her eyes, blowing her long nose on the ugly pillowcase garment draped over her person. Why yes, of course, Master Harry must ready himself for dinner. Yes, Tiffy muttered, half to herself, before snapping her fingers and disappearing. Harry sighed, still feeling rather odd. Well then, he laughed quietly to himself before walking over to the pile of clothes at the foot of his bed. Thankfully, they were simple, some black pants and a gray button-up shirt, not unlike Harry's own clothes. Familiar with the styles, he made quick work of dressing himself. When Harry arrived in the hallway, Draco was waiting for him. He raised an eyebrow. You clean up nicely, who would have thought it? Harry smiled, feeling too pleased to frown at Draco's statement. I'm always clean, he said matter-of-factly. Draco smirked at him. So, Harry began, wanting to ask about something that had been bothering him. I take it your mother doesn't know about how I snapped your leg. Or cursed you. Or terrified you with a venomous snake. Draco grimaced. Yes, father and I. Your father knows about the snake? Harry asked, alarmed. Oh, no, just the other stuff. Harry sighed in relief. I'm not stupid. Anyway, we thought it might be better to, well, you know how mothers can be. Harry didn't respond. He didn't quite know what to say to that, and Draco grimaced. Sorry, that was tactless. Harry shook his head, not feeling especially affected. No, it's fine. I think I understand. She worries about you, right? Draco rolled his eyes. All the time. It's ridiculous, really. Yeah, ridiculous. Did you sleep well? Draco asked politely, but really, it came off as pompous. Harry's smile grew. Yes, quite well. I had the most interesting conversation with an old friend. Because despite how eventful his dreams were, he did feel quite rested. In fact, he felt, quite inexplicably, rather chipper. Meanwhile, Draco was looking at him strangely. After they descended the large staircase, Draco led him through a broad doorway, which led to 2 rooms. One, which they passed by, appeared to be a grand, massive dining room, populated by a long table and many chairs. The room Draco led him into was a much smaller dining room, the table much more modest but still lit by a rather opulent chandelier hanging overhead. Seated at 2 of the 4 chairs were Draco's parents, and when they noticed their presence, Mrs. Malfoy paused in whatever she was saying to Mr. Malfoy and turned to the boys with a smile. Excellent. Dinner has just been served. Draco looked quite comfortable in the tastefully decorated dining room, so Harry mimicked his movements as they went to sit down at the table, across from Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. On the table was a feast not unlike their dinners at Hogwarts, so plentiful and colorful that Harry was sure it had to be wasteful. He hoped Tiffy and Dobby would get to eat the leftovers, like he would have been able to at the Dursleys. Harry stared wide-eyed at the food. "Thank you for inviting me here, Mrs. Malfoy. It was very kind of you." She smiled at him. "You saved my Draco's life. It's the least we could do. Though, I do hope your guardians do not mind. They must be terribly worried." Harry grinned humorously, beginning to dish some asparagus onto his plate once it became clear that the Malfoys were all waiting politely for him to begin. "Really, it's more likely that they're disappointed that I didn't die," he couldn't quite help but comment. He smiled to himself as he reached for some carrots. All three Malfoys were staring at him oddly. "What? Does Theo laugh when you make jokes like that?" Draco asked with a frown, looking a bit confused and uneasy. "It depends, but in general he thinks I'm hilarious," Harry said, popping some carrots into his mouth, "whether or not I try to be." He looked up to find Draco looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy glanced at each other, their faces reflecting a sentiment Harry was not skilled enough to discern. Mrs. Malfoy composed herself quickly, however. "Are you sure they would not like to be contacted via Flo or Owl?" Harry shook his head. "They won't want to be bothered." Mrs. Malfoy looked at him sternly. "Informing them of your well-being is not, as you say, bothering them, Mr. Potter," she said reprimandingly, and Harry found himself feeling a bit bad even though he had nothing to feel bad about. The feeling passed in a second, though, and he was once again stuck in his airy state of general pleasantness. "I believe that what my wife is trying to convey, Mr. Potter, is that your guardians could put us in a precarious situation with the law if we keep your state and location from them deliberately. Or at least, if an argument could be made to that effect." Harry frowned, puzzled. "Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape both know I went with you willingly. You can't be accused of kidnapping. Unless, I suppose you could make the argument that Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape were your accomplices, but I don't know how convincing that would be." Mr. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. But there are gray areas within the law that your guardians may be able to exploit. I really don't think that will happen, Mr. Malfoy." Boccaccio cringed, not really knowing whether to tell the truth or not. Oh well, might as well, he figured. It's the least he could do, when they were being so nice to him. "Well, because they're muggles, you see." A fork slipped from Mrs. Malfoy's hand, and Mr. Malfoy froze. Meanwhile, Draco was gaping. "They're muggles. No wonder you never want to talk about them." Mrs. Malfoy completely lost her composure for a moment, and looked horrified in passing. Mr. Malfoy recovered first. "Mr. Potter, may I ask how such a thing came to be?" he asked cautiously. "They're my mother's family, the only family I have left. Dumbledore sent me to live with them for my own safety," he tagged on the end, hoping that would clear up any misunderstandings. It had the opposite of the desired effect. Mrs. Malfoy was unable to fully contain the fury on her face. "Why that old? You should be with your own kind." He had his reasons, Harry said mildly, "good reasons, too. I don't really mind that much. We don't really get along, but I get to leave in 5 years. It's really okay. I take care of myself just fine." Mrs. Malfoy sniffed primly. "Your strength of spirit is admirable, Mr. Potter," she said, pulling herself together. He smiled shyly, feeling very affected by the compliment for some reason, again, though, it lasted only a second. "You think so? Indeed, it is. After all, it is no doubt that it was this indomitable spirit that aided you in saving my dear Draco." The bee-owned boy blushed a bit. Harry looked at her sheepishly. "It's a pity Professor Snape doesn't see it this way. Well, this isn't the first time your heroics have gotten you into a bit of trouble, Mr. Malfoy said pointedly. "Oh, you mean with the Philosopher's Stone?" "There weren't any heroics," Harry replied simply, "I just wanted to meet Lord Voldemort." Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy's forks clattered onto their plates once again. Draco, who had already heard the story, was unfazed. "My dear boy," Mrs. Malfoy whispered, "why would you want a thing like that?" "Well," Harry said slowly, "why did he want to meet him again?" Oh, right, he wanted to make a friend. Better not say that, though. He did kill my parents. And he tried to kill me. I guess an explanation would have been nice. Both Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy looked a little white in the face at that, but Mr. Malfoy recovered first. Harry could not help but notice that they were doing a lot of recovering tonight. And what was it like? Mr. Malfoy asked, something simmering in the lowest tones of the man's baritone voice, some kind of excitement, to look the Dark Lord in the eye, to be in his presence. Harry frowned. He was rather mean. He tried to kill me, actually. Again, he got more incredulous looks, so he felt like he might need to explain further. I mean, I didn't do anything to him. Well, actually he lied to me, and insulted my parents, without provocation, mind you, so I admit, I did get a bit upset at him. He grimaced. I might have called him a parasite too. You what? Draco blurted out. Yeah, I know it wasn't very nice of me, Harry said remorsefully, he just made me really angry, you know. No response, so he took that as an invitation to keep talking. I really was hoping for a civil conversation, which was very true, but alas, he sighed dramatically, it was not meant to be. Seeing as his story was clearly over, he waited for a response, but received none. One could have heard a pin drop. Mother, Father, Draco said suddenly, may I take Harry out back to play Quidditch? Yes, of course Mr. Malfoy said faintly. Draco eagerly rose from his chair and beckoned for Harry to follow. Harry smiled brightly at his kind hosts. Thanks for the meal, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. Yes, of course, you boys have fun, Mrs. Malfoy said absently. With one last smile, Harry followed Draco out of the hall. I had to get you out of there, the other boy said, before you infected my parents with your crazy. Harry frowned. I'm not crazy. After playing Quidditch in Draco's backyard for a couple of hours, Tiffy called them inside, and escorted them up to bed. Harry didn't know about Draco, but he found it very difficult to fall asleep so soon after waking up. He found himself wishing that he had his books, or that he and Draco were at least in the same room, so he could continue their conversation on whether defingering hexes were hexes, or actually curses. There was a specific passage in Magic Most Evil that he had forgotten to mention. Alas, Harry was left alone with his own thoughts. Eventually, he started pacing, as his mind flitted from topic to topic. First, he was trying to remember the ingredients of the animagus potion Hermione had dug up. Then he started thinking about what his animagus form might be. Soon after, he thought about the Horcruxes, and tried to brainstorm where to hide the remaining two. There was also the problem, he realized, as he paced from one end of the guest bedroom to the other, of logistics. It would take a lot of Tom's magic to do all the apparating they'd have to do, not to mention all the curse breaking. After all, Harry couldn't actually perform any curse breaking, and it was one thing to cast Anathema Purgo on an empty diary, but to try it on a genuinely curse object, well, there was a possibility that could drain even Harry. No, Anathema Purgo was out of the question, so he'd need Tom's expertise for that also. If only he didn't have to apparate. Wait, maybe, no, could it? Yes, Tom would be so proud. And with that thought on his mind, he slipped out of his room, on a quest to find Mr. Malfoy. Tiffy, he whispered. There was a quiet crack, and suddenly the elf was standing beside him with wide eyes. Master Harry. What? Shish. Harry hissed frantically. I need to find Mr. Malfoy. Is he alone? Tiffy frowned, but nodded. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, where is he? Tiffy pointed down one of the hallways that branched out a few meters down. Master Malfoy be down that one, fifth door on the left side, Tiffy said quietly, looking very confused. Harry nodded. Thanks, Tiffy. Tears started to gather in the little elf's eyes, and quickly realizing his mistake, Harry blurted out, you can go now. Sniffling, the elf snapped her fingers and disappeared, leaving Harry to sigh in relief. Following Tiffy's directions, he eventually found himself in front of a tall oak door. Steeling himself, he rapped twice, wincing slightly at how loud it sounded in the vacant hallway. There was a pause. Come in, Mr. Malfoy's voice was muffled through the thick door, but the words were enunciated clearly. Timidly, Harry opened the door and slid inside. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy. The man frowned slightly, but only slightly. His face, for the most part, was stoic. Mr. Potter, what can I do for you? I wanted to talk to you, sir, about the diary. The man paled a few shades. I beg your pardon. Harry's heart was beating quickly in his chest. He was about to try something he'd never purposefully done before. He couldn't help but be a little bit excited. You should take better care of things that don't belong to you, Mr. Malfoy. I imagine the owner of the diary won't be too pleased when he comes to retrieve it. The man's face went from pale to deathly white, and the quill in his hand snapped in two. You're tired, exhausted, Mr. Potter. You don't know what you're saying. Harry raised an eyebrow. I think I do. I've only met him twice, and I don't really remember the first time, but I can tell that he's not the forgiving type. There was a long pause. What do you want, Mr. Malfoy said lowly. Harry bit back a smile. Normally, he'd feel quite bad about doing this. But this was Lucius Malfoy, a man whose carelessness almost got his son, Harry's new friend, killed. No, he didn't really feel bad about blackmailing Mr. Malfoy at all. Two things, Mr. Malfoy, just two. The man nodded curtly. First, I want you to consider something. What? Mr. Malfoy asked, seeming a bit puzzled. Harry took a step forward. Filicide. Mr. Malfoy stiffened. It's frowned upon, right? Yes, of course it is. Murdering the person you brought into the world, that's, well, there are no words, are there? And to think, you almost did it by accident, out of carelessness. That's actually kind of pathetic, isn't it? Mr. Malfoy's face twisted into something furious. Listen to me, Mr. Potter, No, you listen to me, Harry snapped. It's not pathetic, your incompetence, your stupidity. It's cruel, it's unthinkable. But I want you to think on it, and think on it, and think on it some more. Consider it until you can't bear it anymore, and then some more. I won't say anything, I'll keep your secret, but I truly, truly hope you hate yourself for it. For almost killing your family. Mr. Malfoy stared at him for a long moment, his eyes wide, startled, and conveying unmistakable agony, much to Harry's satisfaction. And what else, Mr. Potter, can I do for you? He rasped out. My understanding is that you have a house elf named Dobby. Oh, wow, you're looking fantastic. Distinctly unpetrified. Good for you, Harry. Yes. Shut up. When Harry and Draco showed up at breakfast that day, only a few weeks before exams were to start, the entire Great Hall had erupted into whispers. Hermione and Theo didn't bother whispering. They just up and kidnapped Harry without a second thought. All right, explain yourself, Hermione said crossly, once she and Theo had dragged Harry into the room of hot chocolate. Again, like you did last year when you went off nearly getting killed without saying a word to us, Theo put in unhelpfully. I did send you both a letter, Harry said defensively. Hermione made a noise that could only convey extreme displeasure in the back of her throat, and pulled a small piece of parchment out of her pocket. Yes, let's see here, with Malfoy. Safe, happy, and well fed. Don't worry about me. Most sincerely, Harry James Potter. Very informative, Harry. Didn't worry us at all. You never used to be this sarcastic, Harry mumbled. Don't go turning this around on me. Yeah, mate, you're the one on trial here. Harry sighed. Fine. Let's sit down then, this will be a long story. All right, Hermione said as she and Theo sat down across from him. Explain yourself. Well, he paused. I'm actually not sure where to begin. His friends glared at him. Right. Well, when Professor Snape came to the common room the other night, to call roll, I had this really, really bad feeling. What sort of bad feeling? Hermione interrupted. I don't know. I just figured that if they were calling roll, they had a reason to believe someone went missing, I suppose. Anyway, I followed him out under my invisibility cloak, and he went immediately to a meeting with the other teachers, where he told them that the monster had taken Draco Malfoy down to the Chamber of Secrets. Draco? Theo asked incredulously. He was actually taken. Harry nodded. It turns out that after Ginny Weasley stole the diary from Hermione, Draco stole it from her, and instead of giving it straight to me like he was supposed to, he tried writing in it, kind of like you did, he said to Hermione. She frowned. It's a bit odd, don't you think? That everyone who came in contact with the diary found themselves writing it. I remember, I felt like I just had to. A compulsion charm of some sort. Something like that. Anyway, like I said, Ginny found the diary again, but Draco stole it less than a week later, and soon after, he was taken down to the chamber. When I found out, well, I couldn't just do nothing, no one else would have been able to find him. But how did you find him? Hermione asked. You actually found the Chamber of Secrets. Well, yes. But how? Theo frowned, nodding. Harry was prepared for this, he and Tom had already discussed it. He knew that eventually, he would have to come up with the perfect lie, something concrete to tell his friends. Something close enough to the truth to hold up under change and duress, but distant enough so that the truth remained behind a solid barrier of lies. So they'd come to an agreement. Well, you see, he took a deep breath, and looked at them grimly. No one can know this. No one, ever. Hermione and Theo sobered at that. We won't say a word, Hermione said softly. Not a word, ever, Theo assured him. Harry nodded slowly. Then, you see, it actually started years ago. I started getting these dreams, except I don't really think they're dreams anymore. Theo raised an eyebrow. Dreams about what? Dreams about Tom Riddle. Hermione's eyes went wide, and Theo looked incredibly puzzled. The boy who originally owned the cursed diary. Harry nodded. He opened the Chamber of Secrets, back in 1943. He had to close it, though, because they were going to shut down the school, so he cursed his diary to possess people to open the chamber again, you know, finish the job he started. But why would you be dreaming about this Tom Riddle person, Harry? He went to school here over 50 years ago, didn't he? Hermione asked. Well, that's the thing, Harry said cautiously, I don't know. I thought they were just dreams, but then I saw Ginny Weasley's diary, and I understood their memories. They told me what the diary did, how to find the Chamber of Secrets. But do you have any idea of where they come from? Hermione insisted. Harry made a show of hesitating. He counted off a couple of seconds before he answered. Actually, yes, I do. I think, I'm not sure, that Tom Riddle is actually Voldemort. Both of his friends paled at that, Theo wincing at the name and Hermione drawing in a sharp breath. Tom Riddle is Voldemort. Hermione whispered. I'm pretty sure. It would make sense, wouldn't it? The time frame is right. Voldemort had to have been born before 1940, probably much before, because the war started in the 70s, and I doubt he was younger than 30 at the time. And Tom Riddle was a Parselmouth, like Voldemort, he wanted to get rid of all the Muggleborns at the school, too. It fits. But really, the most convincing evidence is his name. How do you mean? Lord Voldemort is an anagram. You see, if you rearrange the letters of Tom Marvolo Riddle, you get, I am Lord Voldemort, Harry explained evenly. Hermione's eyes widened, and Theo's mouth fell open. You're not serious, Theo said incredulously. I am, try it. Hermione adopted a thoughtful look on her face, and a moment later, her eyes widened even further. He's right, it is an anagram. Bloody hell, Theo breathed. But, how is it that you have Voldemort's memories? Harry counted off a couple more seconds. I think he transferred some of his powers and memories to me the night he attacked me. I think, that might be why I can speak Parseltongue. I think that's why my scar hurt whenever Professor Quirrell was around. Theo looked utterly shocked by the information, and Hermione looked very alarmed. Does Professor Dumbledore know? Or Professor Snape? Harry shook his head. I don't know what they'd do if they found out. I mean, even in the wizarding world, this can't be normal, so I mean what I said. No one can know. Theo nodded resolutely, but Hermione still looked concerned. But Harry, didn't Professor Dumbledore want to know how you found Malfoy in the first place? Of course he did. So I told him and Professor Snape that I followed Draco out to the Forbidden Forest. I told them that I found him before he reached the entrance to the chamber, which I implied was in the forest somewhere. And then I told them that I used this curse called Anathema Purgo to cleanse the diary. Anathema Purgo? Hermione asked curiously. Curse cleansing. Yeah, it imbues an object with pure dark magic. The sheer magnitude it drains from you is supposed to be able to overwrite most curses, in theory, at least. That sounds dangerous, Harry. The diary had to have been an exceptionally powerful dark artifact. Overriding the curse would have been, you could have died, Harry. You could have. I didn't actually cast it, Hermione, Harry assured her. Well, I did, but I did it after the diary was already empty. Then how did you get rid of the curse? Harry pursed his lips. This was the second part of the story he and Tom had crafted. I touched it, and something weird happened. It hurt, a lot, and then I passed out. It was almost exactly like what happened with Quirrell. Honestly, I think it has something to do with the protections my mother placed on me. Dumbledore thinks it has something to do with how she sacrificed her life for Minahay paused. Anyway, when I woke up, the diary was empty. No Tom Riddle. No Voldemort. Hermione looked at him critically. Are you sure? Pretty sure. Draco and I tested it. Then Malfoy knows what really happened, Hermione confirmed. Harry nodded. Theo frowned incredulously. Didn't Draco have anything to say about that? About what? Theo raised an eyebrow. About your little cover story. Well, I asked him to lie for me, of course. He owes me his life, after all, it's really the least he could do. Theo blinked. I suppose that's true. We reached an understanding. We're friends now. Hermione choked a little, and Theo gaped at him. You're friends. Harry nodded avidly. I even went over to his house. That's where I was, you know. His mother invited me to stay there for a while, isn't that nice? His friends were still gaping at him. So wait just a moment, Hermione said, sounding quite flustered. You went from threatening him into doing your dirty work for you to being invited over for a sleepover. Guess so. Theo was shaking his head. Unbelievable. Is it? How can you be so bloody likable? Harry grinned bashfully. Anyway, he said, because I now have him lying for me, I figured I'd lend him a book on occlumency during the summer. And then, maybe, if he proves himself capable and useful, maybe he can join you know what. The other two looked even more shocked, now. Wait, Theo said, you went from hating his guts to wanting to invite him into our secret club. Harry nodded. It did sound a bit strange, now that he thought about it. He apologized for everything, I can tell he was sincere, and he did lie for me. Actually, that's twice now. So, I think that there's a possibility we might be able to trust him. We'll test him, of course. We'll ask him to do something for us, too, you know, prove his worth, and if he manages to be useful, and puts the effort into teaching himself occlumency, then maybe. At the very least, it would let me keep a closer eye on him. And, the closer he feels to me, the more he believes I trust him, the less likely he is to betray me. Hermione nodded slowly. He is the best at potions out of anyone in our year, and I've been thinking, brewing the Animagus potion might be a little above my skill level, not to mention how hard the ingredients are to find. But Malfoy might just be able to pull it off. At the very least, he probably has better access to the ingredients than we do. There's no way he's that good at potions without being able to practice at home. I'd thought of that too. Theo frowned. I wouldn't object, but we don't even have a proper name yet. Actually, Hermione interrupted, I may have thought of something. Theo's eyebrows rose. What is it? The Order of the Midnight Sun, Hermione said slowly, carefully, making sure to enunciate the words clearly. The Order of the Midnight Sun. Theo asked curiously, what's that mean? Well, I don't know if you ever noticed, she glanced at Harry, but your scar, Harry, it's identical to the rune Sowilo, which represents the sun. It symbolizes victory, protection, and wholeness. Harry grinned, feeling quite amused. I see. That's rather clever. But what about the midnight part? The midnight sun is a natural phenomenon that occurs around summer solstice in places north of the Arctic Circle. Essentially, the sun doesn't set, even at night. So, I know that we practice the dark arts, and everything, but it's important that we remember why we do it. Theo nodded resolutely. To protect one another. Exactly. Because even though we're not very old, and we don't know much yet, we understand the world is a dark place. Understanding dawned on Harry. And like the midnight sun, we will protect each other, and triumph over the darkness. The midnight sun, complete and total victory over the night. Hermione smiled. Yes, that's it. So what do you think? Both boys grinned at her. I'm in, Theo said. I think it's an excellent idea, Hermione. As always, you're brilliant. Why thank you, fearless leader, she said humorously. Harry went a little red in the face. Anyway, Hermione said briskly, we've got only a few minutes left before breakfast ends, so we should discuss official order business. Theo smirked lopsidedly, clearly relishing the new name. Yeah, official order business. Harry grinned. Of course. What did you want to discuss, Hermione? Our animagus forms. Have either of you had any luck yet? Sobering a bit, Harry and Theo both shook their heads. Just the same dreams, Harry said morosely. Hermione nodded. That's what I thought. I haven't had any luck either, and that's why I've been looking more into the potion. And, like I said, it's hard, Hermione said bitterly. Really hard. It's easily owl, if not Newt stuff. So your idea to recruit Malfoy's help, it might just be the only option we've got. Harry nodded. To prove himself, we give him the instructions, and he brews it over the summer for us. Hermione nodded. It might be the only plausible plan we've got. So if Draco learns occlumency and brews our potion for us, we consider letting him into the order. Theo confirmed. Hermione nodded. Excellent, Harry said. Now, I really wouldn't mind some strawberries. Theo frowned, rising to his feet. You really need to be eating more than strawberries. I agree, Hermione said. With a scowl, Harry grinned sheepishly. Don't worry about me, Mrs. Malfoy's been feeding me really well. A bit too well. Theo chuckled. Yeah, she does that. When they returned to the Great Hall, most of the school had left to enjoy their Saturday afternoons, but Draco was still waiting for them, and upon seeing them, purposefully strode up to them. Granger, I'm sorry for what I called you, back in October, he announced without prelude. Hermione looked completely caught off guard. You already said that, Malfoy, a while back. Yes, Buddha looked at her awkwardly, clearly trying to seem more sure of himself than he was. I didn't mean it. I'm sincerely apologizing now. Hermione and Theo were gaping at him, while Harry looked on proudly like a parent whose toddler just learned to walk. So, do you accept? Draco asked, with a nervous glance between her and Harry. Hermione, recovering from her shock, smiled genuinely. Of course, Malfoy. I forgive you. Now we can all be friends together. Harry chirped. He received 3 withering stares. Or, we could start with friendly acquaintances, I guess. On your way to the feast, Professor. Oh, Harry. I didn't see you there. Harry smiled. Do you think we might step back into your office? Just for a few minutes. Lockhart tried to muster up one of his dashing smiles. Well now, Harry, we mustn't be late for the feast. It will only be a moment, Harry said sharply. Well, yes, very well then, follow me. Their walk to Lockhart's office was silent and tense. Harry wasn't willing to strike up a conversation until they were in private, and Lockhart was clearly too unnerved to say anything. Now, what is it? Professor Lockhart said, losing his charming demeanor as soon as they entered his office. You owe me, Harry said bluntly. Remember? Well, yes, I'm collecting, Harry concluded with finality. The usually flamboyant man withered under Harry's stony glare. What do you want? He asked flatly. I want to know, how do you do it? Make the lies you tell in your books so believable. He genuinely wanted to know. Lockhart was clearly a fool and an incompetent wizard, a muggle with magic, and yet, he managed to fool thousands with his half-baked tales of pretend adventure and feigned daring. If Harry could discover his secret, well, having an ability like that could end up saving his life, in the future. I don't know what you're talking about. Harry narrowed his eyes. Don't lie to me, Professor. You can't fool me. You can't stand your ground against a few pixies, let alone a werewolf. What's your secret? How do you write such fantastic untruths? It's not a simple matter of lying. You need to plant evidence, fix records, you need knowledge you wouldn't otherwise have, of people, places, and magic. You need access to information you shouldn't have access to. I don't know what you're talking about, Lockhart bit out again. Harry sighed. What could he do to make Lockhart talk? He was already blackmailing him, but apparently even Lockhart was smart enough to call his bluff. He wasn't going to tell anyone, he was too curious. Frustratedly, he began pacing. Obliv. Expelliarmus. He caught Lockhart's wand easily, and glared at him viciously. That's the second time you've tried to do that, he hissed. It's extremely rude. Lockhart paled at his tone. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. He had Lockhart's wand, but now what? How could he convince the man to talk? Threatened to curse him. Snap his wand. But you don't have to, a voice hissed in his mind. Harry froze, and suddenly he felt very odd, like icy water was enveloping his skin. A faint buzz sang quietly in his ears, and his vision blurred. For a moment he was seeing double. What do you mean? He mumbled, slurring a bit, ignoring the bewildered look on Lockhart's white face. You know the spell, Harry. If you want the truth, take it. Harry's eyes widened. It took a moment, but he knew what the voice was telling him to do. No, I can't do that, not without his permission. Harry, Lockhart began cautiously, who are you? Shut up, Harry snapped, suddenly feeling very lightheaded. Why not? Tom was saying, for it was almost certainly Tom. But how? Tom almost never talked to him in his head, it wasted too much of his magic. What has this man done to deserve your mercy? He's done nothing but lie, play all of you, your teachers, your classmates, like fools. This weak, pathetic creature deserves nothing from you, for he has given you nothing. Indeed, he has wronged you, time and time again. Harry hesitated. Was this really Tom talking to him? Tom was never this verbose, not when he spoke to him in his mind, he wasn't strong enough. Were these Harry's thoughts? Or Tom's? He was so confused, his mind was a swirling mist, insubstantial and incoherent. He lies, cheats, and takes you for a fool, and if that wasn't enough, he tried to obliviate you, twice. He tried to steal your memories. He tried to invade your mind, a student, his student, and steal what is yours, what is most dear to you, your own thoughts. He deserves to be punished. He deserves to reap what he has sowed. Harry raised his wand shakily, feeling his fingers begin to twitch. Harry, what are you? He is weak, cowardly filth, undeserving of the life and the magic that was given to him. Like all of our kind, he was given the opportunity to be great, and he squandered it, and became the sniveling, disgusting, vile creature you see before you. This thief, who would try to break into your mind and steal from you, does he deserve your mercy? No, Harry whispered, a feeling of revelation and wonderment washing over him. You know the spell, Harry. I know you can do it. Harry. Legilimens. Instantly, Harry could feel his awareness being s.ket into Lockhart's mind. The man wasn't completely incompetent, he put up a fight, so Harry pressed harder, and harder, until the weak shell surrounding the man's mind shattered. Instantly, he was hit by a strong wave of fear, and he struggled not to lose himself, to be caught up in tumultuous swell of emotion. No, he couldn't afford to be swept away, he had something to find. Show it to me. Show me how you craft your lies. Images materialized before his eyes, of conversations, stories. Obliviate, obliviate, obliviate. The stories, tales, accounts, records, passwords, data, they were stolen, all of them. This, person, man, thing, fooled kind, brave people into revealing to him what was most sacred, their thoughts, experiences, and memories, and it, stole them away, divesting innocent people of what all human beings have a right to, their own minds. Weak, cowardly, filthy, vile, coward, fool. How dare this weak, flawed being play God? How dare he? How dare he? Tom was right. Of course he was. Tom was always right. Tom always knew what to say. Tom always knew what to do. He should listen to him. He should always listen. Tom was always right. He was right. This man, he didn't deserve his mercy. He deserved to reap what he sowed. And the world around him began to crack. I just realized, Tracy said, as the Slytherins chatted with each other at the year-end feast, nothing happened to Lockhart. He made it through the year. Flint smirked. First I've seen. But, that means we have to survive another year of him. Theo said tragically. Meanwhile, Tracy was frowning beside him. You know, actually, Lockhart doesn't look so good. Harry didn't bother looking, he knew what he'd see. He wanted to feel remorse. He wanted to feel horrified, but he didn't. He just felt numb, vaguely satisfied. Tom's approval was radiating through his mind, and he felt a sort of vague ecstasy. Doesn't he? Theo looked over his shoulder, squinting. Wait, is that blood coming out of his ear? Theo's voice was incredulous. Harry still didn't bother looking. He supposed that a part of him feared the onslaught of fear and horror that might wash over him if he did. Is it? A moment later, an ominous thud sounded throughout the great hall, the sound of Lockhart's head meeting his plate. Chaos erupted in the great hall, and suddenly the entire staff was on its feet, tending after the fallen defense against the dark arts professor. What do you think happened? Parkinson asked, bewildered. Is he sick? Millicent asked. Maybe he got too full of himself, Tracy joked. Maybe he's lost all his memories and fallen into a vegetative state, Harry put in absently. He couldn't help it. He needed to say something. Something. Suddenly, he felt all the eyes in the immediate vicinity fall on him. Harry, Theo said uneasily beside him. Harry ignored them, and kept eating. He could swear he felt the air around him cool a few degrees. Harry, he heard Millicent say shakily, you didn't. Daphne gasped. You did. He did. He did. Oh gods, oh gods. You did. Peace suddenly washed over him, and he sighed. I did nothing, and no one will ever prove otherwise. A deafening silence ensued. Well, Hortense Roland spoke up, as of today, I'm no longer a prefect. Therefore, I don't care. Well, I think whoever off the idiot performed a public service, Draco said confidently. Deserve a bloody medal, they do. Harry smiled subtly, ignoring the cold sweat dripping down his face. Harry sighed as he glared at the layer of dust that had settled over the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive. Of course the Dursleys didn't dare enter his bedroom in his absence, which he was both annoyed by and grateful for. Oh well. Dobby. The elf popped into existence in front of him. Master Harry Potter, sir. Harry smiled softly. Just Harry, Dobby. Is there anything you can do about this dust? Dobby looked delighted at the question, and snapped his fingers, and a few moments later all the dust had disappeared. Harry blinked. Well, that's handy. Thank you, Dobby, excellent work. The elf beamed at him, soaking in the praise rapturously. Will Master Harry be needing anything else? Actually, yes, Dobby. We have work to do. Lots of work to do. October, 1985. A 5-year-old boy sat sobbing under a cold, empty wooden pew, tears glistening blue and red in the stained sunlight. His skin was pale and dusted with a rosy blush mingled with grayish soil, and his hair was tangled and unruly. His eyes were hidden behind cracked lenses, surrounded by frames slightly bent, but behind them, they were bright and alive, glowing an unearthly green, alight with something akin to fear. Why aren't you wearing any shoes? The boy's gaze snapped upward, drawn immediately to the form of a tall elderly man in strange robes, a gentle smile resting easily on his face. Don't have, NY. Oh, and why's that? The man's voice was soft and steady, it was fixed, present, and concrete. It sounded like it belonged, like it was meant to be heard. Because freaks like me don't deserve, NY shoes. A subtle, delicate frown marred the elderly man's face as he knelt down beside him, and, seeing this, the little boy flinched and backed away, bare feet kicking at the rough carpet. Dirty hands were drawn up around the boy's head, splayed over his face as a pitiful shield. Shish, I'm not going to hurt you. The little boy lowered his guard, peering out from between his fingers. You're not. Now who would want to hurt a nice little boy like you? The child mumbled something under his breath. Do you want to maybe come out of there? We can get you a snack. The little boy shook his head. No. What do you want to do, then? The boy mumbled something else quietly. Well then, how about I tell you a story? Story. The kindly man nodded. About another little boy. His name was Jesus. And so he told the little boy a story, of another little boy known by thousands before he was even born, of a little boy born into a prophecy, a destiny. He told a story of a child fated to be good and right and holy, who saved the world, and continued to do so with each sin the world suffered. He told a story of cleansing from sin, of sacrifice and baptism, of the power of water and blood, of hope, and faith. He told a story of a better world, where the soul could be saved, and where one day, the righteous dead in a heavenly peace were waiting for the ones cleansed by water and blood. August, 1993. The voices were like waves in the ocean, waxing and waning, swelling and falling, fluid and transient as water itself. They washed over him and immersed him in the essence of what that place was. Sacred. You shouldn't be here. Harry looked over his shoulder to see Sam Stewart beside him, his face betraying unmistakable discomfort. He'd been sitting on the creaking metal swings at the playground, idly kicking dust into the air as he swung back and forth, when he saw him, his former best friend, walking down Willow Street. Mildly curious, he decided to follow him. What had become of Sam Stewart? The boy was much taller now, at least a head above Harry, and he was clearly a bit sturdier. But otherwise, the same sandy blonde hair, long and tousled by wind, the same white trainers and red shirt. It was definitely Sam. Harry's curiosity had doubled when he found that Sam was heading toward the local parish church. He had been there only 5 times before, many years ago, and he didn't remember much. He hadn't really been in the best frame of mind at the time. However, the place was unmistakable. In its own quiet way, it was rather fantastic looking, a bit whimsical, like a little piece of magic, right there in Surrey, magic that the Muggles worshipped. The Dursleys were never religious, so Harry had never been given the opportunity to understand the concept of worship, the concept of revering something you cannot see, touch, or hear. Magic was present, magic was vivid, magic was concrete, but this Muggle magic, it was none of those. And yet, there seemed to be no denying that it existed. How could a lie Avenue millions? There had to be truth in this magic, somehow, and yet it was so insubstantial. Harry didn't believe in miracles, in magic done by no one, and he was pretty sure that if God did exist, he was either cruel or uninterested in what he had created, but still, he couldn't quite bring himself to dismiss the Muggle magic entirely. There was something about the concept of the good, the moral, the sacred that was incredibly real and true. Perhaps those 5 visits had changed him more than he initially thought. His heart was beating quickly when he entered the church. It was familiar, but the memories escaped him, tingling like a nervous buzz in the back of his mind. They were there, though, and the place surrounding him drew him in immediately as something significant. It was nowhere near as grand as Hogwarts, but still, it was as though he had been whisked away, to some sacred place. He wasn't in Surrey anymore. The sanctuary was dimly lit, the wooden pews just barely glistening in the soft golden light. Banisters and columns rose up around him, gilded and ornamented, and on the walls he could see paintings, not of knights and dragons, but of people eating and speaking with one another, or wading in blue water, or dying what appeared to be a gruesome and painful death. It was odd, he thought, that such things would be in a place of worship, but they did not seem out of place. Instead, they were familiar. The evangelism of Jesus, the work of John the Baptist, the crucifixion, the martyrdom of Saint Peter. He knew the stories, just barely, but they were there. Near the front of the room was a dais, upon which a small group of people were gathered. They were the source of those enchanting sounds, those holy syllables that Harry could not understand. They were clad in a soft light, a blue and red and green glow cast upon them by the stained glass behind them, a beautiful piece of art, the likes of which Harry had never seen before. And yet he had. So familiar, yet so far away. "Is that your sister?" Harry asked, pointing up at one of the adolescent girls near the front of the choir. Sam tensed beside him. "You shouldn't be here." Somehow, those weren't the words he expected to hear. "Stay as long as you like," a memory whispered softly, dissonantly. "Why not? People like you don't belong in places like this. None of us belong here." Harry frowned. "People like me. People with the devil in them. We are all God's children. I'm pretty sure I don't have the devil in me." "Well, then again, he sort of did. You can do things you shouldn't be able to do. You have a gift. That has nothing to do with the devil. Then why can you do them? No one understands the will of God." Harry had often wondered where magic came from, but he doubted that was what Sam was talking about. "I was born like this. We were all born in sin. You were beautifully and wonderfully made." Harry glanced at him, admittedly caught off guard by the statement. The idea that everyone was born already marred by the evils of the world didn't seem all that foreign to him, but it wasn't the sort of thing he expected to hear from the mouth of someone like Sam Stewart, someone mundane, normal. "Really?" Sam nodded curtly. Oh, he didn't know what else to say, really. Once again, the room was devoured by the ethereal voices of the choir, as both boys fell silent. "You should go. But I don't understand why," Harry persisted. "You don't belong in a house of God. There is a place for everyone in heaven. But why not?" Sam sighed, clearly upset. "Doesn't God love everyone?" Harry prodded. "I really don't know." Harry nodded slowly. That was fair. Again, his gaze strayed once again to the choir. "What are they saying? 'Have mercy upon me, O God, after thy great goodness, according to the multitude of thy mercies do away mine offenses.' I forget the rest." That's very sad. It's not. It sounds sad to me. Whoever wrote it couldn't have been happy about having to beg for forgiveness, could they have? "See, that's why you shouldn't be here. You can't understand." "I don't think anyone understands, really." Harry frowned. "Understand what?" Those are happy words, that give us hope. If we give God faith, He gives us hope in return. Harry's frown deepened. Is it God's mercy that gives you hope, or His greatness? Both, I guess. Harry nodded slowly. And what makes God great? Well, His goodness. God is good. Harry turned to stare at Sam, who recoiled slightly from his gaze. He sighed. Thank you for speaking with me, Sam. It was nice seeing you again. Don't thank me for doing the work of God. Sam refused to look at him. But just as he was leaving, he froze, suddenly seized by a question, a doubt that for some reason he knew would not leave him alone. He didn't know why he wanted to know. He didn't know why he cared what Sam had to say. He just knew he needed to ask. He didn't know if he even truly wanted an answer, he just had to ask. Sam. He looked over his shoulder, and saw the other boy stiffen. What? Do you think I'm a bad person? He received no answer. A 13-year-old boy sat on a stiff and weathered swing, hanging from a rickety old swing set, which shuddered and creaked under his weight, meager as it was. It was nearly midnight, and the moon was shrouded in mist, the stars hidden behind a gray curtain. The boy didn't see the faint glow in the sky, nor did he hear the creaking of the swing set. He was trapped in his own mind, caught up in a memory, slowly slipping away from the present, something heavy and bitter stirring in his chest. Breaths slow and shallow, he rose to his feet. I'm collecting. I don't know what you're talking about. The boy stumbled, gripping his head in his hands. You don't have to. You know the spell, Harry. He deserves to be punished. He deserves to reap what he sowed. Does he deserve your mercy? Futile as it was, trembling hands rose to cover the boy's ears. No. Legilimens. Obliviate. Glancing up at the window, he recoiled from the thin tendrils of light creeping though, nausea boiling up in his stomach. Dobby, he rasped out. Master Harry, sir. Upon appearing in his bedroom, Dobby paused, frowning. Is Master Harry still ill? Harry nodded weakly. Could you get me some water? Eyes wide and sympathetic, Dobby nodded rapidly. Of course, sir. Would sir like some food as well? Harry shook his head. No thank you, Dobby. Dobby frowned again. Master Harry must eat if he wants his strength back. Harry smiled feebly, and made to answer, but 3 loud knocks on his bedroom door interrupted him. Boy, I'm still sick, he hollered hoarsely. There was no answer, but he heard footsteps retreating from his bedroom door. Dobby scowled at the door. Master Harry's filthy muggles must let Master Harry rest and regain his strength. Harry's weak smile returned. Is Master Harry sure he does not want food? Harry nodded. Maybe later, Dobby. Thank you. Dobby smiled sadly, snapping his fingers and disappearing. A moment later he appeared with a soft pop, and placed a glass of water on Harry's bedside table. Will Master Harry be needing anything else? No, Dobby, thank you, you go enjoy your day. Dobby nodded slowly. Dobby thinks he will go clog the muggles' drain pipes. Harry chuckled. Sounds like a plan, Dobby. Dobby grinned and snapped his fingers, and disappeared. Meanwhile, Harry's head was throbbing. It was this nauseating mixture of the hazy, oppressive ache that wouldn't leave him alone and the tough evidence of Tom's displeasure. You're pathetic, Tom bit out, making his opinion even more explicit, which he was especially prone to doing these days. Tom could talk to him now. As it turned out, merging with the diary had strengthened his magical core to the degree that he could now speak to Harry whenever he wished, his voice echoing in Harry's head, loud and clear. He still wasn't particularly talkative, but Harry felt that his presence was more prominent now, which he wasn't yet sure whether he liked or not. Long story short, Harry had graduated from talking to a mirror to talking into thin air, which he supposed looked slightly less psychotic. He really didn't know. Meanwhile, Harry sighed, feeling helpless. I know I'm pathetic. And I hate it. But I can't do anything about it. And I hate that too. He wouldn't bother voicing his feelings, though. Tom never had patience for that sort of thing. He settled on attempting to pacify his mental companion. I'll get out of bed tomorrow morning, Tom. You said that yesterday, Tom snarled in his mind. I know. I'm sorry. I don't care that you're sorry. Your apologies are worthless to me, not unlike you are right now. I know. What else was he supposed to say? Harry reached for the cup Dobby had brought for him, but froze as he raised his arm, dropping it a moment later. Pathetic. The summer started off on a good note. Within the first week of returning from Hogwarts, Harry and Dobby had retrieved all the fake Horcruxes from Miss Jenkins's house, and rehid them in Harry's old cupboard as a temporary measure. Soon after, he began to implement his plan to begin his pre-chosen summer activity, Horcrux hunting. The cup was easy. A trip to Gringotts, and it was over. The ring had been a little more difficult, however, and the first step had been enlisting Dobby's help. Life with Dobby had taken some getting used to. Harry had originally been at a loss as to where to put the elf, but together they had eventually decided on the Dursleys' attic, where Dobby set up a small cot for himself off in a secluded corner, behind some dust-covered boxes stacked nearly 2 meters high. Given the amount of dust gathered on them, which he'd worked very hard to convince Dobby not to clean, it was likely that Dobby's makeshift bedroom would not be discovered, but that didn't stop Harry from obsessing over about 100 different scenarios in which the Dursleys found out. The ensuing conversations ranged from incredibly amusing to disastrous. Once Dobby's meager living quarters had been secured, they'd needed to go over the particulars of Dobby's new lifestyle. The elf had initially been shocked when Harry laid out his expectations of him. "I'll need you to deliver a few letters for me, and apparate me a few places this summer, but other than that, feel free to explore Surrey, or wherever, really. Just stay out of sight." But, won't Master Harry be needing Dobby to tend to the cooking and cleaning? Harry shook his head. "Really, Dobby, you are, for all intents and purposes, free. I'm just going to need your help a few times, mostly for transportation purposes." But, really, Dobby." Harry smiled softly at the elf. "You're free." In the meantime, Dobby had been horrified when he found out that it was, in fact, Harry who was to be performing a non-trivial amount of the housework around the Dursleys, not him. He'd tried very hard to convince Harry to let him take over, but Harry was adamant. "The Dursleys need to see me doing the chores, or else I'll be in a lot of trouble." "You don't want me to get in trouble, do you, Dobby?" "Oh, no, sir. Never, sir." Suffice it to say, Dobby was not too fond of the Dursleys. "Dobby has always been wanting to meet Muggles, sir." "Oh," Harry had asked idly, "and what do you think of them?" "Dobby is underwhelmed, sir." Harry had chuckled at that. "Not meeting your expectations, Dobby." "Dobby wishes he'd never met the Muggles, sir." "Dobby wishes he could take Master Harry far away where Dobby could serve Master Harry properly." "One day, Dobby. One day." The house elf, while generally very mild-mannered, had taken to calling the Dursleys, Master Harry's filthy Muggles, a title endorsed by Harry himself, and would often amuse both himself and Harry by clogging their drains, hiding their clothes, and rotting their food. He had, of course, asked permission first. "Dobby is respectfully asking permission to make some mischief, sir." "Oh, please do, Dobby, please do." For the first time he could remember, Harry's summer holidays had started as something of an enjoyable affair, as usual. He did a lot of chores in an attempt to avoid conflict of any kind, while pretending to graciously accept the many punishments doled out to him. It never got less amusing, watching the Dursleys go about the futile task of locking him up while he simply switched his schedule to a nocturnal one and used his handy unlocking charm. He supposed that there was a very childish part of him that still took a lot of pleasure in subverting their authority. However, he now had the luxury of watching the Dursleys panicking over overflowing toilets and missing socks and rotten hams which could in no way be traced back to Harry. It was all very funny, and he continually thanked Dobby for the constant source of entertainment. "Oh, Dobby is thrilled, sir, to be of use to Master Harry." But even after all of their bonding over their mutual dislike of the Dursleys, Harry had been nervous about broaching the subject of the errands Tom wanted him to run. Dobby was a good elf, moreover, he was a good person. Harry tried to be a good person, but Tom was basically the polar opposite of a good person by definition, and considering that it was his errands that needed running, well, Tom had a habit of asking Harry to do bad things, which he would typically agree to, and he thought that this fact might very well come to light over the course of their summer errand running. This had left him in the difficult position of needing Dobby's assistance but being too afraid to ask for it. As usual, Tom was annoyed and said he was being very stupid indeed. "It belongs to you. It is yours to do with as you wish. If you don't want it to think poorly of you, order it not to." However, Harry felt like it wasn't really that simple, and had said as much. He knew that technically Dobby was a piece of property that he owned, but he couldn't help but be fond of the elf, and truth be told, he reveled in the admiration the poor creature showered him with. He didn't want to lose that. In the end, he had decided on having a nice heart-to-heart talk with Dobby. "Listen, Dobby, you know how I said I'd need your help with some things this summer?" "Oh yes." Dobby is eager to be helping Master Harry with whatever he be needing. Harry nodded with a frown. "Dobby," he began delicately, "there may be things I ask you to do that you will not understand, and I will need to ask you to never breathe a word about them to anyone." Dobby had gasped at that, looking almost offended. Oh, Dobby would never, ever betray Master Harry's trust. Not even if I asked you to do something bad. Not even if you saw me hurt someone. Dobby shook his head adamantly. Dobby trusts Master Harry. Dobby trusts that Master Harry is a very decent wizard indeed. But what if I'm not, Dobby? What if I've done bad things? What if I'm a dark wizard, like Mr. Malfoy? But when he had said that, Dobby did not look puzzled or nervous, or horrified like he had anticipated. He simply looked at him with wide, earnest eyes. Master Harry is nothing like Dobby's old master, sir. Master Harry is kind, good, and fair. Master Harry might practice dark magic, sir, but this is none of Dobby's business, and Dobby believes in Master Harry's good heart. Dobby believes, the elf had said resolutely. Harry's breath had hitched in his chest when he heard that, and suddenly his heart was beating at an incredible speed. It then occurred to him that never before had he met someone so accepting, so kind. Dobby truly was an amazing person. "Then you swear, to tell no one what I ask you to do. To trust me, and not ask questions." "Dobby swears on his life, sir." "Then Dobby, I need you to find a place called Little Hangleton. It's a small town in the north, and you'll find the grave of someone named Tom Riddle there, who died in 1943. And that was how Harry had found himself standing in front of the opulent gravestone of Tom Riddle Sr. on July 12, 1993, hand in hand with Dobby. When they arrived, the churchyard had been still and quiet, as though cowed by the presence of the ominous-looking Riddle house perched upon a hill in the south. Breathing in the damp, musty air, heavy like the dark clouds overhead, Harry had instantly been reminded of the time he found himself reading Great Expectations while Dudley was rummaging through the video section and Aunt Petunia fiddled with romance novels at the local library. Part of him was hoping an escaped convict might burst onto the scene at any moment, but the other part of him was relieved that it never happened. "Thank you, Dobby," he said after a minute, "please meet me back here in 3 hours." "Will do, sir." After that, the plan was simple. Once Dobby left, Harry allowed Tom to take control of his body, so they could find the Gaunt Shack, which, as it turned out, was on the outskirts of the little village. When they reached it, Harry had found himself being glad that he'd let Tom take over. Whenever Harry's consciousness retreated further into the back of his mind, he still experienced anything his body did, but what he saw was muted, and what he heard was muffled, a fact that he was thankful for when he caught sight of the decrepit old pile of wood and nails that only vaguely resembled a house, and the mutilated snake carcasses nailed to the door. He was even more thankful when they had entered the shack, and were hid by a wall of dust and the smell of rotten mold and God knows what else. Even Tom, who was usually perfectly composed, coughed a bit upon entering, his hand reflexively moving to cover Harry's nose. It had taken Tom about 2 hours to remove the plethora of wards and curses he'd placed on the Gaunt family ring, but the process went smoothly, and Harry was left to doze off in his mind while Tom went about the intricate feat of curse breaking. Once Tom had finished, he replaced a few of the invisibility wards before slipping the ring onto Harry's finger for safekeeping. They had not yet decided where to hide it on a more permanent basis, and Harry got the impression that Tom was not especially anxious about this fact, given that the last place one might expect to find one of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes would be on the middle finger of Harry Potter's right hand. After that, the process of replacing all the wards and curses on the replica passed without incident as well. All in all, retrieving and replacing Tom's second Horcrux was a relatively easy job with Dobby's help, but Slytherin's locket would inevitably prove much more difficult. Because of that, Tom had allowed him a short respite before they moved on to the last Horcrux, which proved to be a grave mistake. Harry's brief summer break, his real summer break, had started well. He started by reviewing his spell-crafting manual and an old physics textbook. He was planning on crafting his very own spell, a task he was both apprehensive and excited about. It started out simple, he just needed to review the theory of magnetism, and gather all the necessary equations. Harry wasn't sure how much detail he needed to go into, so he did a lot of research first. After reviewing the high school text he borrowed from the library, he looked for a first-year university physics book, and after that a second-year one, but at that point he had gotten very lost in the realm of quantum mechanics, so he could only hope that a basic understanding of magnetic fields would suffice. That's right, he was crafting a spell that, if successfully cast, would magnetize objects. The next step had been to translate all the physics formulas into arithmetic formulas, which, again, had been a fairly straightforward step. Well, fairly straightforward, it wasn't simple by any means. After that, though, he needed to craft arrays. Arrays were geometric representations of arithmetic formulas that performed the precarious task of isolating properties of the runes that would be needed to be taken into account while crafting the spell. This was the step where spell crafting went from being a hard science to being something of an art, because it was up to Harry to decide which isolated properties were worth working with. The next step would be to research the runes and use them to shape the wand movements and tweak the incantation. Long story short, Harry was doing a lot of thinking. And while that was usually a good thing, a busy mind is an active mind, and an active mind is a mind more likely to get carried away. And get carried away Harry's mind did. He started thinking about things. About life, you know. How far he'd come, what had changed, how he'd become what he was, and what he was becoming. It started as a vague itch, the feeling he had overlooked something. But he didn't know what, it seemed so far away. And then he'd spoken with Sam Stewart, and returned to that place. Miserere me, Deus, have mercy on me, O God. There was something about those words that resonated in Harry, something so incredibly sad. The choir, Sam, they all had these stoic, passive looks on their faces, like the whole thing was mundane, but those words, and the way they sung them, was Harry the only one who could hear the despair in them. Someone was begging for mercy, begging to someone they could not see, hear, or touch, because they couldn't shoulder the burden alone, because it was just too much. Have mercy, he'd heard the words in his dreams many times, delivered to Tom in desperation and fear. Fear of torture. Fear of death. This person, begging for mercy, must have believed with all his being that he had done something truly depraved, something terrible enough to stir up the fury of a God who was supposedly all benevolent. The thought was terrifying. And yet, Sam said, those words gave him hope. Perhaps he'd never done anything that he believed would warrant God's wrath, Harry had thought. Perhaps he'd just never done anything that bad. He just didn't know what it was like, and remained unaffected. Then why was Harry so affected? Why did the words feel so heavy, oppressive? Harry didn't even believe in God, and he'd never done anything that bad, had he? Had he? Do you think I'm a bad person? He'd asked Sam. He had received no answer, and upon leaving the church, and assuring himself, no, I'm not a bad person, he was suddenly gripped by this terrible thought. That's a lie. What makes you a bad person? He had wondered. Was it doing bad things? No, of course not. People often said that good people did bad things, but was it possible to do something so bad that you could no longer be a good person after doing it? That you're no longer yourself? A betrayal of identity. If so, he surely hadn't done anything that bad, had he? But he had. Lockhart. Then his mind had ground to a halt. Wait, what happened to Lockhart? What did he do? What did he do? Suddenly it was happening all over again. He was there, in Lockhart's office, wand raised, magic flaring. Why was he doing this? Why? But he couldn't stop it. He just had to watch the whole thing play out, helpless, trapped, drowning in a tempest of wild rage he couldn't control. And he couldn't handle it. It was too much. It wasn't him. And yet it was. He was pretty sure he'd accidentally destroyed half of the playground he had frequented as a young child, but he wasn't quite sure. He'd stumbled back to the Dursleys that night, and had left his bed a grand total of 7 times since. He was just so tired. His limbs were heavy and his eyelids heavier still, his vision was more strained than usual and his skin had gone an unpleasant sort of numb. But worst of all was his mind. It had gone dark and sludge-like and somnolent, and any decent train of thought he managed would go spiraling down into shadow as surely as it had come. Everything was just slow. He didn't know why, and truth be told, he couldn't bring himself to care. He simply didn't want to do anything, and he didn't want to be bothered about it. Dobby had been incredibly understanding, the Dursleys, less so, but they were too worried about catching whatever had infected Harry to bother him too much. And Tom had been patient. Well, perhaps not patient, he was silent. At first Harry was grateful, but then he started to get worried. What happened, Tom? No answer. Why did I do that, Tom? Silence. It was just a dream, right? I mean I wouldn't. Nothing. Talk to me, please. It was 3 days before Tom had said anything. Are you done? He hadn't known how to respond to that. And now, 3 more days later, it seems that Tom had lost his patience. That's it. I have indulged you long enough. If you won't even move, we will plan. You have 1 more day to pull yourself together, after that I will not allow you to sleep until you have completed this task. Harry grit his teeth, forcing down the inexplicable measure of dread at the thought of leaving his bedroom, as much as he loathed the place. Fine. He needed to get out of bed. He had things to do, he knew that. But he couldn't. He had to. Okay, so how did he do this? He was lethargic, drowsy, in pain, and unable to focus, and that needed to change. Then it hit him, there were potions for this. The wakefulness potion and the wit sharpening potion. Those would be perfect. The wakefulness potion would cure the drowsiness, and if taken in a high enough dose, provoked hyperactivity, which would counteract the lethargy. And the wit sharpening potion would help him focus. Neither were supposed to be taken by underage witches and wizards, but, well, what's the worst that could happen? He could do this. He just needed to send a letter to Draco. Which means he had to make it to the post office, which he could do. And while he waited for a response from Draco, he would plan, which he would most certainly need to do. By the time Tom had created his last Horcrux, he'd become very paranoid, and this was evident in the protections he'd placed around it, which were so elaborate that he'd needed assistance in order to test them. It stood to reason that Harry would also need assistance to get past the obstacles Tom had put in place. For Tom, the answer to this conundrum was simple. Use the elf. It will survive. But Harry was adamantly against this, even in his lethargic state, his refusal was vehement. There was no way he would do that to his new friend. Tom, of course, and anticipated this answer, and had a backup plan. Use a muggle. And thus was Harry faced by a terrible ethical dilemma. Well, actually, it wasn't a dilemma at all. He knew what he had to do. He just really didn't want to do it. That is, he wanted to do it even less than he wanted to do anything else. He disliked muggles as much as the next wizard, and was perfectly happy to avoid them at all costs, but he wasn't prepared to torture one. He didn't know if he had it in him to force the drink of despair down some innocent muggle's throat. In the end, though, there was a solution to that too. He just wouldn't use an innocent muggle. It then became a matter of asking himself the question, what's the most despicable sort of muggle imaginable? He almost immediately knew the answer. As it turned out, Polyjuice he had offhandedly asked Draco to brew at the beginning of the summer would come in handy, because soon, Harry had a plan. Tom claimed it was a ridiculous plan, but it was still a plan. 1 dose of Polyjuice potion, 4 doses of wakefulness potion, 4 doses of wit sharpening potion. And that was how, several days later, he found himself in one of the seedier parts of Muggle London as the evening veered toward twilight, transformed into an exact genetic copy of Miss Jenkins and doing his best to look very lost and afraid while inexplicable pulses of glee bubbled up inside of him at random intervals, probably a result of taking 4 times the adult dosage of wakefulness potion or wit sharpening potion, but he couldn't be sure. This is degrading. Harry giggled at that. It took a few hours, but eventually, he found what he was looking for. More precisely, it found him. Oi, gorgeous, a voice called after him while he tripped down a particularly dark alleyway in Miss Jenkins's stilettos, tugging on the exceptionally short scoop neck dress he'd picked out from her closet. Dressing himself in the proper undergarments and said skimpy dress had been an ordeal indeed, but the true adventure had been combing his long, strawberry own hair, powdering his cheeks with blush, and glossing his lips. He really did want to look the part. After all that bother, he would admit to being a little disappointed. Part of him felt like after all that, he should be taking an afternoon to gallivant about in London, but he knew Tom would have had no patience for such a thing. At the sound of the man's voice, he spun around at the sound, widening his eyes fearfully. I. Now what's a pretty lady like you doin' in a place like this? Lost are we? Inwardly grinning, Harry nodded miserably, sniffling a little. For added effect, he stuck his bottom lip, which he had precariously painted in shimmering pink lip gloss, out in a pout. The man in front of him, a lanky man with black hair only slightly dusted with gray, leered as he sauntered up to him. Now, don't you worry your pretty little head 'bout that. Why Don, you come with me. Where? The man grinned at him, making Harry shiver. Don't you worry 'bout that. Trust me, we can make you feel all better. Suddenly, the man reached forward and seized his shoulder with one hand and used the other to take hold of Harry's chin. Please, let go of me. Filthy muggle, vile creature, scum. Not gonna happen gorgeous. What are you going to do to me? The man chuckled cruelly. I told you, I'm gonna make you feel all better. But I don't want. I don't care what you want, sweetheart. There we go. That's what he needed. In an instant, his demeanor changed, and he stiffened, narrowing his eyes and fixing the man with a cold glare. Stop, he said firmly, drawing as much magic into his words as he could. The man froze, eyes widening as his body seized up. Step back. The man did just that. And stay still. What's your name? Robert. All right, Mr. Robert, Harry said as he dusted off the places where Robert had touched him, his polite tone belying the disgust he felt. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you make something of yourself, before the end of your pathetic muggle life. You should thank me, he said with an empty grin. The cocktail of potions was affecting him again, and he shivered with nervous energy. Why yes. Thank you. Don't mention it. He could hear Tom chuckling in his mind. Dobby. A quiet crack sounded. Yes sir. Harry smiled at the elf, the high feeling bubbling up in his chest calmed slightly by his presence. Please apparate us to the place I showed you, good sir. An instant later, Harry and Robert were breathing in ephemeral saltwater 100 feet above the ocean, backed against a clammy stone wall, standing in a hollowed-out cliffside. Across from them was another cliff, a sheer drop, deathly smooth aside from the cave mouth hovering near the water at its base. Harry peered over the edge, heart rate increasing when he observed the jagged semblance of a staircase carved out in the stones below him. He turned to Robert, who was deathly pale and looked like he was going to lose his lunch at any moment. How did we, where? Shut up. The euphoric feeling was suddenly absent, and he was feeling decidedly unamused. But Robert didn't listen. Where are we? How did we? Oh, God, what is that thing? Harry scowled at him. That thing is my friend. You're what? Shut up, Harry said again, frowning. Despite how carefully he'd chosen his victim, no, assistant, he was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable about the whole thing. He shook his head. No, this man was a would-be offender, and given his demeanor, it wouldn't have been the first time either. This was a muggle, one rotten to the core. He didn't need to feel guilty. He didn't. What are you? Robert interrupted his thoughts. He blinked. A person. No F. King Wei, some sort of demon or. Yes, something like that. You go first, Harry cut in. What, down there? Robert sputtered. There aren't a lot of other options, Harry pointed out flatly. No. What are you? You're crazy, lady, F. King crazy. Harry glared at him. And you're a offender. Now climb or I push you, Harry bluffed. The fall won't kill you, probably. Thankfully, Robert seemed to buy it, and slowly started to make his way down the jagged cliffside. Harry turned to Dobby. He's a very bad man, Dobby, so I'm helping him redeem himself by assisting me in finding something. Dobby gasped. Oh, how gracious of Master Harry. Oh yes, how gracious. Harry smiled weakly and nodded, clumsily pushing the long blonde locks out of his face and reaching down to remove his highly inconvenient footwear. But sir, Dobby must wonder, why Master Harry has not given Dobby this task. Harry shook his head. This task is far too dangerous, Dobby. I'd never forgive myself if something bad happened to you. Master Harry is so kind, Dobby whispered rapturously. If it only knew. Harry smiled, this one just as weak as the last. Wait here for me, Dobby. I'll only be a few hours. Of course sir. The path down the cliff was just as treacherous as it had been in Tom's memories, and Harry would confess to being terrified out of his mind the whole time. A clear path was cut out of the rocks, jagged and jutting out of the cliff side like a stairway, and the footing was sturdy. No, it wasn't the craggy stairwell itself that was the problem, it was the thin layer of saline dampness that covered it. As he climbed, he forced himself to look at his feet. He didn't dare peer out at the vastness of the ocean before him, or check on Robert's progress, 1 foot at a time. That's all he could focus on. Besides, if Robert had taken a tumble, he would have heard it. Probably. Thankfully, when he reached the bottom, Robert was waiting there for him, shivering. Harry stared at him for a long moment, before pointing at the cliff about 10 meters away. "You see that cave? That's where we're going. You'll have to swim, obviously." Robert glared at him. "No way, lady. It's friggin' freezing. Do I look like I care?" Harry snapped, suddenly extraordinarily irritated. "In the water. Now. Piss off." Harry narrowed his eyes, and mustering all his strength of mind, willed Robert to obey. "In. Now." Eyes glazing over slightly, Robert obeyed, beginning to jerkily swim toward the cave. Harry grimaced as he stared at the water below him. He knew how to swim, but he'd never even seen the ocean before, not really, and now that he had to say, it was intimidating. The sour smell of salt filled his nostrils, and a film of sea spray was constantly hovering in the air around him, cool and wet. Harry. Grimacing, Harry glided into the water, following after Robert. Several meters and minutes of teeth chattering later, he was swimming into the dark crevice in the cliff side. The fissure soon opened into a dark tunnel that Harry could tell would be filled to the brim with water at high tide. The slimy walls were barely 3 feet apart and glimmered black and green in the sunlight reflecting off the waves, which swirled this way and that, bouncing off the cavern walls and washing over Harry's face. When he finally reached the end of the watery tunnel, Robert was standing inside, still shivering, and Harry nodded to acknowledge his presence, and held out his hand. "Lumos," he whispered, and a small orb of golden light appeared in his hand. What the bloody hell is that?" "A torch," Harry said flatly. "It don't look like." "Shut up." Harry looked around the small, cold antechamber, squinting as he stared at the walls. "The one behind you. You'll need his blood to open it. Take your knife out of your pocket and cut your hand." Robert stared at him, looking incredibly disturbed. How do you know I have KN knife in my pocket?" A burst of euphoria erupted inside Harry, and he couldn't quite hold in a giggle. "You don't really expect me to believe you attempted to assault me without a weapon, do you? You're a bad guy, and bad guys always have knives." Quote. Robert glared at him, plunging his hand into his pocket and emerging with a small pocket knife. He paused, and then pointed the knife at Harry, stepping forward. But Harry just rolled his eyes, not cowed at all by the Muggle weapon. "Cut your hand." Jerkily, Robert did just that, wincing. "How are you doing that?" "Making me do things. I have magic powers," Harry said happily. "What now?" The man spat out. Harry gestured toward the wall he stood in front of. "Place your hand here," Harry ordered. With a sour look on his face, Robert did so, and the blazing silver outline of an arch had appeared in the wall. The blood-spattered rock within it simply vanished, leaving an opening into what seemed to be total darkness. "Holy shitting foo." Harry glared at him, the glee gone. "Must you be so crude?" Robert glared right back at him. "Look, lady, you don't get to." "I get to do whatever I want," Harry hissed. "Now in." As they passed through the archway, the walls seemed to close in around them, but a moment later, they opened up, revealing an eerie sight. They were standing on the edge of a great black lake, so vast that Harry could not make out the distant banks, in a cavern so high that the ceiling too was out of sight. A misty greenish light shone far away in what looked like the middle of the lake. It was reflected in the still water below, the smooth surface standing as glassy as a mirror. The greenish glow and the light from Harry's Lumos were the only things that broke the otherwise immersive, tranquil blackness, though their rays did not shatter the darkness as much as they should have. The shadows were somehow denser than normal darkness. "Remember to stay away from the water. If you step in the water you might die," Harry warned bluntly. Robert froze. "You're taking the piss, right?" "No. Obviously." "Well shit. Stop swearing," Harry said. Annoyed, "and follow me." He set off around the edge of the lake, and Robert followed close behind him. Their footsteps made echoing, slapping sounds on the narrow rim of rock that surrounded the massive lake, interrupting the silence in an eerie manner. Their path was dark and monotonous, seeming to remain still as they walked on. On one side of them, the rough cavern wall loomed up and over them. On the other side, the boundless surface of smooth, glassy blackness stretched out across the expanse, the green glow remaining still like a fixed point. Here, abruptly, Harry halted, hearing Robert come to a stumbling halt behind him. He reached up, grasping around blindly, until he felt what he was looking for, and pulled. Immediately a thick coppery green chain appeared out of thin air, extending from the depths of the water into Harry's fist. He looked over his shoulder. "Help me pull." Reluctantly and seemingly in a slight daze, Robert walked over and began to pull on the chain. A moment later, a small boat emerged from the water, casting ominous ripples outwards as they pulled it to the shore. "In," Harry ordered, feeling very much like Draco Malfoy. Robert reluctantly obeyed, and Harry followed behind him, coiling the chain onto the floor. "There's no oars." Harry ignored him. "Remember, hands inside." A sweeping, fluid sound filled their ears, the sound of the boat gliding through the water, unaided. "What the?" "Shut up." Soon they could no longer see the walls of the cavern, giving the illusion that they were trapped in a black expanse of pure shadow. As they glided along, Harry looked down and saw the reflected gold of his lumos sparkling and glittering on the tarry surface below, which rippled in the boat's wake, carving deep grooves in the gold-gilded black. All was smooth, quiet, and almost peaceful, until then Harry saw it, marble white, floating inches below the surface. The hell? Apparently Robert saw it too. "Is that, shit, a human hand?" "I'm sure it was your imagination," Harry said softly. "Pretty sure it, holy F.K." Robert shouted hysterically, pointing a little ways ahead. The light of Harry's lumos had slid over a fresh patch of water and showed them, this time, a dead man lying face up inches beneath the surface, his open eyes misted as though with cobwebs, his pale own hair and his faded gray robe swirling around him like smoke. "There are bodies in here. Bloody dead bodies." Robert was nearly screeching. Harry sighed. "Ignore them. And don't touch the water. You cunt. Where the foo? Shut up you vile, depraved muggle, or I swear, you'll end up just like them." Harry snapped. Seemingly falling into a state of shock, Robert stared at his hands, hyperventilating slightly. Meanwhile, Harry turned his head to look at the greenish glow toward which the boat was still smoothly sailing, unimpeded. Sure enough, the greenish light seemed to be growing larger and brighter as they floated closer, and within minutes, the boat had come to a halt, bumping gently into something that they could not see at first, but when Harry raised his illuminated wand he saw that they had reached the small island of smooth rock in the center of the lake. "Step out carefully," Tom warned. "Remember not to touch the water." Harry relayed the sentiment to Robert, who nodded frantically. The island was an expanse of flat dark stone on which stood nothing but the source of that greenish light, which glowed bright and harsh, attacking their eyes with an eerie hue. As they approached they saw that the light was coming from a stone basin, which was set on top of a pedestal. Harry walked over and peered inside. Sure enough, the basin was full of an emerald liquid emitting the phosphorescent glow. That lit the cavern. That. A potion, Harry said absently, pulling a small glass out of his backpack. "You're going to drink this?" No way." Harry thrust the glass into his hand. "Drink the potion." Jerkily, Robert nodded, and knelt down beside the basin. "Don't stop. No matter what, don't stop." Silently, Harry was crossing his fingers, hoping that the weak compulsion he asserted over Robert would be enough to keep the man drinking, but he had no such luck. Within minutes, Harry found himself force-feeding the potion to Robert, who had collapsed beside the pedestal and was moaning pathetically. "Please, no more. No. I'm sorry, don't hurt me anymore. Please, stop." It became harder and harder for Harry to carry on with his task, and he had to keep reminding himself that this was a very bad man, that he deserved to suffer. Thankfully, Tom was constantly goading him on, giving him, if only barely, the strength to carry on with his task. "It's too late to turn back now, Harry. No. Please. You can do this. It's just a muggle. A cruel, pathetic muggle. It has to stop, it has to." "Not yet," Harry whispered weakly. "Please, kill me." Harry grit his teeth. "Keep drinking," he ground out, voice wavering. As soon as he reached the bottom of the basin, Harry wasted no time in fishing the locket out and pulling it over his head, replacing it with the fake he had in his pocket. Immediately, the glowing green liquid erupted from the sides of the basin, filling it once more. His task completed, Harry pulled Robert back into the boat, careful to avoid touching the water below, which had once again gone still as death itself. Once he'd completed the treacherous task, he began the long journey back to the shore, breathing heavily as he listened to Robert's whimpers. When they reached the shore, he helped Robert out of the boat, but then froze. What did he do now? The Muggle knew. The Muggle knew everything. He'd seen his magic, the cave, Tom's Horcrux, he knew everything. In the back of his mind he could feel a subtle wave of smugness radiating from Tom's consciousness. Please, stop this, kill me. Harry closed his eyes. You know what you have to do, Harry, Tom said gleefully. Harry grit his teeth. There had to be another way. There had to be. You could obliviate him, Harry suggested weakly. No, no, Harry echoed, trying but failing to erase the hysterical tone from his voice. I refuse, Tom confirmed smugly. Pete, please, end it. I can't, anymore. Harry let out a shaky breath, feeling his entire form shudder. No one would believe him. The wrong people might. You know what you have to do, Harry. Again Harry closed his eyes, which were suddenly stinging. Need I remind you what's at stake here, Harry? Need I remind you what they would do to us if they knew what you are? No, no, he really didn't. All right, Robert, walk into the water. Tom chuckled. But the man only rocked back and forth, shaking his head. Harry took another deep, quivering breath, before he stepped forward and gave Robert a light push, causing him to stumble backwards, into the water. Suddenly, the surface of the lake was no longer mirror smooth, it was churning, coming alive, and everywhere Harry looked, white heads and hands were emerging from the dark water. Men and women and children with sunken, sightless eyes were moving toward the shore, rushing sluggishly over to the shore, tripping over each other clumsily and flapping in the water. Heart beating quickly, Harry backed away, watching as Robert went stiff from fright. Feeling something cold and terrified washing over him, Harry began to run, glancing over his shoulder and watching as Robert was dragged into the water by dozens of waterlogged, pale hands. In the end, he couldn't watch, he could only run, Tom's cheery laughs echoing in his mind. He didn't look back as he ran, and swam, and climbed. Harry was exhausted, lying on his back while guilty tears gathered in the corners of his eyes. He was now himself again, a scrawny 13-year-old with messy black hair and bright green eyes, but while he had removed the awkwardly large bra, which lay discarded somewhere near the cave, he was still dressed in Miss Jenkins's black and white polka-dotted dress, which smelled of seawater. At least he didn't feel like that anymore. This was a much more natural sort of misery, but misery nonetheless. After all, the denial was gone and his mind wallowed in hapless despair no more. The confusion had evaporated, he had done this. He knew that. He knew what he had done, and why he had done it. It was horrifying, and yet, it was a relief. The whys and the hows were no longer a mystery to him, and somehow this gave him hope, though he didn't know why. Absently, he removed the locket from his neck, and began to run his fingers over the smooth, grooved surface. It was gaudy and gold, the bejeweled shape gleaming, but tarnished and dirty, reflecting its age. It was light in his hand. Too light. He frowned. Something didn't feel right. Now that he got a closer look at it, it looked wrong. Like it didn't quite match his memories. What was more, it didn't feel like a Horcrux. Open, he hissed, but nothing happened. Harry stared at it, bewildered, tears forgotten. I thought that was supposed to open it. It was. Tom did not sound happy. No, his voice was trembling in Harry's mind. Open. Harry tried again, but to no avail. The locket remained closed. Fingering the sides, Harry felt for the latch, pressing it hard between his fingers until the locket popped open, a fragment of parchment tumbling out. He picked it up carefully, ignoring the hollow, despairing ache he felt in his chest. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Harry froze, and he felt his entire body go numb. A Fake whispered in shock. Pain erupted in his skull, causing his body to seize and shudder, as the locket went flying across the room. Regulus. Who? Harry asked more than an hour later, trying very hard to keep the hysteria out of his voice as he lay on his bed shaking, both from the phantom pain in his head and the gripping disappointment he felt in his heart for failing Tom. He'd failed. After all that, he'd failed. Regulus Arcturus Black, Tom hissed out furiously, one of my Death Eaters, a member of the House of Black. He disappeared in 1979. His words were biting and stiff. A&UT told him, about, your Horcruxes. Harry nearly shouted as his teeth chattered. Of course not. However, I used his house elf, creature, to test the defenses I put in place to protect the locket. I left it there to die. Harry's eyes widened. But then, why, how? There was a moment of silence, before Harry felt Tom's annoyance seeping through his head. Of course, no one, not even the headmaster, can apparate in and out of Hogwarts, but the house elves do it all the time. They must be able to apparate through anti-apparition wards. I cannot believe that this never occurred to me. I cannot. Harry chose to say nothing about that. It must have escaped, and told its master. Then, the real Horcrux, it's gone. Destroyed. There was another pause. Perhaps not. It's likely that Regulus Black died in the cave. He disappeared in 1979. I can only assume this is the reason. Then what happened to the locket? The elf, perhaps it escaped again, with the locket. And if that is the case, it is almost certain that it is still in its possession. Evidently, house elves are resourceful creatures, but the likelihood one could destroy a Horcrux is negligible. Harry calmed his breathing. Then we just need to find the elf, right? We just need to find someone with the last name B. Black. Maybe I can convince them to sell me their house elf. Dobby could use a friend. I guess. That may prove difficult, considering that the current owner of the elf is locked away in Azkaban. Harry groaned, coughing a bit as he did. Then what do? We can't summon the house elf without its master. There was another pause. Its current owner, Sirius Black, is in Azkaban, but he is innocent of the crimes he has been accused of. Harry blinked. What crimes was he accused of? Betraying the location of your parents to me, among other insignificant charges. But that was Peter Pettigrew. Yes. I don't get it though. Wouldn't that fact have turned up in the trial? Do you recall, Harry, our first trip to Diagon Alley? Yes. How could he forget? Then you will recall our trip to the Daily Prophet. Tell me, did you find any record of Sirius Black's trial? Harry gaped. Why you mean, he didn't get a trial? There was a story in the Daily Prophet about his arrest and imprisonment, but since you found no record of a trial, we can only assume that this is the case. So, we need to get Sirius Black a trial. Indeed. But how? Lucius Malfoy might be of some use. So, I write Draco. Not yet. We must find a subtle way to put these events in motion. You must perpetuate the fiction that you know nothing of the circumstances of your parents' death. I will think on it. Harry sighed. Just when he thought his work was done. But it was never that easy. But maybe, he could not help but think, he actually preferred it that way. Hermione Granger was 13, almost 14, years old, and unlike so many other children of that angst-ridden age, she loved her life. She truly did. She had two parents who loved and supported her unconditionally, loyal friends whom she believed cared for her with complete sincerity, a sharp mind, and a natural sort of curiosity that allowed her to enjoy the world to the fullest. But that was not all Hermione had. She had magic. When she was a small child, strange things would happen around her. Lights would flicker when she was angry, clothing changed color when her mother bought her items in that garish shade of pink she was so fond of. And for the longest time, she made a point of explaining it away, coming up with what she felt were reasonable, perfectly logical explanations for these unnatural occurrences. It was not until 2 years ago, however, that she learned the truth. She was a witch, and she had been invited to learn magic at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts, it was any child's dream come true, an enchanted castle, as massive and imposing as it was fanciful and whimsical, filled with moving staircases and talking paintings and ghosts, and hundreds of other young witches and wizards, all bright-eyed and eager to further their education in the magical arts. Well, maybe she was projecting a little. Ron never seemed particularly eager to further his education, but everyone seemed genuinely pleased to be there. And why wouldn't they? They were being taught magic spells in an enchanted castle by some of the most talented witches and wizards in the world. Really, though, that was a gross oversimplification. Magic wasn't just a few incantations or a spellbook or two, it was a vast and complex web of ideas and techniques, the age-old study of harnessing forces beyond the average human being. At Hogwarts she would learn to summon water and fire, to render someone unconscious with a word, to brew potions that could transform her into an exact genetic copy of another person or send someone into an endless, unwalkable rest. The possibilities were nigh endless. There was so much to learn and discover, so much knowledge and creativity and potential to revel in. Magic, some universal, all-powerful force that some lucky humans could access to use and better their lives. A concrete positive force in the universe. But it did not take long for her to realize that her initial impression of the magical world was, quite frankly, deficient, and blatantly flawed. Theorem: where there is light, there is darkness. Dark magic, the ugly shadow of humanity cast by the brilliant, luminous glory of magic. Magic could be used for harm just as easily as it could be used for good. At first, she was determined to stay away from this taboo form of magic that her teachers and classmates warned her against, somewhat cowed by its ominous name, which bore all sorts of negative connotations in the context of Muggle culture. But then things happened. People got hurt. People that could have been saved by dark magic. And people who deserved to have dark magic cast on them got off relatively unharmed. Immediately her mind wandered back to the self-defense lessons her dad made her take. Punches and kicks, they had no other purpose than to harm people, just like dark magic. And yet, she readily accepted that self-defense was a justified set of skills to learn. Even responsible. It was then that she realized, she was being a hypocrite, and entirely unreasonable. And Hermione was not an unreasonable person. She now understood, the truth of the matter was that there was so much more than what her teachers and the Hogwarts library could teach her. There was more to magic than what she could learn in a book or a classroom. And thus her explorations into magic had taken on an, darker tone. But dark magic was not the only aspect of the magical world that shattered her original impressions. Upon entering the wizarding world, not only was she exposed to a plethora of subjects, transfiguration, charms, potions, that she'd had no idea even existed, she was given a home in an entirely new society, a group of people with thousands of years of culture and traditions built upon the wonders of magic. They had their own education and healthcare systems, information network, and government. The wizarding world really was like a hidden universe, a secret world woven into the much more mundane, believable one she had been raised in. But like her own world, the wizarding world was deeply, deeply flawed. At first, it had seemed perfect. After all, these people had magic, what more could they need? Sure enough, the wizarding world was free of the history of famine, Avery, racism, and colonialism that plagued the Muggle world. Except it was not. Sure, famine was not an issue, but Avery was still acceptable, for instance. A reliable source had informed her that it was not, in fact Avery, and that house elves were given free room and board for their services, and that they quite enjoyed the tasks they were given, but she knew for a fact that a lot of them were horribly mistreated. Said source might treat his elf with respect and care, but many others did not share the sentiment. But the cruelty of witches and wizards wasn't only directed at house elves. Mudblood. It was a racial slur, and it had been directed toward her. Hermione was no stranger to rejection. She had never been popular, she had always been the nerd, the geek, the bookworm. But never before had she been shunned by something she could not help. Never had she been looked down upon because of who her parents were, where she'd come from, what she was. There were witches and wizards who saw her as a lesser being, as filthy, as subhuman, because of her blood. And it was complicated, arguably far more complex an issue than racism in the Muggle world. Salazar Slytherin was thought of as the champion of blood purity, arguably its source, but as above reliable source had informed her, there was no historical evidence that he actually believed that blood was actually the real issue. It was security. Muggle-borns constituted a serious threat to the security of the magical world, but so did any witch or wizard living with Muggles. The prejudice against Muggle-borns, therefore, was completely unfounded. So, As it turned out, the wizarding world had a dark side, as did magic itself. It was so much more complex, diverse than she had originally thought. Magic was not merely a force or an ability, it was an intention, a decision, a moral dilemma, and a way of life. It was light and dark and beautiful and ugly. It had darkness looming underneath, so close to the surface, but still she chose to believe that magic was a genuinely wonderful thing, which made the world a better place. Like Harry Potter and magic, the concepts were inseparable in her mind. Harry was truly the best friend she'd ever had. He was brave, admirable, smart, creative, kind, and eager to help people. They shared many interests and ambitions, namely, to be the best at, well, everything, and she truly believed that he cared about her. He was certainly interested in everything she had to say. Honestly, if someone asked, she would have nothing but good things to say about him. But sometimes, part of her thought that might be a lie of omission. Because Harry was not perfect. But who was? Harry had a temper. He was very good at hiding it most of the time, but she was now sure it was there. More significantly, however, she had come to realize that he was actually quite a violent person, which was more than a little troubling considering his temper. In first year, Draco Malfoy had insulted Harry's mother, and in response, he snapped Malfoy's leg. At first, she thought it was a freak accident, a one-off thing. After all, he fixed Malfoy's leg and apologized profusely. But then there was the Mudblood incident. Last October Malfoy had seen fit to call her a nasty name, and Harry had been furious. Really, she'd never seen someone so angry, it was actually a terrifying sight. He hadn't blown up, or shouted, or thrown spells or punches. No, he was just cold, on the outside, at least. In his eyes, she'd seen a fire, a hatred directed at Malfoy that promised retribution. She begged him not to do anything, but he'd gone and petrified and threatened the other boy, and she could tell that he didn't think he'd done anything wrong, and wouldn't have felt bad about doing much worse. What did that say about him? Well, he cared deeply about his friends and believed that she was owed respect. Then came the dueling club incident. Malfoy nearly exposed the fact that Harry was a Parselmouth, leaving Harry very displeased. Again, she'd seen that look on his face, that cold look which barely contained the anger burning inside. The next morning Malfoy and the other Slytherin boys from Harry's dorm came to breakfast looking abnormally contrite and cowed, and she knew that again, Harry had done something. But he was feeling threatened, so perhaps that was excusable as well. Now, it might seem that all of Harry's violent outbursts occurred around Malfoy. So maybe it really was just a one-off thing. Maybe Malfoy just rubbed him the wrong way, and that was the extent of it. But then she remembered the troll incident, in which Harry had killed a troll without hesitation, beheading it with a simple spell. Coming to Hogwarts as a second year and watching the first years, full of innocence and wonder, being sorted and going to their first classes, it struck her just how abnormal Harry's behavior had been. She couldn't even imagine Colin Creevey beheading anything, and she had realized that the idea of an 11-year-old decapitating a sentient creature without a second thought or a single regret was unfathomable. So no, it wasn't just Malfoy, not really. Of course, Harry displayed other strange behaviors, like his morbid fascination with nasty dark curses. At this point, there was no doubt in her mind that there was something odd going on in Harry Potter's head that she didn't understand, that no one could understand, something dark. And yet, she found that she wasn't afraid of him. Not one bit. But there was also the racism. Harry was very prejudiced against Muggles. Sure, he was smart enough not to advertise it, unlike Malfoy, but it was there, quite obvious to anyone who knew him well. Not that there were many people who fit that description. While Harry was friendly to nearly everyone, he was rather closed off, but justifiably so. Anyway, yes, Harry was most definitely rather racist, but the root of his mistaken beliefs were trauma and abuse, and the prejudice that had been often directed at him, his whole life. It was a belief that was acquired through events that should not have happened, and if Harry came to realize this, perhaps he would rethink his views. In fact, she was sure he would. Harry was a very reasonable person. She was sure that if he worked through the psychological issues he had, he would change, for the better. Because he was such a good person on the inside, there may have been darkness in him, but there was light too. So much light. It wasn't Harry's fault that he was desensitized to violence. just like it really wasn't his fault he was prejudiced against muggles, it wasn't his fault life had dealt him a terrible hand. He grew up alone, hated, and uncared for, and instead of becoming a cruel, evil person, he stifled his anger and cruelty with compassion and goodness. Harry was a genuinely good person and a wonderful friend. She had never been more convinced of something in her life. He had overcome so much, and was continuing to make progress. In fact, he was currently on his way to have dinner with her and her Muggle parents. And that was when the doorbell rang. "I'll get it," she heard her dad shout from where he was vacuuming in the living room. She smiled to herself. This was it, this was her chance to help her best friend overcome one of his faults. "Harry, right. It's good to finally meet you," she heard her dad say. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Granger," Harry replied in a polite tone. "Follow me, Hermione and Jean are just setting the table now." A few seconds later, Harry and her dad emerged from the doorway and she immediately threw her arms around him in a tight hug, which it took a moment for him to return. "I'm so glad you could make it." She let go of him, revealing the brilliant smile on her face, but it almost slipped right off when she saw him. He was ashen in the face and even thinner than she remembered him being, and she could see his hand twitching in the pocket of his black jeans, concealed only slightly by the gray button-up he was wearing. He didn't look sick, actually, he looked a little like her Uncle Benjamin looked like when he was coming off of morphine after his back surgery. But surely Harry hadn't been doing drugs, right? No, definitely not. He was only 13, and way too smart to do something like that. He was probably just tired. Obviously the Dursleys weren't treating him right. Should she say something? Should she do something? Harry said he was doing well in his last letter, and not to worry about him, but... "It's good to see you too, Hermione." She straightened out the smile on her face and pointed to her mum. "This is my mum." Harry held out his hand to his mum, who was standing on her right. "A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Granger." She smiled as she took his hand. My, Hermione was right, what a polite boy. "Please, come sit down, I hope you like spaghetti." "I do, ma'am." Hermione grinned. "So far, so good." "So," her dad said as they sat down, "you go to Hogwarts as well." "Hermione and I are in the same year," Harry said politely, flexing his hand before he picked up his fork. "But you're not in the same house?" her mum asked. Harry shook his head. "No, I'm in Slytherin." Her mum smiled at him, completely oblivious to the connotation. She had never gotten around to explaining blood status and wizarding prejudices to her parents. "And how do you find that?" "Oh, it's good. Hermione tells us that there's some animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin," her dad said curiously. Yes, Harry paused. "In fact, I think our friend Theo and I might be the only Slytherins to have friends in Gryffindor." That was definitely true. She never ceased to be thankful that her friends remained loyal to her despite the fact that she was a Muggle-born in a Gryffindor. "Yes, Hermione told us that you three hold an extracurricular study club together," her mum commented with a smile. Harry spared a sidelong glance at Hermione, his eyebrows raised. "I told them how we practice more advanced spells, and dueling, all while taking proper precautions, of course," she put in reassuringly. She couldn't have told them that they were practicing the dark arts, not that her parents would really know what that meant. Harry nodded slowly. "We started it in first year. Harry knew some spells I was interested in learning, and we just kept meeting up after that," Hermione went on, hoping Harry would catch on to the story she'd told her parents. Meanwhile, her dad was nodding. "Hermione told us you know a lot of these spells." "Well, I do a lot of reading. And he's brilliant," she interjected. "Harry knows more spells than lots of fifth years." Her parents chuckled, and Harry grimaced. Hermione's exaggerating Harry began stiffly. "I'm not," she interrupted. "I've talked to the older students, and half of them don't know half as much as you. You're just too modest." She huffed, sparing him a bit of a smirk. It was a bit fun, embarrassing Harry. Oh dear, now she felt like Theo. Her mum and dad looked very amused. The dinner table fell silent for a couple of minutes, before her mum looked up at Harry. "So Harry, what are your plans for after Hogwarts?" Harry seemed very surprised by the question. "Teaching or politics, I think." Hermione raised an eyebrow. Teaching or politics? She supposed that made sense. Harry was always eager to help people. Hermione has told us that after Hogwarts, you'll have the opportunity to complete a 2-year mastery in a subject of your choice. She told us she's interested in, charms and runes, she offered. She hadn't actually taken ancient runes yet, but she'd read the first 2 years of textbooks, and she was pretty sure she was in love. Ah, yes, are you planning on doing the same, Harry? Harry frowned in thought. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd like to do at least one mastery. I think I'd start with Transfiguration or Arithmancy. That sounded just about right. Transfiguration, her dad began, looking a bit excited. That's transforming one thing into another, yes. Harry nodded, looking at her dad warily. Roughly. I'm very curious about this, Mr. Granger continued, and Hermione refrained from rolling her eyes. Her dad had been shocked when he heard what she had to say about Transfiguration after her first year. She didn't know enough of the theory to answer his questions though. Unlike Harry, she hadn't really done much reading ahead on it outside of their Animagus research. Professor McGonagall already assigned massive amounts of class readings, which most of the students didn't bother with. Hermione has told us some very unexpected things about Transfiguration, about how the weight and volume of an object can change, even though it's not only an illusion. Harry's eyes brightened at that, and Hermione stifled a grin. Hopefully that would loosen him up. Things seemed to be going well, but the atmosphere at the table was still decidedly tense. Yes, it's actually very interesting. One would expect that objects could only be transfigured into objects of the same mass, but there's actually a lot more to it than that. It's easiest to transfigure, for instance, a bowl into a similarly sized plate, but I could also transfigure it into a piano. It would just take much more magic to do that. She nodded along. But where does the extra mass actually come from? Her dad asked with a frown. Well, that's not entirely clear to me, to be honest. Good, so even Harry was confused about that. There's a lot written about it, of course, but it's all very technical. From what I can tell, though, it's similar to the conversion of energy into mass according to Einstein's E=mc² formula. Oh. Meanwhile, her dad's eyes flickered in recognition. And I suppose your magic would be the energy. Exactly. Brilliant. He's been puzzling over this for quite a while, her mum explained, a wry smile on her face. I suppose you enjoy Transfiguration, then. I can see it in your eyes, her mum commented, smile softening. Hermione says it's a very difficult class. Oh, it is, but it's my favorite. We start Arithmancy and Ancient Runes this year, though, so that might change, Harry elaborated, clearly starting to feel more at ease. Oh, yes, she mentioned, you get to choose electives this year. Harry nodded, glancing at Hermione. I'm assuming you'll be taking runes and arithmancy with me. She nodded avidly. And divination, care of magical creatures, and muggle studies. Harry's eyes widened comically. You're taking divination. That's what he picked up on. She thought he'd immediately have something to say about her decision to take muggle studies. Yes, she said with a frown. But, it's nonsense, Hermione. No one knows the future. Not really. Her dad was nodding with him, having expressed a similar opinion a few weeks earlier. She shrugged. Perhaps, but I'm still curious. Honestly, Harry could be a bit closed-minded sometimes. Who knows? Maybe divination would turn out to be very informative. Fine, but what about Muggle studies? You grew up with Muggles. Ah, there it was. No one else would have noticed, but she once again observed the brief pause in his speech right before he said the word Muggle, which she had come to realize indicated the dislike they felt for them. She also took note of how his eyes darted, nearly imperceptibly, between her parents, obviously conscious of the slight derision that was sometimes evident in his voice when he said the term. At least he was actively trying to avoid offending her parents. That was something, at least. Honestly, Harry and Theo were lucky that she cared about them so much. She'd never put up with their ridiculous prejudices otherwise. Well, Harry's wasn't ridiculous. Theo's was. She smiled at him. I think it will be fascinating to study them from the wizarding point of view. We've always encouraged Hermione to be curious about others' perspectives, her dad said proudly. Harry nodded slowly, clearly still not convinced. You live with Muggles as well, Harry, correct? Her dad asked. Oh no, not good. She watched as Harry did his very best not to grimace. Yes. His voice was neutral. Good for you, Harry. How did they react to your Hogwarts letter? She could not help but wince at that. Harry, however, kept up the appearance of being unfazed, much to her relief. Well, my mum was a witch, and my dad was a wizard, so my Muggle family already knew beforehand. Her parents nodded, and she stifled a sigh of relief. I know we were shocked, Mrs. Granger said with a smile. Did it upset you at all? Harry asked delicately. Good, she was hoping he'd ask something like that. Oh no, her dad replied, we always knew our Hermione was special, it just turns out that she was more special than we thought. Hermione blushed. Harry blinked. I suppose, that's one way to see it. We're so proud of her, her mum said. We wish, of course, that we understood more, and that we could experience magic along with Hermione, but we're so glad that she's had the opportunity to find a place where she feels comfortable and challenged. Hermione watched Harry intently as his knuckles whitened while he gripped his fork tightly. Something dark flickered across his face, but it wasn't anger or disdain. Actually, it looked a lot like jealousy. Harry, are you all right? Her mum asked, her voice concerned. Yeah, I'm just. Harry's voice sounded hollow in her ears. Hermione's very lucky to have you. Her parents beamed at him. Crisis averted. So, how was it? She asked as she led Harry downstairs. You were there, Hermione, Harry pointed out. She rolled her eyes. How did you find it? Harry paused. It was nice. Your parents are very good Muggles. Very good Muggles, God, he made it sound like they were animals or aliens or something. Oh well, they'd made progress, so she just beamed at him. They're lovely, aren't they? Yeah, seems like it. So Muggles aren't so bad, are they, Harry? She questioned pointedly. Harry frowned at her. They're only two Muggles, Hermione, he said uneasily. But there are lots of other Muggles just as nice as them. I'll believe it when I see it. She sighed, and ushered him toward the sofa. So, she began, Mum and Dad said that if you want, you can sleep here tonight, down here on this sofa. Maybe we can call the Dursleys and tell them they don't have to pick you up. What time are they coming? Harry shook his head. They aren't. I just recently realized that I could have been taking cabs places all this time. You took a cab, from Little Whinging. That must have cost so much. She exclaimed, half reproachingly. Harry only shrugged, though. It turns out my parents left me a lot of money. It's really not a problem. Hermione sighed again. Well, how long before your absence is noticed? Well, I can probably get away with it until tomorrow, so I should probably leave by tomorrow evening. She grinned. Excellent. We have time to compare homework then. He smiled, but a moment later it morphed into a frown. Can I ask you a question? Her eyebrows rose, intrigued. Of course. It's about this scenario that I was thinking of. She chuckled. Don't tell me it's the trolley problem. Harry rolled his eyes. No, the answer to that one is obvious. No, it isn't. Yeah, it is. Fine, then what's the answer? She retorted, knowing already what he would probably say. You pull the lever and kill the man. Would you really murder someone to save a handful of other people? His face suddenly grew very grim, and his eyes darkened to a glassy green. Letting someone die when you could easily save them without doing any harm to yourself is basically the same as killing them. Even if I were to grant that, and that's a big if, you would causing yourself harm, you'd go to jail for murder, she pointed out triumphantly. Harry shook his head though, expression suddenly cleared. Only if there were witnesses. And I'd just say I didn't see the man on the other tracks, and pulled the lever to redirect the train on instinct. You'd lie in court, she exclaimed, outraged. Yes, he said, as though it was obvious. She sighed. I should have seen that coming, I suppose. Slimy Slytherin. He smirked a bit. Yes, you should have. What's your answer? She grimaced. I'm still working on it. Fair enough. All expression was suddenly removed from his face. Maybe you'll have an answer to my question. She nodded eagerly. What is it? He hesitated. All right, so, say someone does something bad. How bad? Like, murder. Say they murdered someone, but they didn't have a choice. There wasn't any other reasonable option. Like in self-defense. Maybe, he said vaguely, so this person does this bad thing, but they feel awful about it afterward. So awful they can't think straight, and feel like they can't move on with it. What did they do? Harry looked physically pained by the question. She frowned. Was Harry admitting to murder? Surely not, she told herself. Surely not. Ah, of course. Harry was talking about killing Voldemort. He was concerned that he would have to do it himself, and wouldn't be able to deal with the guilt. Well, she began slowly, if they really didn't have a choice, then they didn't really do anything wrong, did they? She tried to look reassuring. He frowned. You really think so? She nodded, perhaps a bit too quickly. If you think about it, it makes sense. How can you blame someone for an action when they had to act but couldn't act in any other way? He nodded slowly. But say they knew that, and it didn't help. What if they still felt so bad they couldn't do their job properly? She paused, not really knowing what job he was talking about. Oh well, it probably was just an example. Well, they could go to counseling. But they couldn't tell anyone what they did, he interrupted with a slight wince. They wouldn't have to, they could just say they did something wrong, and feel a lot of guilt because of it. And, if they didn't want to do that, what if they wanted to fix it alone? She pursed her lips. Well, if they still feel bad, they probably haven't properly convinced themselves that they shouldn't be blamed for what they did. But how did they do that? I suppose that every time they'd start to feel bad, they could just tell themselves right away, it wasn't my fault. But what if they're really caught up in their feelings, and can't remember to do that? She frowned. I suppose they could make themselves a physical reminder. I heard some people tie a string around their fingers to help them remember things. He looked very thoughtful. Yeah, all right. That seems like a good answer. She smiled, again trying to look reassuring. Well, he said abruptly, what should we talk about now? Her eyebrows rose at the obvious attempt to change the subject, but decided to do nothing about it. We could talk about house elf rights. He sighed. I told you, it's not about rights, it's about culture, I know. She paused. We could watch a movie too. A movie? She rose to her feet, strode over to a cabinet beside the television. What kinds of movies do you like? Harry shrugged. Never seen any. Her eyes went wide. You've never seen a movie? I get in trouble if I'm caught watching the telly, Harry said by way of explanation. She huffed. Stupid Dursleys. All right, let's watch Star Wars, then. As it turned out, Star Wars: A New Hope was a good choice. At the very least, it seemed to hold Harry's attention. Although, Harry was clearly oblivious to any movie-watching etiquette, and was asking questions and offering commentary almost incessantly throughout. Why are they rebelling against the Empire? Why does she do her hair like that? It looks really impractical. They're robots, what fool thought it would be useful to give them emotions? It's clearly causing them to hesitate, which is inefficient. Why does he wear that mask? That would be horrible. The whole planet is a desert. Can you imagine? How do the spaceships work? They can't work like rockets, so how do they propel themselves through the space? You shouldn't be able to hear things in space. The Force, is that basically magic? How is it that Luke had magic all this time, but didn't know? What about accidental magic? Maybe it's more like a mutant power. But still. Wait, so this old man knew Luke's father, but never thought to, I don't know, introduce himself to his friend's son. They're neighbors. Wow, they blew up a planet. That's brilliant. Is a lightsaber some kind of magical object that emits a sustained cutting charm or something? That sort of ruins my mutant theory. Why are they different colors if it's the same spell? Or is it a laser? But that still doesn't explain the colors. I feel a bit disappointed that we don't get to see Obi-Wan get sliced in half. The details, that is. As the movie continued, his comments began to die away, and she could feel him starting to slump against her shoulder, while she began to do the same. By the time the movie ended, she and Harry were starting to fall asleep on each other's shoulders, and it took her a minute to convince herself to stand up and fetch the video from the VCR. As she pulled it out, she blinked blearily at the television, which had skipped to the news channel. A woman in a tight skirt was currently talking about the weather. She absently noted that from the neck down the woman wasn't so bad looking, but her makeup was absolutely garish. She had blue eyeshadow on her eyes and red lipstick on her lips, and it didn't look good at all. Honestly, she didn't understand why women did that. She was so caught up in her musings that she started when, a moment later, the channel changed, and the visage of a bedraggled man with a mad glint in his eye took the place of the map of London. We interrupt our regular program to make the following announcement. Mass murderer Sirius Black has recently escaped a local high-security facility and she heard a sharp intake of breath, and she turned around to see Harry staring at the television screen with wide eyes, a look of horror written over his face. "Harry," she asked confusedly, "do you know that person?" A dark look passed over his face. "No," he said decidedly, "it's nothing." She looked at him reproachingly. "It's fine, Hermione, really. If you say so." And she left it at that. "Theo Granger, what are you doing here?" Draco Malfoy had just stepped into Harry, Theo, and Hermione's compartment, and was looking very puzzled to see the other two there. In his last letter to Draco, Harry had given the other boy instructions to meet him alone in his compartment on the Hogwarts Express, and bring along the potion he had asked him to brew. Apparently, he had forgotten to mention that even though Draco had to come alone, Harry didn't. "That will be explained in a moment," Harry replied vaguely. "Do you have the potion?" Draco frowned and reached into his bag, pulling out 3 large vials. Immediately, Hermione went to inspect them. "Well," Harry said after a moment, eyebrow raised. Hermione nodded. "It looks correct. I take it you did a litmus test?" she asked Draco. He nodded slowly, warily. The acidity was right on the mark. "Excellent." Hermione snatched the potions out of his hand and cast a glass enforcing charm on them before dropping them into her bag. Meanwhile, Draco scowled at her indignantly. "You can't just." "She can," Harry interjected with a note of finality in his voice. There was an awkward pause. Draco cleared his throat. So he began uneasily, glancing again at Hermione and Theo, who were staring at him with blank faces. "Why don't you sit down?" "Oh, and please lock the door behind you," Harry suggested. Draco shifted uncomfortably, slowly reaching behind him to lock the door before he sat down with no small measure of reluctance. Harry nodded reassuringly. "So how was your summer holiday?" he asked pleasantly. Draco looked at him, a little incredulous. "Quite enjoyable." "Well, that's wonderful. Did you travel at all?" Hermione cleared her throat. Harry sighed, glancing at her sheepishly, before looking at Draco with a serious expression. "I'd like to test your occlumency shields, if you'll allow it." Draco's eyes went wide. "You're a Legilimens," he blurted out. "Well, I can't do it wandlessly, but yes," Harry said, pausing, "I won't actually invade your thoughts. I'll just test your shields. It's not at all an invasive process." Draco glanced at Hermione and Theo, clearly unnerved. "He's already tested us," Theo said dismissively, "just forget that we're here." Draco hesitated. "Fine. Do it." Harry nodded. "All right." Drawing his wand, he pointed it straight at Draco's face, before freezing. This would be the first time he'd performed Legilimency since Lockhart. Since he broke someone's mind, and sloppily covered up the damage with a haphazard Obliviate. This would be the first time. Oh God, what if he pushed too hard? What if he hurt Draco? What if he killed him? He'd done it before, he could do it again. He was a murderer. Murderer. He took a deep breath. "It's not your fault," he told himself, "it's not your fault." "Are you finished?" Draco said impatiently. Harry started. "No, I was just distracted. Sorry. I'll do it now." When he received no objection, he said lowly, "Legilimens." A moment later, he found himself in a dimly lit small room, no doors or windows in sight. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all built of the same white and black marble, identical to the stone from which Malfoy Manor was constructed. With an extreme level of caution, he poked the wall, and feeling cold stone under his fingers, he began to tap it ever so lightly. When it remained stable, he hesitated, and took a deep breath before he began to knock on the wall. It gave a little, under the weight of his fist, and the room shuddered, causing him to panic for a moment, but in the end, it remained intact. Shakily satisfied, Harry released Draco's mind from his consciousness, slowly and carefully. "Well," Draco said impatiently. "It's fine." Draco narrowed his eyes. "Fine." Harry pursed his lips. "You need to keep practicing, but it's pretty stable. It doesn't have to be perfect." Because it didn't. As long as his friends could prevent a Legilimens from scanning their surface thoughts, they were in the clear. He doubted that Professor Snape or the headmaster would dare to tear through their students' occlumency shields, possibly causing permanent damage due to the force required to do so. "And if his mind breaks, that's one less problem for us to deal with," Tom said dismissively. Harry paled a few shades, hearing Tom's words. Meanwhile, feeling satisfied, Draco allowed himself a small smirk. "Now," Harry began, I told you last year that I would tell you more about the Chamber of Secrets, and teach you some spells as well, if you brewed that potion and learned occlumency. Seeing as you did both, we'd like to make you an offer. He glanced at Hermione and Theo, who subtly nodded at him. Meanwhile, Draco frowned. What kind of offer? A year and a half ago, Theo, Hermione, and I started a study club, so that we could practice dueling and occlumency, Harry explained, but after what happened with the Philosopher's Stone, we took things a little further. Draco's frown grew deeper, taking on a slightly suspicious tone. How do you mean? Well, do you remember when I told you about the cover story Professor Dumbledore employed? Yes, Draco said slowly. Well, part of that cover story is the fact that everyone thinks the stone was brought to Hogwarts to be protected. This isn't the case. Well, why was it there in the first place? Bait. Draco asked incredulously. Harry nodded. Dumbledore figured that with both me and the stone at Hogwarts, Lord Voldemort wouldn't be able to resist making his presence known. It's almost pathetic how predictable my master soul has become. We must never fall prey to the same flaw, Harry. Draco's eyes were wide. But then, you were bait too. Harry nodded, pleased that Draco caught on immediately. Exactly. The headmaster had of course intended to protect me, but I made that a little difficult when I approached Professor Quirrell on my own. But that's not the point. The point was that I was in danger, and I had no way to protect myself. So we, Hermione, Theo, and I, decided that we couldn't let that happen again, and so we changed the direction of our study club. And part of this new direction is learning the dark arts. Draco was gaping now, eyes flitting between Harry, Hermione, and Theo, who all had very calm, matter-of-fact expressions on their faces. But, Granger's a Gryffindor. Hermione scowled at him. Which is why I'm brave enough to break the rules and learn dangerous magic in order to protect my friends, she snapped. Properly chastised, Draco shut his mouth. Anyway, Harry said, the three of us have created a group dedicated to experimenting with advanced magic, dueling, and learning the dark arts, and we're offering you a spot. If you were to join, you wouldn't be able to tell anyone, and you would have to help us keep it a secret. The foundation of our group is our resolution to keep each other's secrets, so that's fundamental. Do you understand? Draco nodded mutely. Then one thing remains, Harry announced, would you like to join? I'm afraid we can't allow you any time to think about it. This is a one-time offer. Draco's face was unreservedly portraying pure surprise now, mingled with a strong dose of eagerness. He shook his head. Of course I want to join. It sounds incredible. He was so excited that his voice had risen at least half an octave, and his eyes were wide like a child's on Christmas morning. Harry grinned at him. Excellent. Then you have to make a pledge to us, all of us. I'll keep your secrets if you keep mine. Draco nodded eagerly. You have to say it. I'll keep your secrets if you keep mine, Draco agreed easily. Harry smiled brilliantly, holding out his hand. Then welcome, Draco, to the Order of the Midnight Sun. Draco shook his hand slowly, looking a bit bemused. The Midnight Sun. It's a phenomena seen in the far north. Once a year, the sun never sets and remains in the sky all night, the Midnight Sun. It means victory over darkness, Hermione explained. Draco nodded, still looking a little puzzled. Well, it sounds good at least. Hermione rolled her eyes. Now, Harry said, holding out his right hand, I'd like to call a meeting of the Order of the Midnight Sun. Theo and Hermione immediately held out their hands, and Draco reluctantly followed suit. I'll keep your secrets if you keep mine, they all said at once. How touching. Brilliant. Harry concluded. Now, I think we should talk about plans for the year. Well, Hermione started, not wasting any time as she pulled her notebook and quill out of her bag, we can continue our Animagus training now. Animagus training? Draco asked. We're training to become Animagi. Theo informed him, that's what the potion is for. We can help you get started on it as well, Harry offered. Draco grimaced. I've heard it can be really dangerous. I think I'll wait until I'm better at transfiguration, if it's alright with you. Smart boy. You could learn from him. Harry nodded. We can just work on improving your occlumency shields, then. The other boy's eyes lit up, obviously pleased at the prospect. I'd like that. So we'll meet every Sunday morning for that, Hermione said, scratching down a few notes. Anything else we should plan for Sunday mornings? Actually yes, Harry said. I was thinking, since we're all taking ancient runes this year, we can experiment with warding. Hermione let out a high-pitched squeal. Oh yes. Brilliant. Oh, we simply must. Theo shrugged. Sounds useful. I'm in. You, Draco. Yeah, sure. Oh, and Harry. Hermione exclaimed, you said something about spellcrafting. You've been working on something, right? Harry blushed. Something small. It's not finished yet. Theo and Draco's eyes were wide. You've already began making your own spells. I haven't actually gotten the chance to try it yet, Harry said quickly, but I'll teach it to you, once I manage to get it right. Then, well, we can go through the process together. Hermione grinned. Oh, splendid. When do you suppose that might be? I hope I'll have something finished by December, but it's hard to say. Hermione scribbled another note down. Excellent. Now, Thursday nights are still dueling nights, right? Harry and Theo nodded. Hermione turned to Draco. Does that work for you too? Still looking a bit baffled over everything, Draco nodded cautiously. Yes, don't believe I have any prior engagements. Theo rolled his eyes. All right, now, what spells should we learn? I know Theo and I still need to work on Exacure, Confringo, Perdodigita, and Expulso. Come on, Hermione, we've got Expulso and Perdodigita down. Using curses in a duel requires complete mastery, she snapped at him. Anyway, I'm guessing Draco already knows Expelliarmus, Protega, and Petrificus Totalis, but we should help him learn Stupefy, Bombarda, Bombarda Maxima, Nonstatera and Reducto as well. Draco's eyes were wide. You know all those curses. Bombarda and Stupefy are charms and Nonstatera is a hex, Hermione corrected. Draco's cheeks went a little red, and he scowled slightly. Oh. Anyway, what new ones should we put on the list? Harry reached into his bag and retrieved his diary, and began flipping through the pages. Interfodio is a piercing curse, Harry commented absently, recalling his duel with Tom. Apugno is a good one, it's a good way to practice taking advantage of your surroundings in a duel. Glacius is the freezing charm, and that could be helpful. On that note, Aguamenti conjures water, it's a difficult spell, but very useful. Flagranti could be useful too, you place it on objects so that they burn people when they touch them. And, well, those should keep us busy for a while. Hermione raised an eyebrow. How many of them do you already know? I can cast Aguamenti and Apugno quite effectively. I've been working on trying to get Flagranti down wandlessly, but I can barely do it with a wand. You're trying to learn wandless magic? Draco asked incredulously. Harry can already do loads of spells wandlessly, Theo piped up with a smirk. Come on, Harry, show him. Harry quirked an eyebrow. Oh come on. Harry hesitated, but a moment later relented and held out his hand, whispering Incendio in his mind. A moment later a small orange flame appeared in his hand. Bloody hell, Draco whispered, wide silver eyes flickering in the firelight. Anyway, Hermione said impatiently, what were you saying, Harry? The flame in Harry's hand went out in a puff of smoke. Oh, just that I've been trying to learn to cast Flagranti wandlessly so I can use it on the Dursleys. Theo burst out laughing at that and Hermione raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Draco was confused. Who are the Dursleys? Harry scowled. The Muggles I live with. So. Suddenly, the train lurched, and a moment later, Harry felt it shudder and begin to lose velocity. Theo frowned. Are we there already? Harry glanced out the window. The rain was falling heavily, and the windows were now a solid, sullen gray. He couldn't see anything. I can't see outside, but I think it's still too early, isn't it? Hermione glanced at her watch. We definitely can't be there yet. Draco scowled. Then why are we stopping? How could I possibly know that? Hermione retorted sourly. The train was getting slower and slower. At this point, the noise of the pistons pulsed less frequently, eventually dying away, and the wind and rain sounded louder and louder as it beat against the now nearly stationary windows. Theo, who was nearest the door, got up to look into the corridor. I don't see. All of a sudden, the train came to a complete stop with a jolt, throwing Theo back into the compartment. Distant thuds and bangs informed them that the force of halting caused luggage to fall out of the racks. Then, without warning, all the gas lamps went out and they were plunged into total darkness. What's going on? Draco cried. Ouch! Hermione gasped out, "Malfoy, that was my foot." "Sorry, Granger," came Draco's resentful voice. "You should be. Lumos. Perhaps the train's broken down." Harry interjected. "I've never heard of the Hogwarts Express breaking down," Theo put in with a frown. Suddenly, there was a metallic popping sound and a loud screech. Someone had opened the train door, from the outside. "Someone's coming aboard," Hermione whispered. Harry's stomach lurched, and the unmistakable feeling of dread washed over him. They were all silent, as though frozen, and Harry could see that he was not the only one overcome with dread. His friends were all sitting stiffly, perfectly still, their faces ashen. A few moments passed, and Harry was honestly wondering if they had all imagined it. Not a sound could be heard. No footsteps, no voices, but then they heard a terrifying click. The latch on their compartment door had popped open, and it opened wide, revealing what lay beyond. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the soft golden glow radiating from Harry's wand, was an imposing figure that towered to the ceiling, shrouded in a billowing, ragged black cloak. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood. "No, no, no." Alarmed by Tom's reaction, Harry's eyes scanned the creature critically, moving downward, and what he saw made his stomach lurch again. There was a hand protruding from the cloak, and it was glistening. Grayish, slimy-looking, and scabbed, like something dead that had decayed in water, but it was visible only for a split second. As though the creature beneath the cloak sensed Harry's gaze, the hand was suddenly withdrawn into the folds of its black cloak. Harry opened his mouth to say something. The creature appeared to be humanoid, so perhaps they could communicate, perhaps it knew what was going on. But nothing came out, and his mouth immediately dried up, leaving a bitter, rotten taste behind. And then the thing beneath the hood, whatever it was, drew a long, slow, rattling breath, as though it were trying to s.k. something thick and heavy out of the air. An intense cold swept over them all, and Harry felt his own breath catch in his chest. The cold gripped him deeper than his skin. It was inside his quickly beating heart, as though it were burrowing deep inside to his very soul. No, 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 no. Suddenly, he was being dragged downward, as ice crawled up his veins and made him go stiff, and he was quickly made aware that something had gone very wrong. Something bad, something unmistakably dreadful was about to happen. He was going to die. Oh God, he was dying. This is what dying feels like. He failed. He failed. He was going to die. Static started buzzing all around him, and fear shook him to the very core. He couldn't see. He couldn't feel anything, just cold. He couldn't even hear anything, until... Not Harry. Please. It was screaming, terrible, terrified, pleading screams. It was a woman. A crying woman, begging for her life. No, not her life. Someone else's life. Harry's life. No, it couldn't be. Have mercy. His mum, it had to be his mum. She was there, right there, he could hear her so close. Not Harry. Please, I'll do anything. She was there, with him, and she knew he was about to die. She sounded so desperate, so sad, and he was suddenly overcome with a heart-wrenching, helpless urge to reassure her. "It's all right," he hissed softly, in the most comforting way he knew how. "It's going to be all right. Don't worry. Don't worry, everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right. I'm coming, Mum. I'm coming." And then everything went black. "Harry, Harry." It was Hermione's voice, fearful and frantic. "Wake up." Suddenly aware of the fact that someone was slapping his face, he blinked, his eyes open. There were lanterns lit above him, and the floor was trembling. The Hogwarts Express was once again moving. For a moment he thought that the creature had been his imagination, but then he realized that he was on the floor, and his stomach felt somewhere in between. "I haven't eaten in 2 days and Dudley punched me way too hard." When he put his glasses back on, he could feel cold sweat drenching his face. Above him, he could see the worried faces of Hermione, Theo and Draco, all looking quite sickly themselves, but there was one more. A bedraggled man stood behind them, in scruffy, patched robes, looking quite pale and shocked. "I'm not dead, am I?" Harry checked. "Do you feel dead, you stupid child?" "I don't feel dead or anything, but I felt like I was dying, and it never hurts to be sure of these things," he explained, mostly to Tom, who scoffed in response. Hermione looked like she was ready to burst into tears, while Draco just looked confused and a little disturbed. Theo was chuckling weakly. He tried to rise to his feet, but failed. He looked up at the unfamiliar man apologetically. My name's Harry Potter. What's yours? Seemingly startled out of a daze, the man answered softly, Remus Lupin, I'm your new defense against the dark arts professor. He reached into his pocket, which was clearly deeper than it appeared, and pulled out a massive chocolate bar, and started breaking it into pieces and handing it out. Eat, he said, it'll help. Now, I need to speak to the driver, Ixie. Professor, Theo interjected, his voice cold. Would you mind waiting a moment? Harry blinked. Theo. He heard you, Harry, Hermione said softly as she helped him to his feet. Heard me what? Heard you speak the language no one knows you can speak, Theo whispered lowly. Harry froze, and paled even further, if that was possible. He cast a fearful glance to Professor Lupin, who was looking very uneasy. Sir, your secret is safe with me, the man said suddenly, a strangely soft look on his face. Sir, Harry said nervously, even Professor Dumbledore doesn't know. And it will remain that way, Professor Lupin said decidedly. He won't hear anything from me. Harry's eyes widened, and his friends were gaping at the professor. The man smiled slightly. Are you all right, Harry? He hesitated. What happened? Dementors, both Tom and Professor Lupin said at the same time. Harry's eyes lit up. Does that mean you cast a Patronus charm to get rid of it? He asked eagerly. Professor Lupin's eyebrows went up. Yes, very good, Harry. He smiled at him with that strange, soft smile again. Now, I really must speak with the driver. Excuse me. When he left, Harry collapsed onto his seat as Theo went over to close the door. Are you all right? Hermione asked concernedly, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. He nodded weakly. Yeah, just exhausted, he said, taking a bite out of his chocolate. What happened? Theo shrugged. That thing appeared, and you started having a fit, or something, you went all rigid and slipped off your seat, then you started hissing things in Parseltongue. That's when Professor Lupin showed up and scared the Dementor off. Harry sighed. Did any of you? All three of them shook their heads. Harry sighed. I guess that makes sense. Hermione frowned. Why? Dementors feed off of bad memories, Harry explained, and realization dawned on his friends' sympathetic faces. Anyway, I wonder what it was doing here. They guard Azkaban, right? Draco said, they're probably looking for Sirius Black. Hermione frowned. That sounds familiar. You don't know? Draco asked amusedly. Hermione shook her head with a slightly irritated frown. Draco looked immensely pleased at her confusion. Sirius Black was the one who froze, glancing at Harry. He betrayed my parents to Lord Voldemort, Harry said quietly, reminding himself that he couldn't let on that Black was actually innocent. He told him where to find them. He recently escaped from Azkaban. Remember, we saw the announcement on the telly. Hermione gasped. Oh Harry. He murdered a bunch of muggles too, Theo put on, blew up a whole street, and some bloke named Peter Pettigrew. Draco nodded, eyes glimmering a bit. The only thing left of him was a finger. Oh, he hadn't known that little fact. Suddenly, Harry froze, puzzle pieces snapping into place in his mind. He and Tom had been discouraged to find out that Sirius Black had escaped prison. It was likely that he would be executed on the spot when he was found, and they would never get a chance to get him a trial. The only solution was to prove his innocence without him, which they could only do if they handed over Peter Pettigrew, who was missing or dead. But what if Peter Pettigrew cut off his finger to make his escape, faking his own death? Peter Pettigrew was a rat animagus. And 2 years ago on the day, Harry had met a rat with a missing toe, Scabbers, Ron Weasley's pet rat, who had been in the family for 12 years. It fit. It all fit. Harry, are you okay? Hermione asked, shaking him slightly. He nodded, dazedly. Just tired, if it's all the same to you. I'm going to take a short nap. That would give him an opportunity to do some thinking. Harry, what happened? Madame Pomfrey said, alarmed, as she swept into Professor Snape's office. Noth. It was a Dementor, Professor Snape said smoothly, an unreadable look on his face. A dark look came over Madame Pomfrey's face, as she began to fuss over Harry. He's all clammy. Terrible things, Dementors are, he won't be the last one who collapses. Professor Snape said nothing. How do you feel, Harry? He shrugged. Just tired. I'm fine really. Professor Lupin gave me some chocolate, and I slept for a few minutes on the train, which helped, I think. Madame Pomfrey's eyebrows rose. Did he? Now, So we've finally got a defense against the dark arts teacher who knows his remedies. Professor Lupin seemed very competent, Harry said, and Professor Snape sneered at him. Good. It's about time. Poppy, Professor Snape cut in impatiently, will Potter need to spend the night in the hospital wing, or can I escort him to the welcoming feast? Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips. Are you sure you're all right, Harry? Quite. Then you can go. Make sure to eat some more chocolate, though. Harry wouldn't argue with that. When Harry arrived at the Slytherin table, the sorting hat already came and went, and he received numerous confused and wary stares. A few people seemed to pale upon seeing him, leaving him rather puzzled. Where were you? Theo asked. Harry shrugged. Professor Snape just had Madame Pomfrey check on me. It was nothing, really. Oh Harry, what happened? Daphne said sweetly from across the table. Harry could have been wrong, but he thought her voice sounded more saccharine than usual. A Dementor tried to s.k my soul out, he replied blandly. Most people in the vicinity blanched at that, well, more than they already had upon seeing him, and Daphne cried out, "You poor thing." At that moment, the headmaster stepped up onto the podium at the front of the room with a brilliant smile on his face. Welcome, Professor Dumbledore said grandly, the candlelight shimmering on his silver beard. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you all, and as one of them is very serious, I think it best to get it out of the way before you become befuddled by our excellent feast. He cleared his throat and continued, as you will all be aware after their search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. He paused, looking visibly displeased. They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds, the elderly man stated, and while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks, he added pointedly, and Harry frowned at the obvious nod to him. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I therefore warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you. I look to the prefects, and our new head boy and girl, to make sure that no student runs afoul of the Dementors. On a happier note, he continued, I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this year. First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. There was some scattered, rather unenthusiastic applause. Harry smiled and clapped, but he froze when he noticed the look on Professor Snape's face. His dark eyes were glimmering furiously and his lips were twisted into an ugly shape. It was a look of utter loathing, an obvious hatred that put even Professor Snape's feelings for Harry to shame. How very curious. As to our second new appointment, Professor Dumbledore continued as the lukewarm applause for Professor Lupin died away. Well, I am sorry to tell you that Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. Harry's lips twitched. However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching job in addition to his gamekeeping duties. The oaf? Tom asked incredulously. Blinking, Harry grinned, applauding the very bashful-looking part giant and elbowing Theo, who was staring at the headmaster incredulously, along with most of Slytherin House pointedly, causing the other boy to clap slowly and rather sarcastically. A part of him was wishing that he had chosen to take care of magical creatures after all. Well, I think that's everything of importance, said Professor Dumbledore. Let the feast begin. The golden plates and goblets before them filled suddenly with food and drink. Harry was about to dish himself out some food when he noticed it again. Everyone who usually sat near him was staring at him uneasily, faces unsure. He blinked. Did something happen? You all look a bit under the weather. He frowned. Did the Dementors get to you too? No answer. Theo cleared his throat. Harry, do you remember what happened last time we all had dinner together? Harry frowned thoughtfully. That was the year-end feast, wasn't it? What happened at the... You hinted at the fact that you were the direct cause your Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's demise, again. Harry blanched. Oh, right, Umhe smiled brilliantly. Don't worry about that. It was just a joke, really. I didn't do anything, and even if I had, I'm sure I'd be all better by now. I'm rather resilient. Everyone looked at each other, bemused, but began to dish out their dinner, so Harry counted it as a success. So, Tracy began casually, what happened on the train? Harry's smile drained from his face, and he shrugged dejectedly. I reacted poorly to a Dementor, is all. What do you mean, reacted poorly? Parkinson cut in, eyes widening a second later before she leaned back uneasily in her seat. Theo scowled. Leave him alone. It's none of your business. Parkinson huffed, looking very indignant. Meanwhile, Harry sighed in relief, not really eager to share his experience. Well, I hope you're in top shape again soon, Potter. We've got the Quidditch Cup to win, Marcus Flint said from the other side of the table. Harry frowned. I thought you graduated with Hortense. Flint smirked. Had to repeat a year. Another year to beat you sorry lot into shape. Higgs rolled his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Harry. Trust you to be happy about repeating a year. I don't suppose you managed to practice this summer, Potter. Harry grimaced. Sorry, still no broom. Honestly, Bull said with a scowl, what's wrong with these guardians of yours? You're the best seeker Hogwarts has seen in years. If it were my parents, they'd be buying me the fastest brooms out there. Harry's grimace grew. There's lots wrong with them, I assure you. Tracy raised her eyebrow at him. And you're still not going to tell us anything about them. He doesn't have to tell you anything, Theo cut in defensively. Tracy rolled her eyes. Come off it, Theo. It's not like I'm harassing your boyfriend or anything. He's not my boyfriend, Theo said, tone still notably defensive, while Daphne snapped the same thing. Harry sighed. Let's talk about something else. Like what? What's everyone taking this year? Divination and Ancient Runes, all of the girls said at once. Harry scowled. You're all taking divination. What's wrong with divination? Millicent asked. What, aside from being divination? Tracy rolled her eyes, and Daphne looked embarrassed. As usual, Parkinson was just scowling at him, although, she still looked a little guarded. Honestly, Potter, you should have been in Ravenclaw. You're such an arrogant know-it-all, she blurted out. He is not, Daphne exclaimed. And you're an annoying ch, pansy, Theo said angrily. The girl's expression changed from wary to furious in a split second. How dare you? Quite easily, I assure you, Theo sneered. I'm not the only ch here. It must be so nice for Potter, having you as his very own. 2 green projectiles smacked into her face. Why, you little bastard? Theo cackled. I assure you, my pair. A carrot was launched at Theo's nose. And thus began a very covert, Slytherin food fight. At least they're getting it out of the way, Millicent whispered beside Harry. Harry nodded helplessly. Yes, at least things were back to normal. Harry sighed as he collapsed into his bed after casting a privacy charm. Can you teach me the Patronus charm? He whispered as he laid back on his pillow, closing his eyes and yawning. One nice thing about Tom's new ability to communicate with him telepathically was that he no longer needed to keep his eyes open to chat with his best friend. No. Harry frowned. Why not? The Patronus charm is not in my spell repertoire. Harry's eyes opened, and he blinked. Wait, so you literally can't teach it to me? Yes, Tom said grouchily. Well, have you tried to learn it? Yes. Why didn't it work? Tom sighed. It is very advanced light magic and it requires powerful happy memories. Harry frowned. But you have lots of those, don't you? Apparently torturing people doesn't count. They have to be pure, Tom said with a sneer. Harry said thoughtfully. I suppose you just need to avoid them, then. I need do no such thing. Dementors have little effect on me. You seemed awfully worried earlier. They have little effect on me. You, on the other hand, seem to be quite susceptible. Harry grimaced. Then what are we going to do about the Dementors? Not go outside, Tom said shortly. I can't just stay inside all year. Why not? Because, Hogsmeade. Tom scoffed at him. I would at this point remind you that our life is far more important than a pointless expedition to what happens to be a very boring little village. It's not boring, Harry pouted, everyone says it's great. That's because they're imbecilic, worthless children with nothing better to do with their time. If you stay behind I can teach you more curses. Harry sighed. We'll see. Oh, but what about Quidditch? Haven't you outgrown that nonsense yet? Harry scowled. You don't outgrow Quidditch. Harry could feel Tom's displeasure. Oh, also, before I forget, I think I found a way to get Sirius Black a trial. That should successfully change the subject. Sure enough, it did. Oh, we find Peter Pettigrew, have him captured, and then they'll call off the search for Black. Which would be an excellent plan were it not for the fact that Pettigrew is, at worst, dead, and at best, missing. I know, but I think I found him. When Theo and Draco were talking today about how Pettigrew got blown up, he mentioned that all that was left was a finger. So I was thinking, what if Pettigrew cut off his own finger to make it look like he was blown up, and then turned into a rat and escaped? A fascinating theory, but I must wonder where such a far-fetched tale came from. Here, Harry grinned. Scabbers. What? Ron Weasley's pet rat. It's a fat gray rat. That's been in his family for exactly 12 years now, and it happens to be missing one of its front toes. Interesting coincidence, isn't it? Yes, very interesting indeed. This may actually guarantee Sirius Black a trial. Harry nodded eagerly. So all I need to do is find somebody who knows that Pettigrew is an animagus, get them to tell me, and let the bit about Ron's rat slip. Is that all? Tom said wryly. Harry grimaced. It's not quite a plan yet, but at least it's something. Indeed. I will think on it. Harry smiled weakly, as he closed his eyes again. Don't sleep yet. What? Why not? Recall, we're going to the restricted section. Right, soul magic. You would do well to remember your tasks, Harry. Reminding you so often grows tiresome. And I do not suffer tiresome tasks. Not like you have much else to do, Harry muttered, wincing at the sharp pain that immediately followed. Sorry, Tom. Enough. Fetch your cloak. We have several hundred books to search. Harry sighed. Yes, Tom. In the end, Harry's search yielded no results, despite the fact that he made it through a good quarter of the entire restricted section. He was so exhausted by the end of it that he ended up falling asleep under his invisibility cloak, and when he woke at sunrise, he barely had enough time to rush to his dorm and tuck himself in before anyone noticed. Suffice it to say, his first day of classes was going to be one spent half asleep. So, is anyone taking arithmancy? Harry asked distractedly as he listed off the Fibonacci numbers in the margin of his diary, trying to stay awake. Nope, Theo said, placing more strawberries on Harry's plate. It'll be just you, Hermione, and a bunch of Ravenclaws. Eat. Harry sighed, picking up one of the strawberries. You all should really sit in on a few classes. It's incredibly useful. He popped the strawberry in his mouth. Tracy snorted. Pansy. In arithmancy. Not going to happen. Hey, maybe you should come to divination, you've got a free period, right? Millicent suggested. No, Harry said simply, rising to his feet. I'm going to the library to find a book on the history of South Asian warding techniques. You coming, Theo? I think I'll sit this one out. Suit yourself. Don't fall asleep. You look bloody awful, by the way. Did you sleep at all? Harry grimaced. A few hours. Theo quirked an eyebrow. And why is that? Headache, Harry muttered, walking off to find his warding text. Harry had suggested that the order work on warding because he was quite eager to learn the fine art from a very well-rounded perspective. Tom was well versed in Northern European warding techniques, along with some Egyptian and Hebrew, but had little experience with more obscure traditions, so Harry figured that with Hermione's help, seeing as she was nothing short of a research whiz, they might be able to explore some very useful but little-studied warding techniques. It was a good opportunity to try to do something besides learn the dark arts, which was a fine thing to do in everything, but that's not all the order was supposed to be about. Since South Asian warding was, indeed, a very rarely studied subject, it took him quite a while to find the book he wanted. By the time he did, while simultaneously resisting falling asleep in the library again, Theo would never let him live it down. It was already time to head to Transfiguration. When he arrived, he was surprised to find many of his classmates looking quite ashen in the face, well, except for the Slytherins. The girls looked decidedly amused, which probably meant that something unfortunate had happened to a Gryffindor or Hufflepuff in divination, right? Upon scanning the room, he noticed that everyone's attention was drawn to Neville Longbottom, who was quivering in his front row seat, which answered that question. Their class that day was about animagi, which Harry was quite excited about. He fervently took notes on everything Professor McGonagall said, suppressing a giddy grin when Professor McGonagall transformed herself into a tabby cat with spectacle markings around her eyes. When she did so, he glanced eagerly over at his fellow Order members, expecting to see expressions of rapt attention on their faces, but he did not. While Draco was trying not to look impressed, he was never too fond of Professor McGonagall. Theo looked quite entranced, but Hermione, like many of their other classmates, seemed distracted even while Professor McGonagall transformed. "Really, what has got into you all today?" Professor McGonagall asked, turning back into herself with a faint pop, and staring around at them all with pursed lips. "Not that it matters, but that's the first time my transformation's not got applause from a class." Well, obviously it didn't. Everyone else was inappropriately sullen and the Slytherins weren't going to clap if no one else was. Nearly everyone's heads turned toward Neville when Professor McGonagall spoke, but nobody said a word. Then Hermione raised her hand, a grimace on her face. "Please, Professor, we've just had our first divination class, and we were reading the tea leaves, and—" "Ah, of course," said Professor McGonagall, suddenly frowning. "There is no need to say any more, Miss Granger. Tell me, which of you will be dying this year?" "Wait, what? Me?" Neville whispered, sounding quite faint. "I see," Professor McGonagall said, fixing Neville with her usual stern gaze. "Then you should know, Longbottom, that Sybil Trelawney has predicted the death of one student a year since she arrived at this school. None of them has died yet. Seeing death omens is her favorite way of greeting a new class. If it were not for the fact that I never speak ill of my colleagues." Professor McGonagall broke off as her voice grew louder and her words grew faster, and Harry could swear she was gritting her teeth. She went on, more calmly, "Divination is one of the most imprecise branches of magic." Harry found himself nodding. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Theo rolling his eyes. "I shall not conceal from you that I have very little patience with it. True seers are very rare, and Professor Trelawney—" She stopped again, and then said, in a very matter-of-fact tone, "You look in excellent health to me, Longbottom, so you will excuse me if I don't let you off homework today. I assure you that if you die, you need not hand it in." Hermione laughed at that, but Neville's mental state didn't seem to be much improved. After the class finished, Harry made a point of going over to see the timid boy, telling Theo he'd catch up with him. They weren't particularly close, but Harry felt some degree of kinship toward the other boy, considering Voldemort had targeted his family for the same reason he had targeted Harry's. He often wondered what the timid Gryffindor would be like if he'd ended up with a piece of Voldemort's soul inside him instead. Harry didn't like to think ill of his classmates, but he personally felt that the Longbottom boy wouldn't have lasted under Tom's tutelage. "Not sure if it means anything, but I think divination's a load of rubbish too. You've got nothing to worry about," he said confidently as he followed Neville out of the Transfiguration classroom. Neville tried to smile. He made to say something, but hesitated. "I can't stop wondering why Professor Trelawney would say something like that." I've trailed off. Harry smiled sympathetically, suddenly feeling a little less sure of himself. "People like that kind of thing, Neville. They danger and drama, and they like to make other people feel weak if it makes them feel stronger or more important." Neville looked at him oddly, and Harry couldn't tell if he was upset by the comment. "You really think so?" Harry nodded. "It's human nature." Neville nodded, looking a little miserable. "I suppose it would be me then." Harry frowned. "Why?" "Well," Neville took a shuddering breath, and this time managed to smile, in a self-deprecating way. "I'm not like you, Harry. I'm an easy target. I'm weak." There was a sinking feeling in Harry's stomach. He hadn't meant to make Neville feel worse. "We all are," he said quickly. Neville looked at him doubtfully. "That was me once too, you know," Harry said without thinking, scolding himself a moment later. "I mean, I wasn't always. What I'm trying to say is, it doesn't have to be like that. Nobody's born strong." Neville opened his mouth, probably to argue, but Harry continued, "You can become better, if you work at it. Maybe you just need help." Neville laughed. "Who would help me?" "I would," Harry said immediately. "If you ever asked, I would." Neville stared at him for a moment, eyes wide. "Thanks, Harry," he said softly. He smiled shakily. "Don't mention it. I was wondering when we will be covering arithmetic functions and continuity," Harry stated. He had just finished his first arithmancy class, and was slightly concerned by the syllabus. He had been hoping that his studies would give him some extra guidance on how to go about crafting his spell, but there was nothing in the curriculum that was remotely helpful. It was all very basic. Actually, it was quite like primary school maths review. Professor Vector blinked at him. "Continuity of arithmetic functions," She chuckled. That's owl, if not newt material, Mr. Potter. Harry deflated at that. But, how do we analyze rates of change for magical fluctuations without derivatives? You can't craft any kind of advanced elemental spells without doing that. Professor Vector raised an eyebrow. My, Mr. Potter, you have done your reading. I'm assuming you've been engaging in extracurricular readings on the subject. Harry nodded. Yes, ma'am. May I ask what you've been reading? Oh, well, I read the 3rd and 4th year textbooks, and then I read George Mansell's Handbook of Arithmancy, with an emphasis on applications to wording and spell crafting, which is admittedly not all that well-rounded, but I learned a lot. And you understood that? Professor Vector asked curiously. Well, not all of it, but I've done a lot of reading on general mathematics. I started reading a calculus textbook this summer. I only got through the first chapter, but it's really interesting stuff, and I had hoped we might touch on how to apply the concepts in class, because I'm still pretty shaky on the details, Harry admitted. Professor Vector was staring at him critically now. So what you mean to tell me, Mr. Potter, is that you're already comfortable with Basel's axioms and the concept of an arithmetic function? Perhaps not comfortable, but definitely familiar. The woman continued to stare at him critically, eyes narrowed in thought. You were raised with muggles, weren't you? Harry tried not to grimace. Yes. Then how about this, Mr. Potter, if you can by the end of the term hand in 5 exercises from every chapter in the 3rd year text, and from the first half of the 4th year text, I'll move you up a year. Harry gaped at her. Really? The woman nodded, a subtle smile on her face. Indeed. It's not unheard of, you see, for Muggle-raised witches and wizards to skip a year in my class, those who excelled at maths in Muggle school often find 3rd year arithmancy curriculum to be more review than anything. Harry grinned. Thank you so much. I won't let you down. He paused. Actually, I hope it's not too much to ask, but my friend Hermione, she's kind of in the same situation as me. She would have stayed behind to ask the same thing, but Muggle studies was on the other side of the castle. My offer can extend to her as well, Professor Vector said. Like I said, it's something of a policy of mine. Suffice it to say, Hermione had been thrilled when she heard the news later that day. Honestly, you two are absolutely ridiculous, Theo told them on the way to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Arithmancy is supposed to be really, really hard. Hermione rolled her eyes. That's because you purebloods never learn any real maths before coming to Hogwarts. And certainly none after. We do too, Draco and Theo said at once. Then I suppose you know what functions and graphs and probabilities are, and how to solve for variables in trigonometric functions and calculate the areas of polygons, Hermione said. That's what I thought, Hermione said snippily. Harry chuckled. It so happens that Harry and I are very proficient in maths, even more than the average Muggle, so it's not all that surprising that we'd be a bit ahead of everyone else in arithmancy, Hermione explained, with some measure of smugness in her voice. Theo rolled his eyes. Whatever you say, Hermione. The first thing they noticed when they entered their Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was that Professor Lupin was not present. The room was mostly empty, the portraits Lockhart had hung up were thankfully gone, and apparently Professor Lupin hadn't thought it necessary to decorate in any way. It was probably for the best, given the man's apparel. Hermione glanced at her watch as she sat down and began to pull out her books and stationery. The other students were doing so as well. Is he late? Theo asked. Hermione pursed her lips. Not yet, but he'd better show up soon. Oh yeah, what'll you do if he doesn't? She'll let Harry murder him, Draco muttered, causing everyone to glare at him. Sorry. But not that sorry, based on his tone. Professor Lupin chose that moment to walk into the classroom. The man smiled vaguely at them as he walked to the head of the room, and placed his tattered brown leather briefcase on the teacher's desk. He looked as shabby as he did on September 1st, but seemed healthier than he had on the train, as though he had had a few decent meals. Good afternoon, he said pleasantly. Would you please put all your books back in your bags? Today's will be a practical lesson. You will need only your wands. Harry blinked, somewhat shocked. Were they actually going to learn some defense? Finally. Right then, Professor Lupin said once everyone was ready. If you'd follow me. Looking somewhat baffled, yet curious, Harry's classmates rose to their feet and followed Professor Lupin out of the classroom. He led them along the deserted corridor and around a corner, where the first thing they saw was Peeves, who was floating upside down in midair and stuffing the nearest keyhole with chewing gum. Peeves didn't look up until Professor Lupin was a couple of feet away, and then he wiggled his curly-toed feet and broke into song. Loony, Loopy Lupin, Peeves sang annoyingly, a menacingly silly grin on his face. Loony, Loopy Lupin, Loony, Loopy Lupin. Despite being a complete and utter menace, Peeves usually showed some degree of respect toward the teachers, but apparently this did not extend to poor Professor Lupin. Harry, along with all his classmates, glanced at the professor to see how he would take Peeves' disrespectful behavior, and, to their surprise, he was still smiling. Harry had to commend the man on his mild manneredness. "I'd take that gum out of the keyhole if I were you, Peeves," he said, tone still remarkably pleasant. "Mr. Filch won't be able to get to his brooms." Peeves, however, paid no heed to Professor Lupin's words, except to blow a loud wet raspberry. Professor Lupin gave a small sigh and took out his wand. "This is a useful little spell," he told the class over his shoulder. "Please watch closely." He raised the wand to shoulder height, and said, "Wadawa-see," as he pointed it at Peeves. Instantly, the wad of chewing gum shot out of the keyhole and straight down Peeves's left nostril. Seemingly shocked and somewhat disturbed, he whirled upright and zoomed away, cursing. Harry tried to keep himself from gaping. How was that a real spell? "Shall we proceed?" They set off again, the class looking at Professor Lupin with increased respect. It was a bit sad, but that was the most impressive thing they'd seen a defense professor do yet. "Inside, please," the man said as he opened the door they had just arrived in front of. It was the door to the staff room. The staff room was empty except for one teacher. Professor Snape was sitting in a rigid-looking black armchair, and upon seeing them, he looked around disdainfully. His eyes were narrowed and there was a nasty sneer playing around his mouth. As Professor Lupin came in and made to close the door behind him, Professor Snape said with a sneer, "Leave it open, Lupin. I'd rather not witness this." He got to his feet and strode past the class, his black robes billowing behind him as they were often inclined to do. At the doorway he turned on his heel and said, "Possibly no one's warned you, Lupin, but this class contains Neville Longbottom. I would advise you not to entrust him with anything difficult. Not unless Miss Granger is hissing instructions in his ear." Neville went Arlette in the face, and cast a fleeting glance. Professor Lupin merely raised his eyebrows. "Oh. I was hoping that Neville would assist me with the first stage of the operation," he said lightly, "and I am sure he will perform it admirably." Neville's face went, if possible, even redder. Professor Snape's lip curled in obvious disgust, but he left it at that, shutting the door with a loud clap as he swept away. "Now, then," said Professor Lupin, unfazed by Professor Snape's dramatic exit, beckoning the class toward the end of the room, where there was nothing but an old wardrobe where the teachers kept their spare robes. As Professor Lupin went to stand next to it, the wardrobe gave a sudden wobble, banging against the wall. "Nothing to worry about," Professor Lupin said calmly. "There's a boggart in there. Oh, this could be quite fun." Boggarts like dark, enclosed spaces, Professor Lupin began, wardrobes, the gap beneath beds, the cupboards under sinks. I've even met one that had lodged itself in a grandfather clock. He paused. "So, the first question we must ask ourselves is, what is a boggart?" Hermione put up her hand immediately, and glared briefly at Theo and Draco, as well as Ron, Thomas, and Finnegan, who were all snickering at her. "It's a shapeshifter," she said, ignoring them pointedly. "It can take the shape of whatever it thinks will frighten us most." "Couldn't have put it better myself," said Professor Lupin, and Hermione beamed at him. "So the boggart sitting in the darkness within has not yet assumed a form. He does not yet know what will frighten the person on the other side of the door. Nobody knows what a boggart looks like when he is alone, but when I let him out, he will immediately become whatever each of us most fears. This means," Professor Lupin concluded, choosing to ignore Neville's small squeal of terror, "that we have a huge advantage over the boggart before we begin. Have you spotted it?" Harry, clearly somewhat disappointed that she would not have the chance to answer this question as well, Hermione settled on staring at him expectantly while her hand twitched, as though hoping that he'd decline to answer. As if, after all, in class, they were still rivals. And defense was his. "Well, assuming that we all fear different things, it might get a bit confused, I suppose." "Precisely," said Professor Lupin, and Hermione finally relaxed her hand, looking even more disappointed. It's always best to have company when you're dealing with a boggart. He becomes confused. They are quite unintelligent, which is a shame, Tom put in. Which should he become, a headless corpse or a flesh-eating slug? I once saw a boggart make that very mistake, tried to frighten 2 people at once and turned himself into half a slug. Not remotely frightening. Harry grimaced. He imagined that some people would still find half a slug a gruesome enough sight. The charm that repels a boggart is simple, yet it requires force of mind. You see, the thing that really finishes a boggart is laughter. What you need to do is force it to assume a shape that you find amusing. There are no wand movements required, and the incantation is ridiculous. But that's the easy part, I'm afraid. You see, the word alone is not enough. And this is where you come in, Neville. The wardrobe shook again, though not as much as Neville, who walked forward as though he were approaching the gates of Hades themselves. Right, Neville, said Professor Lupin. First things first, what would you say is the thing that frightens you most in the world? Neville's lips moved, but no noise came out. Didn't catch that, Neville, sorry, said Professor Lupin cheerfully. Neville glanced around the room frantically, as though begging someone to help him, then said, in barely more than a whisper, Professor Snape. Nearly everyone laughed at that. Even Harry couldn't help himself, though he immediately felt quite bad afterward. Neville was also laughing, though, which made him feel a bit better. Professor Snape, Neville, I believe you live with your grandmother. Yes, said Neville nervously. But, I don't want the boggart to turn into her either. No, you misunderstand me, said Professor Lupin, now smiling. I wonder, could you tell us what sort of clothes your grandmother usually wears? Neville looked startled, but said, well, always the same hat. A tall one with a stuffed vulture on top. Harry almost choked. What a fascinating woman. And a long dress green, normally, and sometimes a fox fur scarf. The woman obviously had some obsession with dead animals. And a handbag, prompted Professor Lupin. A big red one, said Neville. Right then, Professor Lupin said thoughtfully. Can you picture those clothes very clearly, Neville? Can you see them in your mind's eye? Yes, said Neville uncertainly, obviously wondering what was coming next. When the boggart bursts out of this wardrobe, Neville, and sees you, it will assume the form of Professor Snape, said Lupin, ignoring Neville's second squeak of terror. And you will raise your wand, thus, and cry, ridiculous, and concentrate hard on your grandmother's clothes. If all goes well, Professor Boggart Snape will be forced into that vulture-topped hat, and that green dress, with that big red handbag. Professor Lupin turned to the rest of the class, who were all now snickering. If Neville is successful, the boggart is likely to shift his attention to each of us in turn, said Professor Lupin. I would like all of you to take a moment now to think of the thing that scares you most, and imagine how you might force it to look comical. Harry froze. He had no idea what scared him most. It wasn't that he was never scared, but he found that more often than not, he was scared of things that a boggart would not be able to turn into. He was scared of disappointing Tom, he was afraid of becoming a bad person, he was afraid of failing, of dying. So what would the boggart turn into, and how could he make any of it remotely funny? Everyone ready? Professor Lupin asked. Harry felt a lurch of nervousness. He wasn't ready. Not at all. Tom was conspicuously silent. Neville, we're going to back away, said Professor Lupin. Let you have a clear field, all right. I'll call the next person forward. Everyone back, now, so Neville can get a clear shot. They all retreated, backed against the walls, leaving Neville alone beside the wardrobe. He looked like he might bolt at any second, but summoning up all his Gryffindor courage, he had pushed up the sleeves of his robes and was holding his wand at the ready. On the count of 3, Neville, said Professor Lupin, who was pointing his own wand at the handle of the wardrobe. 1, 2, 3, now. A jet of sparks shot from the end of Professor Lupin's wand and hit the doorknob. The wardrobe burst open, and, hook-nosed and menacing, Professor Snape stepped out dramatically, his black eyes flashing at Neville. It was a very impressive likeness, Harry could not help but think. He could practically see the boggart pulling a textbook out of his sleeve to slap Thomas and Finnegan, who were sniggering in the back of the room, over the head. Meanwhile, Neville backed away, his wand up, mouthing wordlessly. The likeness of the potions professor was bearing down upon him, reaching inside his robes. Ridiculous. Neville squeaked out. There was a noise like the cracking of a whip, and suddenly Professor Snape stumbled. He was now wearing a long, lace-trimmed dress and a towering hat topped with a moth-eaten vulture, and a huge crimson handbag was hanging off his arm. A roar of laughter filled the room. The boggart paused, confused, and Professor Lupin shouted, "Pansy! Forward!" Clearly trying very hard to keep her cool, Parkinson all but sauntered forward, giving a bit of a jump when a loud crack sounded, leaving a giant, bloodthirsty-looking Harry was pretty sure there was a story there rat in its wake. Lips curling in horrified disgust, she shouted, "Ridiculous!" And suddenly the rat was much smaller and chasing its tail, tripping over itself. The rat became a giant ant, then, crack, a wailing banshee, and then, crack, a rabid dog, and then, crack. On and on they went, and each student in turn got a chance to face what was apparently what scared them most. Throughout the whole thing, Harry had to keep himself from gaping. Were these honestly what his classmates feared most? He didn't want to belittle anybody, but Dean Thomas hurried forward. Crack! A bloody eyeball became a severed hand, which flipped over and began to creep along the floor like a crab. Given, it was creepy, but ridiculous. Thomas shouted. There was a loud snap, and the hand was trapped in a mousetrap. Excellent. Ron, you next. Ron leapt forward, a nervous grin on his face. Crack! A number of people screamed. A giant spider, 6 feet tall and covered in hair, was advancing on Ron, clicking its pincers menacingly. For a moment, Harry thought Ron had frozen stiff. Ridiculous. Ron bellowed a moment later, and the spider's legs vanished. It rolled over and over, causing Lavender Brown to squeal and run out of its way, and it came to a halt at Harry's feet. He raised his wand, ready, but here, shouted Professor Lupin, suddenly, hurrying forward. Crack! The legless spider had vanished. For a second, everyone looked wildly around to see where it was. Then they saw a silvery white orb hanging in the air in front of Lupin, who said, "Ridiculous." Almost lazily. Crack! Harry watched in fascination as the mysterious orb transformed into a white balloon. "Theo, come on." Theo cringed, not looking very prepared at all, but he stepped forward anyway, and a moment later, crack! A body was lying on the floor, bleeding, and Harry could see everyone inching closer to get a better look. It took Harry a moment to realize who it was. It was him, or rather, his corpse, lying limp on the ground. His stomach turned. How touching, Tom mocked, but Harry could tell that he sounded quite pleased, almost gleeful. Theo paled drastically, but took a deep breath, and said resolutely, "Ridiculous." Crack! The body jumped up with a grin and began to dust the blood off itself. It was disconcerting, Harry decided, watching this grinning, blood-covered version of himself. As long as it made Theo feel better, he supposed. Professor Lupin hesitated, before announcing, "Excellent work, Theo." Hannah. The timid Hufflepuff stepped forward, and a moment later, crack! A large, fanged lizard was standing in front of them. The girl drew back, but a moment later, lifted her shaking wand, stuttering out, "Ridiculous." Crack! The lizard turned into a cotton-stuffed lizard with beads for eyes. "It's confused," Professor Lupin said cheerfully. "We're getting there." Tracy. Crack! An Inferius was crouched on the ground, and slowly rose to its feet, swaying slightly. Tracy's eyes went wide and her hand was shaking slightly as she raised her wand. "Ridiculous." Crack! "Forward, Neville, and finish him off," said Lupin as the boggart collapsed on the floor as a paper doll. Crack! Professor Snape was back. This time Neville charged forward, looking determined. "Ridiculous," he shouted, and they had a split-second's view of Professor Snape in his lacy dress before Neville let out a great "ha!" of laughter, and the boggart exploded, burst into 1,000 tiny wisps of smoke, which rallied in a great swirl, and flew back into the wardrobe, slamming the door shut behind it. "Excellent!" cried Professor Lupin as the class broke into applause. "Excellent, Neville. Well done, everyone. Let me see 5 points for every person to tackle the boggart, 10 for Neville because he did it twice and 5 each to Hermione and Harry." He looked around and smiled. "Very well, everyone, an excellent lesson. Homework, kindly read the chapter on boggarts and summarize it for me, to be handed in on Monday. That will be all." The students left the room with enormous clamor, excited shouts echoing through the halls. The Gryffindors were particularly noisy. "Did you see me take that banshee?" Finnegan yelled triumphantly. "And the hand," Thomas put in, waving his hands around wildly. "And Snape in that hat. And my mummy." "Not a word, Pansy," Theo hissed at Parkinson, who was smirking at him. "You're adorable, Theo," Tracy said with a smirk, as she walked off with Parkinson following behind her, a smug smile on her face. "I wonder why Professor Lupin's frightened of crystal balls." Millicent wondered absently as she trailed behind them. Meanwhile, Hermione had walked over to where Harry and Theo were waiting in line to leave the hallway. "He seems like a very good teacher," she said approvingly. "But I wish I could have had a turn with the boggart." "What would it have been for you?" Ron said over his shoulder, snickering. "A piece of homework that only got 9 out of 10. Hermione scowled, sniffing as she brushed forward, no doubt heading to the library. Meanwhile, Harry followed behind Theo, who was lingering near the back of the crowd, shoulders slumped. He hesitated for a few moments, but steeling himself, he reached out and put his hand on Theo's shoulder, causing the other boy to stop short and spin around. "Harry?" Theo asked, sounding a bit frantic. I'm sorry." Theo blinked. "For what?" Harry grimaced. "I didn't realize how much. I didn't realize that I take our friendship for granted, and I'm sorry." Theo gaped at him. "I've done things, thinking that my life is the only thing at stake, and I never thought of how it might make you feel, and that was selfish of me." Harry could feel Tom's incredulity in the back of his mind. "And no, don't worry, Harry." Theo grinned nervously. "That boggart it was nothing, it was just. I'm honored to have a friend who cares for me as much as you do. And I promise I'll be more careful from now on." Theo smiled weakly. "Right, thanks. Now, library. I think Hermione's already." Therahay strode purposefully forward, a nervous smile on his face. Harry nodded, smiling back, and made to follow his friend, but his gaze lingered on the now empty staff room, still incredibly curious as to what his boggart would have been. In the end, Harry couldn't resist. Late that night, after everyone had already gone to sleep, Harry fetched his invisibility cloak out of his trunk and slipped out of his bed, holding his breath as he left his dorm and tiptoed across the Slytherin common room. The staff room was cold, silent, and dark when he found it. Lumos. In the soft golden glow emitted from his wand, Harry found himself once more in front of the shadowy, looming form of the wardrobe the boggart had taken up residence in. Steeling himself, he whispered, "Alohomora." The wardrobe clicked open, and, a moment later, a thin white hand slipped out. Following it, a tall, black-clad figure stepped out, white serpentine face drawn into a cruel and yet eerily tranquil shape, wand raised. Avada. Immediately, Harry prepared to throw himself out of the way, but then. Crack. Suddenly, Voldemort was lying on the ground in a puddle of blood, crimson eyes open wide but dull, uncharacteristically hollow and lifeless. Gasping, Harry stepped back, raising his wand as he tried to think of some way to make Tom's death amusing. Crack. The boggart had changed again, and now Harry was faced with himself, his skin abnormally pale and his eyes blazing red. Crack. All of a sudden, a Dementor was hovering before him, cloak billowing in an absent breeze. Harry could feel dread creeping up inside his chest, and could feel his veins turning to ice when. Crack. And then there was a child. It was a small child, around the age of 4 or 5, maybe 6, with messy black hair and bright, gleaming green eyes hiding behind broken glasses. The child was staring at him, face guileless, eyes wide and honest, holding out his hands, one of them stained with blood, trickling from his finger onto his palm, and the other clutching a stainless steel kitchen knife tightly. Harry felt himself freeze, and all his breath escaped his chest, leaving an aching hollowness behind, tainted only slightly by a softly, sweetly humming nostalgia. The child took a step forward. "Harry, enough." Instantly, he snapped to attention, brain jerking into action. Ridiculous. Crack. Suddenly, the little boy flopped to the floor, now nothing more than a ragdoll. Harry released a shuddering breath, which was loud like the roar of the ocean in his ears. "Well, I can honestly say I've never seen one person confuse a boggart all on their own," a soft voice commented from behind him. He spun around, finding Professor Lupin standing in the doorway. "Why don't you come with me to my office, Harry?" the man suggested mildly. Harry looked down at the boggart lying on the floor. Sir, I'll take care of it later, his professor said with a small smile. Come, I'll make us a pot of tea. 2 minutes later Harry was sitting on a spindly wooden chair, awkwardly fidgeting his fingers as his professor busied himself readying 2 cups of tea. He tried very hard to focus on staring at the piles of books and stacks of parchment littering his defense against the dark arts professor's office, in a vain attempt to distract himself from the nervousness he felt. Still, Professor Lupin had some very interesting titles on display, many of them intriguingly specific: A History of Indonesian Curse Breaking, Amphibious Magical Creatures of the South Pacific, Ritualistic Curses of the Incas, Greek Water Demons, and Arabian Hexes and Curses, to name a few. Does Indonesia have a rich history of curse breaking, sir? Harry asked quietly. The man looked up from the kettle he had just filled with a wordless augmenti charm. It does indeed, Harry. Do you have an interest in curse breaking? Spellcrafting, actually, Harry replied, pleased that he had successfully managed to steer the conversation away from the boggart. Professor Lupin's eyebrows rose, and his face betrayed some degree of surprise. He tapped the kettle with his wand, and a moment later a blast of steam exploded from the spout. Is that so? Harry nodded. You sound surprised, sir. Professor Lupin smiled at him as he placed tea bags in a couple of mugs and began to pour the boiling water into them. I am. It's not often you hear of a third-year Hogwarts student being interested in spellcrafting. He handed a mug to Harry. Are you taking ancient runes or arithmancy? Both, sir. No need to call me sir, Harry, it's just us here. You can call me Remus. All right, Remus. He'd never called an adult by their first name before. Well, except Tom, but he was rather an exception in every way, wasn't he? The man smiled. I suppose you've heard something of spellcrafting mentioned in your classes, then. As I recall, we went over it a bit in Ancient Runes, but I thought that wasn't until much later. Harry shrugged. They haven't really gone into it much. Most of what I know I learned on my own. Is that so? Harry nodded, heart beating quickly. He didn't know why he was feeling nervous, and very calm at the same time. A Beginner's Guide to Spellcrafting was actually the first magic book I ever read. Again, Professor Remus's eyebrows shot up, and he looked rather impressed. I'm familiar with the text, interesting read. That was your first magic book. That's very impressive indeed, Harry. Harry smiled, suddenly feeling quite warm inside. Something about Remus seemed incredibly honest and genuine, something that resonated within Harry. Something that told him that this was a good person. Probably a Gryffindor, or a Hufflepuff, Tom had commented after their first defense against the dark arts class. Suddenly struck by an idea, he said, I can show you something, if you like. Remus looked even more surprised now. You've already managed to craft a spell? He asked incredulously. Just something small, Harry said quickly, and it doesn't work all the time, yet. I haven't shown anyone yet either. But, well, maybe you could give me a few pointers. Tom was refusing to help, after all. If you want to spend your time on crafting silly tricks, you can do it on your own. Remus's face broke out into a smile. Of course, Harry. I'm no expert in spell crafting, but I'll do what I can. Harry grinned slightly. He reached over to pick up 2 of the quills on Remus's desk. May I? Go ahead. Harry took out his wand and transfigured one of the quills into a steel disc, which he placed a couple of inches away from the other quill. Then, clearing his throat, he twirled his wand and pointed it at the quill. Magnus. The effect was instantaneous. The steel disc immediately flew over to the quill, attaching itself to it. 2 seconds later, it clattered back down to the desk. Magnetism, Remus said, amazed. I noticed an absence of any spells to do with electricity and magnetism, so I thought it might be interesting to work on it. It's hard, though. Really, really hard. I was working through the arrays all summer, and I've been over the theory at least 50 times already, but it only lasts a couple of seconds, and I can't control the radius at all, and sometimes it doesn't even work and sometimes it works a bit too well. It's not very good yet. Remus chuckled, and Harry realized that he'd started rambling. On the contrary, Harry, this is very, very impressive. It doesn't even work properly yet, though, Harry said morosely. No, Remus admitted, but it's a very good start. So, do you have any suggestions? Remus took a sip of his tea. Well, I think your best bet is to make the incantation longer, the more specific, the better. With something like this, there are a few spells I know of related to magnetism, and they can be quite tricky. I'm assuming you've been focusing on the wand movements. Harry nodded. It was easiest to translate the physics into arithmetic formulas, and then into arrays, and then into wand movements. Remus nodded. I would imagine so. But try thinking of it as a transfiguration spell, rather than a charm. Harry's eyes widened. I need to specify a baseline or a threshold. Exactly. And you can't do that with wand movements alone. It might take a few more months of research and some good old-fashioned experimenting, but it will be worth it, in the end, I think. Harry grinned. Thank you, Remus. The man smiled kindly. Not at all, Harry. I'm honored that you showed this to me first. I'm surprised you didn't go to Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick with this, though. Well, I wasn't really planning on asking anyone, it just kind of came up. And you thought it might help steer our conversation away from the boggart, Remus stated. Harry blushed. You, caught that. Remus chuckled. You may not be wearing your tie and robe, Harry, but I've not forgotten that you are, in fact, a Slytherin. I thought you might try something like this. Oh, I dated a Slytherin, once, Remus commented. I've seen all the tricks. Oh, now, I suppose you noticed that I deliberately kept you from facing the boggart today. Yes, sir. Remus quirked an eyebrow. Yes, Remus. The man chuckled. It would appear I was correct in my judgment. And, what exactly was your judgment? Remus sighed. You have faced Voldemort twice in your short life, Harry. Experiences like that leave a mark on a person, and these are the kinds of marks that boggarts exploit. I didn't think it appropriate to expose your classmates to this. Not many children your age have the strength to deal with what you have. Harry nodded slowly. Remus, about my boggart. The man shook his head. You do not owe me any explanations, Harry. If you want to talk, I will always be here, but don't feel the need to put me at ease or explain away what I saw. It was very private, that much was obvious, and it's not my place to intrude where I'm not wanted. Again, Harry felt that warm feeling in his chest, and he found himself greatly appreciating Remus's respectful attitude. He was silent for a moment, before he resolved to ask, Can I ask you something? Of course. When you saw my boggart, well, what exactly did you think you saw? Remus took another sip of his tea. I saw confusion. I saw a boy who was afraid of something truly terrifying, afraid of the fear he felt, and afraid of becoming what he feared. Harry shifted in his chair uncomfortably. And that doesn't bother you? What doesn't bother me? That I'm afraid of becoming Voldemort. Remus smiled sadly. On the contrary, Harry. I think it's admirable. Harry looked up at him, shocked. What? It means that you're mature enough to understand the similarities between you and he, and that despite those similarities, you want to be a good person. And that's very admirable indeed. Something twisted deep within Harry, and he realized that he was now hearing something he'd been longing to hear for a very long time. Thank you, Remus, he said quietly, unable to completely keep the wonderment out of his voice. The man chuckled again. You shouldn't thank me for telling the truth, Harry. And on that note, you should know that even though you share your ability to speak with snakes, the similarities seem to end there. Harry could sense Tom's amusement. He gave Remus a nervous smile. About that, I assume, since I haven't been summoned to the headmaster's office, that you didn't say anything about my ability. I said I wouldn't, Remus commented. I know, thanks. Remus smiled sadly. I know what it's like, Harry, to be blamed for something you never asked for. I would never wish that on anyone. Harry frowned slightly, caught off guard by the sincere, empathetic answer. Now, before I send you off, do you have any questions, or are we good? Actually, Remus, there is one thing. Oh, the Dementors, sir, they're going to be here at the school for a while, aren't they? Remus sighed. It would seem so. They haven't given you any more trouble, have they? No. But they might, so I was wondering, is there any chance you might be able to teach me? The Patronus charm, I mean. Remus quirked an eyebrow. That's very advanced magic, Harry. Newt level, at least. Harry nodded. I know, but I don't want to be caught off guard again. It was horrible. Really horrible. I felt helpless. There was nothing I could have done, and if you hadn't shown up. Remus sighed and nodded. Well, he gave a weak smile. I suppose that if any third year could learn the Patronus charm, it would be you. Harry felt his cheeks heat up, a bit. Wednesday nights at 7, does that work for you? Harry's eyes widened. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, Remus. The man smiled. Just doing my job, Harry. Now, you really must be going back to bed. I trust you can find your way back to the dungeons. Harry nodded, rising to his feet. It goes without saying, I suppose, that you should use your invisibility cloak, wouldn't want someone else catching you awake. Harry didn't ask how he knew about his invisibility cloak, but he stored that fact away for later reference. Yes, Remus. Excellent. Good night, Harry. Harry smiled. Good night. Oh, and Harry, Remus said just as he was stepping out the door. 5 points from Slytherin, for wandering around after curfew. Harry winced. But take 5 points for facing the boggart, and another 10 for some excellent spell crafting. Harry stifled a grin. Thank you, sir. Remus. But I want to say hi. That is because you are a maudlin fool. That's not very nice. Harry was currently wandering around in the Chamber of Secrets, Tom's diadem in his hand. Maybe she could help us out, Harry suggested. I mean, she probably knows the chamber better than anyone. Which will not matter if she eats you. But I'm a Parselmouth. That does not mean she will listen to you. I know not whether she will obey you while her other master still lives, nor if she will obey one who does not have Slytherin's blood running through his veins. But, cease your undignified pleading at once. It is not worth the risk. Besides, once you meet her, you will start complaining to me about how she is all alone, and how she needs company, and then you will start coming down here to talk to her because you don't want her to be lonely. And eventually someone will follow you here and expose our secret, putting both you and the diadem at risk. Harry's eyebrows rose. You've really thought this through. Not at all. You are just hopelessly predictable. Harry sighed, before perking up. Oh, look, that looks promising. He ran over to a small alcove to his left, pleased to find a wooden door before him. Alohomora. Inside, he found a small, barren room, populated only by a few bookshelves. He squinted in the dim lighting. Lumos. The shelves were of stone, carved into the walls, and the books populating them were few, but excitement welled up in Harry's chest nonetheless. Trotting over, he opened one of the books, but frowned when a couple of pages fell out as he opened them. He was very disappointed to find that inside the book was only some poorly drawn diagrams and gibberish. Old English, Tom supplied. Harry huffed. Can you read it? I never had the time, nor motivation, to learn a dead language. But you know some Latin. Latin is only a dead language in the Muggle world, Tom pointed out impatiently. Fair enough. Is this a good enough place to hide the diadem? Tom hesitated. Yes. Harry nodded and placed the diadem on one of the shelves, behind a pile of dilapidated old books. Nodding to himself, he looked down at his watch. 8:56. He blanched. Potions in 4 minutes. He could feel Tom's amusement. Better run. He did just that, and arrived in the classroom 33 seconds before class was to start. Professor Snape glared at him when he entered the room. Cutting it close, Potter, he said nastily. Harry cringed as he walked over to his and Theo's brewing station. Sorry, sir. Professor Snape ignored him. Today we will be brewing the fever reduction potion. The instructions are in your textbook, page 27. Where were you? Theo whispered to him. Harry hesitated. The Chamber of Secrets. Theo dropped his paring knife and gaped at him. What were you doing down there? Harry shrugged. Just exploring, mostly. He placed his potions kit on the table and began pulling ingredients out. Isn't that, dangerous? Harry shrugged again, and began mincing toad eyes. A little. I probably won't go down again. I was just curious to see what it was like without having the risk of dying hanging over my head. Theo raised an eyebrow. Fair enough. But don't worry, Harry said hurriedly, I wasn't doing anything really risky. I didn't break my promise. It's fine, Harry, really. Harry sighed in relief. During the 2-hour span of their lesson, Harry and Theo chatted at broken intervals. Hermione got viciously scolded for trying to help Neville with his potion, and Finnegan and Thomas got smacked over the head at least 3 times. In other words, it was just like any other class, right up until after their potions were graded. Slytherins, stay behind. I will be collecting your Hogsmeade permission forms. Grinning a little bit at each other, Theo and Harry, who was at this point ignoring a steadily growing headache. The insufferable children, look at they're revoltingly invigorated, what are you doing? Harry, remember, we already discussed this. Why you still have that form is, no, sit down. We are not going to Hogsmeade. Harry, sit down at once. Harry, you will regret this, Harry. Do not forget, I have ways to stop you from, Harry. Sit down. This is non-negotiable. Do you want to die an agonizing death at the hands of a stray Dementor? Your performance with the Patronus charm has been unsatisfactory at best. Lined up behind Draco. When it was his turn to hand in his form, he was surprised when Professor Snape refused to take it. Sir, keep it, Potter. You're not going to Hogsmeade. In the corner of his eye, Harry saw Theo's mouth drop open. Sir, there's a signature right. I don't care, Potter, Professor Snape hissed, you're not going. How convenient. Tom sounded quite smug, and the headache subsided. Harry frowned. Is this because of Sirius Black, sir? What do you think, Harry? Tom drawled patronizingly, his mood still decidedly lifted. Meanwhile, Professor Snape merely fixed him with a very unimpressed glare. Dismissed. Harry sighed, and went to follow after Theo and Draco. That's completely unfair, Theo said angrily, everyone's going. And after all the effort I put into threatening Uncle Vernon into signing it for McCary's side again. They're worried Sirius Black is after me, I expect. Nothing to be done about it. Still though, Draco said, awfully cruel of them if you ask me. You know, if I told my father. Harry smiled weakly, feeling quite disappointed despite the distinct feeling of satisfaction emanating from Tom's presence. It's okay, Draco. I'll be fine, just, bring me something back, will you? The rest of the day flew by quickly, as Wednesdays often did, and in no time, Harry found himself knocking on the door to Remus's office. Harry had come to look forward to Wednesdays, for more reasons than one. There was the obvious reason, he was learning magic. But not just any magic, a magic the likes of which he'd never felt flowing through his fingertips, a magic that seemed to bury deep inside him and tug until this feeling flowed from that point like a rushing river until it just stopped. No, not stopped, it stilled. He would find himself floating, but not adrift, belonging and freed from cause and care by tranquility. Magic had always felt natural to him, but this magic, it was him, but he felt like it was a part of him that was always hidden, always buried, a part of him that was too essential to be completely natural. Did any of that make sense? It had better, because he'd spent hours thinking about it. He'd asked Tom about the strange feeling, but ended up tripping over his explanation, and found himself giving up before the end, after which Tom made it quite clear to him that he thought his mental stability was tenuous at best. At that point Harry decided that he'd figure it out on his own. Somehow. Eventually. Meanwhile, reveling in strange new sensations aside, Harry was quite enjoying learning what other things Remus had to teach him. A few weeks into September, he had managed to glean from Remus why he knew about Harry's invisibility cloak. Remus had been a close friend of his parents, and had some personal experience sneaking around Hogwarts under the same invisibility cloak. They all went to Hogwarts together, same house, same year. Apparently, Remus had known his father ever since their first day at Hogwarts, and remained good friends until, well, you know. So, basically, Remus was really a library of interesting magic and memories of his parents, and happened to be a lot more agreeable than the Hogwarts library, which still seemed to be intent on thwarting his every attempt to learn about soul magic. Ah, Harry come in. Right on time, as usual. Harry nodded with a small smile and stepped into the office, glancing at the large covered cage sitting in the corner. How are the arithmancy problem sets coming along? Quite smoothly. I don't think I should have any problems finishing on time. Glad to hear it. Remus frowned. You're looking a bit down, Harry. Harry sighed. I'm not allowed to go to Hogsmeade, with Sirius Black around and everything. Remus looked at him sympathetically. They'll catch C. Black eventually, Harry, and then there will be many more trips to Hogsmeade for you to enjoy. Harry smiled weakly. Now, why don't we get started immediately? I think we can get right to it, you were quite successful last time. Harry grimaced. Successful was a generous way of putting it, but then nodded determinedly, bracing himself as Remus pulled a large trunk out of the corner. Seeing as one of the forms the boggart took when it first met Harry was a Dementor, Remus figured that if Harry focused on his fear of Dementors, on his helpless, agonizing first encounter with them, and not his own confusion over what he should be scared of, the boggart would take the form of a Dementor instead of, say, Voldemort. He had been right, and Harry had been practicing his Patronus charm on said boggart since September. The hardest part about learning the Patronus charm was thinking up a memory happy enough to fuel the charm. At first Harry thought of things like the first time he saw Hogwarts, or when he rode a broom or caught the snitch for the first time, or the few times Tom had praised him. He tried thinking about his friends. And they all worked, to some degree. The problem was that none of them worked well enough. Not well enough to cast anything substantial. It was discouraging, to say the least. But then Remus asked this one question. What does it mean to be happy? Think about the feeling. Now ask yourself, is there anything you'd rather feel? If what you perceive as happiness isn't enough, look for something even purer than happiness inside you. So Harry found something he valued even more than happiness, peace, belonging. He thought of the first time he cast a spell, of his first visit to Godric's Hollow, to the Potter cottage and his parents' grave, of floating, of water, cold, tranquil water. And it worked. Ready? Yep. All right then. 1, 2, 3. And with that Remus flung the lid of the trunk open, and immediately a Dementor emerged, grey, looming, and ominous. Expecto Patronum. Only a light mist was emitted from his wand. He grit his teeth. Expecto Patronum. The mist grew and thickened, until it had formed a shield that engulfed the Dementor, forcing it back further and further, until... Ridiculous. Crack. The Dementor disappeared, and Harry bent over, breathing heavily as Remus forced the boggart back into the trunk. Excellent work, Harry. You did it even faster than last time. Harry shook his head on reflex. No, not good enough. He grit his teeth again. Why can't I do it? It's a difficult spell, Harry. I've not known many witches and wizards who could manage it. Harry straightened himself, staring closely at Remus. Could my parents manage it? Remus didn't seem surprised by the question. They both did, yes. I'm not sure how long it took Lily, but James and I learned it together. It took us several long months of practice to get it right. Harry nodded slowly, contemplatively. What was his Patronus? My dad's, I mean. Remus seemed to hesitate. A stag, just like his animagus form. My understanding is that they usually coincide. Harry's gaze drifted out the window. Stags are proud, majestic, dexterous, wild. Is that what my dad was like? Remus nodded, a wistful look on his face. Yes, that describes James quite well indeed. Harry pursed his lips. But that's not me at all. He huffed. It occurred to me that achieving a corporeal Patronus might be easier if I knew what the Patronus was in the first place, but every time I try to come up with something that describes me as a person, it's utterly unconvincing. Remus looked at him thoughtfully. Well, perhaps that's your problem, Harry. You're overthinking it. The Patronus charm isn't like most of the other spells you learn. The point of it isn't to accomplish something. Harry frowned. Then what is the point? Well, that's the thing, there isn't one. The Patronus charm is an expression of your soul and your magic. You said to me a couple of weeks back that you felt something strange when you tried to cast the charm, that you were trying to figure out what it was. Harry nodded. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should just let yourself feel it, and do nothing more. Don't chase it down, let it come to you. Harry nodded again, very slowly. Okay, all right, I think I can do that. Remus smiled at him, ready to try again. Harry nodded, this time determinedly. I think so. Excellent. Now, I think we'll try this time without the boggart. But, trust me, Harry. Harry stared at Remus, at his kind, open face, and considered his words. Fine, he relented. He had no reason to believe that Remus didn't know what he was doing. Remus patted him on the shoulder. Whenever you're ready. Harry ket in a deep breath, and exhaled very slowly as a single thought rushed through his mind. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. The feeling stirred inside him, that floating feeling, that quiet euphoria. Expecto Patronum. Mist erupted from his wand, thick and luminous, swirling in the air. The feeling intensified, and he could feel it penetrating his heart and flowing through his veins. Expecto Patronum. It swirled, and began to take shape. The feeling was there at the tip of his fingers, all he had to do was reach out and take it. No, No, he wasn't going to take it. He wasn't going to chase it. Because in that moment, he was happy, and he knew that for a moment, just one moment, he could relinquish control. Expecto Patronum. It consumed him, like a warm embrace, that feeling of being there, of belonging. He was present, he was alive, and that moment was his, even as he gave himself over to it. And in that moment, a brilliant light, ethereal yet substantial, erupted from his wand. And a moment later, a shimmering white owl was soaring around the room, broad wings flapping gracefully as it circled above their heads. It circled the room once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Harry's entire body shuddered, and suddenly, he was ripped out of the embrace, and in an instant found himself feeling so terribly cold, and alone, and terrified. He felt like he was about to die. A moment later the room was flooded with black until nothing but a formless void remained, silent and lonely, but then he heard a wet, slapping sound behind him, light footsteps, slowly approaching. Harry! Harry! His eyes snapped open and he gasped for air. He was on the floor, he realized, and Remus was kneeling over him, his usually gentle hands gripping Harry's shoulders like a vice. What happened? Upon hearing his voice, Remus let go, and sighed, a great deal of tension draining out of his posture. I'm not entirely sure, he said quietly. You cast the charm, perfectly, I might add, but then you just, well, you collapsed. I've been trying to wake you for about a minute now. Harry released a shuddering breath, and sat up slowly, surprised to find that he wasn't sore at all. Has this ever happened to you? Remus shook his head. I've never heard of anything of the sort. What happened, if I may ask? How did you feel right before you collapsed? Harry opened his mouth to answer, but then paused, realizing he had no idea what had actually happened. He'd felt fine, amazing, actually, until it just, what? It just stopped. Great, actually. I have no idea what happened. Remus pursed his lips. Do you feel drained? Like your magic has run dry? Harry frowned. I'm not tired at all, actually. I feel like I could run around the lake a few times and then cast every charm in my charms textbook. Remus's eyebrows shot up. Well, that pretty much nullifies my magical exhaustion theory. Either way, we should probably get you to Madame Pomfrey. Harry shook his head quickly. No, not the hospital wing. Knowing Madame Pomfrey, she'll keep me there all night and maybe even the morning, for observation, or something stupid like that. Remus raised an eyebrow. Have a bit of experience with that, do you? Harry grimaced. There've been some incidents. Remus chuckled weakly. So I've heard. He stood up, wincing a bit as he straightened his back. Need a hand? I'm fine. How do you feel? A bit dizzy, standing up, but other than that, I really do feel fine. Remus nodded slowly, and walked over to his desk and picked up a teacup. Aguamenti. He turned to Harry. Here, drink. Harry took the cup and gulped the water down quickly. Thanks. Remus smiled. Don't mention it. He placed the cup back on his desk. Losing consciousness aside, that was some very fine casting, Harry, very fine indeed. Harry grinned. I finally got it. Let's try again, this time with the Dementor. Boggart. Remus quirked an eyebrow. I'd say that's enough for today. But, you did well, Harry, Remus interrupted softly. You did really, really well. So rest, recuperate, and we'll try again next week, all right? Harry sighed. He supposed that was reasonable. All right. He tried not to sound too disappointed. Are you sure you're all right? Harry nodded. Sorry for the trouble. Remus smiled. No trouble at all. Now would you like to sit here for a while? I'll be fine. Are you sure there's nothing you need? Harry was about to shake his head, when he froze, an odd thought coming to the forefront of his mind. It was probably inappropriate to ask, but he really couldn't help himself. Actually, yes, I couldn't help but notice earlier, when you said Sirius Black's name, you corrected yourself, you stopped yourself from saying his first name. It was almost like you were trying to distance yourself from him, calling him Black instead of Sirius Black, or perhaps just Sirius, but that would only be necessary if you felt close to him in the first place. Did you know him? Harry paused. Did my parents know him? Remus opened his mouth, and then closed it a moment later, looking quite baffled. You're wondering if Sirius Black knew your parents? That's right. Remus still looked a bit bemused, but a moment later sighed, a resigned look appearing on his face. Sometimes, Harry, you remind me very much of your mother. She was very perceptive for her age as well. That doesn't answer my question, Harry pointed out. No, indeed it does not. Yes, I did know Sirius Black, as did your parents. We all went to Hogwarts together. Were you close? Is that why Sirius Black knew where my parents were hiding? Remus closed his eyes, a look reminiscent of pain washing over his face. Yes, that's right. Sirius Black met your father and I on our first day at Hogwarts, on the Hogwarts Express. We were all sorted into Gryffindor together, along with our friend Peter Pettigrew. Harry's eyes widened. Wasn't that the man Sirius Black killed? Remus interjected, voice wry but tainted with sorrow. Yes. The four of us. Remus paused, taking a breath. We were the best of friends. And now, I'm the only one left. The words sounded extremely heavy in Harry's ears, and he felt a sinking feeling inside him. He nodded slowly, even as he noted the unnerved feeling he got when Remus said those words. His mind suddenly erupted with a flurry of thoughts. He tried not to smile. Thanks for telling me that, Remus. Not at all, Harry, you deserve to know. After a short exchange, Harry left, stifling a grin. If Remus knew Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, perhaps he knew of Pettigrew's animagus form, and perhaps he would finally be able to put his plan into effect. Finally, he could do some proper scheming, he thought to himself as he marched purposefully down the corridor, feeling especially unaffected, calm, and in control, having forgotten how it felt to relinquish it. I'll keep your secrets if you'll keep mine. It was the Thursday before Halloween, and Harry and the Order were once again meeting to practice their dueling skills and target practice. These sessions were starting to last longer and longer as his friends improved, and they were likewise becoming more and more fun. Harry found himself spending more time than ever in scouring Magic Most Evil for curses he could teach his friends, who were becoming more adept with casting dark magic with every passing week. Tom was pleased with his research, so long as Harry prioritized his search for information on soul magic, which ultimately turned out to be a failure. He found one book on the magic of will and spirituality which mentioned the soul a few times in the introduction über den Geist, but it was in German, so he was currently trying to teach himself enough that he could translate at least somewhat successfully. As it turned out, despite being a natural with Parseltongue, Harry did not have a talent for languages. Are we going to say that every time we meet? Draco asked with a raised eyebrow. It's important, Harry said, besides, it kind of gets us in the mood, doesn't it? Draco's eyebrow didn't budge. Anyway, Harry continued, we should begin immediately. I fell asleep while I was writing my history essay and spilled ink all over it. Theo snickered and Hermione looked at him disapprovingly. So I need to leave early to rewrite that. Theo, you and Hermione can practice, and I'll be with Draco again. Or, Theo said, Hermione can teach Draco spells today, and you and I can duel, like old times. Harry looked at Hermione and Draco, who were eyeing each other blankly, gazes tinted with distaste. Usually, the members of the Order of the Midnight Sun got on quite well. To Harry's relief, however, there were times when two particular members butted heads, so to speak, like yesterday in particular, when Draco made a point of mocking Hermione after charms for her long-winded answer which Professor Flitwick had been forced to cut short. If Harry was going to be entirely blunt about it, he would admit that Draco was a spoiled brat and Hermione was a self-righteous know-it-all. Both had improved immensely since he'd met them, but Draco was still Draco, and Hermione still Hermione. Some friction was inevitable, he supposed. Finally, Hermione sighed. I'd be happy to help Draco. Draco only looked at her with a quirked eyebrow. Harry grinned. All right then. You and I, Theo. Theo grinned back at him. Just like old times. Hermione looked at them sternly. Don't blow each other up. Draco smirked. Yeah, even my best healing potions won't do anything for lost limbs. Yeah, we'll be careful, Theo said dismissively. Hermione rolled her eyes and walked off with Draco in tow. Terms? Harry asked. Wordless, Theo said, and the loser has to cover Honeydukes. Harry sobered at that. I'm not going to Hogsmeade, Theo. Theo sighed, dejected. Right, I forgot. Harry shrugged. It doesn't really matter, in the end, though. I don't know why you always insist on making bets when you lose every time. Shish, Theo exclaimed. I didn't hear that. Harry rolled his eyes. Fine. On my count, then. Theo nodded. 1, 2, 3. Harry immediately shot off an Expelliarmus which Theo dodged, returning the same spell, against which Harry erected a wordless shielding charm. He had set himself a challenge in September. He was going to try to emulate Tom, and not move except to turn left and right during the duel, well, except maybe to saunter haughtily forward or something like that. It had been easy enough with Draco, but with Theo, it might prove a challenge. Theo sent a stunning charm his way, along with Bombarda. Harry deflected the two charms easily, before casting his own spells. Expulso. Exacure. Theo threw himself behind a column, and a moment later emerged with a leap, sending the disarming charm Harry's way. They continued their sparring for a few minutes, spells growing progressively darker as they did, inevitably, because they started with Expelliarmus until Harry got a very amusing idea. Reducto. The spell slipped past Theo and hit a column, disintegrating the marble side. Apugno. The dust on the ground rose up in a swirl and attacked Theo in the face, causing the boy to start coughing, shutting his eyes to keep the dust out. Expelliarmus. Theo's wand in hand, Harry could not help the little grin that played on his face as he walked over to Theo, dispelling the cloud of dust with a wave of his hand. So close, Theo.net as he collapsed onto the floor. Harry raised an eyebrow, sitting down beside him and handing his wand back. If you say so. Shut up. Harry chuckled. Okay. I don't hear you shutting up. You wouldn't. Theo laughed. Although, that implies that you don't hear an absence of sound, that hearing is a purely positive experience, which is making a bit of an assumption about the word. Theo rolled his eyes as he glanced across the room to where Hermione was assisting Draco with his reductor curse. Who would have thought it? He commented, Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy, working together to learn the dark arts. Harry smiled. It's nice, isn't it? Bringing people together. Theo raised an eyebrow. I guess. So, I guess I owe you a lot of chocolate then. Apparently. You're the one who made the bet. You really should be keeping track of these things. Yes, well, not everyone is secure enough in their masculinity to keep a diary, Theo joked. Harry laughed. Fair enough. They both fell silent as they watched Hermione demonstrate the reductor curse in such a way that it was obvious that she was showing off. It's such bullshit, Theo said suddenly, the Hogsmeade thing. Harry shrugged. They're afraid Sirius Black will do something. No, that's not what I mean, it's the way the professors make all these decisions for you, but don't even bother talking to you about it. Has anyone actually told you that Sirius Black might be after you? Have any of the teachers talked to you at all? No, Harry said as though it was obvious. This is what I mean. Harry shrugged again. They're adults. That's what adults do. Bloody adults. Harry chuckled. No, seriously, if I ever end up like that, hex me. I'll make a note of it in my diary. Theo laughed. What? October 28th, remember to hex Theo if he ever starts acting like a bloody adult. Something to that effect, I imagine. It'll fit right in. Theo raised an eyebrow, bemused. How do you mean? I've got a few oaths stored in there now, the 3 we made at the beginning of last year, the one I had Draco, Zabini, Crabbe, and Goyle sign, the one I had Ginny Weasley sign, another for Draco, and it's where I put all the spells I want to learn. It's kind of like a book of promises, you know. Theo raised an eyebrow. That's actually kind of ominous sounding. Harry Potter's Book of Promises. Harry grinned a little. I like it. I should start collecting. You're so weird. Harry's grin widened. That's why you like me so much, he said matter-of-factly. Theo rolled his eyes. Among other things. Oh, like what? Well, it's rather satisfying being the only person that knows that underneath all your supposed genius you're just a big idiot who doesn't know how to feed himself properly. Fair enough. Theo smirked, frowning a moment later. It'll be no fun without you. What'll be no fun? Hogsmeade. Harry rolled his eyes. Don't lie, Theo, you'll still have fun. Just don't forget to get me my share from Honeydukes, or I'll curse you. Of course, Supreme Leader. Harry laughed, a little awkwardly. He always felt a little troubled when his friends actually referred to him as the leader, despite the fact that they'd pretty much unanimously agreed on it, because he never knew just how serious they were being. Well, hopefully they catch Sirius Black soon, then we can all get on with our lives. Do you reckon the Dementors would s.k. his soul out right here at Hogwarts? Harry's uneasy grin turned into a frown. I hope not. What? Why? I think I might like to meet him. Theo's eyes bugged out. Why would you want to do a thing like that? His voice dropped to a hesitant whisper, the reason your parents are dead. Harry pursed his lips. He was their friend, you know. They went to Hogwarts together. Theo gaped. How do you know that? Professor Lupin, they were all friends, you see, him, my dad, and Sirius Black. Seriously? Harry nodded. Slacking off? Draco asked with a raised eyebrow as he and Hermione walked over to them. What are you talking about? Hermione asked curiously. Sirius Black. Hermione frowned. You shouldn't dwell on it, Harry. It's not healthy. Harry shrugged. I can't help it. I have a lot of questions. He was a friend of my parents, you know. Professor Lupin told me. It sounded like they were quite close too. Draco's eyes widened, and Hermione looked at him with pity. Oh Harry. I just wish I could talk to him. I wish I could know why he did it. Hermione sighed. Well, maybe you could access the court records somehow. I'm sure something like that would have come up in his trial. There wasn't one. Draco's eyes widened even further, and Theo's mouth dropped open once again. Hermione looked outraged. What do you mean, there wasn't one? Harry looked at her oddly. I mean that there was no trial. They just shipped him off to Azkaban as soon as they caught him. It wasn't all that uncommon at the time. Before Lord Voldemort was defeated in 1981, and even for a while afterward, a kind of martial law was in place. People suspected being Death Eaters with reasonable certainty were sometimes imprisoned without a trial, and Aurors were free to kill them whenever they felt it necessary. But that's criminal. Bloody ministry, Theo breathed out, they really can get away with anything. Draco nodded. I can attest to that. Everyone looked at him with a raised eyebrow. No, I mean, oh, never mind. Harry, Theo, and Hermione chuckled at that. Shut up. Oh, Hermione suddenly said. On a happier note, I had a dream last night, a really vivid one. Harry's eyes brightened. About your animagus form. Hermione nodded. That's funny, Harry commented, because I did too. You, Theo. Okay, that's just plain weird. I had a dream as well. It's actually not that odd, Draco commented. They're stimulated by the potion, right? You all started taking it at the same time, in the same doses. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I suppose that does make sense. Anyway, who wants to go first? You better go first, Theo said. You look like you might burst at any moment now. Hermione rolled her eyes. Fine, I'm a cat. I'm 90% sure I'm a cat. Theo grinned. Just like Professor McGonagall. Hermione looked thoughtful at that. Yes, I suppose so. What did you get? Theo frowned. Some sort of dog, I think. I have brown and black fur. It's kind of long and coarse. Did you get a look at the face? Hermione asked. Theo nodded slowly. Not that it helped. I have no idea what breed it is. Hermione smiled. Don't worry about that. I was planning on buying a book on cat breeds over Christmas break. I can bring one on dog breeds as well. Wow, thanks, Hermione. Her smile grew, before she turned to Harry. And what about you? Did you figure out whether you were climbing or flying? Harry grinned. I'm an owl. His friends stared at him in surprise. An owl? Draco asked incredulously. Harry nodded eagerly. Not sure what sort yet. I saw my shadow and heard myself hoot, but that's it. But it's perfect, isn't it? I could fly anywhere completely undetected, people would just think I'm delivering post. Hermione's eyes were wide. Excellent. That's brilliant, Harry. It makes sense, of course, that you'd be something that flies. Harry nodded, still grinning. An owl, a dog, and a cat, Theo mused. What do you suppose you'd be, Draco? Draco smirked. A dragon, of course. Hermione rolled her eyes. There's no such thing as a dragon animagus. There are exceptions to every rule, Draco said defensively. Hermione scoffed at him. If anyone was going to be the exception, it would have been Harry. Why's that? Draco said sourly. Because Harry's exceptional. You're not. Harry blushed, and Draco opened his mouth to snap at her, before Theo interrupted. Well, I think you'd be a rabbit, he said decisively. Draco looked outraged. A bloody rabbit. Harry nodded slowly. Yes, I think I can see it, a little fluffy white one. Hermione smirked. We could name you Thumper, or Floppy, or, ooh, Snowbell. Harry and Theo burst out laughing. I hate all of you. Especially you, Granger. I hate you the most. For some reason or another, Hermione looked immensely pleased by that statement. Sir, may I ask where Professor Lupin is? Professor Snape sneered at him. No, you may not, Potter. Now, as I was saying before, Potter interrupted, Professor Lupin has not left any record of the topics you have covered so far. Please, sir, we've done Boggarts, Redcaps, Kappas, and Grindylows, Hermione put in quickly, and we're just about to start. Be quiet, Professor Snape said coldly. I did not ask for information. I was merely commenting on Professor Lupin's lack of organization. He's the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've ever had, Dean Thomas asserted boldly, and there was a murmur of agreement amongst the Gryffindors. Everyone else was too smart enough not to show their assent. Meanwhile, Professor Snape looked more menacing than ever. You are easily satisfied. Lupin is hardly overtaxing you. I would expect first years to be able to deal with Redcaps and Grindylows. Today we shall discuss. Harry watched him flick through the textbook, to the very last chapter, which he had to have known they hadn't covered. Werewolves, Professor Snape finished. Harry blinked. Why would Professor Snape be so keen on teaching them about werewolves? Well, really, the question was, did he choose the chapter because it was in the back of the book, or because it was about werewolves? But, sir, Hermione said with a frown, seemingly unable to restrain herself, we're not supposed to do werewolves yet, we're due to start Hinky Punks. Miss Granger, said Professor Snape in a voice of deadly calm, I was under the impression that I am teaching this lesson, not you. 5 points from Gryffindor. And I am telling you all to turn to page 394. He glanced around again. All of you. Now. Everyone looked quite startled and immediately flipped through their books, well, almost everyone. The Gryffindors looked quite sullen and went through the whole affair very grudgingly. Which of you can tell me how we distinguish between the werewolf and the true wolf? Professor Snape said, in a drawling tone that suggested he really wasn't expecting an answer. Everyone sat in motionless silence, everyone except Hermione, whose hand, as it was wont to do, had shot straight into the air. Harry decided to refrain from volunteering, seeing as he'd already been snapped at, and wasn't really in the mood for more. Anyone? Professor Snape prodded, pointedly ignoring Hermione. His twisted smile was back. Well, I never thought I'd meet a third-year class who wouldn't even recognize a werewolf when they saw one. I shall make a point of informing Professor Dumbledore how very behind you all are. Please, sir, Hermione blurted out, the werewolf differs from the true wolf in several small ways. The snout of the werewolf. That is the second time you have spoken out of turn, Miss Granger, Professor Snape hissed. 5 more points from Gryffindor for being an insufferable know-it-all. Hermione, who was not used to losing points anywhere but potions, gaped for a moment before her cheeks turned bright red, and she looked down at her hands, her face somewhere between embarrassed, ashamed, and angry. Ron Weasley, who was sitting beside Hermione, adopted a furious look on his face. You asked us a question and she knows the answer. Why ask if you don't want to be told? Everyone in the class knew instantly he'd gone too far. Professor Snape advanced on Ron slowly, and even Harry was holding his breath now. Detention, Weasley, with me, Professor Snape said silkily, his face extraordinarily close to Ron's. And if I ever hear you criticize the way I teach a class again, you will be very sorry indeed. No one made a sound throughout the rest of the lesson. They sat and made notes on werewolves from the textbook, while Snape prowled up and down the rows of desks, examining the work they had been doing with Professor Lupin, criticizing every detail remotely able to be twisted into something negative. When the bell rang at last, Snape held them back. You will each write an essay, to be handed in to me, on the ways you recognize and kill werewolves. I want 2 rolls of parchment on the subject, and I want them by Monday morning. It is time somebody took this class in hand. Weasley, stay behind, we need to arrange your detention. Well, that was weird, Theo said as they left the classroom. Harry nodded absently, still puzzled by Professor Snape's behavior. He turned to Hermione. Are you all right? She sniffled a little. It shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did, she said quietly. Harry shook his head. He was out of line, Hermione. She smiled weakly. Professor Lupin. Feeling better. Remus spun around to find Harry behind him. He smiled weakly. Did someone tell you I wasn't well? I inferred it, Harry asserted, after you missed our last defense lesson. Remus looked a little sheepish. I was feeling a bit under the weather, but I'm doing much better now. How are you? Harry shrugged. Just trying to pretend like it's a normal day. You know, not a day where all my friends are off buying candy and having a good time while I'm stuck behind due to the fact that everyone seems to think that supposedly an escaped convict who's purportedly half mad might be trying to kill me, because apparently getting my parents killed wasn't enough for him. Remus let out a quiet chuckle. It's one of those days, is it? Unfortunately. Might a cup of tea help your pretending along a bit? Harry offered him half a smile in return. Do you have time? For you, Harry. Always. A few minutes later, Harry found himself sitting in a very familiar office, sipping a cup of orange pekoe tea. Do you drink a lot of tea, Remus? He found himself asking idly. Remus quirked an eyebrow. Yes, I suppose I do. Did my parents drink a lot of tea? Remus paused. James was a coffee drinker. Lily favored herbal teas, if I remember correctly, though, actually, her favorite was jasmine, I believe. Yes. Jasmine would have been your name, you know, if you had been a girl. Jasmine Rose was what Lily picked out. James was less than thrilled. He and Black were quite convinced it was a name suitable for only a woman of an unsightly profession, but Lily insisted. Harry laughed. Can you tell me more about them? My parents, I mean. Remus looked caught off guard, but only for a moment. I'd be happy to, Harry. Is there anything in particular you would like to know? Like always. I'll take anything, really. Remus smiled sadly. Well, I told you about your father's Patronus, right? Harry nodded. Your mother's, it was a doe. It was almost like fate, a stag and a doe. Of course, no one would have thought so at first. Why's that? Oh, for our first 6 years at Hogwarts, Lily couldn't stand James. To be fair, he was a bit of a prat back then. Harry grinned, amused. What sort of a prat? Oh, the worst sort, Remus said humorously. Harry's eyebrows went up. No, not the worst sort, Remus relented, but to be perfectly honest, he was an immature troublemaker, and Lily simply had no patience for him. She was always so mature, ahead of everyone else. She was brilliant, you know. You remind me a lot of her, which is a compliment, by the way. I admired Lily very much, as did everyone really. Especially James, he just never knew how to show it. He chuckled. Really, he would always try to get her attention, to compliment and impress her, but he always just ended up offending her. He'd try to challenge her in class, but only ended up making her think he was being an arrogant fool, and whenever he tried to give her things or pay her compliments, she'd accuse him of mocking her. The worst was when he tried to ask her on dates. He somehow managed to always make it sound like he was somehow doing her a favor, or at the very least, that she was just playing hard to get. It was quite a sad thing to watch. Pathetic, really. So what happened? What changed Mum's mind? Well, you have to understand, James was never a nice boy, but he had a good heart. It was just buried beneath layers of mischief and bad behavior. So when he finally got it through his head that his rash attempts to assert himself and win Lily's attention weren't getting him anywhere, he finally discovered something you're already quite good at, Harry: self-reflection. Harry had this feeling that he wasn't quite as good at it as Remus seemed to think. During our last 2 years at Hogwarts, James put a lot of work into bettering himself as a person, and eventually, your mother noticed this, and in the end, she liked what she saw, I suppose. I suppose Dad was very relieved. Oh yes, as were the rest of us. He was interrupted by a knock on the door. Come in, Remus called. The door opened, and Professor Snape abruptly entered. He was carrying a goblet, which was smoking faintly, and stopped at the sight of Harry, his black eyes narrowing. Ah, Severus, Remus greeted, smiling politely. Thanks very much. Could you leave it here on the desk for me? Wordlessly, Professor Snape set down the smoking goblet, his eyes wandering between Harry and Remus. I was just showing Harry my Hinky Punks, Remus lied pleasantly, pointing at the cage of sleeping Hinky Punks in the corner of his office. Fascinating, Professor Snape commented blandly, without looking at it. You should drink that directly, Lupin. Yes, I will, Remus agreed. I made an entire cauldronful, Professor Snape continued, voice hollow. If you need more, I should probably take some again tomorrow. Thanks very much, Severus. Not at all, said Professor Snape insincerely, leaving the room as abruptly as he came. Harry looked curiously at the goblet, while Remus smiled. Professor Snape has very kindly concocted a potion for me, he explained. I have never been much of a potion brewer and this one is particularly complex. He picked up the goblet and sniffed it. Pity sugar makes it useless, he added, taking a sip and shuddering. Are you ill? As I said, I've been feeling a bit off color, he said. This potion is the only thing that helps. I am very lucky to be working alongside Professor Snape. There aren't many wizards who are up to making it. Harry stared closely at the goblet. He hesitated, but in the end decided to risk a guess. Is it the Wolfsbane potion? Remus choked a bit. What? He coughed out. I couldn't help but notice. Friday, when you were absent, it was a full moon, wasn't it? It is again tonight. Remus looked immensely startled. That's quite a leap, Harry. Professor Snape took it upon himself to teach us about werewolves in your absence. It was all very suspicious. Remus stared at Harry, face unreadable. Of course he did. And, do you suppose anyone else caught on? Harry paused, before shaking his head. No, I don't think anyone else noticed. I'm pretty sure they thought it was just Professor Snape being Professor Snape. The chapter on werewolves is the last one in the book, so I'm sure everyone thought he was just choosing the chapter because we definitely wouldn't have covered it yet. Remus chuckled uneasily. Well, Harry, don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Harry said immediately. You've kept my secrets, the least I can do is keep yours. Remus's unreadable stare was back. You're taking this very well, Harry. I know what it's like to be blamed for something you never asked for, Harry quoted. Really I do, he said, recalling his life with the Dursleys. It seems to me that you're a pretty terrific person, you know. Being a werewolf doesn't change that. Remus smiled sadly. You know, your father said very much the same thing, when he found out. Did they all know? My dad, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. They did. They even became animagi, just so they could keep me company during the full moons. Harry perked up at that, and inwardly, he was grinning. This could be his chance to what were they? James was a stag, Remus said, eyes distant, C. Black was a black dog, and Peter was a gray rat. Harry let a moment tick by. A black dog and a gray rat, do you think that's how Sirius Black escaped? By turning into a dog. I'm guessing they weren't registered. Remus blinked. Why, yes. That's actually quite plausible. You're right, none of them registered. Then no one knew. Lily, but that's it. It would be a really good way to escape a bad situation, wouldn't it? Turn into an inconspicuous animal. Though I suppose a rat would be best for that. Remus nodded thoughtfully. It could come in handy, I imagine. Harry glanced at some of the books on Remus's desk, trying to seem very casual. It kind of makes you wonder how many of the spiders, rats, and mice you see around might be witches or wizards in disguise. Remus chuckled. You know, you sound just like an old acquaintance of mine, most suspicious bloke I've ever met. Harry grinned slightly, and let a couple of seconds tick by, before frowning. You know, I know a gray rat. It's missing one of its front toes. Remus froze. What? Ron Weasley, he has a rat, I met it on the Hogwarts Express. It's been in their family for 12 years, and it's missing one of its front toes. Harry, what are you suggesting? Harry put a very troubled, thoughtful look on his face. Well, Sirius Black never got a trial, you know. Maybe, there's more to the story. Maybe there's someone else who knows what happened that day. You think that Peter's alive, Remus breathed. It just occurred to me, when you said that he was a gray rat. Remus eyed him shrewdly. That's another big leap, Harry. Harry shrugged. Maybe. I don't really know. Like I said, it just occurred to me. Indeed. Remus frowned. Indeed. It was 1 a.m., and Harry was staring at the stars overhead, which speckled the faint nebulous clouds that veiled the sky. Not the sky, rather, the ceiling of the Great Hall. Harry was lying amidst a sea of purple sleeping bags, just like every other Hogwarts student. They had all been forced to vacate their dorms and sleep in the Great Hall, for their own safety. The teachers and I need to conduct a thorough search of the castle, Professor Dumbledore had said. Apparently, the Gryffindors had returned to their common room only to find it broken into, by none other than Sirius Black. It was awful, Hermione told him. The fat lady's portrait was all ripped up. Poor thing was terrified. But I don't get it, Theo had whispered once they were told to go to sleep. You're a Slytherin. Why would he be looking for you in Gryffindor Tower? Harry's vague response had been, maybe he wasn't looking for me. That's when they were unceremoniously told to shut their mouths and sleep by Percy Weasley. So now, Harry was lying awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to Tom talk in his head, frustrated that he couldn't reply, lest he be seen talking to himself. This is perfect. You've planted the seeds of doubt in Lupin's mind, and being the Gryffindor he is, he will seek out Sirius Black, who has now stepped out of hiding, and uncover the truth, and together, they will capture Pettigrew and have Black acquitted. The fact that he knew your father will make it easier for us to gain access to his house elf. Yes, things were looking up. The plan was akin to knocking down dominoes. All they'd done is started a chain reaction, a few choice words here and there. Harry found he was quite a fan of this hands-off approach of solving his problems. It was virtually risk-free, okay, maybe not risk-free, and he really hadn't done much, but if all went to plan, in no time at all they'd be able to retrieve the locket, and all Tom's Horcruxes would be safe and sound. What I don't understand is how anyone falls for that, who goes over and mounts a strange horse. I mean, I know Muggles are pretty oblivious, but that seems a bit much, Theo mused. Muggles are not oblivious, Hermione snapped as she walked past them, following the other Gryffindors out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Yes they are, Harry called after her, which she pointedly ignored before he turned back to Theo. And there's a reason why Kelpies are nearly extinct. Theo looked dissatisfied with the answer. But then why do we? Harry, could you please stay behind a few moments? Harry looked over to where Remus was packing his teaching materials away. Of course, Professor Lupin. He placed his textbook into his book bag but left it on his desk, and then glanced at Theo, who had gone silent and was staring at him with raised eyebrows, to which he shrugged innocently in return. Theo rolled his eyes before hoisting his own bag over his shoulder and following the other third-year students out of the classroom. After everyone else had left and the door banged shut behind them, Harry looked up at Remus confusedly. Is something wrong? Oh, no, not at all. Remus sat down at the edge of the teacher's desk, facing Harry. I just wanted you to know before anyone else, he began, Sirius Black has been captured, along with Peter Pettigrew. Well, this is favorable news, Tom said, quite pleased. Harry wanted to jump up and shout something like, yes. Or, I did it. But settled for looking very surprised. So, Peter Pettigrew is alive after all. Yes, I must say, you have excellent instincts, Harry. Harry smiled bashfully, before frowning. But why was Pettigrew captured? Remus hesitated. Sirius claims that it wasn't him who betrayed your parents, he claims that Peter was the traitor. Harry nodded slowly, and appeared to consider this carefully. And you believe him? Remus hesitated again. I do. Why? Well, aside from the occasional agitated rant, Sirius was able to put together a very coherent sequence of events. Besides, Sirius was never the sort of man to lie to save his own skin. He's too proud for that. Gryffindors, Tom sneered. Harry had to agree with Tom's disdain. If it was between acquittal and being sent back to Azkaban, he'd gladly lie in a heartbeat. He couldn't imagine why anyone wouldn't in such a case. Was it you who found him, then? Remus nodded. I found him the day after Halloween. But what made you go looking for him in the first place? Ah, well, when I heard that Sirius broke into Gryffindor Tower on Halloween night, I immediately thought of what you said earlier that day, about the uncanny resemblance between Ron Weasley's rat and Peter's animagus form, had he cut off his own finger in an attempt to disguise his escape. So I decided to go looking for Sirius because, as we searched the castle, it occurred to me that if he had truly been after you, he would have done his research, and discovered that you're actually a Slytherin, which means that, most likely, he was looking for something else, and I couldn't help but think that perhaps this something else was indeed Peter, in rat form. Harry nodded slowly, stifling a grin. That seems like a reasonable assumption. Although, it does beg the question of how Sirius Black knew to search Gryffindor Tower for Peter Pettigrew in the first place. Remus nodded. It does. Are you aware, Harry, that the Weasley family won a trip to Egypt last summer? Harry frowned. I think I might have heard one of the Weasleys say something about that. Ron might have been bragging about it at the beginning of the year. Well, a picture of them was published in the Daily Prophet, rat and all. Harry's eyes widened, and Sirius Black saw it. Yes, precisely. So how did he escape? Do you remember what you said about animagus forms being a good escape tactic? Harry nodded. Remus's lips twitched, as though he was trying not to smile. He transformed, slipped out of his cell and swam all the way to shore. Harry's eyebrows rose. Wow, that's impressive. Remus gave in and smiled wryly. Sirius never did do things by halves. So how did you convince the Dementors to capture him? Alive. Convince the Dementors. That would have been a feat indeed. No, I went the easier route. I captured Peter first. How did you manage that? The Quidditch game yesterday, while all the Gryffindors were off cheering for their team. Harry could not keep a subtle grin from inching across his face. Yes, I know, congratulations on the victory. As I was saying, during the game, I slipped into the dormitories and stunned Ron Weasley's rat, Peter. Then it was a simple matter of carrying a stunned rat to Professor Dumbledore's office and forcing him to transform back into a man there. Harry's lips twitched. Very Slytherin of you, Professor. I have my moments. Anyway, I took Peter to Dumbledore, who sent an urgent owl to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and then it was just a matter of convincing Sirius, who I asked to remain where I found him in the Shrieking Shack, to turn himself in. Huh, Harry said thoughtfully, that was eerily simple. Remus chuckled. Yes, quite. I've been on edge ever since last night, it all seemed too easy. Harry looked at him seriously. Don't jinx it. Remus frowned. Jinx what? Oh, never mind. So, what now? He'll be getting a trial, right? Yes, hopefully soon. Will they be sending him back to Azkaban in the meantime? Remus shook his head. Oh, no. Professor Dumbledore made sure that he'd be kept in a high-security holding cell at the Ministry of Magic until his trial, just like Peter. Harry smiled. That's good. Remus raised an eyebrow. You're taking this very well, Harry. Are you really so certain of Sirius's innocence? Harry pursed his lips. Well, no, but Peter Pettigrew was so desperate to disappear that he was willing to live as a rat for 12 years, so he obviously has something to hide. I'm not certain of anything, really. All I know is that everyone deserves a fair trial, even the person who betrayed my parents. He didn't know if he believed those words, but they slipped out with ease. Remus smiled sadly at him. Did I say something wrong? Harry asked, concerned by Remus's silence. No, just, you are so like your mother. Lily and James would be so very proud. Harry felt something twist inside his chest, as he was suddenly aware of the unmistakable feeling of guilt. If only Remus knew. He took a deep breath. No, after everything he had done, he didn't have to feel bad about playing a bit of puppet master, not when it turned out better for everyone this way. It didn't matter why he did it. His parents would be happy he was saving the life of their friend. Well, Harry said awkwardly, I should go now. I should probably eat lunch before Charms. Remus started. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for telling me, Remus. I really do appreciate it. Remus nodded. You deserved to know. When Harry arrived at the Slytherin table, after a quick detour to the library, Theo fixed him with a disapproving stare. You only have 4 minutes left to eat. Harry sighed. I know. Where were you anyway? Tracy asked. Harry picked out a cucumber sandwich. Professor Lupin had something he wanted to tell me, and then I remembered a book I was meaning to take out. Well, what was it? It's called A Compendium of Warding Techniques of. No, not the book, Tracy interrupted impatiently, the thing Professor Lupin wanted to tell you. Oh, that. Well, Harry considered lying, but concluded that he had no reason to. Sirius Black has been captured. Along with Peter Pettigrew. Everyone took a moment to gape at him, and immediately after began barraging him with questions. They captured him. I thought Peter Pettigrew was dead. Did the Dementors get him? What was Peter Pettigrew arrested for? So wait, does that mean they're both alive? How did they catch him? Harry took a bite out of his sandwich. I'm supposed to be eating. Tracy looked absolutely outraged. You can't say something like that and then just eat. He has to eat, Theo said irritably. Easy for you to say, Tracy snapped, you're guaranteed a decent explanation later. For all we know, Harry will slip off to the library after Charms and then we won't see him until tomorrow morning. Theo smirked. What can I say? Best friend privileges. Ah, boys. Harry swallowed the last of his sandwich, and, being in an excellent mood, decided to refrain from dismissing Tracy's remark. I don't think this has anything to do with gender. I think you might be projecting your frustration onto an irrelevant, well, I was going to say non-issue, but gender is an issue in many contexts, just not in this one, so I'll call it a non-issue regardless. Anyway, you probably did that in an attempt to make your feelings more tangible and concrete in your mind so that they're easier to confront, giving you a chance to presently vent your frustration in a way that's emotionally satisfying. Everyone was gaping at him now, again. We should go to Charms now. Naturally, news of Sirius Black's capture and impending trial stirred up a frenzy at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and predictably, Harry was right in the middle of it. Shock was, of course, the prevailing initial reaction to the news. After that, some people became rather excited about the whole thing, while others were fixed on their outrage at the fact that Sirius Black was only getting a trial after 12 years in Azkaban, while still others remained skeptical that a trial would change anything at all. Emotional responses ranged from being angry that Sirius Black hadn't been killed on the spot and was, moreover, getting a trial, to being horrified by the fact that he never got a trial in the first place. But once the initial buzz died down, everyone became a little more self-aware, and began to speak about the affair in hushed tones, well, whenever Harry walked by, at least. At first he was a bit puzzled why random conversations kept dying away whenever he walked by them, but then Hermione explained that the Sirius Black affair was supposed to be a sensitive subject for him, and that his classmates were trying to be considerate. This confused Harry a great deal. Well, confused wasn't the right word. Contrary to what Hermione thought, he knew that it wasn't out of consideration that his classmates left him out of their speculations and discussions. It was because they were no doubt talking about him as well, and didn't want him to know about it. So rather than confused, he was mildly frustrated, because the whole thing was just so irritating. He knew Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without a trial, they knew Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without a trial, and they knew he knew that Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without a trial. So really, the evidence that he was guilty of anything was far from damning, which was his official stance on the subject, not that anyone really bothered asking him up front despite the fact that he was apparently supposed to have an openly fervent opinion on it. In all honesty, he wasn't sure how he was supposed to feel about the whole thing except for satisfied that his and Tom's plans were coming to fruition, but everyone else seemed to know, and decided to keep it to themselves. As usual, he sometimes got the feeling that Tom had skimped on his education in some ways. He'd have to be an idiot not to realize that some of his social skills weren't up to par with the average 13-year-old and that his intuitions ranged from non-existent to abnormally precise, so he was pretty sure he missed something somewhere along the way with regards to how he was supposed to feel about sensitive subjects. At this point he was wondering whether Tom enjoyed his confusion, or if his mentor was even more oblivious than he was. That aside, he supposed he was happy about it, the fact that Sirius Black was to receive a fair trial. The thought that the wrong man had been suffering in Azkaban all these years did not sit well with him, but perhaps even more unnerving was the fact that the wrong man, the man that his parents knew and trusted, the same man that squandered that trust and betrayed them, had been living this whole time as a free man, more or less. It was little consolation that Peter Pettigrew was forced to live a humiliating life as a rat for 12 years. He had done so in the knowledge that he had done it, that he had done the unthinkable and gotten away with it, that he had, at the very least, the potential for a future. Sirius Black received only despair and suffering for his loyalty. But now he would have the chance for something more. So yes, he was happy about the whole affair, he was pleased that something in the world was being set right. It was satisfying, to say the least. He was happy, and eager. He found himself wondering what sort of man Sirius Black was. He wondered if Sirius Black would like him, or if he'd want to meet him at all. All in all, he supposed he was excited at the prospect of meeting this mysterious and very unfortunate man. The trial date was set for November 25th, and Harry had already been given permission to miss his classes so that he could attend with Remus. He was quite enthusiastic about this, because he had no idea what the trial would be like, who would be there, and what would happen. All he knew was that it would be an adventure unlike any one he'd ever had before, and that the stakes were high enough that the whole affair made him tingle with excitement every time he thought of it. Tom, of course, scoffed at his eagerness, but that did little to dampen his spirits. As the trial date approached, he found himself becoming more and more filled with nervous energy. But then it was postponed. On November 21st, Peter Pettigrew managed to escape the Ministry of Magic, leaving the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the midst of a frantic manhunt, which was ultimately futile. Apparently having a common gray rat as an animagus form had a lot of perks, as Harry himself had pointed out. So the trial was on hold indefinitely. Speaking of animagus forms, though, Harry was getting even closer to achieving his. While Hermione and Theo were forced to wait for the chance to identify their respective breeds of animals, Harry was pleased to find that the Hogwarts library had a number of books on different species of owls and their respective anatomies, which were helping him along in the next stage of his studies. After discovering one spirit animal, Hermione made it very clear that the next step would be to gain an in-depth knowledge of the anatomy of said animal, the more details the better. So after discovering the species of his animagus form, an exceptionally dark-colored greater sooty owl, native to Australia, Harry had taken to sketching owls in his diary, scratching detailed depictions of their skeletons into his notes, and spending his free time, what little there was, in the Ollery, making casual conversation with what he felt were quickly becoming new friends of his. By the time December rolled around, he felt that he was ready to begin working on the transformation in earnest, but decided to hold off for a while, not wanting to get too ahead of Hermione and Theo. Of course, his animagus transformation wasn't on the top of his to-do list for the Christmas holidays. Learning to cast Fiendfire was. Harry had been casting Placo Ignis every day at least once for a year, save in the summer, and could now use it to put out regular fires, albeit of modest size, wordlessly and wandlessly, though not at the same time, unfortunately, leaving Tom more than satisfied, and eager to teach him what was possibly the most notorious dark spell in existence, save for the Unforgivables, that is. As it turned out, Fiendfire was tricky. Not unmanageably difficult, just different. There was no incantation and no wand movements, it was an act of pure will, and expression of unadulterated darkness. Oddly enough, it reminded him of the Patronus charm. The Patronus charm hadn't given him much more trouble. It had taken a couple of weeks to make a corporeal Patronus again, but he eventually managed it, this time without losing consciousness. In the end he was able to keep himself at a safe distance from whatever that overwhelming feeling was, and was eventually able to use regular happy memories to feed the charm, like normal people did. Remus theorized that performing such an advanced charm might have required him to use a part of his magical core that he hadn't used much before, and that his first successful attempt had actually unlocked a part of his magic, but now that it was unlocked, casting was much easier. At that point, Remus had given him a very suspicious look, and Harry was pretty sure that the man deduced that he was practicing dark magic. Tom had mentioned a few times that it was difficult to cast both advanced light magic and advanced dark magic. After his experience with the Patronus charm, Harry was inclined to agree, but even though it was difficult, he had a feeling it wasn't going to be as impossible as Tom made it sound. Perhaps if he proceeded slowly on both fronts, he would master both eventually. Tom only scoffed at him. Not likely. Which probably would have been true, had it been anyone else. Harry didn't think this out of arrogance, he just had this theory that his skill with casting dark magic came entirely from relentless practice, Tom's memories, and the little piece of Tom's magical core which resided inside of him. It had occurred to him more than once that Tom casting magic while possessing Harry might result in something like the partial merging of their cores. He was sure it had occurred to Tom as well. In fact, he thought that might be why Tom gave up on his ambition to possess Harry on a more permanent basis, but since Tom never brought it up, he figured that his friend was still working on the details, and would let him know when he had something definitive. Either way, Harry had a theory that he might have actually been born with a magical core that was at least partially inclined to casting light magic, and that he simply wasn't used to having to access much of it, hence his embarrassing episode in Remus's office. He was very relieved that there were no incidents afterward, and that he was now able to cast the Patronus charm consistently. But he didn't want to stop there. Actually, I was wondering if I could make another request, he asked back in November, after Remus told him that he had nothing more he could teach him about the Patronus charm, and that the rest was just regular practice. Remus's eyebrows rose. Oh. Harry nodded and steeled himself. Most of the magic we learn in school is neutral, neither light magic nor dark magic. In charms we learn the occasional spell that could be considered light magic, and we learn basic light magic in defense against the dark arts, but it's mostly counter jinxes, hexes, and curses, but learning the Patronus charm has made me think that there's more to it than that. That light magic is actually just as well developed as dark magic, just inexplicably less prevalent. I was wondering if you might know anything about this. You could have just asked me, Tom said, sounding a bit sour. True, Harry could have asked Tom for a general explanation, but he doubted Tom would give him more than that. Remus stared at him critically for a moment, before gesturing to the spindly chair in front of his desk. Why don't you sit down, Harry? Pleased that Remus was taking his request seriously, Harry sat down with an attentive look on his face. After Remus had also sat down, he summoned his kettle and wordlessly filled it and boiled the water, pouring them both a cup of orange pekoe tea. It was a well-established tradition at this point. You're right, there is a lot more to it than that, Remus said as he handed Harry a mug of tea. Light magic is a very broad field, and you will learn a bit more as you get closer to your new year. You'll learn more advanced and generalized counter curses, along with some warding and healing spells in defense against the dark arts and charms, probably in 6th or 7th year. But that only really scratches the surface. But I want to know what's beneath the surface, Harry said, unable to keep the eagerness out of his voice. Remus smiled at him. Of course. So, healing spells make up a good portion of the light magic commonly used. Healers study these extensively in their post-Hogwarts education. But there is a whole other category not commonly touched by the average witch or wizard. As you might know, some, but not all, dark magic requires strong negative emotions to cast, like the Cruciatus Curse or the Killing Curse, and light magic is very much the same. Healing spells and most counter curses don't require much potent emotion to cast, whereas magic like the Patronus charm certainly does. And there's a whole category of spells just like that. Remus nodded. But they're difficult to cast. Very difficult. Arguably more difficult than casting dark magic. Tom scoffed, and Harry frowned. Why's that? Well, the negative emotions required by dark magic usually have a source or a target. That sort of fear, anger, and hatred are almost always pointed at someone or something, at least indirectly. But positive emotions, in their purest sense, usually aren't. That's the challenge with learning the Patronus charm. The caster is typically taught to think of a happy memory to feed the charm, but a happy memory isn't happiness. It's just supposed to remind us of what it feels like to be happy. That's the real power. I don't understand. Well, think of it like this. Even a very unhappy person can experience an event that makes them happy. For example, a very evil person can feel positive emotions by causing someone else pain. Harry nodded, thinking of Tom. He wouldn't say Tom was evil, but Remus's description certainly reminded him of his friend and mentor. Yet, you wouldn't call that pure happiness, would you? Because it comes from a desire to cause pain and unhappiness for other people, it's actually a very negative force in the world. Harry nodded again, all of this sounding very familiar. People like that can't cast the Patronus charm. Only people who can find happiness through love and peace can truly cast a charm like that. True happiness isn't a targeted emotion, it's a state of being. A happy person can remain happy even when nothing as happy is happening to them, because happiness is ephemeral. This is why light magic is so difficult for ambitious and goal-oriented people, because they so often find themselves in a state of dissatisfaction. Harry's shoulders slumped. Difficult, but not impossible, Remus amended. Harry looked at him hopefully. So can you teach me some? Remus hesitated. Besides the difficulty of casting light magic, there's another reason why it's not commonly taught in its more advanced form. Harry frowned. What's that? Despite being magic that is supposed to emanate from positive emotions, light magic can veer on the side of dangerous. Harry's eyebrows rose. You know how I said the Patronus charm is an expression of your soul? Harry nodded. Well, there are some magical theorists who believe that the part of one's magical core that is accessed when casting advanced light magic is dangerously close to the soul, and that you risk damaging your soul by using magic so close to it. Wait, Aren't you implying that the soul has a location? Harry just realized that he was constantly confronted with this question but had never bothered to ask it in earnest. Where does the soul come from? How is it possible to split it and store part of it in a physical object? He nearly started smacking his head. How could he have not asked that question? Remus chuckled. Well, Harry, that's quite a question indeed. Nobody knows, you see, but there are a few theories. The most popular is that the soul dwells in another plane of existence, and is anchored to our physical bodies by our minds and our magical cores. But what's another plane of existence? Harry asked confusedly. Remus smiled sheepishly. I'm afraid I don't have a good answer for that question. I'm not much of a magical theorist myself. I just know a few things from my own explorations into light magic. The most pervasive theory is that it is similar to time in that it is a non-spatial dimension. But while it is possible to move through time, indeed, necessary, the spiritual plane is stationary, except when one interferes with a soul through soul magic. The creation of a Horcrux, for instance, entails reaching through the path between the physical body and the soul, through both one's mind and magic, using the mental connection with one's victim as you sever their own connection between the physical plane and the spiritual plane. Using the energy released by that act, you can sever a part of the soul, and with it, part of the path, and anchor it to another object in the physical plane. Ideally, one would only anchor the soul piece and a portion of one's magical core, but in the case of my diary, due to my inexperience at the time, and due to the fact that turning you into a Horcrux was entirely accidental, a portion of my mind was separated as well. Harry, are you all right? Harry blinked, feeling quite vacant at the moment, overwhelmed by Tom's explanation. Oh, yes. Remus looked concerned. You just sort of went blank. Harry grinned sheepishly. Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking. Remus nodded understandingly. Anyway, soul magic, if it's so dangerous, why do you practice it? Well, practice might be an overstatement, Remus admitted. I was just taught a few things by someone with much more knowledge and experience than I. Then who taught you? Remus paused, but only for a moment. Your mother, actually, he said in a soft voice. Harry's eyes were wide. My mother. Tom had mentioned that his mother was skilled with soul magic, and had implied that she, like him, had researched the dark magic of Horcruxes and immortality, but what if that wasn't it at all? What if his mother's explorations into soul magic were actually her studies in advanced light magic? Oblivious to Harry's revelation, Remus went on, yes, she was a very skilled witch, you know. After graduating from Hogwarts she immediately began working on a mastery in charms. She did it by correspondence with an Austrian wizard, I think. She was well on her way to becoming either a healer or a Ministry of Magic employee dedicated to top-secret research. In other words, and unspeakable. She was brilliant, and a relentless researcher, and I imagine she would have excelled in whichever field she chose. Harry's felt an incredibly warm feeling inside him when he heard Remus's statement. When he heard things like that, he was so proud of his mother, he wished he could know more about her, he wished he could know so much more. But then it hit him. Maybe he could if his mother was a researcher, surely she kept notes somewhere. If he could find them. Did she have any research notes? Harry asked Remus, any records of the project she was working on? Remus blinked. Oh, I hadn't thought of that, actually. I'm sure she did, but she probably hid them quite well, due to the nature of her work. Harry wilted a little. Oh, but, you can teach me what she taught you, right? Remus hesitated. Like I said, Harry, some of this stuff is actually quite dangerous. I would be really careful, Harry interjected. I just want to learn, that's it. I'm curious. And, it's stuff that my mum taught you. Remus sighed. I suppose if anyone has a right to this knowledge, it's you. Harry grinned. But, this is all theoretical, you don't cast this magic outside my office without talking to me first. Of course. Remus smiled a little. Alright, then, I'll teach you everything I can. Harry beamed at him. Can we start right now? Remus considered this. Sure, why not? Right, what do I learn first? Remus sat back in his chair, a thoughtful look on his face. I have just the thing. It's not too difficult, and not dangerous at all. The incantation is Dipelohexia. You can cast it on another person, and it deflects minor jinxes and hexes. Brilliant. So, as it turned out, his sessions with Remus did not come to an end. Instead, they were extended indefinitely. Tom wasn't exactly eager to have him learning more light magic, but Harry could tell that the prospect of possibly learning magic which interacted with the soul excited him, and he therefore had no problem with the continuation of Harry's lessons. As long as he learned Fiendfire. As he was getting to before, it was much like the Patronus charm, and it turned out that his practice in casting that particular bit of advanced light magic, and his continued studies in light magic, aided him quite a bit. Tom had expected his mastery of the Patronus charm to make learning dark magic much more difficult, but as he worked toward learning to cast the cursed fire, Harry found it to be the opposite. Indeed, the contrast helped him very much in manufacturing the feelings he needed in order to cast such advanced magic. While he needed to feel pure, meaningful peace while casting the Patronus charm, Fiendfire required dark, simmering fury and hatred. While casting the Patronus charm required him to immerse himself feelings of family, friendship, and belonging, in vague memories of tranquility, casting Fiendfire demanded that he succumb to his hatred of the same fear the Boggart and Dementor preyed on, the unrestrained anger he found himself overcome with from time to time, and feelings of dissatisfaction, longing, and ravenous desperation. It was the fervent desire to consume. After that, it was a matter of control. Casting the fire itself would not have been a significant problem, the problem was learning to control these emotions with deliberate finesse. Of course, he wasn't supposed to even attempt casting anything until he could convince Tom that he had suitable control over his emotions. "You need to control yourself," Tom snapped as Harry sat on the floor of the room of requirement, meditating at 2 a.m. on a Friday night. Well, not meditating, stewing in intense anger and frustration. From what he could tell, he was meant to make himself as angry as possible, and somehow maintain that anger while staying calm. It was a lot easier said than done. "I already know that." Harry snapped back, gritting his teeth when a pulse of pain emanated through his brain. "And stop that. How am I supposed to control myself with a headache?" The pain intensified. "If you can't handle a bit of pain, how do you think you'll perform in a duel?" Tom said smoothly, apparently deciding to teach by example by dispelling his frustration. Harry exhaled sharply. Fine, I get it. Just he took a deep breath. "Stop it, please. I can't do this. Not like this." The pain intensified even further. "Yes, you can," Tom said, his voice forceful and menacing. "I can't." Harry panted out, and the pain intensified again. "You have been trained by Lord Voldemort himself, Harry Potter. A small measure of pain is not enough to daunt you." It is, Harry chanted in between coughs that sounded suspiciously like sobs. "I can't do this. I can't do this." His hands were shaking and his teeth were starting to chatter. "Yes, you can." The pain intensified even further, and Harry collapsed on the ground, clutching his head so hard his nails might have drawn blood. "Stop it, stop it, stop it. No, it will not stop. It will never stop. You are a weak little boy, Harry Potter, a scared little boy with no self-control. You are a child, begging for mercy, and you are pathetic. Truly helpless. Weak. And as long as you are like this, it will never, ever stop. Stop it. No. Stop. Ask nicely," Tom hissed. Breaths hoarse and ragged, Harry rolled onto his back and faced the ceiling, placing his palms flat on the cold stone floor. Breath in. Breath out. Breath in. Breath out. "Stop. Now, please." The words were quiet, and his voice carefully controlled, free of panic or desperation, and the pain relented, leaving Harry shaking and sweating on the floor. The room was silent, except for the sound of his labored breathing. The ceiling shimmered with little white stars overhead, mingled with black spots that crawled around like little bugs. He could feel sweat dripping down the side of his head, down to the cold stone floor. "Well done, Harry," Tom said quietly, and suddenly all the phantom pain, the fear, and the anger drained away, and he was filled with pride and immense relief. "You have done very, very well." At those words, he was filled with a kind of ecstasy, something like joy, but it was only for a moment, because he fell asleep almost instantly, and by the time he woke up, the moment was forgotten. And it continued like that for several more days. After a week of the pseudo-meditating for 4 hours every night, he graduated to using his wand. At that point, the end of term had come around, along with another Hogsmeade day, which Harry was feeling too sick to go on. Tom was rather amused at that, the bastard. Anyway, after a few days of practicing several hours a day with his wand, getting only sparks for his effort, on Christmas Eve he finally managed to cast the cursed fire in the room of requirement, only to freak out and extinguish it a moment later. Placo Ignis. Placo Ignis. Pete Placo cough, Ignis. In the end, he was left standing in a cloud of smoke, coughing, expecting to be scolded by Tom, but he was pleasantly surprised. "Well, it's a start," Tom said wryly a few moments after he stopped coughing. "Really?" Harry croaked out, stunned. "You managed to cast it," Tom drawled. "That's more than most 13-year-old wizards could say." Really?" Harry stuttered out in utter disbelief, his voice having risen nearly an octave. He could feel amusement radiating from Tom's presence. "Fishing for compliments, Harry. How very juvenile. Clearly, my lessons have been so strenuous that they have addled your brain and reduced you to the mental capacity of an insecure 8-year-old. Perhaps a day of rest is in order." Harry's brain nearly came to a halt, at that. Tom's tone, while joltingly familiar, seemed so strange. Foreign. When he thought about it, Tom hadn't teased him like that in a long time. Indeed, since he'd merged with his younger self, he'd seemed very intent on antagonizing Harry for the most part. So hearing Tom speak so lightly, it was refreshing, and his heart swelled when he heard the tone of his best friend's voice. In the end, he settled on a smile and a soft, "Thank you, Tom. And Merry Christmas." There was a pause. "I don't celebrate Christmas, you stupid little boy." The time Harry spent outside of the room of requirement and Remus's office were spent either in the library or in the Slytherin common room, where he finished his arithmancy problem sets a couple of days before Christmas. And seeing as he had Christmas off from Tom's lessons, he was free to spend it however he wanted, so he spent it in Hogsmeade, with Remus. Tom didn't even complain. They went to Honeyduke's where Remus bought him an ungodly amount of sweets, and the book shop, and Gladrag's Wizarding Wear, where Harry bought himself his very first suit for Christmas. Well, really, it was a black blazer, black button-down, black tie, black tailored pants, and black shoes. One thing Harry knew about fashion was that black matched with black. The same could not be said of other colors. Either way, Tom approved of the color scheme. They stopped at the Three Broomsticks in a little after noon, where Remus bought him a hearty lunch and some butterbeer, and over pub food and some mild Christmas cheer they talked about what his parents were like, the times they fought in school, their first dates, their wedding, and Harry's birth. Over the course of 3 hours, Remus even told him more details about how they all met on the Hogwarts Express, about the Marauders and the many grand pranks they played. "I am more than pleased that you did not inherit your father's penchant for immature tricks," Remus told him, and Harry could not help but note that if he had, Tom wouldn't have tolerated it. After a quick stop by Zonko's, they made their way back to the castle, where the usual grand Hogwarts Christmas feast was served. It was the best Christmas Harry had ever had. In fact, it was made even better by the announcement on December 26 that Sirius Black's trial date had been set for January 4. And that's how, 10 days after the best Christmas ever, Harry found himself dressed in the tidy black suit he bought himself for Christmas. Harry thought he looked quite good in it, and seated beside a nervous-looking Remus on the uncomfortable wooden benches that stretched along the walls of the Ministry of Magic's main courtroom. The walls were made of dark stone, dimly lit by torches, and the highest benches on the far end of the room were populated by shadowy figures, whose eyes were fixed on the center of the room, which played host to a large iron chair, to which was chained none other than Sirius Black. There were about 50 of them, the shadowy figures on the walls, as far as he could see, wearing plum-colored robes with an elaborately woven silver W on the left-hand side of the chest. They all seemed to ignore the large crowd in the room, either whispering amongst each other or staring down their noses at Sirius Black, some with very austere expressions, others looks of frank curiosity. Most of them, however, looked very grave indeed. In the very middle of the front row sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. A broad, square-jawed witch with very short gray hair sat on Fudge's left. She wore a monocle and an expression on her face that looked very forbidding. On Fudge's right was another witch, but she was sitting so far back on the bench that her face was in shadow. She was, however, quite notably clad in nothing but pink. "Very well," Fudge said slowly once everyone had settled in their seats. "The accused being present, let us begin." The date is January the 4th, 1994. This is the criminal trial for defendant Sirius Orion Black. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. The charges against the defendant are as follows: that he was in the service of you-know-who and betrayed the location of Lily and James Potter to you-know-who, leading to their death on October 31, 1981. Further, the defendant is accused of 13 counts of murder. Are you, the defendant, Sirius Orion Black? Yes, came the quiet reply, gravelly and hoarse. The man, still dressed in simple but clean prison garb, had straightened his back and his dark eyes were now staring up determinedly at the minister through his bedraggled shoulder-length hair. And how does the defendant plead? Not guilty, Sirius Black rasped out. Very well. The minister shuffled his papers, and looked over at Madame Bones, who cleared her throat. The prosecution requests that the defendant be placed under the influence of Veritaserum. Do you consent, Mr. Black? I do, the man said, restraining his voice, as though trying not to sound too eager. Madame Bones nodded curtly. Irving, a short wizard, toddled up to Sirius Black's chair, quivering a little under the stares being directed at him, before he lifted up a small bottle filled with a clear liquid. Open your mouth please, he stammered, shakily wiping the side of his head with a handkerchief. Sirius Black looked down at him for a moment, lips twitching, an amused light in his eye, before he obeyed, wincing as the clear liquid was poured down his throat. He shivered a little. When the short wizard disappeared into the crowd, Madame Bones cleared her throat again. Name: Sirius Orion Black. Date of birth: November 3, 1959. It was rare, but Harry had read that people occasionally had a strange allergic reaction to the truth serum which rendered them unable to speak. He also read that some people could build up a resistance to the potion, but he supposed there was no way to test for that. Madame Bones nodded again. Now, Mr. Black, please tell us, in your own words, what happened on the night of October 31, 1981. Sirius released a shuddering breath. I was going to visit Peter that day, he said quickly. I arrived at his hiding place. This is Peter Pettigrew you speak of. Sirius grimaced. Yes. I arrived there, and found him missing. There were no signs of a struggle, so I was worried. I decided I had to check on James and Lily. It is our understanding, Mr. Black, that James and Lily Potter were residing in a cottage placed under the Fidelius charm. Were you their secret keeper? No. But I was one of the few keyed into the wards. Madame Bones nodded curtly. Very well. Continue. Sirius took a deep breath. When I reached Godric's Hollow he stopped short and choked a little. Harry glanced at Remus, beside him, and saw the deeply pained look on his face. The house, it was destroyed, and James and Lily, the man grit his teeth. They were dead. Only Harry was alive. Sirius took several deep breaths, before continuing. Rubeus Hagrid arrived. Soon after, he took Harry to Dumbledore. And what did you do, Mr. Black? I gave him my motorcycle. It flies, he added reflexively. Madame Bones, however, was decidedly unamused. And after that, I went after Peter. And why did you go after Mr. Pettigrew, Mr. Black? A dark scowl overtook the man's gaunt face. He was the secret keeper. If Voldemort found them, it was Peter. It had to be. Peter must have, he betrayed them, he spat out, his face twisting into a vicious grimace. That does not answer my question, Mr. Black. Why did you go after Mr. Pettigrew? A mad look entered Sirius' eye, and he barked out a scornful laugh, which carried cuttingly over the starkly silent courtroom. To kill him, of course. They, James and Lily, they were dead. He needed to pay, the bastard, the traitor, that rat, he needed to pay. He deserves to die for what he did. He betrayed his friends. He should have died. He should have died. Harry looked around, seeing several people shifting uneasily in their seats, obviously unnerved by Sirius Black's passionate raving. Harry felt nothing but immense pity. Veritaserum did more than force one to tell the truth, it removed one's inhibitions, and placed one's emotions on display for all to see. This anger, hatred, grief, this is what had been raging inside Sirius Black's heart, for 12 long years, with no hope of release or quelling. Meanwhile, Madame Bones cleared her throat. And did you catch Mr. Pettigrew? I thought I did, Sirius said quietly, his voice little more than a murmur, but it was amplified greatly by the stark silence of the room. I found him, I cornered him in the city, but he lied, he shouted that I was the one who betrayed James and Lily, and then he murdered those muggles, don't know which curse it was. He must have used the explosion to escape. Cut off his own finger. Madam Bones stared at him critically. Witnesses say you were found laughing at the scene of the crime, Mr. Black. How do you explain that? Sirius wore now a self-deprecating smile. I thought he was dead. I thought he'd blown himself up. It was funny. You also confessed to the crime, Madam Bones said. You were quoted as saying it was your fault. Sirius Black's expression crumbled into one that was openly broken, and he suddenly looked very lost. Because it was. His voice was little more than a whisper. I'm the one who suggested they choose Peter. I thought I'd be too obvious a choice. If it weren't for me, they'd still be alive. Madam Bones stared at him for a long moment, before nodding. She then turned to a man sitting to her left, in the front row. Mr. Alexander Jefferson, head interrogator of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, you, with his consent, viewed Sirius Black's memories of October 31, 1981 on November 18, 1993 in a pensieve, did you not? The man stood. Yes, I did, Madam Bones, he said in a deep, gravelly voice. And were your findings consistent with Mr. Black's account of what happened on that night? The man glanced at Sirius, before nodding. They were, Madam Bones. The woman nodded. Thank you, you may be seated. She glanced around the room, her honey brown eyes boring into each and every person there. Summarily, Sirius Orion Black has been accused of being in league with you-know-who, which he denies, of betraying the location of Lily and James Potter to you-know-who, which he denies, of murdering 12 muggles, which he denies, and of murdering Peter Pettigrew, a charge which has since been dismissed, as the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has been presented with undeniable proof that the alleged victim still lives. You have heard the defendants' defense under the influence of Veritaserum, and have been presented with the results of our interrogation of Sirius Black. Wizengamot, have you any further questions to ask the defendant? A murmur broke out across the room, but in the end, no one spoke up. Very well. You may take your time to deliberate the verdict. She paused, allowing the urgently whispered conversations to buzz on between the Wizengamot members, whose expressions ranged from tragically saddened to incensed. Harry glanced over at Remus, whose eyes were fixed on the side of Sirius Black's head. The man himself was frozen stiff, his entire frame shaking with his shuddering breaths. Harry tried to go over Sirius Black's testimony in his mind. He tried to search for any holes, anything missing, anything that might stop him from being declared innocent. But in the end, he couldn't think at all, and just joined Remus in silently staring down at Sirius Black. 20 minutes later, the whispers died down, and when they did, Madam Bones looked over at the members of Wizengamot. Have the members of Wizengamot reached their verdict? We have, Madam Bones. The woman nodded curtly. Those in favor of conviction, the woman's voice boomed across the room. Harry saw Sirius Black's chest heaving out labored breaths. Not a single hand was raised in the air. And those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges. Every single member of Wizengamot now had their hand in the air. Harry heard an explosive sigh of relief escape Remus's chest beside him. The Minister of Magic glanced at Madam Bones, who nodded at him. Very well, Cornelius Fudge said loudly, cleared of all charges. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.